Chapter 241, Inspiring. Forget it! Let's save some face for each other, and don't get too anxious. Yes! Let's just be happy ourselves. Don't irritate the other party. It is estimated that the other party is trying every means to suppress the current situation at this moment. We can just watch. Now that we have the help of a powerful monster like the three-headed H.L. dog, let's find a way to make good use of it. As senior executives of China, after they made some teasing, they immediately thought of how to use their current advantages to take advantage of them. Now that there is the three-headed H.L. dog with the strongest strength, it should play its role and quickly develop its strength. Soon China began to study how to use this huge advantage to continue to grow itself. As for other countries such as the Eagle country, they were also stimulated by China. Several countries got together and began to study how to control the current situation. China's influence must be curbed. We can't let him continue like this. Yes. We must do something exciting to restore our current reputation and give the people hope. How about our countries jointly exploring other worlds? The leaders of various countries knew that some of their subordinates were resisting, and others were also somewhat rebellious by these people. So they immediately thought of a way. This moment offers to explore other worlds. As a planet being explored by other forces, if measures are taken to explore other planets, it will have a positive impact on the country and even the world. This is a great idea. Let's do it. Let's unite our countries and make a big deal. Let China take a good look at it. Yes, I think it will work. That's it. But the sooner the better. China will definitely use that three-headed dog to make a fuss. We must get ahead of them. Okay. Let's discuss it with them when we get back and try to move as quickly as possible. Exploring other worlds has been proposed, and the faces of the leaders of various countries showed expressions of joy. The three-headed H.L. dog that was the first force to conquer China was wiped out in one move. Everyone showed long-lost smiles on their faces, and they seemed to be in high spirits with each other. Then the countries settled down. They went back to discuss with the forces that invaded their world. Their proposal is very good, but their own strength is not strong. They go to other worlds just to deliver food. But with the help of the forces that come to Blue Star, they will get twice the result with half the effort, and may even have unexpected effects. The leaders discussed it with smiles, but unknown to China. Other countries had already discussed it and explored other worlds. Only then did they receive a reply from Shangyang Luoxue. You made us jump up and down. You girl, you are paying less and less attention to us old men now. Yes, Luoxue, now that I have a three-headed dog, I'm afraid my wings will reach the sky. Several leaders half-jokingly looked at the smiling Shangyang Luoxue with envy in their voices. Humph! Aren't I too surprised? I was frightened for a moment, but later you found out that it happened so big that I didn't even react. Shangyang Luoxue heard the joke, so she winked mischievously and said without telling a lie. I heard about your laughter in the square. I still have the video here. Yes, we all saw you smiling happily, but we also hold you accountable. We just want to know if you really have the three-headed H.L. dog under control. When the leader said this, everyone looked at Shangyang Luoxue very carefully, fearing that the other party would lie. I can control it. Shangyang Luoxue tilted her head, thought for a while, and said, if you can, you can. And if you can't, you can't. What's the problem? When the leaders heard what Shangyang Luoxue said, they were a little confused and asked confusedly. They are ready to do big things with the three-headed dog. Nowadays, there are many monsters, which have qualitatively improved their strength. Of course, they must use these strengths to obtain more development opportunities. At present, China is not in chaos, but various forces are emerging one after another. So we must prepare for a rainy day. We didn't have opportunities before, but now we have them. Of course we must seize them. But Shangyang Luoxue's words caused some fluctuations in their plans, so they didn't feel comfortable asking. I just asked, and Dog said yes. Dogs have owners. Do you know that you don't all listen to me? Shangyang Luoxue saw that the leader had misunderstood her and quickly explained. Inu. The leaders didn't hear what Shangyang Luoxue said. They just heard the word dog, and all of them were dumbfounded. Through the video, they saw the majestic three-headed H.L. dog with his head held high, looking like he was invincible in the world. Posture, and looking at its name. Everyone couldn't help but want to laugh. However, thinking of the opponent's strength, the leader still held back. Dogs are dogs, and they have to accept the name. This name seems very ordinary. But they must know that this is Blue Star's most powerful monster. And they must treat it with caution and not joke around. Then they felt relieved. And they generally knew why the three-headed H.L. dog appeared here. It should be deliberately released by some mysterious strongman. The three-headed H.L. dog did not agree, but still listened to the other party. He also knew how to deal with this monster in his heart. After receiving the answer, the leaders discussed how to use it. Then various instructions were issued for all extraordinary beings to participate. As Shangyang Luoxue in China has a top-notch monster. As a pet, Shangyang Luoxue suddenly becomes the focus of everyone and becomes a topic of discussion. I really envy the head of the headquarters. He is young, beautiful, and powerful. Now he actually has a powerful three-headed H.L. dog as a pet. He will definitely become a big boss in the future. Hey! Why don't we have such good luck? If there is only 1/10, I will be damned. Ha ha! It's just you. It's better to go to sleep. But don't worry. The country has already begun to explore some unexplored secret realms for people like you. When the antidote is found, it will definitely help you. As the news about Shangyang Luoxue spread, the secret realm explored in the Chinese territory was also openly spread, making the whole people excited. They know that an era is about to begin in which everyone can practice cultivation. For many people, what limits them is talent. But with a shepherd boy, the only thing that limits them is spiritual herbs. If there are such spiritual herbs, you will have a lot of marrow cleansing pills to turn them into extraordinary beings. One member. This is a very good thing for ordinary people. And it is also a very good thing for those who have already become extraordinary people. Because with the magical herbs, they can always get pills. They have taken the elixir and know its ability. It can not only quickly repair injuries, but also improve their strength. It can be said that it is very useful. Now that his strength has been greatly improved, the danger of exploring these secret realms is much less. People are also eagerly looking forward to it. Chapter 242, Competition. Subsequently, many secret realms in China were captured. In the end, not only many spiritual herbs were found, but also some other things, such as formations, puppets, etc. It can be said that China was in a state of joy at this time. The strongest monster conquered this time is the three-headed H.L. dog, whose strength has reached the Haiyang stage. The remaining 5 are at the Kite Eye stage. The next 300 are at the Blood Aperture stage. And the rest are all at the Extraordinary stage. About 10,000 or so. It can be said that for Huaxia, the strongest ones are Shangyang Luoxue and Tang Xian. Their strength is only at the Blood Orifice stage. Now with the help of such high strength, their strength has instantly improved several levels. To explore the small secret realm, that is to follow play the same. When such good things spread abroad, foreign netizens see it, and they are all envious. They long for all these things to happen to them. But they know that this is a luxury. If they are not exploited, it is the kindness of the other party. What else can they ask for? They are controlled by each other, and are considered enslaved. It can be said that there is a sad mood spreading in the foreign world. Although some people rebelled, saying that their country was bloodless and surrendered directly, they still could not hide this sad mood. They did not see what China was like, thinking that everyone was like this. And they still had some hope in their hearts. However, seeing China like this, which was exactly the opposite of the situation, was really hard to accept. So their emotions completely spread to foreign countries. This kind of spread makes people despair. Like a person sinking in a mud ditch, unable to resist. Leaders of various countries also felt the pressure. But fortunately, they negotiated with each other. Great! They agreed! Ha ha! We are saved! No need to look at China's face. Yes! I can't wait to tell the public the news now. After the leaders of various countries discussed with those powerful forces, they all showed happy smiles on their faces. And they all smiled very happily. They knew that they had opened a road to revitalization. People who lost their faith found the courage to live. Subsequently, various countries directly released this exciting news. Really? Are we really going to another world? To another world? You didn't mean to lie to us. Did you? It shouldn't be false. The leader himself stands up and speaks. How can it be false? Foreign netizens saw their leaders excitedly announcing that they had entered a different world. They all couldn't believe it when they heard the news. Many were skeptical. But for many who supported their country, they jumped with excitement at the news. Humph. Although China has powerful monsters like the three-headed H.L. dog, what's the use? We are going to another world now. Ha ha. Thinking that we were beaten by people from another world without any power to fight back. And now we can actually go to another world in person. I get excited when I think about it. And I can't wait to show it to them. I feel proud at last. I don't have to look at Hua Xia's face anymore. Hua Xia has been dancing so happily these past few days that I almost got swallowed up by him. When the people who supported the country saw this exciting news, they excitedly conveyed it to everyone around them. And foreign leaders did not hide it, but vigorously publicized it. In order for this exploration to go smoothly, a performance show was started directly to allow strong people to participate in this exploration mission. In an instant, the enthusiasm of the entire country was ignited. I didn't expect it to be true. Now let China see how we look. It seems to be true. I saw that the arena has already started to prepare. I heard that I will enter another different world in half a month. The different worlds have already been chosen. Everyone who didn't believe it at first became excited when they saw the various arenas and invitations appearing in their country. They were hoping for the stars and the moon and finally hoped for the change in their country. Everyone jumped up excitedly. They were greedy when they saw the various exploration secret places in China. And they also longed for such opportunities in their own country. However, it was a pity that these secret places were explored by invaders. And they could not catch a single hair. Seeing the huge difference between China and them, they scolded their leaders for 18 generations. But they did not expect that their leaders would make a big mistake without saying anything. Suddenly, the pride of the whole people skyrocketed. They saw that China was in full swing for several secret realms. And they were already preparing to explore other worlds. A different world. A small secret realm. The two are like a gap. At this moment, they raised their heads. They no longer felt as if they were overwhelmed by China before. And they were all arrogant. Now everyone speaks with their head held high and their chests high. And they become arrogant. They are now exploring a complete different world. Compared with the small secret realm explored by Hua Xia, it is very different. There are only some special items in the secret realm. And no other items will appear. But in other worlds, many things may appear. The secret realm is very single. And the different world is a world. Just like the current blue star. With everything in it. So their confidence suddenly increased. And such exciting news also spread to China from foreign countries. They also started to show off on China's internet. Previously, they were obsessed with all kinds of monsters and secret realms in China. Now that they are going to another world, of course they have to find their place. Oops! If you are not careful, you will go to another world. Isn't this other world very dangerous? With our little strength. Yes. It's too dangerous. I think it's better not to go. We'll wait until they finish exploring before we go. It's not impossible. Even if we go late, we still have something. Which is much better than people from a certain country not going. Foreign netizens became very angry on the internet. And they all said it as if they were not going to go. In fact, it was Versailles. Deliberately told to show the Chinese people. Some people in China were directly fooled and lectured the other party. Only to be ridiculed by the other party. Which directly caused them to feel ashamed. It's so sour. So sour. I haven't even gone to another world yet. So I'm so proud. If they were the same as they are now, I don't know how they would laugh. That's right. With their little strength, they go to another world just to deliver food. Return to another world. Bah! It's better for us to explore the secret realm safely. Humph. They just can't stand us exploring the secret realm. And now we are looking for a sense of existence. When people in China saw various articles on the internet that promoted foreign countries' exploration of other worlds, they were all excited. But they didn't show it on their faces. Seeing that the other person is sour, he directly retorts back. However, foreign exploration of other worlds has brought pressure to China. Chapter 243, Excited Domestic Situation. Soon, the video footage of the foreign competition was directly transmitted to the country. The hot foreign competition appeared on major websites and in the news. Although the Chinese people said that they looked down on him and that the opponent would die if he went there. His eyes showed desire. Seeing the opponent's passionate game, his eyes were also deeply attracted. People who have never traveled far are eager for the outside world. Not to mention how many times they have been bullied by people from other worlds. Good men rub their palms together every night to dominate other worlds. But there is no chance. Now that I see someone being sent to another world, of course I am jealous. And my heart is full of desire. Everyone was in trance as they watched the foreigners' happy faces full of yearning. What now? Shall we follow their example? I don't think we can follow blindly. The other party is led by someone. Even if we are stronger than the other party, we will be in trouble when we go to another world. We don't know what is in the other world. We may lose our good situation. I think we can give it a try. Otherwise, we will be very stressed. The leaders of China sat together. Originally, they were very happy these past few days, watching various secret realms being explored, people gaining a lot of skills, and their strength growing rapidly. But now the pressure suddenly increased. They saw that although people didn't say much, their eyes betrayed their desire to explore. They originally suppressed each other, but they didn't expect that the other side would counterattack so violently. So they went directly to another world. Now looking at the fierce competition of the other side, it would be a lie to not be moved. That person doesn't like to go to other worlds and see what other worlds are like. Are there legendary undead creatures? Are there legendary gods? And are there legendary HLS? Etc. These are all attractive and make people have the urge to not give up until they go. There was no opportunity before, but now that the opportunity is in front of us, of course we must seize it. In the past, it was because of low strength and no one went to other worlds. Now that foreign countries have begun, how can a Chinese be left behind? Competition is the driving force for human progress. Now that someone is one step ahead, if the opponent is strong, there is nothing to say. But now they are strong and the opponent is weak. The weak ones can go. And of course they can go as well. So this kind of inner push slowly accumulates among the crowd. The leaders know that blocking is worse than opening up. And the best solution is to explore different worlds in the same way. But it's a pity that although there are two people from other worlds in China, they seem to have lost their traces and disappeared without a trace. There is really nothing they can do if they can't find them. The other future forces have already been killed. So there is no one to lead the way. Going to another world is likely to lead to death, especially when entering a different world with super strength. There is no return. So leaders are very confused. Some support exploration. Some do not. Both have reasons and are right. In this environment, conservatism and radicalism cannot coexist at the same time. There are pros and cons to both. It can be conservative and can proceed step by step. But the disadvantages are obvious and it cannot develop rapidly. Being radical may cause a good situation to collapse in an instant. The advantage is that if you are lucky and find a different world where the strength is not very high, then a steady stream of resources will flow into China, and the strength can increase rapidly. There is no clear conclusion as to which of the two is more important, because not knowing what kind of different world we are going to is like. That is the main problem. If you know, you can prepare a lot and decide whether to go or not. Just like foreign countries, the different world they went to was said to be a different world with not very high strength. Among them, the only one with the highest strength is the Kaitai period, which can be said to be a very easy to manage world. If Huaxia knew about such a different world, he would go directly without thinking about it, with no one to guide them. It was difficult for them to make a choice. I think we should explore. We are not afraid of failure, but we are afraid of losing the spirit of exploration. Yes, it seems that we have the upper hand at the moment. But looking at our overall strength, we are relying on the mysterious strongman to support us. If there is a shortcoming, the rest of us can't count on it at all. So we can take this risk. How about we ask this child Luoxua and let's see what they think. For most leaders, they still want to explore. They know that exploration will definitely lead to death. But this path must be taken. Because if you don't take it, your strength will never be improved quickly. Now that there are dangers everywhere, waiting for the strength to gradually increase is a fantasy. The mysterious strongman said that they only have 3 months. After 3 months, the next batch of channels may appear in those open channels. They don't know how strong the next batch will be. But this hard waiting method is definitely wrong. These are considered extraordinary times. And of course we use extraordinary means. So I feel that exploration is right, even if it costs my life. But there are still many people who feel that there are mysterious powerful people who can provide them with the answers. And there are secret realms to expand resources. And their strength can be improved very quickly. So there is no need to take risks. Therefore, they did not support it. And the two parties were in a stalemate. Then someone suggested asking Shangyang Luoxua, as the second strongest player in China. Shangyang Luoxua should have a big say. Okay, just ask. Then the leader got through the video of Shangyang Luoxua. I knew you were going to call me. As soon as Shangyang Luoxua answered the phone, she acted as if she knew you were going to ask me. Oh, then you have something in mind. When the leaders heard Shangyang Luoxua's words, Smiles appeared on their faces, thinking that Shangyang Luoxue had found a way. I don't know either. But Quan told me about a different world. I don't know whether to go or not. When all the leaders heard Shangyang Luoxue's first words, their faces showed anger. Why are they doing this? However, the second half of Shangyang Luoxue's sentence made all the leaders excited, and some even cut off their beards. You mean that three-headed dog knows about another world? However, the leader's eyes suddenly lit up. He found the key to the problem, and asked excitedly, For Huaxia, it is not that the other world is dangerous or not, but that it does not know how to enter the other world. This is the most difficult place. As long as they know how to enter the other world, they can discuss and find a reasonable method. But none of them knew about another world or what it looked like. So how could they discuss it? It's not that the blind speaks to the deaf, or the deaf gestures to the blind. So when I heard Shangyang Luoxue's words, my eyes immediately lit up. They looked at each other, and looked at Shangyang Luoxue eagerly. Chapter 244, Opponent's Countermeasures. Quan said that it has been to several different worlds, and knows a few of them. But it said that the others are very dangerous, and only one is currently possible to explore. Shangyang Luoxue tilted her head, and said with regret, A few? A few? However, when the leaders heard what Shangyang Luoxue said, they were all shocked. They thought there was one, but it turned out there were several. Although they couldn't go now. When their strength increased, these places wouldn't be able to be explored. Foreigners, so many countries, are already excited to explore a different world together. They have no regard for China at all. If they knew that China currently controls several different worlds, they would be envious of others. The leader quickly controlled his emotions, and discussed with Yang Luoxue about the different world that could be explored currently. What? That's a world of dragons. There really are dragons in this world. Is the legend really true? Our ancestors painted dragons, but we have never seen them. And now we are going to a world of dragons. The Chinese leaders did not expect that the first place to go would be a different world of dragons. It's not a world of dragons, but a world of descendants of the dragon clan. I heard that there is a place where the dragon clan sleeps, and there are many of his descendants in it. Shangyang Luoxue saw the shocked faces of the leaders, and said quickly. She also knew the current predicament of the country's leaders. So she sniffed the dog like a living horse. After all, it was a very powerful monster. So she asked? She didn't expect that she would actually be asked. She was surprised for a moment. But after the surprise, she was still scared. So she didn't tell the leader because she knew that it would be different to ask the leader if she spoke up. She seemed a bit rash when she said it. When the leader asked, it was well thought out. Even if there was a problem, it was decided by everyone. This is a serious problem. So she didn't say anything. Now that the leader asked, she said it directly. A descendant of the dragon clan? How about its strength? The dragon is a totem for China. Now that I am the first to explore, I feel a little sorry. But after thinking about it, I gave up. Although the Chinese dragon serves as a totem, the most important thing is ancestor worship. China pays great attention to ancestral laws. So the knot in my heart was quickly relieved. And I immediately asked the most important question. At present, the highest strength in China is of course Mukin. But they don't know what Mukin's strength is. And they are not sure whether Mukin can go to the other world. So it is impossible for Mukin to be included. Therefore, the current highest strength is the three-headed dog's Haiyang stage. If this other world does not have strength beyond the Haiyang stage, they still have hope of exploring. It's a different world with relatively weak strength. Quan said that the highest one is the Haiyang stage. So low. Then what are you talking about? Hurry up and organize people to explore. Why are you hesitant? Is it really that low? The leaders thought that the strength of this other world should be very strong. But they did not expect it to be so low. They suddenly became excited, and they felt that there was much to do. At present, their strength can support them. Even if they can't defeat them, they still have the three-headed dogs to help with the pressure. If they plan better, they can retreat directly. There is a lot to be done. So they said hurriedly, Dog said that it should be like this logically. But he is afraid of accidents. Shangyang Luoxue saw the excited leaders, and didn't want to ruin their excitement. But she still told the truth. Accident. The leaders were instantly attracted by Shangyang Luoxue's words. And they all looked at Shangyang Luoxue cautiously. This is their first time going to another world. So of course the more beautiful it is, the better. If we go and everyone is killed, It will not be a joke to others, especially in foreign countries where enthusiasm is currently high. Aren't they just mocking it at will? So when they heard the surprise, everyone immediately put away their excited smiles and listened carefully. I heard that there is a female dragon's habitat somewhere. Dogs are afraid that the female dragon will give birth to a dragon cub. The strength of the dragon cub may exceed the Haiyang stage and reach the Huayin stage. But the peak strength of the Huayin stage... Shangyang Luoxue finished all the information given to her by the three-headed dog in one breath, and then looked at what the leaders would decide. That means we may encounter a dragon at the peak of the Huayin period. The leaders looked at each other, and then spoke cautiously. Shangyang Luoxue nodded solemnly, indicating that this was indeed the case. The leaders were also a little disheartened by the news, and didn't know what to do. Is there any definite news? The leaders are still a little unwilling to give up on such a different world that is not very powerful. Quan said he heard it too, but I don't know if it's true or not. This... Shangyang Luoxue's words made the leaders frown and hesitate for a moment. Not as excited as before. And then we started to discuss. This is a major matter, and should not be taken lightly. Mu Chen didn't know anything about the leader's problem, and he didn't expect that the three-headed dog he sent out actually knew other things. At this moment, he was really following his sister, wandering aimlessly on the street, as a monster with 3 kite-eye stages. Mu Lu is a first-class existence in his own school and outside. Everyone nods and says Lo when they see him. But he is famous in China. At present, the only 2 brothers and sisters in China who have the same strength are Tang Xian and Tang Feng. The others are all monster beasts in the blood orifice stage. It can be said that Mu Lu has almost gone sideways. Mu Lu was very happy to have 3 monster beasts as pets at the beginning. He took the monster beasts around somewhere every day and explored the secret realm. The novelty was very satisfying at first. But after hearing about foreign worlds in the past few days, the passion for exploring the secret realm has not been much. And the real person is a little listless. Brother, why don't we go find a different world and explore it? Mu Li's bright big eyes suddenly lit up, and he said with a smile to Mukin. What are you thinking? Girl, did you just open the door to another world casually? Mukin knew that he had 4 keys in his hand, but they were of no use. The opponent was too strong, so he just gave them away. So the keys in his hand were useless. In other places, he has not yet discovered that those places are transmission places for other worlds. So he has no way to complete Mu Li's idea. He is just a native. He doesn't know these things. Seeing that his sister wanted to explore those secret places that looked very dangerous, he quickly persuaded her. Currently, Huaxia has explored many secret realms, but there are still some that feel very dangerous inside, so they have not opened them. Mu Li's thinking at this time probably regarded these dangerous secret realms as another world. So Mukin quickly scolded Mu Lu to prevent Mu Lu from being stupid. Chapter 245. Plotting a different world. Then other secret realms are meaningless, Mu Lu said gloomily when she saw her brother criticizing her severely. What do you mean it's boring? That's your pet doing the work for you. Try exploring the secret realm yourself and see if it's interesting. Mu Lu warned Mu Lu in a very serious tone. He was afraid that his sister would be stupid and do unreasonable things by relying on the demonic beast that was in its prime. You just talk about me, and I can't see you practicing hard. Mu Lu saw that he couldn't speak out, so he made trouble for Mukin. Forehead. Mukin was told that he didn't know how to reply. He opened his mouth and was about to say a few more words. However, Mu Li's cell phone rang, and then a happy smile appeared on his face. When he saw his sister, he almost jumped up. His eyes widened, and his face felt like he had been shot with blood. Mukin looked confused when he saw Mu Lu like this. Who called you? What happened? Why do you look so happy? Mu Lu did not answer Mukin's words directly, but looked around and saw that there was no one. Then he ran to Mukin and whispered in Mukin's ear. I'm going to another world. How can it be? Mukin was immediately surprised when he heard Mu Li's words. He did not expect that his sister would actually say such words to him. Mu Lu looked at Mu Lu in surprise. As if you were lying to me. Humph. The call from above. When Mu Lu saw his brother who didn't believe him, he rolled his eyes and turned around. He put his hands behind his back, puffed out his chest, and said happily with a happy smile on his face. Really or not? With your strength? Mukin didn't believe at all that the higher-ups would let his little sister go. Her strength was too low and completely inconsistent with it. And he hadn't heard the legend either. Humph. Believe it or not. Mu Lu puffed up her chest proudly and walked away confidently. leaving Myukin alone in a mess in the wind. Is it true? Myukin looked at his sister who disappeared from sight, and said a little puzzled. Then he chased after him directly. This time Mula didn't go anywhere, and went directly back home. When Myukin saw this, he felt that the matter might be true. This Mula should go home to visit his family. Seeing his sister like this, Myukin also became nervous. Although he has also been to the plain world. Although he went to a miniature world. Every world is dangerous. And if he is not careful, he may never return. Moreover, Myukin didn't know where the otherworld passage came from. If this was an unknown otherworld, there was a high probability that it would be gone after entering it. As soon as Myukin returned home, he heard the sighs of his family. You are of low strength. So don't go. Just let your monsters go. Why should you risk it yourself? The country has said that safety is not guaranteed. As soon as Myukin arrived at the door of his home, he heard his mother's dissuasive voice. When he opened the door, Myukin saw many people coming to his home. Among them, Myukin recognized the most obvious one at a glance. It was Tang Feng, the director of the security department of this place. When he saw Tang Feng, Myukin's eyes shrank. He knows there may be things he doesn't understand. Looking at the other people, I saw that they were all from the security department. And one of them looked arrogant, and was a leader. Sure enough, Myukin made the introduction before he sat down. And everything was as Myukin imagined. Myukin also nodded, pretending not to know anything, and sat next to his sister to listen to what happened. What? The passage to another world is provided by the three-headed dog of H.L. Myukin was dumbfounded when he heard that the passage to another world was provided by a three-headed dog. He did not expect the guy actually had this function. And he looked surprised. At that time, he just asked about the birth of the three-headed dog. The three-headed dog said that it is the gatekeeper of H.L. And the gate behind it is H.L. However, the H.L. is still sealed and it is currently impossible to open it. So Myukin felt relieved and did not ask any questions. He didn't expect that such a thing would happen, which caught him off guard. To go or not to go? He was still a little confused about this different world. So he heard Tang Feng say, the place we are going to this time is dangerous or not. To tell you the truth, we are going to the cemetery of a female dragon this time. This is where the descendants of the dragon clan live. Most of their strength is that of the blood aperture and kite eye stage. The highest is the Heong stage. We have a three-headed dog. So we are not very afraid. The most important thing is that the three-headed dog said that there may be dragon children born by the female dragon there. This time it is worrying. When Mula heard about his strength, his face was still glowing, and he thought he was determined. But later he heard that his face collapsed. What a possibility. Myukin frowned and asked when he heard this. Have no idea. Which leader said it directly and rudely. We have to try. So we hope that we can just borrow the monsters and don't let people go. We decided to test it this time. And if we don't believe it, we will withdraw. If there is a dragon, it should be sleeping in the cave. If we don't make any big noise, there should be no problem. The leader said cautiously. Then I'll go too. There's no big danger. We're just going for a walk. When Mula heard this, his eyes lit up and he said happily, You kid. Tang Wanru did not expect that her daughter would still be playful at this time. Aren't I exercising my courage? Mula retorted. You? Mula made her mother very angry. But she couldn't find a reason. To be honest, we planned to go 3 people this time. The leader didn't expect Mula to want to go, so he looked a little embarrassed. 3. Those 3. Luoxue, the person next to me, and his sister Tang Xian. You should know each other. The leader said and pointed at Tang Feng. Tang Feng also raised his head and said it was me. This time, the superiors sensed danger, so they decided to send fewer people. No more than 3 people, and the 3 with the highest strength. These 3 people are currently the strongest. They can't afford it, but they must explore other worlds. Not to mention how much foreign countries have grown in exploring the world. But facing the next thing, their strength is completely insufficient, and they must find ways to improve their strength more quickly, so that they can face increasingly severe actions. So this time, we did not announce it to the outside world, but quietly explored it. Even if it failed, no one would know. Myukin and the others knew this because the higher-ups wanted to requisition Mula and Myukin's monsters for use in this expedition. This time we explored 3 people and 4 monsters, leaving 2 to keep hope. Another reason for the above boldness is that China is currently guarded by mysterious and powerful people. Even if these 3 people are lost, The entire country will not collapse. So I feel more relieved. After Myukin heard this, he just frowned. He understood the anxiety above. Chapter 246, A Different World opens. I still want to go. My strength is improving very slowly now. I want to give it a try. Mula looked at everyone and said solemnly. The leaders, Tang Feng and other people from the security department were all dumbfounded when they saw Mu Li's appearance. They were originally here to pick up the monsters, but they all couldn't understand how it turned out like this. They looked at Mula in disbelief. When they saw the opponent's attitude of insisting on going, they felt very entangled in their hearts. They did not expect that such a thing would happen after picking up 2 monsters. How about I go with both of them? I just have someone to take care of me. Myukin saw that his sister really wanted to go, and the boss said that this other world might not be safe. So he had someone to take care of her. Otherwise, if something bad happened, he would have no chance of saving her. The leaders thought Mula was crazy, but they didn't expect Myukin to go too. Everyone was instantly dizzy. This is not good. Mula had already given them a headache, and now both of them were going. They were dumbfounded. In their hearts, they didn't support it at all. But in order to borrow the monster, they had to be patient and stay where they were. In fact, they haven't said that to go to that other world. For monster beasts with strength reaching the blood orifice stage must be borrowed. So Mula and the others must borrow one of their monster beasts. Now seeing the posture of the 2 brothers and sisters, if they don't go, they won't borrow. They were frozen there for a while. Hey! Let the leader see you outside. The child has grown up, and I can't control it anymore. Tang Wanru originally wanted to persuade her son, but when she saw that he was going to leave, she didn't know what to say. Brother, if you stay, you will be the backbone of the family. Mula didn't expect that his brother also wanted to go, so he quickly dissuaded him. There are only 2 brothers and sisters in their family. If they all go away and something happens, the family will not be destroyed. It's okay. It's not a big different world. Let's go there quietly. Don't worry. Nothing will happen. Myukin saw that his sister was definitely going, so he simply followed her. Don't forget, I control these 3 monsters first. I am the first person. Myukin was grateful when he saw his sister acting like I can control monsters. You? Mula didn't expect that his brother would do this in order to go to another world. Let's discuss it. The leader frowned. They really had no choice. They didn't expect that the brother and sister were so unafraid of death that they actually wanted to go. They didn't know what to do for a while, and then went out to make phone calls. Myukin heard on the phone that he could only agree to one at most. So he immediately said that if he didn't go, there would be no chance of lending the monster out. This sentence immediately made the leader on the other end of the phone speechless. He threw the phone down angrily and let Myukin and the others go. Yeah. Mulu originally wanted to give it a try, but he didn't expect that the boss actually agreed to it. So he excitedly started it. However, he turned his head and looked at his silly brother, and his mood suddenly dropped. Humph. Just like a follower. Mula wanted to angrily drive Myukin away, but Myukin smiled in return. Myukin knew in his heart that he had to rely on him for this exploration. If he relied on others, the casualties would be huge. In order to avoid things going wrong, Myukin and his family were taken away without much time at home. There were 2 monsters walking with him. Myukin kept one for his own safety. The Ministry of Security also keeps one. Just one for each family, which is very fair. Myukin did not go back to the security department, but went directly to a dense forest. This is a dense forest in the south. The surrounding trees are very tall and shrouded in clouds and mist, giving it a gloomy look. When they first arrived, 2 people flew over from the sky. Myukin looked up and saw who else was there besides Shangyang Luoxue and Tang Xian. Follow me when you go in. Shangyang Luoxue frowned when she saw Myukin's brother and sister. She didn't say anything more, but persuaded them. Mulu and Myukin nodded to express their understanding. Shangyang Luoxue didn't feel the 3-headed dog she was riding underneath. She suddenly became frightened and ducked to the side. Fortunately, Myukin was the 3-headed dog's first owner, and he directly sent a message to the 3-headed dog to stabilize it, and not to expose him. Otherwise he would be killed directly. This way no one noticed anything. Myukin also pretended not to know anything and looked around. And the scream in my heart was almost exposed. Act quickly! Shangyang Luoxue stopped talking to the people around him, and started to arrange things directly. According to the 3-headed dog, They each occupied a direction. Monsters are standing in these 4 directions: southeast, northwest, and northwest. According to the 3-headed dog, this teleportation should be initiated by the green dragon, white tiger, Suzaku Xuanwu. But with this kind of strength, you can be transported directly to the real dragon world. There are real dragons everywhere, including 5-clawed golden dragons, 4-clawed golden dragons, and other divine dragons. But this time, they were standing in the direction of 4 monster beasts with low strength. They did not have the invincible momentum of the divine beasts, so they could only open the lowest level of the different world. Brother! Stand still. Don't stand out! Mula saw that his brother was absent-minded and looking around, so he quickly reminded him. Don't be nervous. Isn't it just a different world? This thing relies on monsters, not us, and has nothing to do with us, Mukin said and patted his sister's little head. Although Mula clamored to come, he was still very afraid of facing an unknown world. Speaking out just now just relieved her tension. This formation was arranged according to the 4 images and had nothing to do with them, so Muli's statement was useless. You are the weakest and yet the most relaxed. Mula glanced around, and everyone around him looked cautious. Even Shangyang Luoxue was biting her lips, staring at the surroundings with her big eyes, and her hands were on the weapons, ready to take action at any time. Only my brother seemed to be traveling, looking around here and there with a relaxed look on his face. I don't know if I thought I was really traveling. This is called calming down. Last time so many monsters passed by me, I wasn't even afraid. That's all, Mukin said easily, making the people around him laugh. Buzz! Suddenly the ground shook, and then there was a sudden surge in the sky, as if something was coming out of it. It's coming! It's coming! It's indeed coming! It seems to be true. I didn't expect that the monster beasts collected by the mysterious senior actually told us the truth. I didn't expect it. I didn't expect that we would enter a different world first. The people from the security department who came around saw the vibration in the space and clenched their fists in excitement. They originally thought it was a fake, or that it had expired over time. But now it seems that it was all too much to worry about. Chapter 247, Huge Improvement in Strength. Boom! Then the ground shook, and a colorful light suddenly appeared in the sky, illuminating the entire dense forest in an instant. The dazzling light made Mukin and the others unable to open their eyes. Looking from a distance, it seems that something extraordinary is born between heaven and earth. Click, click, click. As the dazzling light dissipated, a mottled and dilapidated doorway appeared in front of Mukin and the others. A dark hole slowly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Boom! At this moment, a powerful spiritual energy spurted out from inside. This spiritual energy was slowly accumulated between the 2 realms. After tens of thousands of years of existence, it finally erupted at this moment. The substantial spiritual energy was like running water, surrounding Mukin and the others. Good! Such rich spiritual energy! I never thought I could see such rich spiritual energy in my life! Mula was frightened by the sudden spiritual energy, but soon screamed excitedly. Stop talking! Close your eyes and practice. Mukin saw that his sister did not cherish such a good treasure, but was shouting, not knowing how to cherish the treasure in front of him, because these spiritual energy have been stored for too long and compressed in space. They almost become liquid. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is spiritual liquid. Every drop of such a good thing makes people salivate. But now that it is all coming at them, they don't cherish it. The other 3 people around him had begun to practice with their eyes closed, and only Mulu was still celebrating happily. Ah! I'm so excited! I've never seen such strong spiritual energy. It's really scary, Mula said as he looked around and found that the other 3 people had closed their eyes to practice. And he knew in his heart that he was a little stupid. But she was so excited. I have never seen it in my life. So of course I am excited to see it now. Later, Mula controlled his emotions and slowly began to practice. But Mukin didn't practice. It wasn't because he didn't want to practice, but if he practiced, the spiritual liquid would be absorbed almost instantly. His strength was too high. This time, in order to cope with the unexpected situation, he took the opportunity to level up. The strength has directly reached the Haong stage, and it is a dual cultivation of spiritual things. Both sects have reached this level of cultivation, so he could only give up the spiritual liquid in front of him. But he was not idle either. Instead, he took a large bottle and collected the spiritual liquid that spurted out. This is spiritual liquid that has been produced for tens of thousands of years. At least more than 90,000 years. It is a rare treasure. One drop of this liquefied spiritual energy can directly upgrade a person in the Qian training stage by 1 level. And for a person in the channel opening stage, 1 drop can also level up 1 level. Of course, he couldn't miss this kind of heaven and earth spiritual treasure. I can't use it myself. But my sister can. Mu Li's current strength is only in the middle stage of Tongmai. If he wants to reach such strength as the blood orifice stage, a large amount of resources must be supplied. Although he has high strength, this kind of treasure is difficult to see and can be obtained. So he quickly collected it around. Why don't you practice on your own? Such abundant spiritual energy concentration will at least increase your strength by 1 level. The first person to wake up from practice was Shangyang Luoxue. She opened her eyes and saw Mukin running back and forth among the flowers like a happy little butterfly, and said in confusion, I've upgraded. Look, I'm also a master at the Tongmai stage. Mukin already knew what Shangyang Luoxue said, so he had already done his homework. You? Hey! Shangyang Luoxue watched Mukin waste such a good opportunity. After seeing a lot of spiritual liquid collected in the bottle, it was difficult to say anything to Mukin in the end. You can call Mukin stupid. The other party has collected so much spiritual liquid, which is almost the same as the spiritual liquid she absorbed. Can you say that he is not stupid? Such a good opportunity was missed. This time her strength has directly increased by more than 1 level. Now her strength has reached the late stage of blood orifice, just shy of reaching the peak. This is the first time for her to have such a huge improvement. If Mukin also enters meditation practice, this strength will be almost as high as extraordinary period. Then, there is a great chance of survival in this exploration. And there are many things that can be done. In another world, you may find something better than collecting spiritual liquid at present. It is like losing the watermelon and picking up sesame seeds. And the gain outweighs the gain. Ha ha! My talent is not good, but I am satisfied with this kind of strength. Mukin made an excuse, and then happily collected the spiritual liquid. Ah, I finally reached the strength of the blood orifice stage. Woohoo! Woohoo! Tang Feng cried excitedly when he saw his strength breaking through to the blood orifice stage. I'm about the same. I've reached the late stage of blood orifice. But compared to Sister Luoxue, I'm still a little behind. At this time, Tang Xian also woke up and saw her brother crying happily, revealing her own strength. Forehead! Tang Feng was still crying happily just now. When he heard about his sister's strength, he was dumbfounded. He thought he could catch up with his sister. But now he found that it was even bigger. And he felt bad all of a sudden. He was suppressed by his sister, and couldn't hold his head up even in the security department. He thought he would take this opportunity to surpass him today. But he didn't expect that he thought too much. He looked at his sister sadly, and finally swallowed all the words in his stomach. Brother! What's your expression? You're not happy that my strength has improved? Tang Xian suddenly felt bad when she saw her brother frowning. Ha ha! Ha ha! I was just too excited and didn't react for a while. Tang Feng quickly shouted to ease the embarrassing situation. Mukin saw that the other party was a girl controller. What are you looking at? Why don't you practice? Before Mukin could even joke with Tang Feng, Mulu appeared next to him, grabbing his ears and speaking in a bad tone. You know my talent can't be accomplished no matter how much I practice. Now! I collected it. Mukin quickly changed the subject by saying haha. You? Mulu looked at the spiritual liquid in her brother's hand. Her eyes were moist, and tears seemed to flow out of her eyes. But she held it back with strength. In my heart, I was moved by my brother, and felt that my brother was a bit stupid, said to protect Mukin's body. Puff! Shangyang Luoxue looked at the 2 pairs of brothers and sisters and smiled unconsciously. But she smiled, and her whole body felt bad. She suddenly found that she was surrounded by 2 brothers and sisters. But she was alone. Seeing the deep love between brother and sister, he could only repay his right arm with his left arm. Let's go! After Shangyang Luoxue found out that he was a clown, he turned around and left. He didn't want to stay in this place anymore. It was really hurtful. She has no brothers or sisters, so she can only watch but not feel. Ah! Let's go! Tang Feng saw the lonely headquarters commander and knew why he was angry. So he quickly took his sister and left. Mukin also smiled at each other and followed his sister quickly. Nagging! Keep my things safe. Give them half to you. When Mukin disappeared from the cave entrance, he handed over the spiritual liquid he had collected. This, Chapter 248, Reduction. This is not good. The person from the security department looked at the spiritual liquid in his hand and said awkwardly. They had just been immersed in this once-in-a-century opportunity and sat down to practice. Only Mukin stupidly collected it and gave it to them now, leaving them speechless. Should I go to another world? Mukin saw this person's mother-in-law and said something back. Mukin's words made this person feel embarrassed, thinking that this was what he said. But seeing that Mukin wasted his own opportunity to collect, they still felt uncomfortable. Mukin said nothing and followed Shangyang Luoxue directly in. When they disappeared from the entrance of the cave, Shangyang Luoxue and others turned around and glanced at everyone. Then they made up their minds and stepped in. Click, 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 boom. As everyone stepped forward, the formation, which had been in disrepair for a long time, suddenly began to rotate. Hey! I wonder if this is a blessing or a curse. The moment after Shangyang Luoxue and others left, the leaders appeared. They stood in the distance and watched everything that happened in front of them. Their faces were uncertain at the moment. They are all heroes. They are destined to be written in the annals of history. Record their deeds well. And if they are successful, publish them immediately. If they don't come out after a year, publish them immediately. Yes. Leaders know that they are taking great risks. But they also know that someone must do it. I wonder if the mysterious senior is going. It would be great if he went. The leaders looked around. They hoped that the mysterious senior would come forward. If the mysterious senior went to another world, then the chance of winning would be very high. But they still don't want to go. So even if they fail, the country will still have one person to control the situation and prevent big troubles. So they sent people secretly and very quickly, fearing that they would know. They knew that the mysterious senior had top-notch insects, such as the soul-eating insect, and could quickly find out about this matter. So they were very quick. A bit like killing first and showing off later. At this moment, they were very conflicted. They wanted the mysterious senior to go, but they also didn't want to go. Really confused. Hey! It's necessary for the sake of the famous clan. We shouldn't sigh. They have just entered. We should encourage them and believe that they will succeed. Seeing that everyone had bad expressions, someone quickly suggested something. Yes! We should be happy and not bring bad things to them. Then the leader no longer talked about the incident, but said some happy things to ease the sad scene. The leader stopped for a long time and saw that there was no danger. He knew that Shangyang Luoxue and the others had left, and then left. And just when they were feeling anxious, Ng Jianghua called again. Ha ha! You all look very unhappy. Ha ha! Ha ha! The head of the Eagle country directly started the video call this time. So he saw the face of the Chinese leader at the first glance. Seeing all the frowning faces, I thought I saw that my country was going to explore another world. So with such an expression on their faces, I laughed happily. Congratulations! You'll be exploring another world in half a month. The leader of China suppressed the dissatisfaction in his heart, took a long breath, and then congratulated. Ha ha! Ha ha! It's just so. I'm just lucky. How about you send a few people over and I can help you join in? When the leader of the Eagle country heard the Chinese leader's efforts to control his emotions, he thought he was stimulated. So he spoke louder and deliberately stated attractive terms. Thank you then. We don't have to. We'll go back when your time is right. Ng Jiang country didn't know that China had already sent out an expedition, but it actually said such words at this time, which made the leaders of China very angry. They also know that the other party will definitely not join their people. This is to humiliate them. But thinking that their own family members have already entered, they feel a lot more balanced. Fortunately, we have already sent people to explore. Otherwise, we would be looking at other people's faces in vain. Yeah. We haven't even gone yet. And you're shitting on our faces. Humph. How will he look after we succeed? Just let him be happy for a few days. Ng Jiang country didn't know that China had already started exploring. At this time, it was still complacent and was giving a blank check to China. China also nodded in agreement. Both sides have their own agenda. After Ng Jianguo boasted about himself for a while, he hung up the phone. China also learned a painful lesson after hearing this sentence. We have to make a change and focus all our resources on certain people. Isn't this fair to others? Yes. Will other people cause trouble? Everyone was a little confused when they heard what the leader said. I thought so before. But today after Luoxue, Xiaoxin and others left, I found that I couldn't find anyone to arrange tasks. Only then did I understand that it is unrealistic for us to let everyone improve their strength at present. We can only focus on cultivating top talents. Talent, with top talent standing in front of you, gives those who come after you a chance to practice. Otherwise, how can you make progress without even one person standing in front of you? Let's discuss it. This time we focus on cultivating 1 or 2 people. But they are a little uncomfortable with it. No need to discuss it. Just do it like this. The leader was very tough this time, and issued the order directly. Then execute it. Then China was completely shocked. What? Focus on cultivating 1 or 2 geniuses. Is this too much of a gamble? Yes. If there are 3 advantages and 2 disadvantages. Wouldn't it be? That's too hasty. The order from above was issued, and the whole of China was in complete uproar. They did not expect that their cultivation resources would change significantly, and they actually directly reduced the number of people. This is a fatal blow to the geniuses in the genius camp. They thought they had enjoyed top-notch resources, but they did not expect that the country would be so ruthless this time and directly cut off most of them and only select a few. The pot exploded all of a sudden and everyone panicked. They used to rely on their strength and talent, which was a pleasure. But now they heard that resources have been halved, and others have also been reduced. Some people still wanted to make trouble, but it turned out that some people started practicing. And some people went crazy, exploring various secret realms, seeking quick breakthroughs one by one, seeing other people cultivating desperately. Others were not to be outdone and began to practice hard. Under the influence of this trend, China instantly entered into competition for cultivation, and everyone was working hard to practice. Hey! It seems that the country has been stimulated. Seeing that foreign countries are in full swing, we must also join in. Chapter 249, Dragon Girl. Mukin and the others don't know what happened in China. The moment they stepped into the cave, a mysterious and complex formation appeared in front of them. Various mysterious and complex formations were swaying in front of their eyes, and scriptures were fluttering before their eyes like tadpoles. Each verse is complex and awe-inspiring. Let's go! As the leader of this exploration, Shangyang Luoxue looked at it for a long time, took a long breath, and walked in towards the quaint door in front of him. Mukin and his sister looked at each other, held hands and walked in too. Wow! The moment they entered, the door closed behind them. At this moment, the formations under their feet began to buzz with thought. Brother! We are going to another world! Mula held Mukin's hand tightly, not knowing whether it was fear, nervousness, excitement, or indescribable emotions. Don't be nervous. Just treat us as if we are going on a trip. Puff! Mukin's words made Tang Xian couldn't help but laugh. Tang Xian did not expect that the one with the lowest strength among them was actually the one with the highest courage. He was not afraid at all and could comfort others. It really made their eyes light up. They thought that if they were as strong as Mukin now, their situation would be similar to that of Mulu. However, Mukin looked very old, not afraid or nervous at all, which surprised them very much. You dared to come out with your little strength, and now you can actually comfort people. Aren't you afraid? Tang Xian asked with a malicious expression. I am scared too, Mukin said, shrinking his shoulders, as if he was scared. This immediately made everyone present laugh. What a slippery man! Shangyang Luoxue also smiled happily when she looked at Mukin. She was amused by Mukin, and her mood suddenly became much better, and she temporarily forgot about her worries about going to another world. With Mukin's words, everyone's emotions were greatly relieved. Then the formation was activated, and everyone felt the world spinning and a wave of dizziness. Although the dizziness came and went quickly, luckily Mukin made everyone feel soothed, and everyone was relieved from the shock in an instant. If Mukin hadn't just made a joke to make everyone relax, this sudden dizziness might have scared everyone to faint. This was their first time riding this kind of cross-border teleportation, and they were not prepared at all. It was impossible not to be afraid. But with Mukin, everyone instantly laughed again after seeing Mukin coming over from his dizziness with a "I'm going to die" attitude. Yeah, we were scared to death. I thought we ascended to heaven. Because it was a cross-border teleportation and I had never experienced it before. The speed increased instantly at first, which made people feel dizzy. At this moment, everyone was still rubbing their heads to relieve the dizziness. You little guy. Little brother. I'm not little, Mukin said and stood up. To actually call him young is a personal insult. Puff! Shangyang Luoxue and Tang Xian laughed instantly. You asked for a beating? Tang Feng did not expect that Mukin, at such a young age, would actually dare to tease his sister. Ignore her dizziness just now. Chase her and beat her. Mulu was left with a confused look on his face, not knowing what to do. Looking at Shangyang Luoxue, then at Tang Xian, and then at Tang Feng who was beating the attacker. He wanted to plead for his brother, but when he saw that the two attackers were not trying to dissuade him, he did not plead. He's just looking for a fight. He doesn't learn well every day. Tang Xian saw Mu Li's big eyes and a distressed look on her face, so she quickly came over and gave Mu Lu a warm embrace. When I saw Tang Xian, I wanted to ask why. Tang Xian quickly replied, "You will know when you grow up," Tang Xian said as she looked at Mukin with brilliant eyes. She did not expect that Mukin would be so bold. But this was in front of a beauty like Shangyang Luoxue. This will spread the word and not make those who pursue it envious to death. Okay, get out now. Shangyang Luoxue did not come out to dissuade him, but resumed her leadership posture and watched quietly. However, when she saw the passage opening in front of her opening wider and wider, she knew she was about to go out. So she quickly reminded him, "Here, get out now." Mula felt that he had just blinked. At this moment, he saw the light in front of his eyes getting bigger and bigger. And he was also surprised. The other two, Tang Xian and Tang Feng, after hearing Shangyang Luoxue's words, put away their smiling faces and looked at the cave entrance in front of them with solemn expressions. They had no idea what was on the other side. Although they heard from the three-headed dog that there was no danger on the other side, they had never been there. They had no idea at all. Moreover, it had been 100,000 years. Who knew what was behind it? What? So at this moment, everyone's faces became nervous and their hands clenched. On the other side, Yalongsing, a dragon who looked a bit similar to a dragon, had a tangled look on his face. He didn't know that a group of foreign guests came out of the mountain behind him. He frowned and racked his brains. Find a way to win the favor of the dragon girl. Hey! Don't know how to win the favor of the dragon girl. Hey! We have done it too many times, and we can no longer play tricks. Even if it is once every 10 years, we are already 10,000 years too late. The frequency is getting higher and higher now. After Jialong finished speaking, the other shrimp soldiers and crab generals below also sighed, as if they were mourning for their heirs. Dragon Girl said, "If we don't find something fun for her this time, we will skin her. This carrot. This is going to kill us." After hearing this, the shrimp soldiers and crab generals cried one by one. However, such scenes are happening at any time on several other lands, with various dog-headed strategists making plans, hoping to win the favor of the dragon girl. But it has been done too many times, and dozens of forces have done it together. They have already played the tricks over and over. So how could they come up with new ideas? They all look different when they are made. But if you look closely, you will see that this is not what was played a few years ago or decades ago. It is just a slight change. How can this win the favor of the dragon girl and make her furious? It made Yalongsing and people panic. Hey! None of these idiots can come up with any good ideas. Huh? It's really not fun. However, these forces didn't know that Dragon Girl already knew what they had done, and had already lost her temper. This is so fast! Mother! If I hadn't been trapped here, how could I be so bored? The Dragon Girl looked at her tattered cave, and said with great displeasure, "This shabby style is still not good. Let's change it to a different style." After the Dragon Girl finished cursing, she saw the dilapidated cave, and found it boring. So she decided to change to a new model. Then Dragon Girl started a new renovation move. No one knows about Dragon Girl's cave. If they see this dilapidated cave, no one will believe that it is Dragon Girl's cave, the dragon that is said to be full of money and gems. Chapter 250. The magical array of 10,000 realms opens. Just when the Dragon Girl was thinking about the beauty of the cave, the ground suddenly shook, and then a trembling sound came from the sky. What's going on? Is there an earthquake? The Dragon Girl stopped what she was doing and asked doubtfully. Then she shook her head. She thought it was an earthquake, so she didn't take it seriously, and continued with her previous thoughts. Dragon Girl has experienced too many earthquakes, so after feeling it for a while, she didn't care anymore. As for Dragon Girl's subordinates, there were more than a dozen forces from all sides, and all of them had uncertain faces. What's going on? I thought there was an earthquake, but it doesn't look like it. Yeah, I thought it was an earthquake, but when I ran out, I heard a noise in the sky. It didn't look like an earthquake at all. What happened? Why is there such a noise in the sky? This is the first time I have seen it in my entire life. Me too. Many descendants of the dragon clan had puzzled expressions on their faces. When they heard this, they ran out quickly, fearing that they would be suppressed. But when they ran out, they found that they were shaken a few times, and it was over. But when they ran out, they found that there was actually a sound in the sky, and they were all surprised. They had never seen such a situation in their lives for so long, and they were a little confused. The leaders of various forces, like dragons, pythons, and prisoner cows in the form of cows, etc., all looked confused, wondering what was happening in the sky. Hack! Hack! Look! Look! The sky has changed color. Ah! What a beautiful brilliance! If I dedicate this brilliance to the dragon girl, then... When the leaders saw the colors in the sky, they all opened their mouths in surprise. Some demons saw the colorful lights in the sky, and the colors were very bright. Suddenly the mind became clear. They were all struggling with how to escape. Dragon Girl is happy with you. If you give the shiny thing to Dragon Girl will definitely like it. One by one, they looked at the colors in the sky and thought of a solution. Mukin didn't expect them to appear, triggering the formation to release light, which gave various forces on Ilung Star an idea. At this moment, seeing the entrance of the cave right in front of them, everyone tightened their hands. Everyone, stay together. After the formation, we must leave this place. Shangyang Luoxue looked at everyone and said with a serious face, Yes! Yes! Mukin Mulu and others nodded to express their understanding, and then approached Shangyang Luoxue. Then he rode on the three-headed dog. Everyone didn't know what was going on the other side, so they decided to leave the scene of the incident directly on the three-headed dog. Although leaving like this exposed the formation, they believed that the people on this planet didn't know how to activate it. Otherwise, they would have appeared from Blue Star long ago. So the first thing they have to do is to leave the scene of the incident, so as to ensure their safety, not to be surrounded by the other party, or anything else, and to give themselves a space to move forward and retreat freely. Click, click, click. The old formation rang out in an instant. No! This seems to be the sound of some mechanism opening? Mechanism! What mechanism do we have here? Haven't we tried everything? Yes! We have it here! Suddenly an old turtle blushed and said excitedly, Old turtle! What did you say? We have it here! You fart! That's it! What's there? Don't talk nonsense! You are so confused! We have dug 3 feet into the ground. Why are there other mechanisms? As the think tank of the Dragon Force, the old turtle's words made them furious. This meant that they were not doing things well, and there were still good things that they had not come up with. The Dragon King also turned his head to look at his think tank, with an angry look on his face. As leaders, they have racked their brains to think of ways to please the Dragon Girl, but they did not expect that their subordinates would dare to line their own pockets and not give out good things. They were being skinned by the Dragon Girl right before their eyes, and his subordinates were still hiding it. He couldn't stand such deception. The dragon's claws popped out instantly. Chief! Leader! You wrongly blamed him. Them! Seeing that his words made his leader angry, the old turtle quickly knelt on the ground and begged. Say clearly! The Dragon King said very angrily. The Dragon King looked very bad, and if the old turtle didn't say anything, he would get rid of the old turtle as well. First, Chief, my father recorded that we have a formation that leads to other worlds. It is already. The old turtle couldn't stand the power of the dragon, so he hurriedly finished speaking, fearing that he wouldn't be able to finish, and his head would click on him. Array formation! When the Dragon King heard what the old turtle said, a look of thinking suddenly appeared on his face, and the think tank also frowned and started thinking. I know. It's the formation of all realms. The formation that leads to all realms. What is the 10,000 realms formation? A think tank suddenly shouted, with an ecstatic smile on his face, and ran towards Jialong to report the good news. But the others didn't understand. They all looked confused. They didn't know whether this colleague was crazy or something was wrong. They were a little at a loss and asked each other in confusion. Wanjia! A flash of lightning flashed through the mind of the Dragon King. It happened so long ago that he had forgotten it. At this moment, his father's words suddenly appeared in his mind. His ancestors seemed to travel to the world, and they rode on the world formation. In an instant, he knew what the noise in front of him was. God help me! The Dragon King looked at the fluctuating sky in front of him, and a happy smile instantly appeared on his face. What? You said this was caused by people from other worlds coming to our world. Yes. Leader. This is the legendary 10,000 Realms formation. This is the opening of the 10,000 Realms formation. Congratulations to the chief. Congratulations to the chief. Now we don't have to worry. Some people from other forces also knew about this noise, and their faces instantly showed smiles. That means letting the stinky dragon take the lead. No. We can't let him take the lead. The little princess has always disliked him, so we can't let him take the lead. In an instant, the leaders of other powers knew that this was a demon from another world coming to their world. They couldn't sit still and flew directly towards the Dragon King's territory. All of a sudden, various monsters were flying in the sky. Some looked like cows, some looked like snakes, and some even had their whole bodies like a big mouth, which looked like gluttons at first glance. With the sound of the 10,000 Worlds formation, Yulongxing instantly became active, and a long-lost smile appeared on the faces of all the monsters. They sensed a fresh conversation and new things. I heard that people or demons from other worlds have appeared in our world. I don't know if they are humans or demons. Are they like us? Are they all covered with scales, or are they covered with feathers? Who cares? As long as we catch him, we will have a good show. Chapter 551. First experience of all worlds. Ha ha! Now the little princess has something fun to do. Free us! The 10,000 Realms formation was activated, making all the monsters who had been bullied by the dragon girl breathe a sigh of relief. They don't care much whether the person coming is a human or a monster, and they don't care about their strength. What they care about is that they are liberated. It was at this moment that all the eyes of Yulongxing turned to the territory of the Dragon King. It was also at this moment that the territory of the Dragon King became a hot topic among people. Damn, it came fast! When the Dragon King saw the leaders of other territories flying over in the sky, his expression changed instantly. He originally wanted to take possession of the things that came out of this, and give them to the little princess to gain her favor. But now it seems that he has overthought it, and the other person also knows about it. King Jilong, if you do things quietly, and don't tell the little princess, you are deceiving the king. Before the demon flew up in the sky, an arrogant voice came over, and slapped the Dragon King with a big hat. Humph! Aren't you the same? The Dragon King did not take the other party's accusation seriously, but retorted sarcastically. Seeing that he did not scare the other party, the Python King also smiled. He landed directly next to the Dragon King. And then the leaders of other forces also fell down one after another, and then looked at the formation that was making more and more noise. At this time, they saw the back mountain emerge. A huge cave entrance slowly emerged, and then a simple and ancient aura came. The other leaders looked at this horrifying scene without blinking. Although they had heard about it since childhood, they thought it was a story about a phone call when they were young. When they grew up, they did not take it seriously. Now when they saw the cave entrance in front of them, every eye lit up. I didn't expect to see something legendary. I'm so lucky. Ha ha. I didn't expect that I would actually see this legendary thing. I thought my father was lying. Now it seems that we have never seen it before. I wonder if we can reach the 10,000 realms through here in the future and travel around the 10,000 realms like our ancestors did. The leaders sighed, lamenting that they had actually witnessed history. But their subordinates were competing with each other. Wait for the thing in front of you to appear and take action quickly. Mukin and the others didn't know that they had alarmed all the monsters in the world. When they saw the entrance of the cave, they closed their eyes and rushed out. A wave of dizziness occurred again. Let's go! At the entrance of a cave, Mukin instantly felt dozens of powerful forces and looked over. Mukin felt that the opponent's strength exceeded the Kite Eye stage and reached the Haong stage. And it was the peak strength of Haong, just shy of reaching the Hua stage. In period. And there are 11 such strength. If he does not reveal his identity, the highest strength here is the three-headed dog. Only in the early stage of Haong, he is completely unqualified to face such strength. Regardless of his dizziness, Shangyang Luoxue pulled the three-headed dog and disappeared from the spot in an instant. Huh? That looks like a three-headed dog. Yes, it is a three-headed dog, but there are several monsters behind it. Its strength is not very high, but it is not low either. Don't you see that the people on the three-headed dog look very much like the dragon girl? Oh, no. Like the little princess. The leaders of various forces privately called the little princess Dragon Girl. That was because the little princess turned into a human form and appeared in front of them. They gave her the name In fact, Dragon Girl had no name because when Dragon Girl was born, the female dragon died. Therefore, the Dragon Girl has no name, and everyone just calls her according to custom. The previous generation was called Princess. Now they are called Little Princess. At this time, Tadia's words were a bit too much, so he was grateful to change his words. What the Dragon Girl said was okay. If the Dragon Girl heard it, they would definitely peel off their skin. Don't run! Stop! The leaders had never seen any of the characters who had just appeared in surprise. They felt very fresh. After a moment of distraction, they turned around and saw that these 5 people and 4 demons were about to disappear in front of them. They all became anxious and immediately used all your strength to catch up. This is a different world. Mu Li's face was pale, and he was trembling when he spoke. But he could not hide the excitement in his heart. As a former ordinary person, how about imagining yourself in a different world? Now that the moment has arrived, of course I feel happy in my heart. Even if I am being chased, I can't control my face. This is a great breakthrough for mankind. It's really shocking and beyond people's imagination, allowing me to see another world. Several others also had smiles on their faces. Let's go! The opponent is very strong. As the leader, Shangyang Luoxue saw that the opponent's strength was unknown to him, and the exciting smile on his face quickly subsided. He controlled the 3-headed dog with a nervous look on his face, looking for a safe route, and tried his best to avoid the pursuers behind him. Among the 5 of them, only Myukin was relatively calm. He looked at Shangyang Luoxue, who looked anxious, and then at his nervous sister, and smiled in his heart. He decided that if he couldn't hide, he would reveal his identity. So there was no nervousness on his face. He used the soul-eating insect to explore it. The highest strength here was the 11 monster beasts behind him, and the rest of the strength was not a concern. His strength has now reached the Heong stage, and he is a spiritual and martial artist. It will only take a while to deal with these 11 monsters. In addition, he still has the willpower to level up, so he feels very calm. However, others could not see his relaxed expression. Tang Feng and Tang Xian also controlled the monster behind them, and left quickly following the 3-headed dog. Only Mula could slightly see Myukin's expression. But after getting over his excitement, Mula saw 11 huge monsters behind him, especially the monster with only a mouth in its entire body. Extremely scary. The whole body looks like a big mountain, with a huge mouth open, as if it is swallowing everything. There was also the dragon-like thing behind him, its whole body covered with terrifying scales, which actually glowed with a metallic luster in the sunlight. Each of them looked very scary, as if they were going to swallow her up in one bite. She was so scared that she shrank up and didn't dare to look. I was deeply afraid that I would swallow it all if I looked at the other person again. She saw that those huge mouths actually left long streams of saliva flowing like rivers, which was particularly scary. Thinking of the big mouth, Mula knew that the other party was eating him like eating ants, and the gap between his teeth could not be filled. And he was even more frightened and did not dare to look at it. She hugged the brother in front of her tightly. His broad chest made her feel warm and safe. Which direction to go? Myukin saw that if he ran away in a straight line like this, the other party would definitely be able to catch up. He had just found a place with the soul-eating insect, and found that the monster seemed to be very afraid of it, and did not dare to approach it. So he pointed at it. Chapter 252: The Huge Dragon. In fact, he could have exposed his identity, and directly killed these chasing monsters. But he gave up. People are trained, and now is a good opportunity. He saw that there was not much danger here, so he just wanted to exercise. Except for his sister. These people are currently the top people in China. Now it seems to be in crisis. So he just needs to exercise to let them know the difference, and work hard to practice. So Myukin was not exposed, but pointed away. When Shangyang Luoxue heard Myukin's words, she turned her head and looked at Myukin. Her big eyes seemed to be able to speak. As if, why are you going there? Intuition. Myukin didn't say what he found out, but pointed to his head and said. Shangyang Luoxue heard Myukin's words, but said nothing. She looked at the 11 monster beasts almost a kilometer away behind her, and continued running forward. My luck is generally pretty good. Seeing that his suggestion was not accepted, Myukin continued. My brother has always been very lucky. Mula saw the pursuers getting closer and closer, and his legs weakened with fear. When he heard what his brother said, he mustered up the courage to speak. She knew that if she couldn't dodge the pursuers behind her, She would be doomed sooner or later. So she stood up and spoke. I believe you once. There was nothing Shangyang Luoxue could do. She thought it would attract the attention of some forces at most, and she should be able to fight with the three-headed dog. However, she found that she thought too simply. For some reason, the monsters here actually gathered. 11. Seeing the earth-shattering strength of each person, he was so frightened that he almost went crazy. However, thinking of his mission, Shangyang Luoxue still tried to stay calm. When he heard Mu Li's words, he suddenly believed them. No! Where are they going? Damn it! How do they know where it is? Could it be their previous strength? It's impossible. This place was already closed when the princess passed away. It's recorded in the turtle trigram. The chasing leaders were dumbfounded when they saw the prey they were chasing suddenly turn around and walk towards their forbidden area. What should we do now? What else can we do? Report the truth? Damn it! Don't let us catch you! The leaders didn't expect that things would go wrong, and they all had a look of defeat on their faces. I should have told the little princess if I had known this. Damn it! Pray these people don't disturb the princess. If there is any trouble, we will be doomed. Don't say any depressing words. The little princess may have a solution. Several leaders left in a hurry, each with guilty expressions on their faces, and went to a quaint cave together. Gone! Gone! They're all gone! Really? Really gone? How did you do that? When Tang Feng heard Mu Li's surprised words, he turned around and looked behind him. He didn't see the 11 menacing monsters just now. When he looked further into the distance, he was surprised to find that those monsters were running in the opposite direction. Then, they looked at Mukin. They knew that Mukin had told them to turn in the direction they were turning. They were very surprised. How did Mukin know? My brother has always been lucky. Seeing that it was safe, Mula finally breathed a sigh of relief and said very proudly. Tang Xian and Yang Luoxue also looked at Mukin in surprise, their big eyes full of curiosity. They were very curious about how Mukin knew. Mukin just touched his nose. He felt that although he was not exposed, it would always stir up people's imagination. Seeing everyone looking at him, especially Tang Xian's eyes, which were like glass balls, scanning his body, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and his smile. There was nothing good at first sight. Before leaving, the mysterious senior gave me some soul-eating insects. Mukin saw that if he didn't give these people a reasonable explanation, they would definitely not believe it. So he then said, anyway, it's all him. No matter what. It's him. As expected? Shangyang Luoxue immediately showed a true expression on her face. Being as smart as snow, she didn't believe what Mukin said at first sight. But something happened, and those who were chasing ran away. And how could she not know that the mysterious senior, who has been paying attention to him, has strange insects? This killer weapon. She thought of it immediately. I didn't say it just because I wanted to see what Mukin would say. Now that I heard Mukin say it, I knew which senior knew about their arrival in a different world. Then senior is here too? When Shangyang Luoxue heard Mukin's words, she didn't think too deeply, thinking that there was a mysterious strongman who had an intersection with Mukin last time. And there was a senior who had secret contact information. No senior can know all the facts. As a big insider like Mukin, he can know some things that he doesn't know. So he didn't go into details. She missed doubting Mukin's identity. In fact, it was not Shangyang Luoxue's fault. It was because Mukin's acting skills were so good that he didn't reveal any flaws. Shangyang Luoxue knew, which senior knew, that they had come to another world. She couldn't help but wonder if she had come here too. She raised her head and looked around, thinking in her mind whether any of the seniors took pity on her. She followed her. That girl is not pregnant. Shangyang Luoxue came to this unfamiliar environment, facing a monster with absolutely superior strength. He was already very good at not being frightened to death. At this moment, he was in a relatively safe environment. He instantly thought of the mysterious strongman who could appear if he was threatened. This powerful reliance. There was anticipation in his eyes. Shangyang Luoxue looked around like a stone to see if the mysterious senior was really here. Brother! What is this place? Why does it look like a huge dragon? Just when everyone was looking for the mysterious strongman, Mu Li's voice suddenly sounded. Mu Li's voice also made everyone look away expectantly. Everyone was disappointed when they saw that they did not see the figure they wanted. But they still maintained a trace of hope in their hearts. They feel that they are not in danger at the moment. So no senior has shown up yet. They had no idea that the senior they were looking forward to was already right in front of them. After hearing Mu Li's words, they also turned their heads and looked over. This This really looks like a huge dragon. This is the legendary dragon. Brother and sister Tang Feng raised their heads and looked at the roaring monster in the sky, and said in horror, they had never seen dragons. Some were just legends or people's imaginations. Now they saw the huge monster in front of them, which was very similar to what was said in the book, and they were very surprised. Humph! This is the dragon! The three-headed dog, which had always been arrogant and very talkative, came out to speak at this time. It saw the huge dragon in front of it die and felt the same way, so it unconsciously spoke out. As a leader in the same period, seeing the dead dragon can't help but feel like a rabbit has died and a dog has been cooked. What? An alien creature broke in, and it entered my mother's graveyard. Chapter 253, The Changing Little Dragon Girl. The dragon girl's angry dragon roar resounded throughout the cave, and the entire tall and majestic cave shook in waves, as if it would collapse at any time. The little lowly, who had transformed into a human form just now, instantly revealed her true form due to excessive anger. A five-clawed golden dragon more than 10 feet long appeared instantly. The majestic dragon's power was like the scorching sun, rushing towards them. The leaders of the major forces, whether they were dragons or Tao Tai, saw the golden dragon in front of them and instantly fell to the ground. Under the angry dragon's power, their bodies trembled. He didn't even dare to raise his head, quietly waiting for the little princess's punishment. What did you say? An alien creature broke in. Xiaolongnu was furious when she heard someone broke into her mother's resting place. I didn't pay attention to the beginning for a while, but after I was angry, I suddenly thought of someone coming from another world. My eyes widened and I stammered. The dragon's eyes, which were larger than a person, suddenly lit up, and a curious expression appeared on his face, as he looked at his men below in astonishment. Yes, young master. There are 5 people and 4 monsters. The 4 monsters are a 3-headed dog, a tiger, and is the human you are talking about like me? When Xiaolongnu heard the 5 people, her huge body changed instantly, and she turned into a little lowly that everyone loved. The playful big eyes blinked and blinked, as if they were very curious about everything. Her slender figure paired with her pale golden dress shows off her graceful figure, making people unable to take their eyes away. The little dragon girl, with her tender face, skin as white as gelatin, and rosy and breakable fair face, makes people want to kiss her twice. Her slim and mischievous big eyes make people want to hold her in their arms, and especially the 2 small dragon horns on her forehead, which make people look even more different and make people's blood rush. Just like this, it makes people want to stop. It turns around in a circle with a smile, like a beautiful butterfly. However, the leaders in the underground who were frightened out of their true colors lowered their heads and did not dare to look at such a scene. Dragon Girl grew up alone. She had an unstable temperament and was moody. It could be said that she had some excuses to beat or scold them. So when they heard Dragon Girl's question, all the monsters were silent and did not dare to speak. Open your mouth. Humph! They are all a bunch of boring people. I'll go see them myself. The Dragon Girl looked at the guys who bowed their heads and said nothing, glared fiercely, and even disappeared in an instant. Oh no! Why do I want a human body? I am a dragon. I want to scare them to death with my dragon. Ha ha! Now it's fun! The Dragon Girl's joyful smile reached the ears of several leaders before she left. Seeing that they had not been punished today, the leaders looked at each other and finally shook their heads helplessly. They found that the culpability of several of them was nothing compared to the fun things Dragon Girl found. However, several people laughed when they saw Long Nu's happy smile. They could imagine that Long Nu must have a happy smile on her face at this moment. It had been a long time since they had seen Long Nu smile so happily, and they couldn't help but feel happy for her. The Dragon Girl has lost her parents since she was a child, and is trapped in this world with no access, just like a cage. When she was a child, the Dragon Girl couldn't feel the reality of this world. But as her strength improved, her eyesight improved, and she became familiar with the surrounding environment, she no longer had much interest in this world. You can only make trouble for them so that you can survive. Dragon Girl's long years, compared to their nearly 10,000 years, are really too long. So long that there is no end in sight. The Dragon Girl's lifespan is 100,000 years, from childhood to adulthood, which takes almost 1,000,000 years. At the end, there is middle age, and then there is old age. If a dragon does not go through a catastrophe and dies of old age, it will take almost tens of millions of years. If the dragon's strength is greatly improved, it can live longer. Such a long period of time is usually spent practicing or cultivating. But Dragon Girl didn't need to practice. Everything was prepared by her mother. The road ahead was paved and she directly passed on her own cultivation to her daughter. And Dragon Girl was a genius. She learned quickly and left behind what she had learned. Not much. Dragon Girl finished studying quickly. What else can you do without torturing them? As a young dragon that has just grown from a baby to an adult, it is really an active grade. How can it live in hibernation? I hope these people can live longer. Ha ha. Then you are wrong. Human life is worse than ours. But their reproductive ability is good. Judging from their 2 males and 3 females, their population should be okay. Don't say that. After all, the other party saved us once. So we should give the other party some face and keep them in captivity to perform various actions and postures for us. Ha ha. I didn't expect that you, Ing Jialong, would never change your mind. Who knows about me? The Dragon King? The Dragon King was not ashamed but proud, and laughed loudly. Several other leaders also laughed when they heard this. At this moment, each of them felt that their courage had become lighter, and they were speaking more freely. They knew that until the Dragon Girl got tired of playing with humans, they would no longer have to be oppressed, and they would no longer have to think too hard to tease the Dragon Girl. As for the few people who saved these demons this time, they were just admiring this different world at this moment. Mukin and the others were focused on escaping just now, and did not observe the world carefully. Now that they are safe, their eyes are also looking at it. The spiritual energy here is so rich, 100 times thicker than ours. No wonder their strength is so high. Tang Feng stretched out his hand. He could clearly feel the rich spiritual energy around him. When he drilled it into his hand, the concentration of the spiritual energy was like a drizzle compared to Blue Star. It was a heavy downpour here. That's true. Every tree here is so tall that you can't even forget the sky when you look up. Where are you looking? The diameter seems to be more than 100 meters. We are like little ants in front of him. So small. Tang Xian and Mu Lu admired the surrounding environment with novel expressions on their faces. But speaking of it, the dragon in front of us shocked us even more. As the leader, Shangyang Luoxue looked at the huge dragon at first sight. Although the giant dragon in front of her seemed to have only skeletons left, the pressure it exuded made her shudder. If you stare at the skeleton carefully, it looks like an ancient golden dragon woke up from the wilderness, swung its tail, raised its head to the sky and roared. The roar crushed everything, and even the sky was instantly extinguished. The whole vision was dark, and the depths were unknown. Only the sound of dragon roars passed through the mind. Even though Mulu and the others next to them had not stared at the giant dragon, they were overwhelmed by a strong pressure that made them unable to breathe. Chapter 254. It's actually a living dragon. It is conceivable that when they get closer, everyone may not be able to straighten their waists. If you stare at it, the afterimage left behind by the dragon will be crushed, directly erasing your consciousness. Shangyang Luoxue didn't know that there was still an afterimage of the giant dragon, so he stared at it for a few times, as if admiring an ancient building. In the end, he almost died. If it weren't for his strength, he survived, but his face turned green and white, and his forehead was dripping with sweat, as if it were boiled. What's wrong with you, Chief? It was Tang Xian who noticed it first and quickly helped Shangyang Luoxue, who was standing unsteadily, and asked nervously. The others were also frightened by Tang Xian's words. They quickly turned their heads and saw Shangyang Luoxue, who was sweating profusely and with a pale face. They were all dumbfounded and looked around with wary eyes, thinking that someone was attacking. What? What's going on? Is there an enemy? Come out! Come out if you dare! Tang Feng held the alloy sword in his hand, looked around with wary eyes, and said in a provocative tone, Don't make a fuss. You have never seen that after the death of these powerful people, their bodies leave this kind of memory repeated thousands of times in their bones because of their combat consciousness that has been tempered for thousands of times. If you stare at it, you will see it will be attracted involuntarily. But if the strength is not enough, it will be instantly annihilated. This, so strong. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Tang Feng was stunned when he heard the three-headed dog's words. He raised his head and glanced at the huge figure in front of him. At that time, he also glanced at it, but felt that it was very dazzling and did not dare to look at it. In fact, he didn't know that because of his low strength, he couldn't see the afterimage in the dragon's bones because he wasn't strong enough. However, Tang Feng was also terrified. If he had stared at it at that time, the consequences would have been disastrous. In fact, he was scaring himself. However, Tang Feng soon thought that someone actually knew here, and the three-headed dog actually kept it secret. His eyes instantly became angry, and his eyes were like lanterns waiting for the three-headed dog. The three-headed dog also swallowed its tongue, looking aggrieved. It is also a wish. This kind of thing that has been instilled since childhood will be avoided instinctively. And now that it is strong, it will not be frightened by a dead skeleton. So it has no sense of prevention. Now that he saw Tang Feng making trouble for it, and seeing his owner's displeased look, he really couldn't argue. Stop arguing. It's better to be careful. Tang Xian knew that the three-headed dog could not be blamed for this matter. This was a cognitive surprise, and there was definitely a problem. After hearing Tang Xian's words, everyone's expression softened a lot. The three-headed dog also nodded to Tang Xian in a flattering manner, saying that it was still the beauty you found my difficulty. Then everyone didn't dare to look, lowered their heads, and walked forward. They wanted to see what else was ahead. What kind of strength is in front of her? How could such a powerful person die here? Everyone was walking in step by step, and the figure of the giant dragon still appeared in front of him. As a martial arts fanatic, Tang Feng also asked with emotion, as a strong man like his brain was lying here. Transcending the tribulation period. Crossing the tribulation period. What state is that? When Tang Feng heard the three-headed dog's words, he looked at the three-headed dog in surprise. The ears of the others also stood up. They don't know how strength is divided. And now they want to know how strength is divided in this world, so that they can have a clear idea. This world divides strength into Yinchi, Tong Mai, Chao Fan, Xueqiu, Kai Tai, Heian, Huayin and Hadao. The top of Hadao is to transcend tribulation. The three-headed dog's eyes were deep. As if looking back on the past, he spoke word by word. Then, what is above the tribulation? When Mula heard about the tribulation, he was very curious about what else was behind him. He looked at the three-headed dog with his big eyes curiously. Immortal. What? Immortal. There really are immortals in this world. When Tang Feng heard the three-headed dog's words, he almost jumped up in shock. His eyes were as wide as copper bells, and he asked in horror. Mula Shengyang Luoxua's eyes were also widened, and she looked at the three-headed dog in surprise. Immortals are just the lowest cultivation level in the immortal world. The three-headed dog saw that several people were frightened by an immortal, and quickly said again. The tone was disdainful, as if the immortal was worthless. What else is there above the immortal? Tang Feng was like a curious baby, wanting to know what realm would come next, and continued to ask. I heard that they are earth immortals, heavenly immortals, golden immortals, Daluo Jin immortals, etc. As for the rest, I don't know. I'm just a low-level mansion gatekeeper. When the three-headed dog saw everyone acting like they knew a lot, they hurriedly introduced themselves, fearing that if they continued to ask questions, their little knowledge would be exhausted, and their image of being a superior person would instantly collapse. So much. Then, when will we finish cultivating? Tang Feng counted it several times with his fingers, and found that there are actually 15 major realms in demon cultivation. Each of these realms has 4 small realms: early stage, middle stage, late stage, perfection or peak. Even if it takes a month to reach a small realm, he can't count it on his fingers. He doesn't know how many years it will take to reach Daluo Jingxian. How dare you say that? The three-headed dog was amused by Tang Feng. He did not expect that the man in front of him had such lofty ambitions, and actually thought of how many years it would take to cultivate Daluo Jingxian. I think it's true that those who don't know are fearless. The peak of its strength has just reached the stage of transcending tribulation. Even at this stage, it does not dare to hope to become a Daluo Jingxian, but thinks about whether it can escape the tribulation. It would have been fine as long as it survived. But a huge change occurred later, preventing it from surviving the disaster. Looking at Tang Feng, whose current strength is only at the blood orifice stage, the three-headed dog doesn't know what to say about him. Let's go quickly. The soul-eating insect has sent news that a monster with terrifying strength is approaching. Just when everyone was amazed, Mukin spoke. After Mukin said this, he also frowned. Everyone thought they were frightened by the news of the soul-eating insects sent by the mysterious strongman. In fact, Mukin was frightened by the monster flying over. The soul-devouring insect had never seen a 5-clawed golden dragon, but only saw a huge 5-clawed golden monster flying over. But Mukin found out through questioning that the one flying over was actually a 5-clawed golden dragon. Mukin's eyes immediately turned to the 3-headed dog. When the 3-headed dog saw its owner looking at him, it shrank its neck in fright, thinking that it had committed something. Fortunately, no one saw this scene. Everyone was frightened by Mukin's words and hurried forward. They saw a huge hole in front of them and wanted to go in to see what was inside and whether they could escape the pursuit of the monster, or use the giant dragon here to block the intruders. It's actually a living dragon. Mukin heard the 3-headed dog say that there might be one, and thought that he could not see a living dragon. But at this moment, the news came from the trembling soul-eating insect. Chapter 255, Bloodline Suppression. The soul-eating insect told him that this was a living real dragon, and it was a 5-clawed golden dragon. The trembling of the soul-devouring insect comes from instinct and the suppression of blood. In front of the opponent, it can only lie down softly and cannot raise the heart to resist. What shocked Mukin even more was the news delivered by the soul-eating insect. The other party was far more powerful than the 3-headed dog. The 3-headed dog said that if there were dragons, their strength would be at the Hawaiian stage. But according to the message conveyed by the soul-eating insect, it should be at the Hadao stage, and it would not be low. Mukin lowered his head and looked at his own strength. To be on the safe side this time, he had raised his strength by 1 level. At the current Haeong stage, he was still 2 levels behind his opponent. Why don't you go up a level? Mukin took a look and saw that he still had tens of billions of willpower points, which was enough for him to be able to level up. But his martial arts could not be upgraded. The amount of willpower spent was as high as 100 billion. So he had no choice but to give up. If he advances to another level and cooperates with the Linglong Pagoda, Mukin believes that he will be able to defeat the opponent. However, Mukin still did not upgrade. Instead, he discovered a phenomenon. As his strength increased, other strengths also increased sharply. He didn't improve his strength a few days ago, and Blue Star's highest strength is the Haeong period. But when his strength increased to the Haeong stage, he felt that the spiritual energy between heaven and earth became more intense, and it was obvious that he could withstand the emergence of stronger strength. Mukin estimated that his next appearance would be at the mid to late stage of Hawaiian. Such rapid improvement in strength was obviously related to his improvement in strength. Therefore, he must suppress the rapid improvement in strength and must improve steadily. If promoted quickly, he might be fine. But for others, it's disaster. At present, China's general strength is only in the Tomai stage, and not many in the extraordinary stage, let alone facing masters such as Haeong and Hawaiian. It is a gift. Therefore, he must control it. Otherwise Blue Star will not be able to bear it, and will be directly crushed by other forces. His strength alone is still too little, and it is impossible to cover everything. So he decided that he would not improve his strength anymore unless he had to. If he did, he would roast everyone in Blue Star on a fire rack. Just look at the Linglong Pagoda. Mukin knew that his exquisite pagoda had a strong restraint effect on monsters, but he was not sure whether it could restrain the 5-clawed golden dragon. Although the 5-clawed golden dragon looks like a monster. In ancient legends, dragons are divine beasts. So he is not sure. If it doesn't work, he may turn green. Everyone listened to Mukin's words and ran inside gratefully. They knew that Mukin had soul-eating insects, so the information was very accurate without any hesitation. I wonder what kind of monster is coming. It actually made those ferocious monsters run to ask it to take action. Yes. What kind of monster is it? Mu Chen. You know. Tell us so we can be prepared. Brother. It can't be a real dragon. Mula asked when he saw that his brother had a bad look on his face. It can't be a real dragon. This. Real dragon. When Tang Feng, Tang Xian and Shamyang Luoshua saw Mukin's silence and furrowed brows, they knew that Mulu was right, and their hands became nervous. No. Nothing? At least we saw the legendary dragon. Tang Feng saw that everyone was frightened by the sudden appearance of the real dragon, and said to ease the atmosphere, It's okay. Let's run inside quickly. Seeing that the monsters are afraid of this place, the dragon should be afraid too. However, before Shamyang Luoshua finished speaking, the 3-headed dog spoke. This is its current graveyard. Everyone was silent for a moment, and they didn't know what to do for a while. Only then did they know why the 11 ferocious monsters suddenly turned their direction. It turned out that this was the resting place of the female dragon that the 3-headed dog said. How could the female dragon's resting place be invaded by these monsters? So they left intuitively. But looking at the huge cemetery in front of me, covering an area of more than 10,000 miles. I knew the power of the owner here. But at this moment, such a territory seems to be of little use to Mukin and the others. This is the owner of the tomb. And his son is chasing him. Everyone's faces turned green and white. But they still rushed in. If the other person still has nostalgia or lovesickness for their mother, let them go. So let go and go straight in. And just as Mukin and the others were running in, the news that they had arrived at Ilung Star spread. Have you heard? Someone from another world has come to us. It's true. There are other people in this world. We have lived for so many years and have never seen each other before. You must be talking nonsense. That's right. My old man talks about it every day. And you seem to be the same? Ha ha. It seems that your life is too boring. Let the little princess take care of you. The other demons didn't believe the news passed down by the demon at all, and thought it was false. They have lived on this planet since they were young. And for countless days and nights. They have never seen a different world. Nor have their ancestors seen it. How come it is here now? And the demon head continues its work. As the subordinates of the little princess. They do fight with each other. But they are relatively restrained. In order to fill their stomachs, they can only provide for themselves. So they are very busy every day. Work at dawn and repair at sunset. From a distance, you can see a fish holding a knife and fork, digging for food in the river. Scenes like this can be found all over the planet. Most are in the water, and some are on land. Most of Ilung planet is waterland, and the land area is very small, which is the land where Mukin and the others stay. The rest is water, and water is spread all over the entire planet. There are various animals in this sea water, which is the support for them to survive. So when I heard the rumors, I just shook my head and continued to spread the seeds and let the animals in the sea grow up. In fact, they are divided into two types of monsters. One is the ones that have developed intelligence and are called monsters. The ones that have not developed intelligence are called wild beasts and are their food. What I said is true. The big bosses have already mobilized. And you still don't believe it. That's right. Do you think this is an earthquake? Wrong. The passage is opening. What channel is opened? It is the channel of all realms that is opened. It is the channel of other sea areas that is opened. You have no culture now. It's because the passage to other planets has opened. You retard. That's right. This is the gateway to all realms that has been opened. I heard that we can go to other planets. From now on, we don't have to work on our own and can just eat ready-made food. You can eat it with your mouth open. I heard that rich food is waiting for us in the other world. All kinds of big fish and meat are much fatter than what we have in front of us. They are fresh and juicy. From now on, we don't have to work ourselves. We can just enjoy the monster life just like the little princess. Chapter 256, Awkward Moment. It's a lie the first time I hear it. It's just an earthquake. You can actually talk about this. It's really you. I think you are too idle. If you still don't believe it, wait until the leader announces it. Look. What is that? Ah. Isn't that the cloud that the little princess likes to ride? This is the little princess going out. There's something wrong with this little princess. She looks very happy. She's actually drawing circles in the sky. She seems to be in a very good mood. Well, I really want to hear the fairy voice of the little princess. It is so beautiful and unique in the world. Could it be that the rumors are true? No. It shouldn't be. As for some monsters with low lifespans such as shrimp soldiers, crab generals, etc., they have no family inheritance and do not know about the passage of 10,000 realms. At this moment, they have only heard about it. Seeing the little princess flying happily again, they knew that the matter should be true. The little princess used to like flying in the sky very much, especially after the little princess joined the Tao and controlled the thunder and wind. She liked it even more. The little princess will cast her magic for them to appreciate. They heard their ancestors say that their ancestors were happy at that time because they could see the little princess' true face and listen to her beautiful singing voice every day. However, it disappeared later, and they never saw each other again. The ancestors said that the little princess had had enough fun and did not want to come out. Now, this time I saw the little princess carrying dark clouds rolling in the sky. It was already 10,000 years ago. It was really too long ago. They have long forgotten it. And only the portraits were LS passed down from their ancestors' record all this. They were all proud to hear the little princess's singing voice, and proud to see her true face. But many demons never saw it until they died. And now they actually saw it. And they all jumped up to each other happily. Some have already started celebrating. Just when the demons were celebrating happily, Mukin and the others had already ran into the cave. A large cave. The entire cave is dozens of feet tall and wide. If it wasn't blocked up all around, it would look like a spacious flat ground when driving. Before entering the cave, the power exuded by the giant dragon was very strong. Mulu and Mukin were protected by the three-headed dogs. Otherwise Mulu would not be able to withstand this huge pressure. Even the other three people looked ugly. The whole person was covered in sweat. The whole body was dripping with sweat. And big beads of sweat fell from his forehead. Everyone looked boiled, and their faces were red, due to heavy sweating. Shangyang Luoshua and Tang Xian's clothes stuck to their bodies, fully displaying their graceful figures. Mukin just glanced around to see what was going on around him, and saw the same two hot figures in front of him. Puff! The impact was too great. Mukin couldn't control it, and his blood boiled and spurted out. What happened? Tang Feng walked behind to take care of everyone, so he didn't see the two of them at first. He just heard the noise and thought something happened inside. So he asked anxiously. However, no one answered his questions. In fact, Shangyang Luoshua and Tang Xian were in front of Mukin, and Mukin spurted blood from his nose. They felt it instantly, and when they were about to turn around, a ball of hot and wet liquid sprayed on them. In an instant, a blazing heat burned on their bodies, and because they had sweated all over their bodies just now, their clothes were stained with their bodies, and the blood dripping on them instantly passed through the clothes and was directly transmitted to their bodies. Since boys' bodies are inherently hotter, their blood is warm. Suddenly the temperature of the blood spread to them through their clothes. The hot blood was like a big hand pressing on them, making them tremble unconsciously. In an instant, their bodies became hot, and crimson appeared on their faces unconsciously. The two of them had never been in contact with a boy like this before, and they suddenly felt very embarrassed. They turned their heads and wanted to say something, but it was too shameful, and it was even more difficult for girls to speak. For a while, the three of them were in an awkward situation. Mukin didn't have any line drawings to encounter such a thing, and his blood was gushing, causing such an embarrassing moment all of a sudden. Just when the three of them were staring at each other, not knowing what to do, Mula looked at his brother with big eyes and a puzzled face, and asked nervously, as he saw his nose bleeding. Brother, why do you have a nosebleed? Is there something wrong with your health? As Mula said this, he touched Mukin's forehead to see what was wrong with Mukin. But when I tilted my forehead slightly, I saw two pretty faces blushing to their necks. Headquarters Chief and Minister Tang Xian. What's wrong with you two? Your faces are so red. Mulu was still a child after all, and didn't understand at all. His big eyes, full of childlike innocence, looked at the two red-faced ministers in confusion. Is there something weird here? At this time, Tang Feng also followed up. Seeing that Shangyang Luoshua and his sister's faces were not naturally red, he asked a little puzzled. He was someone who had been here. When he saw the shy expressions on his sister and the headmaster's face, it was definitely not something else but a shameful incident that had caused the two of them to be in such an embarrassing situation. I couldn't say anything. I could only blush. Tang Feng said, and sniffed with his nose. He felt that the air around him was better, and there was no such thing as the legendary cave. He remembered that there were sections in the novel where secret realms or secret rooms were used to distribute drugs, so that the male and female protagonists would have different situations. So after careful observation, I found that there was nothing. Just when I was about to say something, Mu Li's voice came over. Headquarters Chief, why is there a pool of blood on your butt? Let me wipe it for you. Ah, how come you have it too? Little Chief, this is wrong. Don't you guys? Mula looked at Shangyang Luoshua and Tang Xian and asked if they were ants. Mula felt embarrassed and laughed a lot. No. My brother just had a nosebleed. Could it be? Mula was a big talker after all, and couldn't hide his words. He immediately thought that his brother had a nosebleed just now, and looked very embarrassed. Looking at the two ministers, wasn't it his brother who had done this? No. We just stuck something red while escaping. Tang Xian followed Yang Luoshua and found a crack in the ground to crawl in. As she spoke, she quickly used spiritual energy to deal with the blood on her body. Look, these are just some colors, and have nothing to do with your brother. Shangyang Luoshua quickly explained that she felt like she was going to die at the scene. Yes, that's it. Tang Xian also quickly came out to explain. Oh, really? I thought it was my brother, and I just wanted to curse. Mula wrinkled her little nose, as if her stinky brother had failed to imitate him. Chapter 257, Eye Warning. However, as someone who had experienced it, Tang Feng could tell that Mukin had done this alone. However, in order to restore the reputation of his sister and the head of the headquarters, he could only pretend not to see it and pretend that nothing happened. However, he walked over and pinched Mukin's waist hard. His eyes were like knives. Warning Mukin. To be honest, Mukin's behavior was really insulting to gentlemen. If they hadn't been together, Tang Feng would have taken action. At the very least, a person with no elders. Mukin also felt that he was very wronged. Shangyang Luoxue and Tang Xian were indeed very beautiful. One was cold, and the other was mature and steady. Both of them attracted everyone's attention. Not to mention their figures. Both of them are top-notch. They can be said to be rare beauties in the world. But as a master of the Haiyang stage, he can already achieve this level of control. But I don't know what happened today. Seeing the figures of the two of them, his body was ready to move, which made him feel impulsive. It was really embarrassing. Mukin could only accept Tang Feng's warning with a forced smile. Shangyang Luoxue and Tang Xian were even less shameless to argue with Mukin, and turned their heads away with red faces. However, as soon as she turned around, Mukin looked over again. Mukin felt that he couldn't bear it, and his eyes unconsciously looked at her body. A heat seemed to be boiling in his body, causing various misunderstandings to appear in his mind, tempting him to look ahead. Shangyang Luoxue and Tang Xian had just used spiritual energy to clean up their embarrassing looks, and now they all looked like fairies. However, due to the chaos just now, their hair was a bit messy and fell casually on their foreheads. Shangyang Luoxue and Tang Xian felt charming, which immediately attracted Mukin's attention. Ahem! Ahem! Tang Feng looked at Mukin with burning eyes at this moment. If eyes could kill, he would have killed Mukin thousands of times. It's too much! It's too much! Tang Feng didn't expect Mukin to be such a shameless person, and he actually took this opportunity to clench his fists with a clicking sound, and the veins on his hands popped out. His face was as fierce as a man-eating leopard, giving out a death stare. Mukin instantly felt 6 murderous eyes looking at him, which made his neck feel cold. He also woke up in an instant. He saw Shangyang Luoxue and Tang Xian, looking at him with angry eyes, touched his nose, and thought explain. Dirty! Brother! I didn't expect to be so nasty. Bah! I don't have a brother like you. Before Mukin could explain, Mula couldn't see anymore. At first, he thought it was glued on when he escaped. But now, he saw the blood left on his brother's nose. Everything was explained. My brother got nosebleeds when he saw the two beauties in front of him. But the two ministers couldn't tell him because of their face. To actually act like this after being forgiven by 2 ministers is simply outrageous. Mula angrily shook off Mukin's big hand and ran forward. Mukin stretched out his hand to stop his sister. But it was too late. Mula ran away. I said I did it unintentionally. Do you believe it? Mukin saw 6 murderous eyes looking at him. The explanation was unreasonable. Don't go out through this door today. He shrank his neck and explained in a non-firm tone. You said so. As a girl who dared to love and hate, Tang Xian didn't have a good look towards Mukin. She was thinking about this mysterious senior in her heart. How could he be tainted by Mukin? So she gritted her teeth and rushed towards Mukin. The big black and white eyes seemed to turn into a full moon scimitar at this time, stabbing at Mukin with one handle. Mukin opened his mouth and wanted to say that he really didn't mean it. But no one believed it at the moment. Ahem! Ahem! At this moment, the 3-headed dog stood up and stood in front of Tang Xian. It may be that I have understood a certain law of this world, which is why it looks like this. The 3-headed dog saw that its owner was embarrassed. So of course, he came out to explain. It has just reacted. It has had such an experience before. But it is not like its owner. Instead, it directly takes the gun and goes on stage. It can be said that it is awe-inspiring. Knowing the reason, but unable to expose his master's strength, the 3-headed dog deliberately made nonsense. Yeah. Shangyang Luoxue and Tang Xian were a little unconvinced. But they knew that this was what the 3-headed dog said. Although they had doubts on their faces, they didn't bother Mukin anymore and left doubtfully. So lucky! Tang Xian knew that Mukin's luck had always been very good. So she looked at Mukin in disbelief. This time she looked very carefully. She had only known Mukin before, and had never looked at him carefully. It didn't matter. Tang Xian saw that Mukin was actually very attractive, although he didn't have that amazing feeling. His deep eyes and cynical attitude were very fascinating. Mukun didn't expect that Tang Xian actually looked at him carefully, and looked at him for a long time without blinking, which made his already restless body even more restless. Fortunately, Tang Feng stood up and separated Mukun from his sister. What's going on? Could it be that after a catastrophic disaster, everyone secretes too much hormones, so this phenomenon occurs? At first, Tang Feng thought it was because Mukun was too weak to control himself. But his sister was really pretty. Not to mention the rare headmaster in the world. The appearance of that character made women feel inferior to her. Not to mention that she was not very big. Boy, he is actually very understanding. Although I understand, it is impossible to take advantage of my sister. At this moment, I saw that my sister was a little hormonal, so I didn't want to pursue it even more. In order to avoid embarrassment, Mukun decided to walk at the back, so that with Tang Feng in front of him, there would be no problems for him. Shangyang Luoshua and Tang Xian didn't say anything and let Mukun walk to the back. However, to be on the safe side, they still gave the three-headed dog to Mukun to serve as his bodyguard. Does the minister still care about me? Mukun looked at the three-headed dog's smiling eyes and felt sweet in his heart. Master, stop laughing. Your face will become crooked no matter how you smile. You don't have to worry about it anymore. Mukun glared at the three-headed dog very rudely and said, If you don't understand, don't get in the way. I'm in a happy mood now, so I won't beep with you anymore. Master, actually I don't want to say it, but it seems like you don't know. Master, so I have to say it. The three-headed dog was a little hesitant and didn't know whether to say anything, so he hesitated a little. If you fart quickly, let it go. Mukun was in a better mood at this time, and he was walking very quickly. Although he was walking at the back, he could still see the two beautiful girls in front, with their graceful figures and slender legs. Chapter 258, Heian. The three-headed dog ran to Mukun's side and winked at Mukun, which made Mukun very angry and ruined the good mood. Mukun saw the three-headed dog wagging its tail with a wretched look on its face, looking at him with a smile. As disgusting as it looked, even if a man does this, it would give people goosebumps, let alone a monster, which is even more intolerable. The three-headed dog saw that his actions were too obscene, so he quickly put away his four limp legs, straightened his body, and said to Mukun with a serious look, Master, is the yang energy in your body rushing straight to the entrance now? Although the three-headed dog had stopped laughing, he still couldn't help but want to laugh when he saw his master's expression of pain. I see your skin is itchy, Mukun said and started greeting with his fists, which frightened the three-headed dog and ran away in a single stride. Bitch! Mukun looked at the three-headed dog with a wretched look and had a headache. He did not expect that the three-headed dog he had subdued would be a little bit invisible to people like this. The arrogant and carefree look in his eyes has long since disappeared, and now it is filled with vulgarity, which really damages his image. Actually, Master, this is just the result of your strength reaching the Heian stage in Heian. The three-headed dogs with their big mouths laughed at Mukun and said softly, How does Heian have anything to do with the blood in the body? When Mukun heard what the three-headed dog said, he was a little confused and had no idea what the other party said. Master, you don't know that during the Heian period, all the yang energy in the body boils, burning the entire body like fire. If you are tempted, it will boil even more. The main thing about yang is to turn the blood into pure yang, so that some pure original yang can be born in the body. Most people are burning with desire at this stage. If they can't bear it, they will find a solution. Some people with great perseverance rely on their own strength, push through with willpower, and at this stage of cultivation, the most intolerable thing is beauty. An ordinary action by the other party may trigger a blood riot in the body. For example, the other party bends down slightly and lifts his buttocks. The three-headed dog seemed to be gesticulating as he spoke, as if he had come this way. Then what's the difference between the two? Mukun knew that there must be a great difference between the two. Otherwise this situation would not have occurred. If a beautiful woman could solve the problem, there would be no big stander in the future. Master, you have asked the right person. Find someone else to solve the problem. It seems that the pure yang in the body is very pure, but there is still a trace of yin. After Huayin, there is Hadao, and these two levels are very difficult. And Huayin concentrates the yin qi in the body in the sea of consciousness to prepare for the union. How can all this yin qi be concentrated in pure yang, so that the strength cannot break through, or it is stuck in the same place? The three-headed dog had experienced it before. So this process was very emotional. He told Myukin word for word. And Myukin nodded, knowing how powerful it was. Then how did you reach the stage of transcending tribulation? Myukin knew that the three-headed dog's highest strength was at the stage of transcending tribulation. But later on, its aura decreased, and its strength could not retreat. The previous strength could not survive the tribulation. He saw that this guy could still reach the stage of transcending tribulation, which was a bit different from what it said. It has an impact. And the three-headed dog obviously used the first method to find other monsters to solve it. This is obviously impure. How can it survive the tribulation? I took the pure yang pill. The three-headed dog asked how he got through it. His eyes were a little evasive, and he didn't want to say anything. But when he saw the look in Myukin's eyes, he had no choice but to say it. Pure yang pill. It's just a pill. When the three-headed dog saw Myukin frowning and acting like he didn't know about this thing, he knew he had to ask it and said quickly, "What exactly is it?" Myukin saw the three-headed dog's appearance and knew that this guy was hiding something from him. He hesitated and now cut him off. It is made by boys and girls raising their heads and refining it. When the three-headed dog saw Myukin's fierce eyes and clenched fists, he knew that the other party was committing violence and said quickly. After saying this, he lowered his head in embarrassment, knowing that it would be bad for his master to say these words. Sure enough, before the three-headed dog finished speaking, Myukin's face turned gloomy and the veins on his hands were exposed. Master, that was before. You weren't born yet. The three-headed dog saw the angry Myukin and said quickly. Oh, that's right. But it's nothing, Myukin said and punched hard, so that the three-headed dog would have a long memory, and also let the three-headed dog understand what should and should not be done now. He is currently guarding China. If the three-headed dog is allowed to refine the pure yang pill, things will be very serious. You'd better not have this idea. If I knew, I would kill you. Myukin gave a stern warning. He was afraid that the three-headed dog would still want to overcome every obstacle like before. Yes, yes. The three-headed dog quickly lowered his head and gave in, saying that he would not do it. Yeah, it's good to know. Myukin also gave Tianju a slap in the face. His tone also changed. And then, he slowly walked forward. As for those who survive with great perseverance, they are truly amazing and talented people. When they survive the catastrophe, their strength will gradually increase. Their future is limitless. The three-headed H.L. dog said with a little envy. I heard that this is the case for the big bosses of the major forces, such as the Jade Emperor, the King of Hell, etc. These big bosses of all the forces have passed through the Heian period with great perseverance. At the beginning of the Heian period, a mark from someone can change the restlessness of the spiritual energy in the body. But as it goes on, inner demons will breed, and they will take the initiative to provoke them. So it is really difficult to get through it with great perseverance. The three-headed dog said with some lingering fear. It remembered that it almost became horny. If it hadn't been for the intervention of its owner at the time, it would have turned into a pile of ashes. The three-headed dog was filled with sadness as he recalled his situation at that time. Myukin looked at the frightened three-headed dog and frowned. The first thing he imagined was how the Chinese people would survive when they reached this level of cultivation. This made him a little confused. He wasn't worried about himself at all. As for what the three-headed dog said, it got worse the further back he went. It didn't help him either, because his cultivation will always stay at the early stage and will not reach the late stage, so that he will not have problems as his strength increases. He stayed in the early stage, and finally broke through directly. Who asked him to consume his wish points when he broke through, without having to suffer from the stars. The three-headed dog didn't know much about Myukin's actual situation, so he looked at Myukin with a smile and said, I'll see. Master, how are you going to survive this young period? Chapter 259, A Different Experience. However, the three-headed dog didn't know that Myukin would not actually appear in such a scene, and all of his ideas would be impossible to realize. Myukin, who was standing next to him, saw the three-headed dog looking at him with a smile, as if he was embarrassed. So he just smiled and opened his mouth to teach the three-headed dog a lesson. But suddenly a clear roar interrupted him. He heard Myukin's words. Hold head high. A dragon roar came from the sky. The voice was loud and powerful, and a dragon's roar was like thunder, exploding in the sky. My mind went blank for a moment. I couldn't hear anything, and my eyes were filled with stars. Myukin and the others stepped on the ground, which shook because of the powerful sound, as if they were shaking Myukin and the others. And this dragon's roar was not just caused by Myukin and the others, but also spread to other places. The entire ground was like a huge meteorite falling from the middle, shaking from all directions. If it weren't for the monsters who lived here, who were very powerful, and the buildings were very solid, most of the objects on the ground would have been shaken away by the roar of the dragon. The entire sky was also filled with this strong dragon roar. Following the dragon's roar, a cloud of mist suddenly flew towards the horizon. Is that a dragon? Why should be? The golden scales are all dragons, and this high-pitched voice should be a dragon. Shangyang Luoxue and others were all startled by the sudden sound of the dragon. When he turned his head, he saw a long body like a swimming dragon crossing the sky, throwing out a graceful arc. It seems that the characters who came this time have indeed brought a different experience to the little princess. The loud voice is very pleasant to hear. I'm afraid that the opponent is weak and will be scared to death by the little princess. That wouldn't be fun. Ah, what you said is bad. The little princess was still too excited and didn't control her voice. Did that scare the other party to death? For Myukin, he was very surprised when he saw the real dragon. When he compared the divine dragon that appeared in front of him with his imagination, he found that it seemed to be almost similar to the real dragon that had been handed down. Shangyang Luoxue and the others were impressed. Right? The legends are all drawn according to this. For the monsters living in Yilong Star, hearing the little dragon girl's excited screams, especially the joy from the heart, made them feel that the little princess was really happy. However, some demons are a little worried. They are used to hearing the little dragon girl's screams, so they are somewhat immune. For people who have never been exposed to it, this shocking scream may scare people to death. Therefore, an annoyed look appeared on everyone's face. I hope they weren't shocked to death. Yes. Otherwise, the little princess's happiness will be in vain. I hope nothing happens to them. The monsters on Yilong Star were all very concerned about Myukin and their lives. Myukin and the others must have been stunned when they found out. Go! Go inside! Don't stay outside! Myukin saw the dragon flying over from the sky, actually carrying clouds and mist, and the golden dragon scales could be seen exposed among the billowing white clouds. The golden scales sparkle in the sunlight. Myukin made a visual inspection and found that the dragon was about 10 feet long, and its head was as big as a small house. The two big eyes are like huge lanterns, and they look like poisonous snakes that are as intimidating as they are breathtaking. There are also two long dragon whiskers on the corners of the mouth, fluttering in the wind, looking heroic. Myukin took a look at the opponent's strength. He was not very clear about it. Visually, he reached the late stage of Hadao, which was one level higher than what the three-headed dog predicted. What shocked Myukin even more was that the golden dragon circling in the air had 5 claws, each claw shining with burning power. He saw different abilities in several claws. The first two looked like their claws are covered with thunder, with a dazzling white light flashing at the front of the claws. The electric current seemed to be released in an instant. Then there was a cloud of mist, and a golden dragon flew over, accompanied by auspicious clouds all the way. This was not a halo, but a golden dragon controlling it. Then Myukin saw water and so on. It can be said that the 5-clawed golden dragon has legendary skills. Soar in the clouds, control the mist, control the wind, rain, thunder and lightning. The opponent hasn't arrived yet, but the overwhelming majesty of the Dragon King descends directly on Myukin and the others. Feeling the panic and power inside, Myukin hurriedly ran inside. Otherwise his strength will be exposed. The three-headed dog originally wanted to raise his head to see what the female dragon's offspring would look like. But after taking one look, his face turned pale with fear. F***CK! How come you are so strong? And this Dao? 1, 2, 3, 5. 5 Dao. How can you master 5 Dao? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How can you do it in just 100,000 years? Mastering so many Taoisms is impossible. Even a middle-aged dragon has just mastered all the Tao methods. How can a young dragon that has just grown up master so many Tao methods? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. When the three-headed dog saw the dragon girl's cultivation, he was instantly dumbfounded. He originally thought that he couldn't defeat the female dragon in the past. But now that he was a newly adult dragon, he might be able to bully her. However, he found that he was wrong. And how wrong he was. Is there such a genius in this world? I can't let people live in this world. The three-headed dog said and began to cry. It's okay. It's me. Myukin saw the three-headed dog crying sadly and patted his back to comfort him. But it was better not to comfort him. But the three-headed dog cried even harder to comfort him. Because Mukin is also a changer. Even worse than Long knew. Mukin had only been in the past few months. But his strength had already reached the Haong stage. And he also had a spiritual weapon. Such a powerful treasure made him jealous. It has lived for more than 200,000 years now. Compared with its descendants, it is actually incomparable. How can it survive? Then you can cry for a while. And I'll go in first. Mukin saw that there was a door as he walked forward. So he ran in directly, ignoring the three-headed dog and feeling sad. Ah! Ah! Wait for me! Facing the five-clawed golden dragon whose strength was one level higher than that of the three-headed dog. The three-headed dog tucked its tail between its legs and hurriedly followed Mukin in. Humph! It's not fun at all! Just as Mukin and the others ran into the doorway, the dragon girl in the sky raised her little lips. And her mood suddenly became unhappy. She originally wanted to scare the other person with her body. Although the other person turned pale and looked frightened, it was completely different from what she imagined. Fainting at least once or twice showed how powerful she was. But unfortunately, her wish did not come true, which made the little girl very unhappy. Chapter 260, 5 Elements Divine Thunder Array. This is a dragon! Look how powerful and scary Chiali is! Mulu escaped into the doorway, looked at the golden dragon in the sky with the help of the door, and looked at the golden dragon in the sky curiously with his big eyes. For Mulu, who has never seen a real dragon, he was very excited to see something legendary this time. If he were not in danger now, Mulu would have wanted to take a few videos. However, Mulu was not idle either. The mobile phone in his hand was pointed at the sky, just clicking a few pictures. What's so bright? Dragon girl, who was rolling in circles in the sky, suddenly saw a dazzling light flashing into her eyes from the doorway. She looked at the cube-like thing in Muli's hand, and a curious look appeared on her face. This is human! It's almost like me! The dragon girl looked at Mulu and gestured with her body with her paws in the air. She looked like I have a bear too, just as slender as her. After a few gestures, I finally found that I seemed to be more beautiful than the other person. Humph! I am a little princess. How can she, a human, compare to me? The dragon girl instantly made herself look pretty. I used Taoism to condense a water mirror and turn myself into a Lolita. There was another mirror next to the mirror, but this mirror condensed into a human form. If you look carefully, you can see that it's Mulu who just showed his little head. The dragon girl made gestures to Mulu, and if she was dissatisfied with her figure, she made modifications. As an accomplished true dragon, she can change her body at will. This kind of cheating is simply shameless compared to Mulu. But Dragon Girl is enjoying herself and having a great time. The Dragon Girl has never seen a human being. What exists in her mind is what her mother passed down to him. This is the first time she has seen a human being. I am also full of curiosity about human beings. Now I see that it is not much different from what I had in my mind. And I am very excited. She felt that the human body she designed according to her own ideas was very perfect. The Dragon Girl condensed countless water mirrors in the sky, and looked at the water mirrors in the sky. He looked left and right. And in the end, he didn't forget to take out something like Muli's photo, and compare it with himself. Seeing that he was far better than Mulu in every aspect, the smile on his face became even brighter. If other real dragons or divine dragons saw this scene, they would definitely curse it to death. Most of the dragons or real dragons are proud of their bodies. But the Dragon Girl is kept in captivity in this small world. She has never seen other real dragons or dragons. I saw most of the low-level monsters similar to her, as well as some shrimp soldiers and crab generals. The bodies of these monsters were even worse than hers. The Dragon Girl was originally playful, and when she got tired of looking at her own body, she changed into various forms. But she couldn't turn into the appearance of her subordinates, so she could only inherit it through inheritance, and finally chose a human body. Now that she saw how perfect her human body was, she became extremely beautiful, especially after having sex with a human. She felt that she was incredibly beautiful. Mukin didn't know that the Dragon Girl just glanced at Mulu and sank into her own world, unable to wake up. At this moment, they hurriedly ran deeper. Mukin saw that the design of the cave here was very rough. It was made of just a few pillars. It could be said to be very crude. In fact, Mukin and the others didn't know that this was the place where Dragon Girl was born. The mother dragon gave her daughter the territory, and the Dragon Girl has lived here since she was born. Later, because she grew up, her body could no longer be accommodated here, so she moved away. Only the Dragon Girl can come here, and other monsters cannot enter, so it is deserted. Even when Dragon Girl grew up, she did not dare to come here. Because when she came here, she would think of her mother, her father, her own kind, and finally the world of Hua. As a dragon, what they like most is shiny things. But there are almost none here. So the Dragon Girl lived a very simple life. Since this was the birthplace of Dragon Girl, Mukin and the others walked very easily, and quickly entered the deepest part. There is a door here! Is it the end? Since Mula walked at the front, his subordinates saw a simple gate and expressed surprise. Tang Feng thought he had entered the innermost part. So he replied. But when he turned the corner, he saw the cave in front of him, which suddenly became much larger. This place is more than 3 times larger than the front. Very spacious. And the top is also very high. Actually 30 feet high. And not far ahead, there was a huge door blocking them. Why is there a door here? Mukin was also very curious, and stepped forward to observe carefully. Don't move! Be careful! Suddenly, the 3-headed dog took action, and quickly stopped Mula, who was reaching out. Mula saw that the door in front of him was very huge, and looked very thick, and was covered with dust. He stretched out his hand unconsciously, wanting to see if he could push it open. So he stretched out his hand. Just then, the 3-headed dog stopped him. The front should be the female dragon's tomb. This is the trap left by the female dragon after her death. Trap! Mukin was also shocked. He did not expect that this ordinary-looking building in front of him was actually a trap, which shocked him. Yes, the 3-headed dog said, using aura to release a skill. Click. The fireball technique released by the 3-headed dog was completely destroyed the moment it came into contact with the door. Mukin and the others stared with wide eyes. But they didn't realize how they took action. I don't know how to eliminate it at all. The female dragon is full of treasures. Dragon blood, dragon crystals, dragon tendons, etc. are all excellent materials for refining elixirs, medicines, and weapons, not to mention the dragon bones. These are all treasures. This way, the whole body of a real dragon is full of treasures. How can it be easily taken away by others after death? So the female dragon designed the trap in front of her after death. If she is careless, she will disappear instantly just like before. I think this looks like the 5 elements divine sky formation among the 5 elements. My spell should have been instantly destroyed by the thunder just now. So there was no splash at all. The 3-headed dog saw that no one understood what he said. So this time he unleashed stronger power in front of him. Boom! A huge fireball instantly formed in the air of the 3-headed dog, and then sprayed towards the door in front of him. 5 elements divine thunder array! When Mukin heard the novel formation, he narrowed his eyes and looked forward. At this moment, the 3-headed dog's skill came forward. Boom! This time, everyone saw it clearly. A bolt of thunder appeared instantly and struck directly on the 3-headed dog's fireball technique. The fireball instantly vaporized directly, leaving no residue behind. Hiss! So strong! Thank you, Mr. Dog! Tang Feng saw that in less than a blink of an eye, the 3-headed dog's fireball technique disappeared. Chapter 261, Destined Person. He felt the power of the 3-headed dog's fireball technique to burn to death a master in the Haiyang stage. That was no problem. But with such a powerful skill, when faced with the 5 elements divine thunder formation, there was no bubble at all. Eliminated. After the surprise, he was frightened. He opened his mouth and took 3 steps back in horror, fearing that the 5 elements divine thunder formation would come out and destroy him. Is there any solution? Mukin's eyes lit up when he heard dragon blood and dragon tendon. He knew that if he could bring this thing back, China would become famous. At least a master can come out early. If the shepherd boy, that alchemy boy, can refine high-level elixirs, then there will be even more masters coming out early. So faced with such a thing, Mukin was very excited. He used the soul-eating insect to observe it. The world was full of spiritual herbs. But the only pity was that the land area here was not very large. So there were relatively few spiritual herbs. But he found that the spiritual herbs here were growing very gratifyingly. And judging from the age, most of the spiritual herbs seemed to be very ordinary, without meaning or spirituality. However, Mukin let the soul-eating insect feel it. With abundant spiritual energy, you know that these spiritual herbs have directly put away their spiritual energy because they are too old. Such a magical herb seems to have become a spirit. He hid himself. So he looked very ordinary. If it weren't for his soul-eating insect being very sensitive to spiritual energy, he would have almost been confused by the other party. Mukin took a look and found that this land area was small, and it was as big as China. It looked relatively small, but it was also a very large plate. The spiritual herbs on it were definitely enough for China. If he could take away the spiritual herbs on it when he left, Mukin believed that China's strength would increase dramatically. However, Mukin quickly focused Mukin on the formation in front of him. The spiritual herbs outside look very beautiful, but compared to these treasures in front of you, there is no possibility of comparison. The spiritual herbs outside can only enhance your strength at best, but the treasure in front of you can catalyze the creation of a master. One step may lead to Huayin or Heong. All this was whispered to Mukin by the three-headed dog, which had to make Mukin look forward. I just took a look. I should be able to open it. The three-headed dog walked around the door in front of him a few times, looking at it and nodding, and finally said suddenly, Really? That's great. If we can get the true dragon treasure, then our trip will be worthwhile. Shanyang Luoshua, Tang Xian and others stood up in surprise when they heard the three-headed dog's words. They knew what was in front of them. Shenlong has always been a legend in China. Every novel is a fairy tale. Shenlong is a powerful being with treasures all over his body. If such a strong man gets the opponent's inheritance, then everyone was so excited that they couldn't stand still and wanted to rush in immediately. They all looked at the three-headed dog, expecting the three-headed dog to open the formation in front of them. My former master studied Shenlong's formation. Every time Shenlong dies, he hides everything in his body so that no one can get it. But the more he does this, the more he remembers the considerations of others. So for many people has studied the formation set up by Shenlong. My former master did a lot of research in this area, especially finding several cracking methods. He was originally planning to make a fortune, but he didn't expect that the world would suddenly change dramatically. What a pity! But it just so happens that it gives us an advantage. In fact, I have to tell you a piece of news. When the Shenlong clan sees the treasures that others have bestowed upon them, they actually left an opportunity waiting for the destined person. The three-headed dog said the last thing and suddenly smiled mysteriously. What? There is still a destined person left. Real or fake? Shanyang Luoshua, Tang Xian and others' eyes lit up. Everyone felt like they were such a destined person. So everyone is a little bit ready to move. Although they know that the three-headed dog has a way to crack it. They know that this thing will definitely take time. So it is better to go to the destined person behind and give it a try. Actually, this was deliberately left by the Shenlong clan to prevent their family from being probed by everyone. It can also be regarded as a disguised way of protecting their ancestral graves. The three-headed dog's words made everyone understand. Shenlong is a powerful monster that is full of treasures. Its death can arouse the passion of everyone. Everyone wants to get the treasures of Shenlong. So the resting place after death will definitely be opened, because everyone is waiting to arm themselves with these treasures. These resting places will definitely not be peaceful, but leaving the destined people behind will give others the opportunity to obtain the treasures. And it can be said that most of their treasures can be preserved. You can give away most or a small part to the destined person and keep the remaining part of yourself. This can be said to be the only way for the Shenlong clan. In fact, they are full of treasures. Everyone wants them, and they have to compromise. You can try it. My method will take a long time. Then how do you get in? Mu Li's big bright eyes looked at the three-headed dog for help, as if he wanted to tell me how to get in quickly. Shanyang Luoshua and Tang Xian also had expressions of excitement on their faces. But as a team leader with great strength and their own affairs, they were embarrassed to ask directly. But their ears perked up when they heard Mu Li's question. Hold your breath. Not wanting to forget a word. The 5 elements divine thunder formation mainly uses the endless generation of the 5 elements, each circulating and transforming each other, forming a closed loop. You must have 5 attributes if you want to enter. Form a complete closed loop, which will not destroy the formation inside, nor will it put any pressure on the formation. The three-headed dog said with a profound look, as if I was already ready. This is so awesome! Quinquan, you are so powerful. I asked you why you didn't take away the fire fox because of your strength, but you insist on taking away the black turtle who is not very strong at all. Yes, it seems we blame the wrong dog. At this time, Shanyang Luoshua and Tang Xian came to their senses. They remembered that when they left, Quan ordered the black turtle to be taken away, leaving behind the more powerful fire fox. They thought it was for defense at the time, but now it seems that Canoe is already ready to enter this formation. Yes, I had known for a long time that we would face such a formation. So I arranged all this. When the three-headed dog saw everyone looking at it with admiration, it instantly became proud and proudly puffed out its chest. Chapter 262, Terrifying Crisis. The three-headed dog also glanced at Mu Chen with a sideways look, wondering if I, the master, would be of great use. As a powerful monster, the three-headed dog couldn't bear to follow someone with very low consciousness. But Mu Chen actually didn't want it, which made her very angry. But there was nothing she could do. At this moment, he showed off his appearance to show his master that he was still useful. Mu Chen just glared fiercely. He had no choice but to hide his identity now. There was no need for it, so he could only do this. The three-headed dog was very sad when he saw that his hard work failed to win the favor of his master. And the proud expression just now was reduced a lot. Although he didn't get a performance, the three-headed dog still worked very hard, directing Shangyang Luoxue and the others to stand in a circle in the order of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Then they held hands with each other. However, since Mu Chen had the same attributes as his sister, Mu Chen did not participate, and the last one could only be replaced by a monster. But this has no effect, for people and one demon instantly formed a circle. Then the three-headed dog asked Shangyang Luoxue and the others to release their spiritual energy. And when the spiritual energy reached balance, a five-color halo of light emanated from their bodies. What's next? Shangyang Luoxue asked, a little confused when he saw that the others did what the three-headed dog did, seeing that there seemed to be no movement around them. Yes. Are there any steps we haven't taken yet? Mu Le was also anxious. He was very anxious when he saw the treasure in front of him, but he was still outside. Just wait! Mu Chen saw the three-headed dog smile mysteriously, but did not say anything. He felt that the power of the five elements emitted from the four people had instantly penetrated the five-element divine thunder array just now. This is a breakdown. The three-headed dog's skills just dissipated without even touching the five elements divine thunder array. But now that the ray of light just penetrated directly, it can be seen that it really left a glimmer of hope. Now wait for the other party's feedback. Buzz. Just when Shangyang Luoxue and the others thought that this was a failure, suddenly there was an urn sound in the sky, which made people feel a little stuffy. However, Shangyang Luoxue and the others had not yet felt what was going on with them. A five-element beam of light shot down from the sky. In an instant, the four of them and one demon were like the center of the stage, with all the lights focused on them. This light illuminated them very brightly, and they looked very graceful and luxurious. Then a large disc appeared in the sky, like a five-pointed star. When Shangyang Luoxue saw the five-pointed star appearing in the sky, she knew that things would go according to the three-headed dog's words. Each of their faces showed happiness and worry. They were happy that they were going to see the legendary thing, but they were still a little unsure of themselves and felt that they might not be the right person. They were worried about gains and losses, so they showed complicated expressions. Don't worry and try. There's not much danger here. It's just a test. If you pass it, you'll be rewarded. Even if you fail, you won't come back empty-handed. The three-headed dog saw Shangyang Luoxue and the others looking a little worried, so he persuaded them with gratitude. After hearing the three-headed dog's words, the four people's faces became much more relaxed. Each of them is burdened with pressure, and they represent China. Every move involves the power of a country. If you return empty-handed, you will not be able to explain it to your superiors. Not to mention, if you can go back and show it to other countries without evidence, people may think you are bragging. Now that you hear that there is something, it is also a lot of peace of mind. How could the thing set up by the Dragon Clan be defective? So I felt much more at ease. At this moment, the face of the arrogant little dragon girl in the sky suddenly changed. No! These people are prepared. Damn it! They are actually prepared people. Xiao Longnu originally planned to slowly torture the group of people in front of her, but she was really bored and wanted to have fun with them. So when she first flew over, she didn't use any skills, and planned to continue playing with them when she got tired of playing. But she didn't expect that this group of people would come prepared and come directly to her mother's ancestral grave. Damn it! If you get caught by me, you will definitely get cramps. The inheritance in Xiao Longnu's mind told her that those who steal the dragon's breath land are shameless and should be killed on sight. In an instant, the little dragon girl burst into flames, and the figure of the little lowly that had just been transformed disappeared instantly, directly turning into a giant dragon that was dozens of meters long. The dragon stared and instantly flew down from the sky. Hold head high! Angry dragon roars fell from the sky. Not good! Shenlong has been alarmed. Go inside quickly. When the three-headed dog heard the roar of the dragon, its expression changed, and it urged Shangyang Luoxue and the others to run quickly. At this moment, a frightening beam of light appeared in the sky, like a thunderbolt, hitting the door that they had been unable to get through. Click, click, click. A door that had been in disrepair slowly opened with a harsh sound. Wow! As the door opened, a stream of smoke fell from inside, directly knocking Shangyang Luoxue and the others down. The three-headed dog saw that these people did not go inside quickly, but were still cleaning the dust on their bodies, so he quickly urged them. Brother! Come in quickly! Mulu was also startled when he heard the roar of the dragon, and his face instantly turned pale. However, Mulu had not forgotten his brother whose car was rear-ended and called out quickly. I'm here! Hurry up and get in! Mukin saw that the door had just opened a 10-centimeter gap. Only slim people could get in through this gap. However, seeing that his sister and Shangyang Luoxue were also very slim, he knew that they could get in. So he urged them. He felt that the dragon was very fast and was approaching the cave. Brother! Come in quickly! Mulu also obeyed and hurriedly squeezed in, but still did not forget his brother. Mukin saw his sister watching and rushed forward, but he knew it was already too late. The dragon had already reached his point of view and released its skills. Let's go! Mukin felt a hot dragon's breath coming down from his head. He saw that Mulu was still outside and pushed inside hard. He quickly hid aside. Mulu still wanted to catch Mukin, but a white light flashed and he disappeared instantly. The big hand that he was holding on to just now was gone. Elder brother! Mulu looked at his empty little hands and burst into tears. She saw a fiery red streak on her brother's head, like burning magma spraying down. She closed her eyes, not daring to think about the next scene, and tears flowed down from her eyes. Elder brother! Mulu thought that his brother was gone like this, and his whole body seemed to have lost an important pillar in an instant, and his whole body became limp. Chapter 263, Ridicule. Like Mulu, everyone else was teleported into a large hall. This hall was empty with nothing. At this time, Shangyang Luoxue, Tang Xian, etc. all knew that Mukin had died. Through the crack in the door, they saw that Mukin was finally sprayed by the dragon's breath. The dragon's breath was like hot magma that could swallow everything, so Mukin could not might survive. Hey! What a pity! Shangyang Luoxue and the others all showed sad expressions, thinking that they were talking and laughing just now, and now they were separated from each other. For a moment, they felt melancholy. We need to work hard. Shangyang Luoxue and others saw that someone was already there before they started. They felt sad for a while, and then cheered for themselves. In fact, before they came here, they should have agreed to go to another world. They knew that someone would definitely die in another world, but they didn't expect it would be so soon, and they couldn't bear it. However, after everyone comforted themselves, they began to explore. They knew that the three-headed dog was said to be left to a destined person, so there must be clues here. They couldn't let Mukin's death go in vain. They had to get something back so that they could explain it easily. Then he cheered up and started searching in the hall. Even Mulu cried for a while, wiped away his tears, turned his grief into motivation, and plucked up the courage to stand up. I can't let my brother's sacrifice be in vain. I must do something for him. Mulu wiped away her tears. In an instant, she grew up from a little sister whom she relied on. She knew that she had to be strong and couldn't let herself be so decadent. She knew that this was not what her brother saw, and he would definitely laugh at her if he were here. Mulu then summoned up all his strength, carrying his brother's wish in his heart, and worked hard to find clues to find the destined person. Mukin didn't know that because of his death, everyone else started working hard to become stronger. Seeing everyone leave at this time, the strength is no longer retained, and all the strength explodes in an instant. With a sudden retreat, he dodged directly, and dodged the dragon's breath on his head. Humph, not bad. When the little dragon girl saw the strength of Mukin's retreat, her eyes widened suddenly. She thought she could easily kill these people instantly. But when she saw the speed of Mukin's retreat, her eyes suddenly lit up. She knew that the other party's strength was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. Seeing the opponent's strength, Xiaolongnu suddenly became energetic and looked at Mukin with a smile. She just saw this guy looking like he had no strength. She thought she could be burned to death with her dragon breath. But in the end, this guy's strength actually increased instantly. It was like she was playing a strength hiding game. It looked very interesting. I will play like this next time. Mukin didn't know his hidden strength. So Xiao Longnu looked over, already ready to try. At this time, he didn't know what the dragon girl was thinking, but looked at the long dragon in the sky with a cautious face. He saw the huge dragon body in front of him, hovering in the sky like blocking out the sun. Mukin visually estimated that the length of this dragon was over 100 meters, and its body was like a snake, hovering in the sky. The front body exudes a metallic luster, shining under the light of the eyes. The two dragon mothers seem to be full of wisdom, staring at him blinkingly, as if staring at prey. We must use all our strength. Mukin felt the dragon put heavy pressure on him. He had never felt such a huge pressure. It made him feel a little tugging in his heart. This was something he had never had before. Mukin didn't have any extra words to say, and directly took out the Linglong Pagoda, facing the dragon, whose strength was more than one level above him. He could only take out the treasure at the bottom of the box. The Linglong Pagoda has a strong suppressive effect on monsters. He didn't know if it would be useful this time, but he didn't care about it at this time, and took it out directly, to restrain the opponent from the momentum. The Linglong Pagoda has a strong suppression power against monsters, but the opponent is a dragon, and the legendary dragon. With this unpredictable ability, he was not sure whether it would be effective. Mukin took out the exquisite pagoda, and little dragon girl, who had been looking at Mukin with a smile just now, had a happy smile on her face. As a dragon, she has a blood-based love for shiny things. So when she saw Mukin taking out a glittering pagoda, she immediately fell in love with it. With a roll, he immediately appeared in front of Mukin. Ah! No! This is the Linglong Demon Suppressing Pagoda! Why? How? How could he have such a thing? This is the inheritance of King Wei Tian. As soon as the little dragon girl approached the Linglong Pagoda, she was immediately suppressed by her bloodline, causing her strength to drop instantly, and a bad feeling suddenly arose in her heart. This was the first time in its 100,000 years of living alone that it felt threatened by its life, and it was a little at a loss for a while. The body rolled and instantly seemed to be escaping from a distance. Yeah, it actually works. As soon as Mukin saw him taking out the Linglong Pagoda, the dragon's eyes lit up, and then it flew over directly, thinking that the Linglong Pagoda had no effect. But he didn't expect that the dragon flew back as soon as it approached him. His face instantly turned pale, and he was frightened at first sight. Only then did he realize that the Linglong Pagoda still had a suppressive effect on monsters, even divine dragons. Seeing that his exquisite pagoda was so powerful, Mukin didn't panic anymore. Facing legendary things, especially hearing fairy tales every day, the dragon manipulates the river water and appears and disappears. It can be said that after listening to the story of the dragon for a long time, I respect and worship the dragon. I am naturally in awe of this kind of thing. At this moment, seeing his exquisite pagoda frightened the other party, he immediately picked up his spiritual energy and chased after him. He knew that taking advantage of his illness would kill him. The big hand seal of chaos condensed in an instant and hit the stunned dragon in front of him. What? What's going on? What happened? Why did a huge handprint appear in the sky? Is this made by the little princess? How come I have never seen the little princess control the rain and release skills? But I have never seen such a scene before. A huge handprint suddenly appeared in the sky, frightening the other demons of Ilum Star. If they weren't confident in the strength of their little princess, they would probably be scared to death at this moment. It's okay. Maybe the little princess has learned a new skill. Yes. What's all the fuss about? Do you think the little princess will lose? It's true. That's right. I still believe in the little princess's strength. She may have just learned this after taking human beings hostage. The shrimp soldiers and crab generals were very confident in their little princess. When they saw someone questioning the little princess's strength, they laughed mercilessly. Chapter 264, Easily Subdue the Opponent. However, these people just smiled easily, and in the next scene, they were all dumbfounded. Heck! How is it possible? It's fake. It's definitely fake. Yes. It must be fake. It's the little princess who's teasing us. The little princess is already as strong as Yang, but she's only a little less powerful than the deceased princess. How could she be beaten by such a big hand? It must be an hallucination. We are the ones who had the hallucination. The little princess has mastered so many Taoist methods. How could she be chased and beaten? She must be teasing us. The major demon kings and other demon beasts were all dumbfounded when they saw that the big hand in the sky was not released by Midori. They saw the dragon girl standing there stupidly for some reason, and a human being flew up directly from the place. They saw that the big hand was actually released by the other party, and they were all surprised when they saw this scene. They feel that this is an illusion, because they have experienced the strength of the dragon girl, which is beyond every other dragon of the same era. Such strength has surpassed a generation. It is such a powerful strength that she actually stood stupidly in the air. Passive. Get beaten. This was something they didn't expect at all. The dragon girl's strength would not allow such a scene to happen. But today they saw something different. Everyone opened their mouths, unable to believe what they saw. Town. Mukun saw that his exquisite pagoda could suppress the opponent. So he was so generous that he immediately enlarged Tired Bar, and then threw it out to directly suppress the opponent. What is this? No. This thing can actually limit your cultivation. Damn it. Why didn't Dragon Girl move? It turns out she was frightened. This thing is so weird. It can actually limit your cultivation. The other demon kings below suddenly felt that their spiritual energy was suddenly sluggish. As soon as they lifted their breath, they immediately felt a strong sense of stagnation. Only then did they realize that the suddenly enlarged thing in front of them should be something that restrained their spiritual energy. No! Save Dragon Girl quickly. The other demon kings were still exclaiming that their strength was suddenly limited. And suddenly they saw the Dragon Girl being lowered down by a huge tower-shaped object. And there was a huge handprint following behind. Several demon kings tried hard to control their bodies and wanted to help the Dragon Girl. But unfortunately, under the influence of the Linglong Pagoda, their strength was greatly reduced, and they could hardly raise their spiritual energy and were unable to help at all. He could only watch helplessly as the Dragon Girl was crushed. Hold head high. Xiao Longnu has indeed never experienced such a thing. She has always had smooth sailing since birth, and all the monsters here have surrendered to her bloodline. Not to mention that her strength can crush the existence of these monsters. No demon dared to challenge her, let alone suppress her. What frightened her even more was that the aura she used to use freely was now somewhat out of her control. All this happened so suddenly that the Dragon Girl had no time to react and was stunned for a moment. I really have never faced anything like this. Xiao Longnu suddenly felt a huge force pressing against her. Her eyes were in a trance, and she suddenly woke up. Hold head high. Under the threat of death, the little Dragon Girl suddenly woke up. With a dragon roar, the surging power in her body spurted out of her mouth in an instant. An overwhelming sound directly overturned Mukun. Long Moo's proud and arrogant eyes saw the power growing in front of him, and his huge dragon claws instantly struck it. Xiao Longnu just realized that although her spiritual energy was restricted, her physical strength was still unlimited. As a dragon, she is a dual practitioner of spiritual and martial arts. The spiritual energy is slowly accumulated day by day, while the martial arts is born from them. The power of dragons is not only that they are strong, but also that they have both spiritual and physical abilities, without any weaknesses. Xiao Longnu was just frightened just now, and she was used to using spiritual energy, which made her a little panicked for a moment. But now she woke up. She has no spirit, but he still had his own body. So the powerful dragon claws grabbed it in an instant. Mukun saw that the dragon's claw was like an earthworm, with dense scales covering it, protecting the dragon's claw. Under this layer of protection, the powerful dragon claws clawed towards the Linglong Pagoda in an instant. It's okay. It's okay. Fortunately, the Dragon Girl remembered that she is still a martial artist. Yeah. We were scared to death just now. I thought, this is the first time for the little princess to come into contact with such a battle of strength. It's normal to feel a little uncomfortable. Now the little princess has woken up. The next thing is that the opponent will be beaten. I don't think the opponent is very strong. Watching the monsters fighting in the sky, they wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads one by one. They just felt that the T-Eagle was about to lose its little princess. Everyone's heart was almost frightened to death. But now that they saw the little princess, who had regained her dragon power, everyone felt relieved. They looked at Mukun's strength again, and felt that Mukun's strength was not as strong as they imagined. And they were relieved. They felt that their little princess could still win in the end. The opponent's thing is too restrained for the little princess. Otherwise it would be easy to kill the opponent. That's right. The little princess is in the combined Tao stage, and has mastered the Tao method. This kind of strength is just suppressed and cannot be released. Otherwise the opponent will be destroyed instantly. We are just too worried. The little princess can easily kill the other party without the Taoist skills. After destroying the other party's tower, the other party can't just let the little princess need it. The other demons around saw that their invincible little princess was a bit embarrassed in the first round. So someone quickly stood up and explained the situation to their little princess. However, Mukin was not too surprised when the giant dragon in front of him suddenly woke up, as he had known about it for a long time. Instead, he saw the other party looking at his exquisite pagoda with contempt, and sneered in his heart. His exquisite pagoda is specially designed to restrain monsters, and every monster is naturally powerful. This is innate, a talent, and humans cannot compare. The Linglong Pagoda is refined specifically to suppress monsters and monsters. It can also limit the power, but compared to the aura, the restriction is not as severe. Otherwise, how can the monsters be suppressed? So when Mukin saw that the Linglong Pagoda could restrict the opponent's spiritual energy, he knew that the Linglong Pagoda could also suppress the opponent's power. When? Boom! Sure enough, things were just as Mukin thought. The giant dragon's seemingly powerful grab and move were like giant claws tearing apart the space. The cold wind should have destroyed everything. But when it hit the Linglong Pagoda, it only made a sound. Loud voice. At this moment, Mukin's big handprint also hit the opponent's body instantly. Boom! Xiaolongnu's body flew back instantly. Mukin was also a spiritual and martial artist. Faced with Xiaolongnu, who was completely suppressing her, he just knocked her away with a single hand seal. Chapter 265. Nothing more than that. What? How is that possible? No. Impossible. How could he beat the little princess away? It's fake. It must be fake. It was given to us by the little princess, and she deliberately made the other party fly away. The other demons were dumbfounded when they saw their little princess was knocked away in the first round of the fight. They thought that the little princess could crush the opponent with her strong physical strength. But things did not go as they thought. At this time, they raised their heads and looked at Mukin in the sky, as if a god descended to earth. And their bodies were filled with spiritual light, as if a powerful god had descended into the world. Terrifying and fearful. They saw that Mukin's eyes were like two scorching suns, and they did not dare to look at them. Mukin looked at the giant dragon that was knocked away, and knew that he seemed to have directly knocked the opponent away. But he knew that this move did not cause much damage to the opponent, because the dragon's whole body is covered with scales, blocking the transmission of power. It seemed that the other party was in a panic, but it was just because they had not competed in strength and did not cause any substantial damage. Ha ha! Is that all? Sure enough, Xiaolongnu directly tested Mukin's strength. She instantly appeared beside Mukin under the clouds and looked at Mukin curiously. But this gadget of yours is very good! Xiaolongnu swept Mukin up and down, and then looked at the exquisite pagoda next to Mukin. The exquisite pagoda emitted a faint cold light, suppressing Xiaolongnu. Xiaolongnu, who had regained her grace, looked calm, as if the embarrassment just now had not occurred. Ha ha! You'll know after you try it! Mukin also sneered. As a spiritual and martial artist, he originally thought he couldn't defeat the opponent and hesitated to level up again. But he just tested out that he was overthinking. Although the giant dragon in front of him was powerful, under the suppression of the Linglong Pagoda, her strength was around the Huayin stage, slightly higher than his Heong stage. However, her aura was completely restricted by the exquisite pagoda. Without aura and relying only on her own strength, Mukin had every reason to believe that he could control the opponent. The dragon swings its tail. Xiaolongnu knew that her aura was restricted and she couldn't exert her strength, so she could only use her physical strength. So she directly controlled her body and swung towards Mukin. Due to Xiaolongnu's powerful strength, she concentrated her body's power on one point and then threw it out. It's like it's going too fast, making a whining sound, drawing a graceful arc in the air, like a bolt of lightning. It instantly struck Mukin. Mukin was also unambiguous and immediately punched out his big handprint. This time, both his spiritual and martial powers were activated at the same time. A big handprint was instantly struck against the light spot. Boom! A powerful explosion exploded in the air for a moment. Boom! Earth-shaking noises resounded all around. Well, so terrible. The little princess must win. She must win. Don't worry. The little princess will definitely win. The low-lying monster shrank in fear when it saw a strong explosion in the air, like a planet exploding. Looking at the doomsday-like scene, the monster beast had never seen such a scene before, and his liver and gallbladder were trembling with fear, and he felt like he was scared to death. They didn't dare to raise their heads and look at the battle in the distance, praying in their hearts that the little princess could win. At this time, they were no longer as relaxed as before. They were all worried and didn't quite know who could win. When they saw that the opponent was still able to charge forward after the battle, they knew that the little princess had met her opponent this time. Mukin also knew that if he wanted to defeat the opponent, he could only confront the opponent head-on. Only in this way could he consume the opponent's physical strength. Xiao Longnu couldn't use spiritual energy and directly used her body to fight against Mukin. But Mukin could use spiritual weapons. It could be said that she relied on the use of spiritual energy to fight back at the opponent directly. Xiao Longnu's dragon tail swing was a huge threat to Mukin. As long as the opponent attacked, he would have to exert all his strength in both spiritual and martial arts to be able to block it. How can it be? When Xiao Longnu saw that her move was actually blocked by the opponent, her expression changed instantly. Just now she thought the opponent was nothing more than that. But now she looked at Mukin seriously. She saw that the other party was indeed a very ordinary-looking person. But she did not expect that the other party was so powerful. And his strength was only in the early Heian stage. She is in the Huayin period. Although it is just strength, the fact that it can be blocked shows that the opponent's strength is not always what he sees. Sure enough, he is a master of both spiritual and martial arts. The little dragon girl frowned. She didn't expect that the person in front of her had both spiritual and spiritual skills. And he was not low level. Although the other party relied on the pagoda to impose great restrictions on her, she knew that for monks, spiritual energy was easy to cultivate, but martial arts was too difficult. There are very few people who can cultivate to such an extent without having any natural talent or absolute talent. She saw that the person in front of her was very young. In the words of the monster, this guy had only lived for a few decades. In this grade, there are absolutely very few people with such strength. In fact, it's probably even worse than her. She is the most talented being in the Dragon Clan inheritance. And the other party is almost the same as her, which can be said to be very terrifying. This time, Xiao Longnu looked at Mukin from the perspective of her opponent. However, Mukin ignored this and hit the giant dragon in front of him directly. He knew that if he wanted to defeat the opponent, he could only exhaust the opponent's physical strength. Mukin condensed his big hand seal and punched it out instantly. Exactly! Then you can hone my strength! Xiao Longnu also had a temper. When she saw Mukin teasing her again and again, she didn't hold back and hit him with all her strength. Mukin saw the other party accepting the challenge and sneered. The exquisite pagoda in his hand was instantly photographed. Mukin knew that his exquisite pagoda at least exceeded the level of innate spiritual treasures, so he used it directly as a weapon. Moreover, if the little dragon girl is close to the Linglong pagoda, the suppressive force will be even stronger. In order to exhaust the opponent's physical strength, he could only use strange moves. If he had to compete head-on with his opponent, Mukin knew that he would not be able to exhaust the opponent until he was exhausted. As a dragon, and her strength has reached the Hadao stage, although her spiritual energy is limited, it can still replenish the energy loss. So if she wants to kill the opponent, she can only use strange moves. The exquisite pagoda in his hand is just right. It not only limits the opponent's strength, but also causes harm to the opponent. Mean! Xiao Longnu didn't expect Mukin to be able to use this move, so she did it instantly without any preparation. She had just used Dragon Tail to solve Mukin's big hand seal, and then the Linglong pagoda appeared. She wanted to withdraw, but the Linglong pagoda instantly restrained her, making her power stagnate and causing her movements to stagnate slightly. Just stop. When? The exquisite pagoda instantly hit Xiao Longnu. Buzz. Chapter 266, Together. The exquisite pagoda hit Xiao Longnu's body and made a crisp sound, just like two metals colliding with each other. It can be seen that Xiao Longnu's body is also very hard, like metal. Although Mukin's move was blocked by the opponent's powerful body, the small dragon girl's body trembled unconsciously, because the Linglong pagoda's close-range suppression was even more powerful. This tremor spread from the body to the brain, causing Xiao Longnu's soul to tremble, and her whole body to tremble. My body also feels numb. Master, do you want my help? At this moment, the three-headed dog suddenly sent a message to Mukin. Why did I forget you? Mukin was still preparing to continue the big move, but when he heard the voice of the three-headed dog, he realized why he was so stupid. Although the opponent was suppressed by his strength, he still couldn't defeat him easily. Let yourself have a powerful pet by your side, but you don't even need it. The three-headed dog is Huayin's strength. The last time he was able to defeat it was with the help of the Linglong pagoda. But now that the three-headed dog has recognized its owner, he can control the Linglong pagoda without suppressing the three-headed dog. In fact, it is not Mu Chen's fault. He is just used to fighting alone, and using all the weapons in his hands to face the opponent. As for the three-headed dog as a pet, he has always followed Shangyang Luoxue, and he forgot about it for a while. I am so silly! Mukun cursed secretly to himself. It was useless to hit him carefully. But now he saw the three-headed dog leaping to try. And he nodded immediately. Okay. Go ahead. As Mukun nodded, the three-headed dog looked up to the sky and yelled, "Woof woof woof!" After barking 3 times in a row, the three-headed dog stepped on it and flew up instantly. What? Is this a dog? What is this thing? Why does it have 3 heads? Oh my god! This guy seems to be very powerful. No, this guy is very strong. The monsters in the underground saw that their little princess was actually suppressed. But when they saw that the other party still couldn't take down their little princess for a while, they felt much less anxious. But they never expected that there was a powerful monster behind Mukun. And their expressions changed instantly. Amen became nervous and clenched his paws together, praying in his heart that the little princess could defeat the other party. Xiaolongnu also heard a high-pitched barking, and immediately opened her eyes and looked over, discovering that it was a dog with 3 heads. The dragon's beard tightened. Normally this kind of puppy would kneel down when he saw her. But today she had to use her strength to resist the suppression of the pagoda. Woof woof woof! The 3-headed dog looked at the little dragon girl excitedly. It had seen dragons in its previous life, but it always lowered its head and glanced at it from a distance, not daring to look directly at it. But today, the dog's face was filled with a proud smile. Ha ha! Xia Long Long! You have today too! Look at me trampling your Shalong clan under my feet today! As a dog, the 3-headed dog's goal has always been to become a master of humans. But unfortunately, it has been enslaved all its life and has not escaped the control of others. Seeing that there was no hope of getting rid of this controlled situation, the frustration in his heart was really unbearable. At this moment, seeing the suppressed little dragon girl's 3-headed dog became excited. I ravaged Xiaolongnu today. Who will dare to underestimate my dog brother in the future? The 3-headed dog thought that in the dog world, he would be the one being fawned over by other dogs. That dog was like this, trampling a dragon under its feet. Thinking of this, the 3-headed dog was so excited that he couldn't help himself, and the urge to urinate emerged. But you can rebel against the power of others. When Xiaolongnu saw a dog looking at her with disdain, Xiaolongnu, who had always been aloof, felt insulted. Hold head high. The little dragon girl immediately let out a strong dragon roar, trying to use her own blood to suppress the 3-headed dog in front of her. However, the little dragon girl miscalculated. If it were other monsters, under the dragon chant of the little dragon girl, especially with the power of blood, this natural suppression would make many monsters surrender directly. But the 3-headed dog is the watchdog of HL. It is a dog that has seen the world. So this kind of bloodline suppression has long been immune to the 3-headed dog's body. Master, help me! The 3-headed dog was so arrogant when he saw a little dragon waiting to be slaughtered. He actually didn't pay attention to his brother, and looked at it with that arrogant look, as if he was just like you. It couldn't stand it. As a dog with dreams, it didn't want to be looked down upon, especially in front of such a monster with noble blood. Only by defeating these demonic beasts with proud bloodlines, the 3-headed dog will one day become the most powerful being in the world. Just like the Roaring Sky Dog. Whoever sees the Roaring Sky Dog doesn't call him Lord Go. The 3-headed dog will also have such a day. Although Xiaolongnu's strength seems to be similar to it, the opponent is still a Hado stage monster. It is only suppressed in strength and aura, but its defense is still that of the Hado stage. It is impossible to defeat the opponent, and you can only rely on your own master. Go without worry! Mukun was very satisfied when he saw the 3-headed dog that was full of fighting desire in his blood. He did not expect that the 3-headed dog could do him such a big favor. Seeing that the 3-headed dog worked so hard, he was not stingy and directly controlled the Linglong Pagoda. He hit Xiaolongnu. When the little dragon girl saw the exquisite pagoda above her head, her dragon eyes became angry. She curled up her tail and swiped at it. Xiaolongnu knew that the Linglong Pagoda's suppression of her was too strong. If she was close, the suppression would be even stronger, weakening her strength even more. Moreover, she actually felt paralyzed when the exquisite pagoda hit her. This was a reaction caused by the powerful suppressive force transmitted to her body through her skin. So the first thing to do is to get rid of the eyesore. Humph! Your opponent is me! The 3-headed dog felt very unhappy when he saw that Xiao Longnu was ignoring him. He roared and rushed forward. 3 heads and a big mouth. Releasing 3 skills instantly. When Xiao Longnu saw the 3-headed dog's skills, she could only abandon the exquisite pagoda in front of her and throw away the 3 skills that came her way. Although her body can resist the opponent's skills, her body is not infinite. When her strength is exhausted, her defense will completely disappear, so she could only fight back. However, when Xiao Longnu gave up the Linglong Pagoda, and Hingshui from the Linglong Pagoda hit Xiao Longnu unceremoniously, Xiao Longnu, who was attacking with all her strength, instantly trembled, her body shaking unconsciously. With the shaking, the tail just passed the 3-headed dog's skill, allowing the 3-headed dog's skill to hit her through her tail. You? Xiao Longnu glared at Mukin, who was watching the joke in the distance. Chapter 267, Want to help? She didn't expect that the other party had a pagoda that suppressed her cultivation. And now she was actually calling him a helper. What does it have to do with me? These are all my things. This one is my spiritual weapon. And this one is my pet. Aren't these all mine? Mukin said rudely when he saw the other party glaring angrily. Shameless. Xiao Longnu didn't expect that the other party would be so shameless, calling for help if he couldn't beat him, and using a sneak attack. Mukin was joined by a 3-headed dog, and the 3-headed dog stood directly in front and fought hand-to-hand with Xiao Longnu. Although Xiao Longnu could block all the 3-headed dog's skills due to her physical strength, the exquisite pagoda that appeared next to her at any time immediately made Xiao Longnu's expression change, especially if it hit her directly. Her physical strength can completely resist it at first, but later on, when the strength decreases, the suppression force of the Linglong Pagoda will be even greater. The faster her strength decreases, the more her suppression decreases. It can be said to be a vicious cycle. The suppression effect of the exquisite pagoda will not weaken as the opponent's strength weakens, but as the opponent's strength weakens, although the suppression effect does not decrease, it will cause a gap due to the decrease. At the beginning, I was able to resist with strength. Now due to the weakening of strength, more strength is needed to resist suppression, causing the strength used to directly weaken even more. This, little princess, can't do it. No, absolutely not. The little princess is the most talented in history. How could she lose to an outsider? Yes, we must believe in the little princess. She will definitely be able to defeat the opponent. The monsters below saw the dragon girl in the sky being suppressed and beaten, especially when they saw their little princess's expression becoming more and more decadent, and became even more unable to sit still. The other demon kings could see it. They saw that their little princess had little strength to resist the attack of a 3-headed dog due to the continuous weakening of her power, let alone the pagoda that appeared from time to time. Let's help the little princess quickly. Otherwise, the consequences will be disastrous. Quick! Let's go together. I'll go first. The 11 demon kings below couldn't stand it anymore. They felt that their little princess would definitely lose if she continued to fight. So they stood up directly. Although they wished that their little princess had been taken care of, they knew that the fact that they could live well until now was because the little princess was protecting them. If the little princess was gone, then the consequences for them would not be easy. So they directly rushed up. However, before these demon kings could charge forward, they were roared by the little dragon girl. Go back quickly! Go back! The little dragon girl roared angrily. But the 11 demon kings felt that the little princess was deliberately telling them not to take action for them. If the little princess had any shortcomings, they would still be able to avoid death. Little princess, don't worry. Even if we die, we won't run away. We will advance and retreat together with the little princess. Yes, let's advance and retreat together. Little princess, don't try to persuade us. We have made up our minds. Come on. For the sake of the little princess, we will protect it with our lives. The 11 demon kings directly released various skills, and the sky became colorful in an instant. Fireballs, waterfalls, thunder and other moves appeared densely in the sky, making people scalp numb when watching them. It was like a doomsday scene, and it felt like the world was about to end. Idiot! Xiao Longnu looked at the 11 demon kings who rushed forward and stood in front of her, feeling angry and moved at the same time. What was touching was that these guys did not forget her, but turned around and surrendered directly. They were very centered towards her. But what makes me angry is that these guys are so ignorant. Why didn't you interfere with the 3-headed dog or the pagoda below? Why did you block her directly with your body? Don't you know that the pagoda in front of you suppressed her on a large scale? Otherwise, Why couldn't her huge body show its strength? It was because it was suppressed. Little princess, don't worry. We will protect you. Dead dog. Look at the thunderous strikes of my Dragon King. Die. Outsider. This is not the place for you. One of the 11 demon kings angrily released what he had learned in his life. None of these 11 demon kings are idiots. Their strength is equivalent to that of the Huang period. Facing the three-headed dog, they can directly crush them. However, they are unlucky and encounter the Linglong Pagoda that is very restrained against them. At the moment when these 11 demon kings released their ultimate moves, a great light flashed above their heads. And then the spiritual energy in their bodies suddenly disappeared. What? What's going on? Why? My spiritual energy has become less? Me too. Why do I feel like my aura is like a funnel? It's falling straight down. No. We've been hit by the same thing as the little princess. What? This damn thing has such a large range. How can we fight like this? As soon as the 11 demon kings felt that their strength had plummeted, they were still in the Huayan stage at the beginning. In the blink of an eye, they fell directly to the Kite Eye stage. And in the blink of an eye they were directly in the Blood Orifice stage. Their strength is low. And the suppression ability of Linglong Pagoda is also stronger. The Linglong Pagoda is based on the strength of the person who controls the treasure. It can restrain the strength of the person who controls it by 2 levels, and the soldiers can be completely controlled at once. Mukin's current strength is at the Haiyang stage, only the first level higher than the Huayan stage. However, Mukin is a spiritual and martial artist, and his strength has reached the peak of the Haiyang stage. It can be said that it is not much different from the Huayan stage, and the strength of these demon kings is only at the Huayan stage, only a little lower than Mukin. Their suppression ability will be more powerful, and their direct strength will be reduced by 4 levels. The 11 demon kings saw that their strength was only at the Blood Orifice stage. They were all dumbfounded. They looked at each other and became speechless. At this moment, they also understood what the little princess had just said, covering her face and scolding them. Indeed, they did the stupidest thing. It seemed like they were doing something wrong, but they ended up doing something bad. Not only was it a disservice, but at this moment, the other party was actually looking at them as if they were prey. At this moment, the 11 demon kings saw Mukin looking at them with a smile, as if the piece of meat on his body could be eaten. In fact, these demon kings were right. Mukin was indeed looking at which piece of meat had better quality. The few demon kings in front of me are relatively precious foods on the diet. For example, spicy lobster, steamed abalone. Among these monster kings there are monsters like this. They are very huge, and you can tell by their appearance that they are very powerful. Mukin had never tasted such delicious food, and he wanted to eat it. Come at me if you can! Let my men go! When Xiaolongnu saw that her men were being restrained, she immediately stood up and blocked the way. Chapter 268, It's So Shameless. Ha ha! There's no rush! Quan Quan! Let me take care of the demon king who doesn't want to live or die. When we take care of this little dragon, we'll have a feast. After a fight, the little dragon girl looked very unhappy at this time, and the whole dragon's face was already dripping with sweat. Mukin knew that this was during the opponent's battle. A lot of fighting, and the inability to keep up with his strength, which caused the situation in front of him. Situation. Thank you, Master. The three-headed dog didn't expect that one day he would be able to eat a piece of dragon meat, so he licked his tongue unconsciously. With a greedy look, he looked at the little dragon girl in front of him, who was shaking her body out of anger, and grinned. When Xiaolongnu saw Gozue smiling, she felt bad. She didn't expect that when she met other masters for the first time, she would be defeated so badly. She had great doubts about her historical talent. She felt that her mother had deceived her. How could anyone be more evil and perverted than her? At this time, she felt that her strength was continuously draining, and most of it was fighting against the pagoda above her. Without this pagoda, it would be easy for her to deal with the two in front of her. But the reality made her understand that she was just wishful thinking. Xiaolongnu looked at her body with demonic greedy eyes, and wanted to turn around and run away, waiting for her strength to rise before fighting the opponent again. But this planet belongs to her, and there is no way to leave. Although she wanted to know how these people in front of her got in, she knew that they would not tell her the news. Without the key to open the passage, she couldn't leave here, so she could only swing and get beaten. The three-headed dog ignored the little dragon girl, who had many thoughts in front of him, but his 6 eyes were red with excitement. There is dragon meat to eat! There is dragon meat to eat! This sentence was echoing over and over in the three-headed dog's mind. Even though it was sweating profusely at this time, it was even worse than the little dragon girl. But its face was full of fighting desire. And the whole dog was very excited. He directly hit the little dragon girl in front of him. And Mukon also controlled the exquisite pagoda and hit the little dragon girl a few times. It's over! It's over! We're done! How? How is it possible? How can they be so strong? Are we being conquered by each other like this? The monsters below originally saw that 11 demon kings had joined. The little princess should feel better and might turn defeat into victory. But they didn't expect that the demon king, who had been so aggressive just now, instantly shriveled up. And their faces all turned gray. They knew that things were getting serious. These guys, who didn't look very strong, used something like that pagoda to restrain them. How to do? No! We still have a little princess. Trust the little princess. The little princess is our hope. We must believe in the little princess. The little princess just doesn't adapt to the opponent's fighting style. It will be fine when she gets used to it. Some of the monsters down there were already panicking and didn't know what to do. However, some monsters still firmly believe that the little princess will win, clenching their paws tightly and trying their best to cheer for the little princess. However, as the little dragon girl, she felt more and more weak, that the power in her body was becoming weaker and weaker. There were many times when the three-headed dog's skills were clearly hitting her, but she just couldn't muster the strength to dodge. So she could only bear this blow. Boom! The little dragon girl didn't know how many blows she received, and she didn't have much strength at this time. The whole golden body of the dragon had turned a little white, but it was still strong. Xiao Longnu saw that all her people underground were watching her and cheering her on. How could she give up so easily? How can one let one's own people be so cowardly at the hands of others that they resist desperately? Who? Ha! 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 As a three-headed dog fighting with Xiao Longnu. 3 long tongues were sticking out at this time. The whole dog's body seemed to be washed with water, and it was soaked from top to bottom. At this time, he was lying softly on the ground, sticking out his tongue, and his eyes had lost their vitality and had turned white. At first glance, it looks like overexertion. Mukon knew that this was the phenomenon of the three-headed dog losing its power. He did not expect that the three-headed dog, a Huayin stage monster, would actually fight against a giant dragon whose strength was suppressed by the Huayin stage. Mukon did not expect that the last one who used his spiritual energy casually was the first to fall. The three-headed dog can absorb a large amount of spiritual energy from the surrounding air anytime and anywhere to replenish its body. The little dragon girl has to spend a lot of spiritual energy to suppress the opponent's Linglong pagoda. So she doesn't have much spiritual energy, let alone replenishing her body. Therefore, in such a battle with great disparity in strength, the three-headed dog should have killed Xiao Longnu. But the opposite happened, which surprised Mukon. Master! I... The three-headed dog rolled his eyes, and saw that the dragon in front of him was still flying in the sky. He knew that he still had not defeated the opponent. The three-headed dog was a little decadent. It felt even worse in its heart. It felt that it might be undervalued in the eyes of its master, because it couldn't even defeat a dragon that was suppressed by its strength. Mukon saw the three-headed dog's frustration, and just shook his head. It's okay. Isn't it me? Mukon looked at the decadent three-headed dog, puffed out his chest and said, Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. The three-headed dog was moved to tears when he saw that his owner actually helped him. However, the little dragon girl, who had lost her strength, heard a shameless voice, and the whole dragon suddenly felt bad. You have the guts to challenge yourself. The little dragon girl knew that she had no strength anymore. She lost a lot of strength in the resistance tower. Otherwise she could kill hundreds of people like this scum in front of her with one claw. I'm alone. Is there anyone else hitting you? Mukon looked innocently at the giant dragon in front of him. As he spoke, Mukon looked around with his eyes, as if he didn't see anyone else. Then he shrugged as if he had made a mistake. Despicable. Shameless. Xiao Longnu knew that the other party was very strong. She had experienced it. And now that she saw that the other party had finished the show leisurely, and then came out to end it, she became even more angry. There is no right or wrong in war. Mukon looked at the giant dragon in front of him as if he were an idiot, with very contemptuous eyes. When Xiao Longnu saw Mukon's contemptuous eyes, the usually aloof Longnu couldn't stand it. I'll bite you to death. The little dragon girl ignored it and let go of her body. allowing the Linglong Pagoda to suppress her. She circulated her body like crazy, and wanted to use Taoism to directly eliminate the hateful human beings in front of her. However, Xiao Longnu still underestimated the power of Linglong Pagoda. Chapter 269, Little Lolita. As soon as Xiao Longnu gave up her resistance, a huge pressure suddenly fell from her body. Her little spiritual energy and strength collapsed instantly under this huge pressure. The entire demon lost all power in an instant. The body that just rushed in front of Mukun fell softly. This dragon scale is good. It can make a good pair of armor. Mukun fell from the air to the giant dragon that fell to the ground. After admiring the scales, he sighed sincerely. You? You bully me. You? You? Xiao Longnu, who was completely suppressed, felt Mu Chen's malicious gaze and couldn't control it anymore. Tears flowed from her eyes. Silly dog. What are you looking at? Find something to hold it up. Mukun saw that what was flowing out of the eyes of the giant dragon in front of him was not tears, but a crystal clear liquid. He didn't know what the use of this thing was, but as something on the dragon's body, it must be a treasure. You. Xiao Longnu raised her head with difficulty and looked at Mukun in disbelief. She never expected that the other party would not even let go of her tears. Seeing the other party's excited face, the little princess stopped crying. Even if she died, she would die tragically, not in such a humiliating way. Silly dog. How about using your dog teeth to test the hardness of this dragon scale? Let me see if I can refine a good piece of armor. My sister just needs a good piece of armor. When Mukun saw that the giant dragon in front of him actually stopped crying, he gave up as if he wouldn't cry even if he beat me to death. His eyes were shining brightly as he looked at the 100-meter-long dragon body. In the past, Mukun had never observed the giant dragon flying in the sky. But now that it was close at hand, Mukun could feel the strong pressure from the dragon, and a faint pressure pressed on the surroundings. But it is a pity that her powerful pressure could have frightened other monsters to death or scared away other monsters, preventing anyone from approaching them. However, under the Linglong Pagoda, these pressures are no longer necessary. At this time, the smooth and bright scale shone under his gaze. Mukun couldn't help but reached out and touched it. As a modern person, this was the first time he saw a real dragon, and it was alive. What made his heart even more excited was that this dragon was crawling at his feet, letting him play with it as he pleased. This was the most wonderful thing. However, before he stretched out his hand, suddenly, the giant dragon in front of him disappeared. Yeah, it's a dragon. Can a dragon not only fly into the clouds and ride in the mist, but also disappear directly? Mukun saw that the giant dragon that was hundreds of feet in front of him had disappeared. Just now the dragon was lying on the ground, like a winding mountain, and now it disappeared in an instant. He quickly looked around, but didn't see any sign of the dragon. Damn it! The duck that reached its mouth actually flew away. Mukun was a little angry. This was the dragon that he spent a lot of effort to control. He hadn't had enough fun yet. So why did he disappear like this? You should kill it first. This thing might escape if it's alive. Mukun was very disappointed when he saw that he could not find the shadow of the giant dragon. He also summarized his mistakes so as not to make the same mistake next time. You are so vicious. Woohoo! Mother! Woohoo! Mother! Woohoo! Suddenly, Loli's voice came from beside Mukun. How can there be a Loli sound? It must be fake. Mukun was stunned when he heard Loli's voice, but he knew that he was the only one here. Shangyang Luoshua and others were teleported in. Did you? The three-headed dog. You little bitch. Turn into a Loli and want to discuss me? Mukun immediately thought of what the three-headed dog had just said. He was currently in the Yang phase, and any slight disturbance would cause Yang Qi disorder in his body. He turned around and wanted to hit the stupid dog. It didn't matter that he hadn't fought the dragon just now, but now he was still disgusted. However, Mukun turned around and saw a three-headed dog. 3 dog heads appeared in front of him, and they looked at him with evil eyes. You silly dog! Mukun wanted to scold this silly dog for being so flattering. As a result, he saw the silly dog looking down, then smiling and saying, Master, you are blessed. Mukun also looked down in the direction of the three-headed dog. Hack! Little Loli. My caca! A little Loli appears here. Hey! That's wrong. Why are there 2 horns on my forehead? Mukun looked down and saw a little Lolita like a porcelain doll appearing in front of him. He saw the little Loli in front of him with long blonde hair, big blue eyes, a small mouth, A round face. Skin that could be broken by blows. And white and rosy skin. Seeing how tender and delicious it was, Myukin unconsciously stretched out his hand and pinched it. Myukin instantly felt a silky elasticity. As elastic as QQ candy. And he also felt something soft and watery. Myukin looked at the little loli in front of him in disbelief. Looking frightened. But what shocked Myukin even more was that this little loli had a devilish figure. It should be convex. And it should be curved. A small vest covers her perfect figure. She was also wearing a golden short skirt, revealing her short legs as white as clouds. A pair of golden leather shoes stood on her feet, which looked very kawaii. Like a little princess in a fairy tale. This porcelain doll is great. Great! I'll keep it! Ahem! I'll adopt it! Ahem! Ahem! Myukin saw the little loli in front of him, especially half of her short white legs exposed, which made his blood boil. Moreover, he was in the Haeong stage. Seeing these short white legs, all kinds of pictures came to mind. I wanted to say that he was adopted, but his true nature was exposed as soon as he opened his mouth. When he saw the dog face laughing at his joke, he quickly put on a face and said very grandly, "Humph! I don't care about it anymore." When Xiaolongnu heard that she was adopted and saw the other person looking at her lustfully, she felt as if countless reptiles were crawling on her body. She felt uncomfortable all over and immediately yelled, "Oh! It seems you want to sign a contract?" Myukin had already had an idea. And the moment he saw the little Lolita, he had already made a decision. At this time, he looked at the little Lolita's big eyes, looking at him displeased. And he felt very happy, facing the little loli with a smile. "If you look serious, don't sign." "You? Impossible." When the little loli heard that the contract was signed, her face turned pale with fright. She had a legacy. Very few people from the Shenlong clan signed the contract, let alone the five-clawed golden dragon, which was almost non-existent. "If I want her to sign, I'll kill her." Myukin saw the little loli with her neck stiffened, and without saying a word, he slapped her. "Humph! I really want to hit you." Chapter 270, Conquer the Little Princess. Myukin greeted him with a slap in the face. Bang bang bang. A crisp sound resounded in the space for a while. This. What should we do? Little princess. The 11 demon kings who were easily taken care of by the three-headed dog saw their little princess. They held her in their mouths, and were afraid of falling. Now they were being pressed on their butts and spanked. They couldn't sit still, and wanted to come forward. But before they could get up, the Linglong Pagoda appeared instantly above their heads, and a three-headed dog appeared in front of a demon king with a gloomy look. The three-headed dog licked its tongue, looking very greedy, and it looked like it was ready to bite. The 11 demon kings were so frightened that they shrank their necks, not daring to say a word or gasping for breath, for fear that they would accidentally be eaten by the stupid dog in front of them. They also closed their eyes when their little princess was beaten. The little princess failed this time, and should be beaten. Yes, he must be beaten. He is so strong. But he was beaten by the opponent from beginning to end. He deserves to be punished. These are just people who came to another world. But they learned from the records that there are stronger existences in the world, such as Buddha, heaven, and the ancient clan, etc. These are all very powerful. Listen, it's commonplace to talk about flying into the sky and escaping from the earth, moving between stars and changing the moon. My little princess has a very good talent, but now it seems that she has never experienced a severe beating. The demon kings comforted themselves at this time. This is a failure. As an underground spectator, the demons thought that their little princess should be able to defeat it. But now they were dumbfounded when they saw their little princess being spanked. They didn't know what to do. They all stood there with their mouths open and didn't know what to do. Myukin didn't know that other monsters saw his little princess being held down and spanked. So they slapped her one by one. The little loli was very tough at first, pouting her little lips, as if you were ready to beat me to death. But Myukin's slaps fell more and more often. The little loli, who was holding on hard, also had a look of pain on her face. It was also accompanied by a pink color, which dyed the entire cheek red. Myukin took the opportunity to take advantage when the slap fell. So the little loli felt ashamed and hurt at this time. After persisting for about 10 minutes, the little loli finally couldn't bear it anymore. Spare me! I sign! Woohoo! Woohoo! Because she had no spiritual energy and no strength, the little loli used her rough skin and thick flesh to endure Mukin's beatings. At this time, she finally couldn't hold on anymore and begged for mercy in tears. I should have known this. But you still acted so stubbornly. Mukin looked at the little lolies, but instead with regret. Woo, woo! The little loli covered her face, feeling both ashamed and angry. She wanted to tear the hateful guy in front of her to pieces. But she knew she couldn't beat him. But she didn't have the courage to let her die. She wanted to see her ancestral land, where there were divine dragons and 5-clawed golden dragons. She also wanted to see those legendary heavens and the western world. He had never seen these beautiful things. How could he die so easily? So he reluctantly handed over his contract. Humph. Sign early, and you'll save yourself a lot of trouble. Mukin looked at the reluctant little loli and smiled. He did not say bad words, but smiled like a spring breeze. However, in the eyes of little Lolita, Mukin is like the legendary demon from H.L. who eats people without spitting out their bones. The little loli shook her body unconsciously, and then stepped back. Look how scared you are. Mukin dropped a drop of blood, and then it was directly integrated into the little loli's contract. And then, the little loli directly absorbed it. At this moment, Mukin felt that he could control the little loli in front of him. Mukin saw a little dragon in his mind. For a moment, it was a dragon. And for a moment, it turned into a tiny version of a little Lolita. Next to it, there was a 3-headed dog. At this time, the 3-headed dog was like a licking dog, licking its tongue and bowing to the little loli. But in exchange for a kick from the other party, the licking dog was kicked away. Mukin glanced at the 3-headed dog with a smile. He did not expect that the 3-headed dog had such potential. Then Mukin smiled evilly and leaned towards the little loli. The little loli was so frightened that she quickly covered her chest with her hands and stepped back with panic in her eyes. Little loli felt that Mukin had ill intentions towards her. What do you want to do? The little loli's voice became lower and lower. She knew that she was doomed today. Now her life and death were all controlled by the other party. She had no way to stop the other party from doing what he wanted to do. Ha ha! I'm kidding you! Every time you put your cheek next to the little loli, you look at the frightened little loli with a smile. Then he looked up to the sky and laughed. You. Little loli didn't expect that she was being tricked by Mukin. She thought that she was going to be violated by him. And she was so scared that she closed her eyes. Ah! Little loli thought of the scene just now. She wanted to die at this moment. It was so shameful. She remembered that her heartbeat suddenly accelerated. And she felt, hey! I can't eat dragon meat anymore. When the 3-headed dog saw that its owner had taken in a little Lolita, the whole dog was in bad shape. It could see that its master liked the little loli in front of him 10,000 times more than it did. And he would hit him at every turn. You have just gotten over the various jokes being made to the little Lolita in front of you. The 3-headed dog thought that he would fall out of favor in the future. And Nuonyo said to himself. The 3-headed dog was very sad. He worked hard but still couldn't get favor. However, the other party only showed a slight fright. And his owner started to laugh. My mood was hit hard. So I spoke my heart out directly. Yeah. What did you say? The little loli was holding back her anger for a long time. Even if she was suppressed by a pagoda, a dog actually bullied her. Now he even talked about eating dragon meat in front of her. She simply didn't take her seriously. The distracted 3-headed dog instantly felt a strong murderous aura on its forehead. He turned his head and was about to explain. But a big black foot fell directly. The little loli kicked the 3-headed dog directly into the ground. Mukin controlled the little Lolita and directly withdrew the Linglong Pagoda. Without the suppression of the Linglong Pagoda, the little Lolita's lifelong strength and aura recovered instantly. As a dragon in the Hadao stage, even if he has not fully recovered, with a little spiritual energy, it is not easy to kill a Huayin stage person instantly. The poor 3-headed dog, its owner failed to please and offended the newcomer again. And the other party was even stronger than it. The whole dog's life was a tragedy. Mukin pretended not to have heard the 3-headed dog's deliberate screams and walked away. Chapter 271, 2 Mattresses. Mukin waited until the little loli vented her resentment before Shirshiran came out. Hey! Quan! What's the matter with your injuries? Mukin looked at the 3-headed dog with a surprised look on his face, asking if he had bumped into someone while trying to grab something to eat. No. Nothing? I just accidentally fell. The 3-headed dog looked at its owner, who was gloating about his misfortune. Then looked back at the giant dragon, who looked like he would beat you if he dared to say anything. He lowered his head and said sadly, Ouch! Look at you. You're not careful at all. Be more careful next time. As Mukin said. He walked over and gently touched the little Loli's head in front of him. The little Loli was stunned on the spot. She felt an electric shock all over her body instantly, as if an electric current was holding her in place. The little Lolita had not yet recovered from the humiliation her master had given her just now. Little Loli did not expect that her master would be so shameless and take advantage of her again. He took advantage of her, and took advantage of her. What does it mean to be so smooth? Little Loli went crazy in her heart, and she screamed in her heart and broke Mukin into 8 pieces. Yeah! This dragon's skin is so good! It feels so good to the touch! Mukin looked at the 3-headed dog with a smile, and looked like I'm taking it out on you. The 3-headed dog looked at its shameless owner, and actually took advantage of it in the name of thinking about it. The whole dog felt bad, and turned his face away fiercely. He didn't want to see the scene. He was really bullying the dog. It was obvious that he was taking advantage, and enjoying it for himself. So he had the nerve to drag it in. The 3-headed dog was very angry, and turned his head away. It knew that the beating it received was in vain. And it felt very sad. Not only did it not receive comfort from its owner, but it was obvious that it had fallen out of favor. Seeing the owner's cheerful smile, you knew you couldn't put it down. Listening to my master's words, I got goosebumps. Mukin saw that Goyen was actually looking at him with contempt, as if he was taking advantage of it. Don't hold me back. He smiled a little awkwardly. Yeah, it feels good. Mukin made one final comment, then used his hands to smother her twice, and then reluctantly let go of the little Lolita. I was really unhappy being watched by a dog. The soft and smooth little Lolita was very refreshing for Mukin to touch, which made him feel very happy. Instead of causing trouble for the 3-headed dog to despise, he turned around, hummed a song, and walked away step by step. He wanted to see how his sister was doing. Although the 3-headed dog said that there was not much danger in the fate, but it could not be 100% guaranteed. It would be a tragedy if there were 3 long and 2 shortcomings. At this time, the dragon had already subdued. There is no one else with superior strength here. So, just move towards the cave. Snort! When the little Loli saw her master taking advantage and leaving, she gave Mukin a hard squeeze behind him. As a little dragon girl who has never seen her father's love since she was a child, Mukin's big hand is like her father's big hand, pressing on her hand. It was so warm and safe, making her feel like home. But the irritated master just said yes twice and left. Left. The little Loli bared her teeth and chased after him fiercely. The 3-headed dog looked at the little Loli's erratic changes in expression. He couldn't tell what was going on for a while. But since he couldn't beat the opponent, he kept all his questions in his heart. He didn't dare to ask. So he chased after her. Go up. What is this? Our little princess. Is this being taken advantage of by the other party? Our noble princess. Just like this. Woo-woo. Woo-woo. The 11 demon kings saw their enemy caressing their unattainable little princess with his big hands. They were all dumbfounded and then became angry. One by one, they wanted to stand up and chop off that big hand, their little princess. But they couldn't watch it from a distance. But they didn't expect that this outsider not only took advantage, but also took advantage of it. Everyone was jealous. They wanted to stand up and kill her. But their only sense told them that their little princess had been defeated by the other party. So they just went up to deliver food. They are unwilling to do so. But their strength tells them that being weak means waiting to be beaten. However, what surprised them was yet to come. They thought their little princess would be angry. But they didn't expect her to enjoy it. They could convince themselves of this enjoyment, because their little princess was controlled by someone at this time, and she should do whatever she should. But they couldn't accept the next scene, because they were dumbfounded when they saw their noble and unattainable little princess jumping up and down and following that person happily, with a smile on her face. What's going on? Has the little princess been given some ecstasy by the other party? Yes. This is not the little princess we used to have. When did she become like this? Now she is like a child following her father or brother. We can't let the princess go on like this. The reason why these demon kings can accept the humiliation of their princess is because they are weak. But now they cannot accept this scene, because this is beyond their knowledge. This is not about being defeated by the opponent and having no choice but to surrender. This is about losing power and humiliating the country. Little princess. Little princess. The 11 demon kings couldn't accept such a little princess. So they immediately stood up and shouted loudly. They wanted to use their voices to tell their little princess that you can't be like this. However, Their calls were met with a fierce look from the little lowly. And then a powerful Taoist spell passed over their heads. The obvious meaning is that if you dare to disturb me again, I will deal with you all. These demon kings were immediately dumbfounded. They did not expect that one day their little princess would actually threaten them. Everyone shut up and didn't know how to dissuade them. Each of them seemed to not recognize their own little princess. They looked at her for a long time and finally sighed helplessly. Why? The 11 demon kings don't know what happened to their little princess. But they know that the little princess from before is gone forever. In fact, they didn't understand that Xiao Longnu had grown up here all her life, without any relatives or friends. No one here bows their head and respects her when they meet her. She has never experienced family affection. She is like a caged bird, full of longing for the outside world, especially in her own inheritance. The outside world is full of flowers and plants, and the fairyland is full of fairyland. She has never seen these. Now that Mukin is so powerful that he has conquered her, Shalong usually won't give in. But it depends on the situation. Someone like Mukin, who has the strength to directly crush her and leave her helpless, will surrender. Otherwise, in all the worlds, the Dragon Clan would have been wiped out long ago. Chapter 272, Sint. Made a fortune. Shenlong and the others also surrendered to the strong. In the final analysis, this is a world where strength is respected. Mukin gave little lowly a feeling of family affection, especially after he was bound to Mukin, which gave her a bloodline bond. This made Xiao Longnu, who had never experienced family affection, suddenly feel as if she had found a relative. And of course she became excited. Although Xiao Longnu is an adult at this time, her thoughts are still in the stage of a child. With family affection, of course she behaves like a child, jumping up and down. This is also a sign of a happy mood. The other demon kings all had parents, and they couldn't understand Xiao Longnu's sense of expectation without having seen her parents. So the two changes were so big that they didn't understand. With no one to disturb her, the little lowly quickly caught up with Mukin. The little lowly's big eyes looked at Mukin's big hand again and again. Finally, she gritted her teeth and stretched out her little hand. She grabbed Mukin's big hand as fast as lightning without being able to see or hear it. Mukin also smiled when he saw the little lowly struggling with herself and finally overcoming her shyness and holding his big hand. She didn't let the little lowly hold his hand. She just looked forward and walked forward step by step. When little lowly saw Mukin not looking at her, her complicated mood relaxed. She was afraid that she would be thrown out by her master again. That way she would lose face and be embarrassed. At this time, seeing his master pretending that nothing happened, he also pursed his lips and smiled. And a sweet smile appeared on his face. The little lowly couldn't help but rub her little face against Mukin's arm. Then seeing that her master didn't seem to make any move to stop him, the little lowly became more courageous and directly put Mukin's hand on her shoulder. The little head rested directly on Mukin. When Mukin saw the little lowly, who was taking advantage of her, he lowered his head and saw big blue eyes, looking at him sweetly, with a pleading attitude. When Mukin saw these big eyes filled with tears, his heart softened and he said nothing. Just use a little force on your arms to hold the little lowly tighter. He could feel the little lowly's uneasy heart and her yearning for the care of others, which moved him. He also understands very well why the little lowly is so clingy. Because this is a child who has lost his father's love and his mother's love, and has never experienced it. He feels like a parent to him. So he is a bit presumptuous, thinking of little lowly losing her mother since she was a child. Her father didn't know. And this place was like a cage, tying her up. It looks safe, but it also loses a lot of fun. It can be said to be lucky or unfortunate. The lucky ones are alive. The unlucky ones are in captivity. It can be said that each has its own advantages and disadvantages. But it also makes the little lowly lose a lot of innocence. At this moment, I felt warmth in him. So he became very clingy. Mukin knew this and didn't care about the little lowly and let her go. However, as for the other monsters on land, they were all dumbfounded when they saw that their unattainable little princess actually acted cute in order to get caressed by others. It's fake. It must be fake. This is not my little princess. Someone must be pretending to be her. Yes. We must have not woken up and had hallucinations. Otherwise, how could such a funny scene appear? We must have not woken up. Our little princess must not be able to create such a picture. The monsters used comforting words to tell themselves that these were not things they saw, but were imagined by themselves. However, when the little lowly showed up to them, she seemed to be showing off, with a sweet smile on her face as she passed by them. When I arrived, I said low. Let these self-consoling people wake up instantly. But let them accept this reality. They cannot accept it. Damn! What's going on? My noble little princess. My little princess. What's wrong with you? It must be the devil. The devil controlled the little princess. Mukin looked at the monsters who doubted their lives and smiled lightly. Then he went straight into the cave, followed by the dejected three-headed dog. Looking back at the people talking and laughing in front of me, I was alone, which made me feel even more sad. It knew that it had no chance to compete for favor in the future. So it was in a very low mood and followed behind, as if it had lost its ability to act independently. This is your resting place. Mukin followed little Loli and walked directly into the door that they could not enter. As a member of the Shenlong clan, the gate can restrict outsiders, but it is open to the Dragon clan. Mukin also took advantage of the little Lolita's light and walked in through the gate. I don't want to be like the three-headed dog. Just make a few formations and destroy them a few times before entering. He didn't want to take Yan Luoshua's group's route, but went straight in through the main entrance. Walking to this gate, Mukin saw that the smile on the little Loli's face had faded and she looked unhappy. So he knew that this was the resting place of the little Loli's mother. After saying that, he also patted the little Loli on the shoulder to tell her not to be too sad. Yeah! Let's go! Little Loli felt Mukin's big hand, and felt much more at ease. She nodded, pushed with her little hand, and the door in front of her opened in an instant. Wow! Hack! As soon as the door opened, a dazzling light shot out, almost blinding Mukin's eyes. After a long time, Mukin finally got used to the light. When he turned his head and looked, his jaw dropped in shock. He saw a bright light before his eyes. Shiny things all over the place. It's like a huge mountain piled on the ground. Although Mukin had not seen much, he had a rough understanding of what was in front of him from some records of practitioners passed down by Li Ding. Most of the things in front of me are fire crystals, spiritual stones, and other types of crystals. Apart from these crystals, he didn't recognize a small part of them at all. But it doesn't matter, as long as he knows most of what is in front of him. Because according to Li Ding, spiritual crystals can quickly enhance a practitioner's strength, and they are a priceless treasure. Looking at this huge mountain of spiritual crystals, like useless garbage piled together, Mukin knew that he had made a fortune. And a big fortune at that. Let's go! These are useless gadgets. Let's go in and take a look. There are better ones there. Little Loli smiled sweetly when she saw Mukin's frightened expression, as if he had never seen the world before. She instantly felt that the things her mother left for her were of some use. She had grown up with this pile, and had lost interest in it. Ah! I'm sorry! Mukin wiped his saliva, and said very embarrassedly. Chapter 273, A Rare Treasure. Mukin immediately thought that this was the resting place of the local mother, and it was a bit inappropriate for him to be like this. So he quickly explained. Nothing? These were given to me by my mother, and they are yours now. So you can do with them as you wish. The little Loli was very grateful when she saw her master like this. She knew that her master had already behaved very well. If someone else caught her, he would not care about her mood. He would just snatch her away and not care about her feelings. At this moment, her master still took care of her, which gave her a lot of face, which made her feel that she had at least met a good master, which also made her feel much better. Then, the little Loli led Mukin inside. The second door opens, and the inside is not as colorful as the outside. Most of the people here look a little reserved and behave indifferently. But the little Loli's words immediately made Mukin take off on the spot. Master, you may not think that the color here is as beautiful as outside, but the things here are of the best quality. The little Loli proudly introduced. Excellent. Mukin's eyes widened when he heard the word top grade. Mukin still knew about the classification of various gemstones, which were divided into low grade, medium grade, top grade, and finally top grade. According to what Li Ding passed down, top grade items are rare and rare in the world. And yet there is actually a room full of top grade items here. It is conceivable. Mukin's eyes widened as he looked at the hill-like top-quality gems in front of him, and his saliva flowed down. How many geniuses can this produce? Mukin knew that a low-grade spiritual stone could shorten a cultivator's hard work by 3 months. And how much time would be reduced by a top-grade spiritual stone? Although the state stimulated by the spirit stone is not very stable, it is not a problem. You can slowly recover through exercise. The most lacking thing now is the inability to quickly improve his strength. Now that he has these top-quality treasures, His strength is like a rocket. How can he not be excited? The eyes of the three-headed dog, following behind, were also hot. It was not very interested in the gems in front of it. Because at its level, those who learn medicine must use high-grade or medium-grade treasures to quickly improve their strength. But she never expected that she would see a top-quality treasure in front of her. The 6 hinds suddenly turned blood red, sticking out their tongues and trying to take possession of all the treasures in front of them. But it's a pity that Mukin took care of it before it took action. Mukin kicked the three-headed dog out. I didn't expect that I would see so many treasures in my life. And they are all vague treasures. Mukin explained a bit exaggeratedly. The master is exaggerating a bit. This was just left to me by my mother. But I can't use it now. The little Loli said with a bright smile on her face. Little Lolita is currently in the Hadao stage. And the next one is the tribulation stage. The dragon clan needs to resist the tribulation with its own body. And rarely uses other things. At most, it needs some top-level spiritual objects to replenish the consumed spiritual energy. So these things in front of me are indeed useless. Thank you. And Mother Dragon, Mukin said and touched the little Loli's little head. Then waved towards the tomb door and thanked the Dragon Mother for the gift. Let's go! This is just a foreign item. And one person only needs a few pieces. Little Loli waited until Mukin finished bowing. Then took Mukin's big hand and walked inside. There's something else in there. Mukin looked at the smiling little Loli and knew that there was something good behind it. Otherwise the little Loli wouldn't have smiled so mysteriously. The little Loli said, and directly took Mukin's hand, and went in without saying what was inside. Mukin saw that little Loli didn't say anything. So he didn't ask any more questions, but followed him with a curious look on his face. What's this? Little Loli opened the third door, and Mukin saw what looked like a huge wheat field in front of him. There were various wheat seedlings growing on the ground. But these wheat seedlings were a little different from the wheat seedlings he had seen, because these wheat seedlings seemed to look like a circling dragon. At first glance, it looked like it was not authentic wheat seedlings, but something else. Combined with this place, Mukin instantly guessed what it was: long-ear rice. Only this thing made the little Loli give it to him mysteriously. This is long-ear rice! The little Loli introduced Mukin with a smile. Really? When Mukin heard what little Loli said, he had a serious look on his face. He used to think that the people who wrote novels were talking nonsense. But now when he saw it, he knew that what these people wrote was true. Why are there so many grown here? Mukin saw that these dragon's tooth rice were like small needles, covering the entire space. If there were no gaps between them, these dragon's tooth rice could still be growing crazily. At this moment, the individual long-ear rice plants have grown close to each other, leaving no space for other long-ear rice plants to grow. In the middle, Mukin also saw some dried rice poles, and they were old. At first glance, it seems that no one is taking care of it, which is why it is like this. The long-ear rice exuded a strong fragrance, but as he walked forward and moved the rice stem a little, a musty smell came out. It was obvious that the place had not been taken care of for a long time. I rarely come here. The little Loli was also very embarrassed. She originally introduced that she had a large piece of land with good things on it. But now she looked at the moldy rice stalks and felt a little embarrassed. Let's go to the next stop. Little Loli originally wanted to introduce this thing to replenish blood and energy and improve strength, because dragon tooth rice is watered with dragon blood. It also has a certain cultivation effect on spiritual consciousness. Not to mention, it is also an intuitive improvement for the body. But seeing the mold, the little Loli couldn't explain it. So she took Mukin to the next stop. The three-headed dog following behind looked at the dragon tooth rice in front of him, his eyes showing an ecstatic look. Seeing that the little Loli and her master were not looking at it, she opened her big mouth and swallowed the dragon tooth rice in front of her. As a dog, it is not suppressed by many monsters. This is because its bloodline is not pure enough, and it is naturally suppressed physiologically. The dragon tooth rice in front of them can just make up for their shortcomings. Dragon tooth rice is watered with dragon blood and contains the breath of dragon. If they eat it, their bloodline will slowly change, and their bloodline will be improved. Why dragon can become the first order overlord is because of their talent and top-level bloodline, which makes them the overlord of one side. As for the three-headed dog, its bloodline is not high enough, and its talent is limited. If its former owner hadn't spent a lot of resources, it would not have grown to such a high level of strength. But its strength is only that high because of its limited talent. But now looking at the dragon tooth rice in front of him, the three-headed dog was ready to move. Chapter 274. I grew up in it. This was something that could change my life for another day. So I opened my mouth wide, and took 3 big bites regardless of whether it was moldy or not. The 3-headed dog didn't care whether it was moldy or not, but ate it together with the rod, chewing heavily, looking like he was enjoying it. What a shame! Did I ever say I wouldn't feed you? Myukin saw that his stupid dog was embarrassing him at this time. He couldn't help but kicked him hard. Fine! Little Loli found it funny when she saw that her master, who clearly had not seen much of the world and had never seen so many good things, was pretending to know how to do it. Myukin did not feel embarrassed, but straightened his body and strode forward. As the owner of the little Loli, he must maintain a somewhat superior image. Otherwise it will be difficult to control him in the future. So he must maintain this posture. The 3-headed dog received a kick, but with a smile on his face, and no sense of aggrievement from being beaten. If Myukin hadn't given him a fierce look, the 3-headed dog felt that he could have been kicked a few more times. As long as it changes to another day, it is better than anything else. The 3-headed dog is like a mirror in its mind. It knows that as long as its talent improves, it will naturally have weight in front of its owner. Otherwise it will be nothing in the future. Now that my master has subdued the little dragon girl in the hideout stage, that will happen in the future. Therefore, the 3-headed dog must work hard to improve its strength. Otherwise it will not be able to keep up with the progress of its owner. The little Loli also glanced at the 3-headed dog that was stealing food, smiled and said nothing more. This place is actually reserved for those who are destined to be together. When the little Loli saw her master, she looked glamorous. Thank you. Look here. In fact, Myukin deliberately changed the topic in order to divert his own embarrassment. Otherwise, your stupid dog will be too embarrassed. Little Loli had no choice but to explain. In fact, this place was supposed to be reserved for those who were destined to do so. Regardless of whether they passed or not, they would be rewarded with these dragon tooth rice. So don't blame the little Loli. But because this place has been closed for 100,000 years, no one has come here, which is why it is like this now. So all this is not to blame for the little Lolita not being diligent. Oh, that means Shangyang Luoshua and the others will also appear here. Myukin heard little Loli's explanation, and then curiously looked around to see if he could find his sister. It's still early. They should still be on the first level, in the illusion formation. Little Loli was moved when she saw that her master cared about the people who came with her. She knew that her master would definitely care about her like this in the future. So she also explained. 2. On the way here, Myukin also listened to little Loli explain about this destined person. This is an assessment. If you pass, you will be rewarded, and it is very rich. Don't be discouraged if you don't pass. There are generous rewards. It can be said that those who come have a share. And the little Loli also said that there is danger only on the first floor, and there is no danger in other places. In fact, the biggest danger here is actually the people who come together, because they will plot against each other. As the old saying goes, where there are people, there are rivers and lakes. Myukin knows that people will never be satisfied. When they know that they can't get other things, they will look at other people's things. So the confusion comes from here. Hear little Loli's explanation. I felt relieved that I was not looking for my sister. My sister is only in the extraordinary stage, and the power of her phantom formation is not that strong. This illusion formation is based on strength. It can be said that the arrangement of Dragon Mother is very reasonable, and does not give anyone a chance to die. So I feel more at ease. As for Shangyang Luoshua and Teng Xian, they were extremely powerful. As the most powerful person in mankind, this is what they must face. If they can't get through the small illusion array in front of them, how will they be able to lead China in the future? So he doesn't want to come forward. He had Xiaolong knew, the person in charge of everything, and he had confidence in his heart. So he followed Xiao Loli forward with confidence. But what made him angry was the 3-headed dog. Before he could take a few steps, the 3 big mouthfuls had already been eaten several times. In the end, I had no choice but to pretend I didn't see it and follow the little Loli to the next cave. This is the last level. When the little Loli came here, she said a little sadly, I wonder what your mother left you. Myukin picked up the little Loli, rubbed his face and said, Yeah, it's nothing. The little Loli didn't expect to be picked up, especially by a boy. At this time, a man's breath spread through her nose to all parts of her body, making her tremble unconsciously. His cheeks instantly turned red, and he became awkward when speaking. The whole person quickly moved back from the door in front of him, and huddled directly in Myukin's arms, not daring to look. The little Loli knew that her face was now as red as ruby, and she was so embarrassed that she felt ashamed. What is this? However, Mukun had no time to pay attention to the little Lolita's embarrassment, but was dumbfounded by the scene in front of him. As soon as the little Loli opened the door, a wave of heat sprayed in his face. He stepped back unconsciously, so as not to let the scalding heat burn him. Then Mukun saw a fiery red air wave spreading through the door, and the entire space was dyed red because of this red air wave. Goo 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 goo. However, this was not over yet. A sound like boiling water reached Mukun's ears. Mukun looked down and saw a ball of red blood like plasma rolling underneath the ground, like a huge red dragon rolling inside. This is dragon blood. The little Loli took a breath when she saw that her master didn't notice her. Otherwise, her image would be completely lost, which would make her master think of her in the future. So when he saw that his master didn't pay attention, he breathed a sigh of relief, rubbed his red face, and then said, "That." When Mukun heard about the dragon's blood, he immediately knew that this was the last gift that the dragon mother left for her daughter. It can be said that it is very precious, because it was reserved for her daughter with her life. Master, don't be sad. This is the mission of our dragon clan. It will be the same when I have children in the future. But I will let go myself. There is a lot of blood on our dragon clan. My mother was only seriously injured. In fact, there was not much relation. The little Loli immediately knew what her master was thinking and quickly explained. This, Mukun understood after hearing little Loli's explanation. A dragon is over 100 meters long when it is an adult. If it bleeds, it is similar to a human being bleeding if its skin is broken. In fact, it was nothing. But this was the resting place of the female dragon. So Mukun couldn't think like that. It's okay. I grew up here. Chapter 275. Help the master through the Heian period. Grown inside. Mukun didn't expect that the little Loli grew up here. So he looked over curiously, and saw how the little Loli's small body grew up here. But he saw a very large pool in front of him, about 10 meters in diameter. It was such a big pool. I am a dragon. Little Loli was very embarrassed when she saw that she was being stared at by Mukun's scorching eyes. She didn't even know where to put her little hands. So she hurriedly said, as he said that, his body instantly turned into a dragon. And then he dived directly in. Master, you see, I practiced and grew up here when I was a child. Because the little Loli's body was so big at this time, the small pool could not fit at all. So she could only curl up a few circles with her tail. But even so, the little Loli still played very happily, like a child trying hard to express himself in front of his elders. Is this the legendary dragon blood pool? The three-headed dog that was eating longya rice outside didn't know when it appeared next to Muchin. He hadn't eaten the rice stick in his mouth yet, and there was still half a length of rice left outside. At this time, his eyes were fixed on the tumbling rice in front of him. Blood. What? You still want to go in? Mukun saw the three-headed dog approaching, and he looked like he would jump in. Lord, Master, this place can improve the physical strength of a person. People who have been baptized with dragon blood will have body fluids and great strength. It can even improve the body. The three-headed dog explained with shining eyes when he saw that his master didn't know the treasure in front of him. Moreover, I heard that after being baptized with dragon blood, physical strength can be greatly improved, especially for those who practice martial arts. Their strength will make a qualitative leap. Seeing that his master was still unmoved, the three-headed dog quickly continued, hoping that his master would know about the treasure in front of him and get some for him. It knew that it would definitely not be able to get it, because the little Loli looked at it with a wary face. If it did not go well, the dog's life would be left here. So it looked at Mukun, hoping that its owner could give it some facilities. Go! You still care about this. Go and eat your dragon tooth rice. Mukun's eyes lit up when he heard that the thing in front of him was so helpless. It was really difficult to improve his martial arts. If the wish value is used to increase it, 5 billion will be needed now. And only then can it be upgraded to the Heian stage. After that, Huayin and Hidao will not be able to overcome the tribulation. Each level requires a massive amount of willpower. He spent 5 billion willing power points. He might as well add half more and directly upgrade his spiritual path. The strength is directly crushed. In fact, martial arts is still very powerful in the early stage. But in the later stage, Ling Xiu uses a Taoist technique and a spell, and the martial arts he fights are all in vain. This is also why most of the people in the later period cultivate the spiritual path instead of the martial arts. It consumes the most, and the force value is not very high. This is also the reason why practitioners give up. However, martial arts is not useless in the later stages. But when martial arts reaches its peak, it crushes spiritual practitioners of the same level, because their bodies can already withstand magic and Taoism, turning their bodies into indestructible Taoism device. It can be said to be a humanoid Taoist tool. The reason why the Dragon Clan can dominate is because they are born with high martial arts skills, which makes them almost invincible at the same level. However, since the later stages of martial arts were too difficult to practice, I had to give up. But if you can persist until the future, then you will be invincible. So when Myukin heard that dragon blood could improve his body, his eyes lit up. Master, are you coming? Just when Myukin was shocked by the dragon's blood in front of him, little Loli's soft voice came from his ears. What's even more outrageous is that the little Loli actually blew a breath of hot air into his ear. He turned around and wanted to teach this little Lolita a lesson, but he saw the little Lolita looking at him, as beautifully as silk. Myukin's body was on fire as soon as he rubbed it. As a cultivator in the Haeong stage, he could easily be detonated. Now that the little Loli is doing this deliberately, how can he control it? No! No! Myukin quickly turned his head as if he hadn't seen it, and quickly recited the Qingxin in his mind. This was given to Myukin by the three-headed dog, and was used to suppress the fire in his body. But no matter how much Myukin thought about it, the image of the little Loli's charming eyes just now filled his mind, making him unable to calm down. Master, don't you dare to come! Isn't it? Okay. When the little Loli saw her master still standing there, she was holding her mouth and seemed to be crying. But seeing that he was not fooled by this move, he immediately changed to a more powerful provoking method. Court death! Myukin couldn't bear it anymore. This was unbearable. Myukin let out a loud roar and instantly jumped into the hot blood in front of him. Hack! Ah! Myukin's brain, which had been congested just now, suddenly woke up. He felt the scalding temperature in the blood, as if boiling water was boiling him. My body hurt so much that I almost fainted. He didn't expect the dragon's blood to be so hot. At first, he thought it was dragon's blood. It had the breath of a dragon, so it was rolling. But now she realized that she knew too little. There were dragons tumbling here and there. It was clearly hot, of churning. His skin was like countless knives being cut on it, cutting down layer after layer. Master, I feel so good! When the little Loli saw that she had successfully deceived him, she appeared in front of Myukin very proudly, and asked a little show-off. Little Loli knew that her master might feel a little guilty, because she thought that this was left by her mother. So she deliberately brought it in. Otherwise such a good thing would be wasted. Okay. Great! Myukin's tooth crowns were trembling. It was so painful. He didn't expect it to be so painful. He opened his mouth as if to inhale. Get out of here! When the three-headed dog saw that his owner had been tricked into entering, he seemed to be reluctant and wanted to ask for a change. It really wants to try it inside, so that its strength will not only be greatly improved, but its talent will definitely change a lot. Dragon tooth rice can change it very well, and this dragon blood is even more powerful. But it could only stand on the edge and smell the smell escaping from the air. However, before it could enjoy it for a few seconds, it heard the displeased voice of the little Loli. What do you want to do? The three-headed dog saw that the little dragon girl had turned into a little Lolita, and was so close to her master. He knew what the scene below was like at a glance and quickly asked. It knows that its master is a rare genius in the world. How could it be destroyed by a little guy like little Loli? Of course, it's to help the master get through the Haeong period. Chapter 276, Third Heaven. The little Loli looked at the three-headed dog with a smile on her face, as if she was trying to cause trouble. Master, you are a genius rarely seen in billions of years. When the three-headed dog saw the little Lolita's bright smile, he knew that his master was in doom. He immediately rushed up to tell his master to be careful of the dragon girl. As a result, the little Lolita waved her hand, and the door was closed directly. The three-headed dog was directly separated from the outside. The three-headed dog saw that he was separated from the outside. And when he thought of the scene inside, he didn't know whether he was happy or unhappy for his master. The happy thing is that his master will have a good life. The unhappy thing is that if something like that happens, his master's yang energy will be impure, and it will be very difficult to improve his strength in the future. I was confused for a while, not knowing whether to help or not. Master, you have to be careful. You have to control yourself. Otherwise, your talent will be wasted. The three-headed dog felt that it must be its responsibility to watch its master fall so hard that his master's strength would not improve in the future. So he roared outside, hoping to keep his master awake and not be infatuated with beauty. However, the three-headed dog didn't know that Muyukin's improvement in strength was not related to his talent at all, but to cheating all the way. All its worries were unnecessary. "Hey! It's up to God!" The three-headed dog barked several times. But when he saw that his owner didn't respond at all, he knew that he had been deceived by the little Lolita. And he felt sad. It felt like the sky in front of me was dark. There will no longer be a powerful master. The three-headed dog learned about Muyukin's past, and had already achieved such an achievement in less than 2 months. It believed that its master's achievements would be even higher in the future. But it didn't expect that its owner would encounter such a fate during the Heian period. It's simply a twist of fate. It believed that if its master's strength were at other stages, he would not be deceived by a silly girl like little Loli, and would definitely keep his head clear. But at this moment, it must not know what is going to happen next. Shaking his head, the three-headed dog looked at the dragon-toothed rice in front of him, opened his big mouth, and ate it wholeheartedly. It knows that its master has been crippled, so it has to find a way out for itself. The first step is to improve its talent, cleanse its own bloodline, and improve its bloodline. Finally, it can cooperate with Longyear Rice to quickly increase its strength. The three-headed dog has already made a plan. His master is obsessed with beauty at first sight, and his achievements will only be like that in the future. It is better to improve his strength and wait for the arrival of the next master. Muyukin didn't know that the three-headed dog had beaten up Xiao Jiuzhou. He was now in the hot dragon's blood, and his whole body seemed to be burning, and the skin on his body was falling off layer by layer. The entire body is also wrapped in dragon blood. He only felt the hot dragon's blood spread all over his body, and a hot feeling spread throughout his body, making him want to scream in pain. He wanted to make himself faint, so that he would feel better. But under the pain, he became more and more awake, and he couldn't even faint even if he wanted to. Although the dragon's blood is not as good as the pure Yang Qi, it is still the power of Yang's Qi and blood. Muyukin has never experienced such power of Qi and blood. Being wrapped in such power of Qi and blood, his whole body feels hot. It exploded, and that's not even a big deal. His original strength has reached the combined Yang stage, and under the aura of this strong Yang, the Yang Qi in his body is also boiling. It's like boiling water flowing through the body, as if blending with the dragon's blood outside. This made him instantly realize the second level of Yang. No matter how hard he endured these two most difficult impacts, there was still a little Loli floating around in front of him. One moment, he appeared beside him with a smile, and the next moment, he appeared next to his ear, blowing a breath of fairy air. When he was done, he ran away with a smile on his face. Muyukin, as a grown man, could endure the strong Yang energy and the Yang energy boiling in his body. His eyes immediately turned blood red, and he vowed to catch the provocative little Loli. But the little Loli's strength had reached the Hadao stage, and without the suppression of the Linglong Pagoda, he couldn't catch it. Muyukin saw that he couldn't catch it, so he could only close his eyes and stop looking at the annoying little goblin. He immediately practiced the Jingxinju, trying to suppress the heat erupting in his body and keep his brain in a calm state. However, just as he entered the state, the little Lolita, who was watching the joke in the distance, suddenly appeared next to Muyukin again. This time, he went too far and touched her directly. Unacceptable! Muyukin's eyes suddenly opened, and he looked angrily at the little Loli who was teasing him. He wished he could be punished on the spot. He really couldn't bear it anymore. When he touched it, his body trembled and he stood up. However, it was really torture for the little Loli to fly away immediately after teasing her, without giving Muyukin any further relief. Master, you can't do it! When the little Loli saw Muyukin's bloodshot eyes, she felt that it wasn't enough, so she added another touch of fire. Ah! Muyukin couldn't bear it any longer, howling and chasing after the little Lolita. Little Loli looked frightened when she saw Muyukin chasing after her. She looked back and ran forward. There was only an arm's length between him and Muyukin. From this distance, Muyukin could smell the body fragrance on the other person's body. But he just couldn't catch it. Just leave him behind. Muyukin became even angrier when he saw the distance. He grabbed the dragon's blood and chased after him. When the little Loli saw Muyukin's appearance, she laughed even louder. The funny voice echoed in the cave, and a thick voice came from behind. And soon there was a drama of chasing each other in the cave. Lan Xing didn't know about Muyukin, especially Hua Xia. They were all looking at the date with nervous and worried expressions on their faces. Everyone held their hands tightly and looked anxiously toward the door, expecting the long-lost person to appear in front of them. As senior executives of China, they have been gathering in this office for 3 days, which also means that Mukin has been away for 3 days. They barely slept a wink for the past 3 days, waiting for news. At this moment, they are still waiting. The whole office was silent. No one spoke. Even the cup in his hand had been cold for a long time. And he didn't drink. Leader! Leader! Just when the leaders were looking forward to seeing what happened, a reporter ran in from outside excitedly. Have Luoshua and the others come back? When the leader saw the excited messenger, his first reaction was that Shangyang Luoshua and the others were back. Because for this exploration, they set 3 days. This is a trial, not a second-level exploration. If there is not much danger, the second time is to explore or find some genius treasures. So when they first saw the messenger, they thought Shangyang Luoshua and the others were back. Chapter 277, China is noticed. Boss, it's not Luoshua's news, but the three-headed dog's dim soul lamp has returned to its original state. And it's brighter than before. When Mukin and the others left this time, in order to verify whether they were alive, they left behind the soul lamp of the three-headed dog. The three-headed dog's strength has reached the Huayin stage and has divine consciousness, so it can leave the soul lamp. 3 days ago, they saw the three-headed dog's soul lamp dimming. When they saw the dim soul lamp, they were too nervous to say anything, and they all prayed in their hearts. Fortunately, the serving soul lamp did not go out, which gave them a little peace of mind. When they saw the dim soul lantern, they thought Mukin and the others had encountered something unexpected, so they created the dim soul lantern of the three-headed dog. Later, they saw that although the soul lamp was dimmed, it did not disappear, which made them breathe a little relieved. But none of them discussed whether the others were alive. They were not sure. They knew that someone must have died, because the strength is too low, especially Muchin, whose strength is only at the channel opening stage. If he hadn't improved his strength at the entrance of the passage, his strength would have been impossible to see. Now I see that I encountered a powerful monster. Otherwise it would not be a Huayin stage monster. And the soul lamp is dim. They speculated that there must be casualties among them, but they kept silent. They knew that this was what exploration must pay. However, I was also dissatisfied with Mukin and Mu Li's insistence on going. I'll definitely not let them mess around next time. The leader made up his mind. But this was probably to comfort him, to convince himself that these two young people were not dead. It was his own good wish. They knew that when encountering such a powerful monster, the Mukin brother and sister would be the first to die. But there was nothing they could do. At this moment, they could only swallow their saliva silently. As for how to explain to Mukin's parents, they didn't know what to say for a while. At this moment, I heard that the three-headed dog's soul lamp was bright. And it was brighter than before. The whole office instantly became alive, and everyone stood up instantly. Really? It's really getting brighter. This is great. It shows that they have overcome the difficulties and found a good place. Otherwise the soul lamp would not have become brighter. The soul lamp has become brighter, which is a sign of their improvement in strength. Yes. I didn't expect that they would have such an opportunity. This is great. The leaders of the office stood up excitedly, with long-lost smiles on their faces, which suddenly gave life to the dead office. Let's see. Is it true? Let's take a look. Take a look. Ha ha. Finally got the good news. The leaders didn't believe the news. In fact, they no longer had extravagant hopes for Mukin, thinking that the entire army had been wiped out. As for the three-headed dog's soul lamp, they felt that it would be wiped out after a while, because of the high strength of the three-headed dog. He may have escaped at that time. When he was found, he would be dead. At this moment, when he heard the light, his eyes suddenly lit up. A group of people shouted and ran towards the place where the soul lantern was placed. The door was opened, and a lamp was placed on the high platform, flickering with blue flames, which looked very eerie. Even the whole room became eerie because of this lamp. The leaders ignored the gloominess of the room at this time, but filed in one by one, looking at the much more powerful soul lamp in front of them. The smiles on their faces became even wider, almost cracking their ears. Sure enough, it has grown a lot. When the three-headed dog left, it was only the size of a sesame bean. Now it actually looks like a bright light. It's great. God bless me. China! Yes! We thought they were all going to be lost. Now it seems that at least the three-headed dog is still alive. But I don't know how many people are left. When the leaders saw that the three-headed dog was alive and looking better, they felt relieved. And the topics they had been afraid to talk about were brought up. It's a pity for Mukin brother and sister. They are still too young and too impulsive. We must not let them go like this in the future. Yes, we have learned a lesson this time, and we must not have the next time. The leaders felt hopeful, and they also complained about Mukin's brother and sister's forced entry. Then the leaders returned to the office, and the kitchen prepared a table of delicious food. The leaders also enjoyed their meal, and were chatting and laughing during the dinner. Everyone gained a little more confidence in this exploration. As the leaders of China, they are under great pressure, especially in the West and the Eagle country. The forces that control them are also paying attention to China. The video of China's last victory over the three-headed dog was spread crazily in various countries, in order to allow the people of its own country to quickly improve their strength. Jiang country also provided these videos to those who controlled them. The West is controlled by vampires and demon lords, and the one who controls the Eagle country is the shadow demon. These three foreign forces invaded these countries and immediately developed their own power, paying little attention to their surroundings. But it cannot stop the thoughts of leaders from various countries, especially the improvement of China's ability to not be controlled by other future forces, which also attracts the attention of these people. These future forces were also very curious about what kind of country had not been conquered. They were curious and saw the process of China's conquest, especially when they saw that someone in China could subdue the three-headed dog. They still knew the strength of the three-headed dog. If Huaxia could subdue such a powerful monster, then their current strength. These future forces instantly felt that their strength was inferior, because their strength was the strength of the Huang period. If the opponent could even subdue the three-headed dog of the Huang period, then they, although the opponent's process of subduing him was a bit strange, as if he was using a spiritual weapon. It was unreasonable for a spiritual weapon to appear in a place where there was no spiritual weapon. Now that it has appeared, it is even more bizarre. With a sense of crisis, they obediently agreed to the requests of the major leaders. But they also changed from their own development status to observing China. They felt threatened by China. For them, who are preparing to dominate the world, this China is enough for them to pay attention to. At this moment, there is a powerful mysterious figure in China, and there is also a three-headed dog. Such strength is very dangerous to their current construction. Therefore, we also joined in the investigation of China. The addition of these external forces has put China in danger, especially now that China is internally empty. These future forces don't know that China's extremely powerful people are out. If they knew that, they thought these future forces would attack them in an instant. Chapter 278, The Influence of Illusion. So the past few days have been difficult for China. People are worried that if they are not careful, the country will be gone. They cannot show weakness to the prying eyes of these future forces. Otherwise the other party may test their inner emptiness. Their nerves have been very tense these days. They did not expect that the last incident would have such a big impact, which made these external forces fearful and focused on China. This was beyond the expectations of Chinese leaders. If they knew that this matter could have such a big impact, they would definitely not send Mukin and the others out now. And they would definitely stay in their own country and tide over the difficulties. But there is no regret medicine in the world. They can only act calm and calm on the surface, as if nothing happened. But none of Shangyang Luoxue and the others showed up, as if they were healing their wounds or training monster beasts. The two monster beasts that remained had also put in a lot of effort in the past 3 days. Only then did he conceal the past. Otherwise the other party might find out China's bottom line in the first test. Their Tai Xian finally relaxed at this moment. They know that the three-headed dog is currently the strongest on Blue Star. This incident has such a big impact because the three-headed dog is currently the highest on Blue Star. So it has a great impact on them. Only then did I notice Huaxia. At this moment, they saw that the strength of the three-headed dog had improved again. In the past, it was the number 1 in Blue Star. This time, the strength has improved. The leaders of China feel that the number 1 is still stable. So they feel relieved, with this three-headed dog having improved strength, and cooperating with the mysterious powerhouse. China is relatively stable, so they feel much more comfortable. And everyone has smiles on their faces when they talk. They feel that they have hope for the future. So their temperaments are much better. They have no idea that the three-headed dog soul lamp is dim, because the little lowly vented her anger. Otherwise the three-headed dog soul lamp will not change. When the younger lowly fights, she loses her strength. But her strength is still there, and her soul will not weaken. So it seems that the soul lamp is weakening. which is all fake. It was the illusion caused by the serious injury of the little loli that made them mistakenly think that Mukin and the others had encountered something unexpected. What lights up later is that Mukin has been soaking in the dragon's blood for the past 3 days. No one outside cares about the three-headed dog. But the three-headed dog opened its belly and turned its grief into strength in front of the dragon's tooth rice. Swallow it in big mouthfuls. The three-headed dog's belly became round after eating, and its body turned into a ball at the moment. Its strength was rising slowly. So their souls lit up when they saw it. They were the only ones who guessed that something happened to Mukin's brother and sister. They never imagined that Mukin was the most powerful among them. So their inference was wrong from beginning to end. As for Mula and the others, they were all in an illusion and couldn't extricate themselves. The brother who appeared in front of Mula was drowned by the dragon's breath in front of him. This is the eternal pain in Muli's heart. She watched her brother being drowned by the hot dragon's breath in front of her eyes. And she couldn't get out of her heart. The illusion can amplify sadness countless times. And Mulu is in this illusion and cannot extricate himself. One moment, she saw her brother resurrected. The next moment, she saw the dragon's breath engulfing her brother. Back and forth, repeating this action. Mukin had never experienced anything like this. And he didn't know that he was under an illusion. So he had spent 3 days in this illusion. As for leaving Blue Star and saying he would return in 3 days, he had already forgotten it in his mind. Shengyang Luoxue was also in the midst of a peach blossom catastrophe. She and her beloved mysterious senior entered the palace of marriage together, gave birth to children, and became a happy family. As for protecting China and protecting Blue Star, they had long been forgotten, let alone go back. The same goes for Tang Xian. She has infinite admiration for the mysterious and powerful Mukin in her heart. But since Mukin saved her, she is even more enamored of him. Even a god would not envy her that she could be in love with the mysterious senior she had longed for at this moment. So she couldn't wake up. Only Tang Feng here woke up earlier. When he saw his sister being trampled and humiliated, he picked up the knife to resist. It can be said that he has the spirit of a god to kill a god or a Buddha to stop a Buddha. Although Tang Feng looks relatively weak, he also longs for unparalleled heroes in his heart. So his illusions are all about great heroes. But the tragedy is his sister. And his last illusion was that the person he admired, Mukin, a mysterious and powerful man, ruined his sister, and scolded him in his ears that he was a waste and had nothing. Seeing the strong man he admired, the patron saint of China, and then looking at his humiliated sister, Tang Feng's eyes were blood red, and he went straight towards the mysterious strong man. Let's cut it in half. It can be said that Tang Feng is very tough, no matter what is in front of him. If he dares to bully his sister, he will kill him with a knife. No matter who it is. Even Mukin, the patron saint of China, will not do it. So Tang Feng was the first person to come out of the illusion. Illusions and illusions are just illusions. Once they are broken, they disappear. Tang Feng, whose eyes were bloodshot, had also returned to his senses. Just now, he was shouting to die. At this moment, he just let out a long breath. The blinded eyes also opened at this time, and a breathtaking aura suddenly emerged, making it look like a sharp sword, ready to be unsheathed at any time. From a distance it looks like a sword. Although illusions can evoke the weakest parts of people's hearts, they can also improve people's spiritual aspirations. After Tang Feng's baptism in this illusion, his whole person was completely new. Moreover, his strength has been qualitatively improved. When he first came in, his improved strength was not very stable due to the spiritual liquid. But with the help of the illusion, it was very solid at the moment, without any instability in his foundation. And with a firmer Taoist heart, Tang Feng's strength has been greatly improved. This is good stuff. Tang Feng looked at the disappearing phantom formation and said with regret, he really wanted to experience it, so that his Taoist mind would be more stable, and he would be able to quickly improve his strength in the future, without worrying about unstable foundation or unstable Taoist mind. However, Tang Feng knew that this thing could only be experienced once. So he sighed with regret. He raised his head and walked forward confidently. The next door also opened slowly. There are 3 levels set up for the destined person. The first is the illusion array. The second is the ladder to heaven. And the third is the test of strength. It can be said that it covers all aspects of cultivation, which shows the arrangement of the dragon mother for the destined person. The competition on the ladder to heaven is to test these 3 things: standing, Taoist heart, and talent. Chapter 279, Sharing. Every time you add a level to the ladder, the gravity will increase by 1. which tests your willpower to stay upright. Moreover, each level consumes a lot of spiritual energy. Those with poor talents will be fully restored. If there is less spiritual energy later, they will not be able to satisfy the strength to step up. It can be said that it is a comprehensive test. This is a test of the human soul and the degree of yearning for the great road. Tang Feng is currently in this position. He wants to defeat himself and climb to the top. As for the others, everyone is still where they are. As for Myukin, after 3 days of playing the ice and fire trio, he has now completely adapted to the baptism of dragon blood. As for the little Lolita, he is completely immune to his harassment. Even if it is a little more excessive, he can withstand it. This is the gain after these 3 days of beating. Myukin looked at his own strength and saw a huge improvement. His strength actually reached the middle stage from the early stage of Haiyang. This was something he did not expect. He thought that his strength was always at the early stage. After that, he used the willing power value to directly increase it. But he didn't expect that his strength would gradually increase under the temptation of the little loli. Although he was very embarrassed by the little girl's video and almost couldn't hold on any longer, Myukin was still very satisfied with his improved strength. He knew that dragon blood had the greatest credit here, and that the little loli worked tirelessly to seduce him. So he had such strength. But seeing his ability improve, Myukin was also very happy. At least it means that his strength can still be improved. But the process is a bit painful. Ouch! Just when Myukin was complacent, the little loli appeared again. And this time she accidentally fell down and fell next to Myukin. Little girl, your methods are outdated and of no use to me anymore. Myukin smiled and looked at the charming little loli who was ogling him, shook his head and said, It's not interesting at all. It seems that master you have adapted to this place. So let's change places. Seeing that Myukin had no reaction at all, the little loli doubted her own charm. Looking at Myukin's clear eyes, she could only shake her head helplessly, stood up helplessly, and then said, There's another one. Myukin thought that he was done with it after bathing in the dragon's blood. But now he looked at the little loli as if this was just a mere incident. There's more. There are 2 more at the back. Can you give some of this to those people outside? Myukin looked at the little loli a little embarrassed and asked. Okay. I can no longer use this thing. And other dragons will not be able to use it in the future. The most essence of power has been absorbed by me. So the remaining things are reserved for those who are destined. Now, master, if you want to use it, just use it. The little loli looked at Myukin with her big, fluttering eyes, looking like I have no use for this thing. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't even come in here. You don't need this. Myukin didn't expect what people were after. And the little loli actually looked disgusted at this moment. This would drive those people who dreamed of getting a drop of dragon's blood crazy. That's right. I grew up here, and I absorbed the essence inside. Now when I go in, it's like running into warm water. The little loli looked at Myukin with her big eyes, asking, Are you stupid? Myukin was dumbfounded and couldn't utter the last sentence. But give some to those outside. Myukin has just experienced that this thing is very useful. If his sister uses it, her strength and talent will be greatly improved, so that her sister will have higher strength in the future. There were also those who came together. Myukin was also kind to one and treated them equally. They may not be able to bear it. Let me dilute it. When little loli saw that Myukin had not forgotten those people behind her, she felt even more moved and knew that she was following the right person. Especially the feelings of the past 3 days. No matter what she did, the other party remained calm in the end, so that the gun did not go off. This is really not something ordinary people can do. Her master has done it now, and she has seen the other party's heart. Prototype. A person with this kind of perseverance will definitely become a man of the hour in the future once his Taoist heart is firmly established. Now this small request, even if it is a more excessive request, she feels that she can agree to it. The little loli smiled and distributed some dragon blood, and then put it on several people. Since Shangyang Luoxua and others are still in the illusion, the little loli can handle it easily. Only Tang Feng was a bit difficult to get. But the little loli also had a way to directly change the reward for Tang Feng's first level, and directly reward him with dragon blood baptism. When Tang Feng heard that dragon blood baptism can improve talents and make the body stronger, he ran over and happily accepted the reward. Ha ha! As expected, I, Tang Feng, am extremely talented. If I dare to overthrow the existence of a mysterious strongman, I will be rewarded with dragon blood baptism in the first level. Ha ha! Ha ha! Tang Feng laughed very loudly, thinking that he deserved this. and had no idea that this was what Muyukin had prepared for them. Little Loli originally wanted to give Tang Feng instructions for use, but seeing such a narcissistic guy, she left without saying much. Tang Feng thought the dragon blood baptism was very simple. Just pour it on and it was done. But he never thought that the dragon blood was not strong enough to withstand the burn. But Tang Feng was not prepared at all, and he had no doubt whether this thing was harmful. So he fell down directly. In an instant, all the 7 orifices rose to the sky, and tears of pain came out. Oh! I forgot to tell you! The longer the dragon blood baptism lasts, the better the effect will be. Just when Tang Feng was about to jump out, a faint voice came. Tang Feng was dumbfounded for a moment. He looked at his 7 orifices ascending to the sky. He couldn't help the pain. He also looked at the new skin that appeared after the dragon blood burn. For a moment, he didn't know whether to persist or give up. He froze in place. As for those who were trapped in the illusion also changed at this time. There were volcanic eruptions, lava explosions, and other natural disasters, which directly roasted their bodies. For a time, it was also a world of ice and fire. But this time the dragon's blood was like a great gift to the 3-headed dog. He stared blankly at the hot dragon's blood in front of him, unable to express his excitement. Finally, he knelt down directly on the ground and swung down. It knew that the dragon blood it could enjoy must have been given to it by its master. Only its master could give it such a good thing. The 3-headed dog's newly thought of escaping completely disappeared when he saw the dragon's blood in front of him. Kneeling on the ground and repenting of his mistakes, he decided from the bottom of his heart that he would protect his master in the future. Chapter 280. Pressing the bottom of the box. Even if the master's strength becomes even less powerful in the future, it will protect it without hesitation. Because this is the master's care for it. No other master has ever gifted it with such a good thing. But the current owner has given it this life-changing thing. This is because of its fancy and selfless love for it. The 3-headed dog cried excitedly, and tears flowed freely from his eyes. Finally, he burst into tears and kept the dragon's blood in front of him, crying wildly. It contains a lot of pain and selfless touching for one's master. It is a 3-headed dog. As a watchdog from H.L., its talent is not very high. Otherwise it would not be used as a watchdog. Now its owner has given it something that can change its destiny. This is a sign of favor and trust in it. At this moment, the 3-headed dog wanted to hug its owner and kiss him on the spot. He loved his owner so much. It knew that after taking this dragon's blood, its 3-headed dog would no longer be that 3-headed dog. It would be a 3-headed dog with dragon power in its blood. The 3-headed dog wiped away his tears, then kowtowed 9 times to Muyukin respectfully, and then did the same 9 times to the little Lolita and the dragon mother. Then he picked up the dragon's blood and drank it all. Ah! The 3-headed dog let out a miserable cry. The dragon's blood is the yang of yang. Drinking it is like burning fire, and the internal organs are very fragile. Although the erosion of the spiritual energy gives the internal organs a layer of protection. But in the face of the dragon's blood there's something so strong that it destroyed the 3-headed dog's internal organs in an instant. However, the 3-headed dog still persisted. Even if the bone marrow hurt, it still persisted, knowing that this was the time to change its destiny. Whether it will be a dog or a dragon in the future depends on this moment. The little Loli didn't show any expression at what the 3-headed dog did. And she didn't pay attention to the 3-headed dog, who was in unbearable pain. She also knew that drinking it would be very uncomfortable, and she might explode and die. But she just lamented that the 3-headed dog was tough and a hard-working monster. At most, she took one more look and then left directly. Several other monsters also behaved the same way. But the drinks they drank were redeemed. The 3-headed dog is extremely powerful and has no exchange. So it is even more powerful. After the little Loli finished, she returned to Muyukin. Thanks! Muyukin looked at the little Loli who came back and was very grateful in his heart. He knew that the little Loli said it was so easy. But this thing is not given away so easily. Otherwise, why wouldn't there be so many monsters on the planet like the little Loli? They can see that this thing is not as casual as the little Loli said. It's nothing. As long as the master does not waste my kindness in the future, it will be fine. The little Loli looked at Muyukin with her big blue eyes. As if I will rely on you from now on? Which made Muyukin feel a little embarrassed. He felt like a little daughter-in-law was talking to him. And he couldn't bear it. Don't worry. I'll take you flying from now on. In the past 2 days, Muyukin also gradually understood the little Lolita's pursuit, took a look at the colorful world, and finally went to the world called Shenlong. which is her hometown. Little Loli walked to Muyukin's side and nodded obediently. When Muyukin saw the well-behaved little Lolita, he knew in his heart that this child lacked father's love and mother's love. Now that he had him, his mood fluctuated a bit, and he regarded him as his father or brother. After touching his little head, Muyukin followed the little Loli and walked in. The second dragon blood pool is indeed more ferocious than the first one. As soon as he entered here, he felt a majestic gaze looking at him. He looked over and found a pale golden dragon on the dragon blood pool, overlooking him. The huge dragon made him feel as small as an ant, and everything in the world seemed like the dragon could destroy it with just one glance. A trace of coolness started from the dantian and flowed through Muyukin's sea of consciousness, making the shocked Muyukin wake up from the huge dragon's power. This second level is a test of the strength of the soul. Feel my mother's gaze every day. Once people get used to it, then it will be considered past. Seeing the mother you are looking at makes me feel so insignificant. Muyukin let out a long breath. He felt that he was already very powerful. Seeing this legendary dragon at this moment, Muyukin felt a sense of admiration in his heart. Master, don't belittle yourself. You just started late. My mother has been practicing for I don't know how many years. Master, take it one step at a time. I believe you will catch up with my mother soon. Little Loli was not arrogant about Muyukin's words, but said it very seriously. I'll lend you some good words. Muyukin didn't say anything else, and his body walked directly into the hot dragon's blood. As soon as he walked in, a wave of heat immediately enveloped him. This time it was more intense than the last time. He seemed to feel countless little dragons biting his body. He has developed an indestructible skin, and when bitten by this dragon's blood, it instantly turns bloody and looks very scary. However, Muyukin's powerful repair ability can also repair injuries quickly. Destruction and repair. Destruction equals repair. This scenario continues to happen. Muyukin's eyes were completely occupied by the huge dragon mother. At this moment, he saw the giant dragon raising huge clouds, and the whole world disappeared in an instant, leaving only black layers of clouds in the sky. Above the clouds, terrifying thunder was brewing, and thunder and lightning flashed, as if in an instant, to devour everything in sight. Boom! The sky and the earth thundered instantly, and the whole world seemed to be occupied by thunder. Muyukin's body started to shake instantly. It was as if Muyukin had been hit by thunder, his body trembling constantly. Then the dragon controlled the river to flood the entire city, and other powerful skills of the dragon flashed in front of him. Every one of them seemed to really happen, giving him a vivid feeling. After bathing in such an environment, Muyukin gained a clear understanding of various Taoist techniques, his own experience in Taoist techniques, and a clear understanding of how to use Taoist techniques. Muyukin didn't know that this was the place where the little Loli began to recognize the truth. This was what the mother of dragons left to the little Loli at the bottom of the box. At this moment, the little Loli gave all these good things to Muyukin without any hesitation. Although the little Loli has reached the Taoist stage and rarely uses this thing, she can still prove her Taoism by bathing in the dragon's blood. But for Muyukin, she took it out. Master, I hope you won't disappoint me. Little Loli has realized that her master's strength relies entirely on his own moves, and he doesn't ask for any powerful moves from me. After this, how can he defeat those amazing and talented people? So she took it out? Chapter 281, Like a Dream. Don't worry. I will definitely succeed. Muyukin nodded and said. Muyukin then closed his eyes again and continued to bathe in the dragon's blood. Time is passing by, and in the blink of an eye Muyukin has stayed in the dragon's blood for 3 days. During these 3 days, Muyukin's injuries on his body have returned to their peak state, and even the terrifying cracks have recovered, under normal circumstances. But he didn't leave, because this time, he not only wanted to break through, but also wanted to use this dragon's blood to absorb the power of this dragon's blood, and at the same time use the power in this dragon's blood to improve his strength. Although his physical strength has greatly exceeded that of ordinary practitioners, it still has a limit. That is, his body cannot bear too much energy. And there is a powerful Dragon King's bloodline here. Those Dragon King's bloodlines have powerful energy, enough to burst any body. If he can absorb it, he will become tyrannical, which he has never imagined. Too powerful. Here is the best litmus test. Another 3 full days passed. Muyukin opened his eyes from the dragon blood training, and a strong color of fanaticism emerged in his eyes. In the past 3 days, he had refined all the dragon's blood and absorbed part of the Dragon King's bloodline power, making his current strength even stronger. At this moment, he could already perform Taoist techniques without hesitation, and he can even perform 3 types of Taoist techniques easily. This is a qualitative leap. In 3 days, he tempered his body into a body of steel. His body was far more powerful than ordinary monks, and even reached an extremely high level. This level of power is absolutely terrifying. It's time to leave, but I really can't bear to leave. After all, the dragon blood here is too precious. Even if I absorb all the dragon blood here, it won't be of much help to me. On the contrary, it will be a waste of my time. Mukun murmured to himself. He was really worried that he would be snatched away by others after he left. But fortunately, except for this dragon, there was no other danger to him. That's why he dared to stay. Now it's time to ascend the ladder to heaven. Looking towards the 3rd level, Mukun's eyes flashed with a fiery color, and then his figure flashed and flew directly towards the 2nd level. His current speed is more than 10 times faster than when he first broke through, and it is also several times more powerful than his previous speed. Soon, Mukun appeared on the 3rd floor. He looked at the stairs leading to the 4th floor with burning eyes. He immediately took a step and jumped up. Boom! The moment Mukun stepped into the 4th floor, his whole body trembled violently. This 4th floor is actually more terrifying than the 3rd floor. Mukun's body trembled violently, and he only felt that he was in a vast void, where endless energy was gathering crazily towards his body, causing his strength to rise sharply. However, these energies were indeed powerful, but they did not have any impact on Mukun. Mukun's figure swayed, avoiding the waves of energy storms, and then continued to go deeper. The energy on the 4th level was even more powerful, but this energy only made his body tremble. But it did not bring any negative effects to him. His speed still did not slow down, but became faster and faster. He stood up, as if he was no longer a human being, but a divine dragon. I don't know how long it took, but Mukun suddenly stopped. He raised his head and looked at the huge dragon's tail in the distance. At this moment, he could clearly see the fine cracks on the dragon's tail. These cracks looked extremely ferocious, as if they would collapse at any time. Seeing this scene, Mukun's eyes narrowed. He could imagine how quickly the huge dragon tail would collapse. It was a kind of destructive energy that even an ordinary tribulation powerhouse could not withstand. Not to mention that there is no way he can compete with his current strength. And this is why he chose to enter the 4th level. There is the remnant of this dragon's tail here. If it can be absorbed, it may be able to greatly increase his strength. Mukun stared at the huge dragon tail with burning eyes. With a thought in his mind, his body suddenly disappeared, and the next moment, he appeared on top of the huge dragon tail. At this time, the dragon's tail seemed to have noticed something, and it twisted violently. The huge body actually twisted directly, and the dragon's tail was still twisting violently, as if it was struggling to get rid of control of dust. Mukun also sneered, stretched out his palm, and grabbed the dragon's tail. Suddenly, the huge dragon tail stiffened suddenly, and then began to shake continuously. The huge body twisted as if struggling in pain. Roar! Waves of roars also came out. Is it so difficult to tame? Mukun frowned, and there was a solemn look in his eyes. But he was not discouraged. He squeezed his arms tightly again. Crack! The huge dragon tail was torn open by him, and bright red blood spurted out, and then fell to the ground. Hiss! The bright red blood stained the ground, corroding a piece of the solid bluestone floor. What a powerful force! Mukun's face was startled, and then he looked at this huge dragon tail in surprise. The palm he just made contained his full strength. Even an ordinary mid-level warrior would not be torn apart by him so easily. Moreover, the energy contained in the dragon's tail is far beyond that of ordinary warriors. In the early stages of the tribulation, this was simply like an attack unleashed by a master at the peak of the tribulation. This dragon bloodline is really terrifying, worthy of being an ancient dragon. Mukun smacked his tongue. His eyes filled with heat. And then, his body rushed towards the twisted dragon tail again. Die to me! A deep shout echoed through the sky, and Mukun jumped up. However, at this moment, the terrifying pressure disappeared. When Mukun reacted, he realized that he was still climbing the ladder to heaven. Was the void before actually an illusion? The three-headed dog on the side watched Mukun's body emerge. Master, what's wrong? The three-headed dog asked doubtfully. Fine. Mukun shook his head. He looked around. It was still pitch black, but his field of vision could already cover this area, and the distance was far away. He could even see the peaks clearly, and he could even see the peaks on the peaks of magical herbs and elixirs. It seems that this ladder to the sky will not only increase your strength, but also allow you to see farther away. Mukin was secretly surprised, and he found that he seemed to have a considerable advantage in the ladder to the sky. Chapter 282 The Old Man from Another World. But he didn't pay too much attention. His eyes turned to the black hole in front of him again. He believed that there must be more good things waiting for him on the other side of the black hole. Mukin looked at the black hole with fiery eyes, and walked in slowly. Entering the black hole, Mukin's body trembled again. And then he felt a blur appear before his eyes, appearing on top of a mountain top. Call! When Mukin stood firm, he took a long breath, and then looked around again. When he saw the scenery around him, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. Here, it turned out to be a vast plain. And this plain is not an endless flat land. Let's go! Mukin knew that climbing the ladder to heaven had no meaning for him. Then he looked at the three-headed dog that had been tempered by dragon blood and said, This mission is over. Let's go first. Let's go back. The three-headed dog didn't say anything more, nodded, and then followed Mukin and flew away into the distance. However, just as Mukin was leaving with the three-headed dog, suddenly, a crack in the void appeared in the sky. TSK! A huge dragon tail reached down from the sky, and then whipped towards Mukin fiercely. This is a dragon's tail, and looking at its thickness, it's probably thousands of feet long. When Mukin saw this, his pupil shrank, and he retreated violently, but still took a step slower. The dragon's tail whipped him hard, and suddenly he felt a stinging pain all over his bones, and his whole body seemed to fall apart. He was stunned, and then fell straight down. Fortunately, he had the power to protect his body. Although he was hit hard, it was only a superficial wound. Plop! Mukin fell to the ground, a trace of scarlet blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Mukin was lying on the ground. He looked up and saw two blurry dragon heads in the sky, dragon wings waving, and a huge dragon shadow that covered the sky was suspended in the sky. Under these two dragon shadows, there was an old man filled with strong dragon power. At this time, his sharp eyes were looking at Mukin. His eyes were like sharp blades, able to penetrate the void and penetrate Mukin. The strength of this old monster has actually reached the level of the late stage of transcending the tribulation. Mukin narrowed his eyes and felt a little surprised. He did not expect that this dragon tail actually possessed such terrifying power. This old guy has actually reached the late stage of transcending tribulation. How could he be so powerful? Are you the human who inherited Xiaokuei's power? At this time, the old man's eyes suddenly glanced at Mukin. And then he said coldly, Xiaokuei is of my dragon bloodline. Her power should be taken away by you. Right. Hand over all the treasures you have. Mukin was stunned when he heard the old man's words. But immediately, a cold light emerged from his eyes, and he sneered and said, Who do you think you are? How dare you ask me to hand over something? Hearing Mukin's words, the old man's eyes suddenly surged with overwhelming anger, and he roared, Boy! You are looking for death! As soon as he finished speaking, his body appeared in front of Mukin in an instant, and his giant claws slammed out towards Mukin. That giant claw contained monstrous dragon power, as huge as a mountain, and directly carried a suffocating and terrifying sense of oppression as it blasted towards Mukin. Mukin's eyes froze slightly when he saw the huge dragon claws coming towards him. He rolled his eyes slightly. His body turned into a stream of light, and he dodged away to the side. Want to run? A mysterious smile flashed in the old man's eyes, and the shadow of his claws transformed into a sky-filled claw shadow, overwhelmingly covering Mukin. Mukin's body dodged between the claw shadows in the sky, but he couldn't escape at all. The claw shadows in the sky completely enveloped him. Mukin felt a strong oppression, which directly enveloped him. At the same time, a shadow floated into the sky, and then a loud voice rang out. Ha ha ha! Of course we also get a share of China's treasures. Mukin recovered from his injuries and looked at the visitor. He was actually the Seraph of the West. Seraph is also a strong man who has transcended the tribulation period. His strength is slightly inferior to that of the old man. He looked at Mukin, who was shrouded under the giant claws, with a joking smile on his face, and said, Huaxia, the power of practitioners is indeed very powerful. But unfortunately, if you meet us now, you will only die. Really? Then you give it a try. Mukin's eyes also narrowed. He looked at the dragon claws all over the sky, and his eyes gradually became sharp. He took a deep breath, and the spiritual power in his body rolled around, and finally gathered into a vast thunder. Thunder sword! Mukin shouted loudly. and the Thunder Sword energy shot out directly, and then bombarded the dragon claws all over the sky. Suddenly, several holes were pierced through the dragon claws all over the sky. What a powerful offensive! Seraph's pupils shrank slightly, and his eyes became solemn. He could feel the terrible destructive power from those holes. That kind of power was definitely not weaker than him. Muchen obviously did not expect that those dragon claws could resist his attack, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. The dragon old man looked at the angel legion behind Seraphim and sneered. You actually dare to interfere with my king's affairs? The old man stared at Seraph with sharp eyes and said coldly, Aren't you afraid of causing a war between our dragon clan and your angels? When Seraph heard this, his eyes shrank. Then he looked at the old man and snorted coldly. Humph. You think you can defeat me with these dragon claws? Don't forget, our angels in the west have countless abilities. 100,000 people. If you try your best, you may not be able to do anything. Hearing Seraph's words, the old man's expression became gloomier. He also knew that Seraph was right. After all, there were hundreds of thousands of their angels. Taking advantage of the confrontation between the angel and the dragon old man, Muchen used teleportation to escape from the place. After entering the miniature world, Muchen found a place with abundant spiritual energy to sit down quietly and slowly adjusted his mentality. This time, he not only wanted to improve his strength, he also needs to improve his character. If he cannot do this, he will never be able to achieve his goal. Even if he can achieve it, it will be a very painful and torturous thing. Time passed slowly. Muchen's body has always maintained a state of balance, but his heartbeat has never stopped accelerating. This is the most important moment in his cultivation. As long as his heartbeat can return to normal frequency, his strength will be greatly improved. If the heart cannot return to a balanced state, his strength will also weaken or even regress. Chapter 283 3 Lives and 3 Deaths. In his mind, the knowledge about the soul constantly emerged, and his memory power was several times stronger than before. So in a short period of adaptation, he had completely mastered the principles. Muchen sat cross-legged on the ground, put his head in his hands, and closed his eyes. His expression was extremely solemn, and there were fine beads of sweat on his forehead, showing that he was under tremendous pressure at this time. Above his head, 3 golden rays of light suddenly appeared. As soon as these 3 rays of light appeared, they immediately turned into 3 golden flowers. Spinning around him, the 3 golden flowers turned faster and faster, and finally turned into countless petals in midair and scattered in the surrounding soil. This is the variation phenomenon of 3 lives and 3 deaths. Muchen was still sitting cross-legged on the ground. His face was tense and his body was trembling. It was obvious that he was controlling his body. At this time, all the pores on his body were opened, absorbing the essence of the world. Vitality. Wisps of vitality were swallowed by him and entered his mouth and nose. His face gradually turned red. His skin began to turn red, and his muscles were squirming crazily, as if they were about to explode. Just when he felt it was unbearable, a cool feeling suddenly appeared outside his body, and in an instant, his body returned to normal. He exhaled a long breath and realized that he had almost gone crazy just now. Fortunately, the mutation of 3 lives and 3 deaths was activated in time. Otherwise, I might really fall into a coma. Muchen secretly rejoiced. Although the mutation of 3 lives and 3 deaths was activated extremely quickly. But fortunately, his character was strong enough, so he didn't go crazy. Huh? Muchen let out a breath of turbid air. He knew how powerful the mutation of 3 lives and 3 deaths was. At the same time, he also knew how dangerous it was to activate the mutation of 3 lives and 3 deaths. Most people simply cannot control their minds. Once they fall into the mutation of 3 lives and 3 deaths, they will probably be doomed and sink into this endless darkness forever. Fortunately, I'm a genius, Muchen murmured. He took a deep breath to calm down his emotions, and then opened his eyes. His eyes became extremely clear, and no trace of impurities could be seen anymore. What a powerful sense of oppression! Muchen sighed. Before his eyes was a boundless nothingness, as if everything had disappeared. This nothingness was like an endless black hole, with endless energy pouring in here, forming boundless oppression. It feels scary. How can I pass? Muchen frowned and thought. He had never encountered this situation before. When he encountered this kind of situation before, he would basically choose to leave because he simply could not resist this sense of oppression. But this time he will not give up. He must continue to stay and try. He believes that as long as he tries hard, he will definitely succeed, because he does not believe that his luck will be so bad. This time he will definitely succeed. Thinking of this, he opened his eyes again. Dudu. The message Jade rang. It was Shangguan Yangxue who sent the news, saying that the Seraph from the west had come to China and demanded that Mukin be handed over. Mukin frowned. Seraph. One of the strongest forces in the west. These forces have great influence in Europe. Once targeted by Seraph, no one will be able to escape their capture. The arrival of Seraph will probably bring a lot of trouble. I wonder if they will target me. Mukin thought to himself. Seraph is a force that is too mysterious and rarely appears. His impression of Seraph not good. He felt that Seraph was like a vampire organization that always focused on plunder. But it's not easy for them to find me. But they actually put pressure on China. Mukin thought. If this is the case, then Seraph will not be an easy target. Because Seraph is a group of unruly and unpredictable beings. He fell silent. He was thinking. What should he do if Seraph really came to the door at this time? His body was still sitting cross-legged on the ground. His body was trembling. His heartbeat was beating crazily. And the wisps of golden light were still surrounding the surface of his body. He could clearly feel that these golden lights were helping him. Physical recovery. After a long time, he raised his head, a look of determination flashing in his eyes. He decided to take the risk. He must enter the Three Flowers Summit before Seraph. His body shook, and the vitality in his body surged toward his limbs and bones like a flood that broke a bank. Mukin's body trembled violently, and his body seemed to be drained dry at this moment. The pain was so piercing that it almost made his teeth chatter. But his body gritted his teeth and held on. Mukin knew that this was his limit. He had endured this kind of pain before. But back then, he could easily resolve the pain with the pure and flawless innate energy in his body. And this time. But he didn't dare to mess around again because he was not sure. If he uses his vitality to treat the injuries in his body, will he be discovered by Seraph? After all, the mutation is too sudden this time. If he is really exposed, the consequences would be disastrous. So he had to use his own physical strength to resist the waves of impact. And then wait until his physical strength was exhausted before using the mutation of 3 lives and 3 deaths to activate. In Mukin's body, that terrifying sense of oppression was still following him like a shadow. These senses of oppression were constantly tearing at his body, causing his body to collapse again and again. And his mind was also changing. It becomes more and more blurry until it finally ends. He could no longer hear any sound or feel any will. The only thing he could hear was the constant boiling energy in his body, which was constantly destroying his body. Ah! Finally, Mukin screamed and hit the ground hard. A stream of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. His body twitched and his face became ferocious. But at this time, he couldn't care about anything. He wanted to seize the time. Quickly restore your physical strength and restore your own condition. After successfully breaking through, Mukin did not stay long and returned to China. When Mukin returned, Seraph's Angel Legion, numbering in the tens of thousands, lined up in the sky over China. Seraph is a very large and powerful force in Europe. Chapter 284 Oppression. Over the years, Seraph's dominance and influence over the secular world has gradually surpassed some hidden forces. It can even be said to be vaguely superior to the royal families of various countries, and has a pivotal position in Europe. However, over the years, the existence of Seraph has also brought many hidden dangers to various countries. Especially in the past 2 years, the conflicts between Seraph and China have gradually increased. It even triggered a series of wars among various countries, which caused the entire Europe to fall into chaos. Many small countries asked for help from Seraph, and some countries even chose to join Seraph under the coercion of Seraph. However, at this time, Seraph suddenly appeared in China. This not only made many countries vigilant, but also caused some small countries to surrender to Seraph. Some powerful forces were even ready to retreat. There is no doubt about Seraph's power. In China, many countries have been controlled by Seraph, and they have also issued orders to the leaders of some countries to surrender to Seraph. I am coming! Looking at the Seraph Gabriel who had seen him before, Mukin's expression was as usual. Without fear or fear, he said indifferently, his eyes looking at Gabriel. There was a hint of coldness in his eyes. He did not expect Seraph to actually come, which made him smile bitterly. Seraph's power was indeed powerful enough. Muchen! Looking at Mukin, Gabriel's eyes showed a hint of surprise. He did not expect that Mukin would appear in his sight again at this time. His eyes swept over Mukin's body. His eyes were full of intense fear. His face was solemn, and his palms were clenched into fists. Mukin's strength during this period made him worry about Mukin, because Mukin's abnormality was too shocking. He didn't know that Mukin won't suddenly rebel. By then, he may suffer a big loss. Gabriel looked at Mukin and said, "You came quickly." His tone was cold, and he didn't invite Mukin here. "Of course, I have heard of Seraph's name," Mukin said lightly. "Since I agreed to cooperate with you today, I naturally want to see with my own eyes how powerful Seraph is." "Really?" Gabriel's eyes narrowed and his eyes were slightly cold. Mukin's attitude was really too arrogant, which made him a little unhappy. "If you are willing to hand over the benefits gained from climbing the ladder to heaven, our Angel Legion can let you go." Gabriel seemed to have everything under control. Looking at Mukin calmly, his tone was calm. Mukin smiled, shook his head, and said, "Sorry, I think you misunderstood me. I have no intention of cooperating with your angel army." "Oh." A look of surprise flashed in Gabriel's eyes. He obviously didn't expect Mukin to reject him. He looked at Mukin and said, "You have to know that you are now a wanted criminal wanted by Seraph. And Seraph's hatred for you has reached its extreme. If you join us, Seraph, now, then I can guarantee that within our Seraph, you will not encounter any crisis, and you can enjoy the highest level of treatment. You have to know that if Seraph wants to kill someone, even if it is the King of Heaven, I will. It's impossible to leave alive." A smile appeared on Mukin's lips, and he said, "Do you think I will believe you? If I were you, I would choose to believe me, because Seraph does have the strength to convince me." A faint smile slowly appeared on Gabriel's face, and he said, "And I believe. You don't want your tribe to be implicated by you, right?" Mukin's pupil shrank. He looked at Gabriel and said, "What do you want?" "It's very simple." Gabriel smiled and said, "Hand over your treasures, and then join our Seraph. Our Seraph is powerful, and I want you to join us. You will definitely gain the highest power, enjoy the protection of Seraph, and enjoy the power you have never enjoyed before. This will be of great benefit to you without any harm." Mukin pondered. His eyes looked at Gabriel, and he kept looking at Gabriel. In Gabriel's calm eyes, it seemed that he could see what kind of idea Gabriel was thinking. Mukin could guess exactly what he wanted. Seraph's ambition. "How's it going? What I said is a good thing for you." Gabriel looked at Mukin and asked with a smile, seeing that Mukin had no intention of surrendering. Gabriel, as Seraph, was furious. "If that's the case, then go die." Seraph's fighting style is decisive and resolute. Unlike other races that only play tricks, blazing flames burst out from Seraph's body, and his fiery breath filled all directions. Seraph's speed was extremely fast, and he rushed in front of Mukin in an instant. "Fist of the blazing sky!" Gabriel swung out his fist, blasting towards Mukin's chest with blazing flames. Mukin's face was calm. Without any fear, he raised his palm and slapped it. The blazing heaven's fist collided fiercely with Mukin's palm, and Mukin's attack was easily resisted. Mukin's palm lightly patted Seraph's neck. Seraph's expression changed drastically, and he quickly turned sideways to avoid it. With a sound of bang, the place where Seraph was standing exploded directly, causing rubble to fly. Although Mukin's move seemed easy, it contained terrifying pressure. If Mukin hadn't dodged just now, he might have been a corpse by now. After escaping Mukin's move, Seraph immediately counterattacked, waving his fists continuously, turning into fist shadows, and smashed at Mukin crazily. Spear of the sky! Seraph's offensive suddenly became fierce. A huge spear tip that was tens of meters long came out of the void and stabbed straight at Mukin. Mukin's eyebrows were raised slightly. His figure suddenly retreated, and he swatted out a palm at the same time. An extremely terrifying true energy wave swept across all directions, and the huge spear tip was directly shaken into powder by the true energy wave. Mukin's figure also shot backwards, and after falling to the ground, the soles of his feet plowed a deep mark on the ground. What a strong defense! There was a look of shock on Gabriel's face. He was confident enough to flatten a mountain with the move just now, but it was unable to hurt Mukin at all. Mukin's true strength exceeded his expectations. However, Gabriel did not give up and continued to chase Mukin. The two fought in a square. Mukin's attack was very fierce, destroying everything along the way. Chapter 285. Attack from outside the territory. After destroying all the surrounding buildings, Gabriel's offensive became even faster, attacking Mukin again and again, trying to kill Mukin with his terrifying power. A sneer appeared at the corner of Mukin's mouth, and his figure was erratic, avoiding the Seraph's attack. The two were constantly fighting in the square. People who didn't know better thought that the two were fighting for life and death. But in fact, the two were constantly testing each other's strength. Mukin's strength far exceeded Gabriel's expectations, and he gradually gained the upper hand in the fight between the two. The two fought for nearly half an hour. At this moment, a giant hand stretched out from the dark sky. Mukin and Gabriel stopped at the same time, looking at the giant hand stretching out in the sky, with a solemn look in their eyes. The giant hand holding the sky emitted terrifying energy fluctuations, which even made them feel palpitations. Is it an extraterrestrial demon? Gabriel showed a look of excitement on his face. Is the extraterrestrial demon finally coming? Mukin's eyes also fell on the giant hand in the sky, and his eyes were also full of thinking. Mukin's eyes fell on the giant hand stretching out in the sky, and Gabriel also looked at Mukin. Is it an extraterrestrial demon? Gabriel asked. No. The aura of the extraterrestrial demon is too strong. This should be some kind of monster. Mukin shook his head and said, if it is the extraterrestrial demon, it should have the majesty of the extraterrestrial demon. It can't be so weak. Hearing Mukin's words, Gabriel also nodded. Indeed, the breath of the extraterrestrial devil should definitely not be so weak. Moreover, he could feel the domineering power in that breath. But it did not have the power of the extraterrestrial devil. Pressure. Could it be a monster from another race? Gabriel's eyes looked at the giant hand holding up the sky. On the giant hand holding up the sky, there were lines one after another. These lines seemed to have some kind of connection, allowing Mukin to clearly see the lines. When Mukin looked at those lines, he couldn't help but feel doubts in his heart. What was going on with these lines? Young man from China, should we join forces to destroy this thing? Gabriel was afraid of this huge arm and wanted to get it away. Upon hearing this, Mukin glanced at the giant hand holding the sky and said in deep thought, if it is an extraterrestrial demon, then we really need to work together to kill it. Okay, let's do it. Mukin nodded. You come first. Or me? Gabriel asked. You come first. Mukin smiled. Gabriel did not shirk when he heard the words, nodded, moved his body, and rushed directly towards the giant hand holding the sky. At the same time, he grabbed his right paw, and suddenly the wind roared, and a huge angel spear shot out of the air, reaching straight for the hand. Giant hands. There were circles of ripples on the giant hand that held up the sky, blocking the attack of the angel spear. Then, the giant hand that held up the sky squeezed fiercely. Click! Gabriel let out a scream, and his body was crushed by the giant hand that held up the sky, turning into a cloud of blood mist and scattering all over the ground. Gabriel! Team leader! Seeing Gabriel's death, Gallia and others around him were shocked and shouted, Gabriel is actually dead. None of them expected that Gabriel would be killed instantly with one move. The advance army of the demons from outside the territory are so powerful. Mukin looked solemnly as he looked at the giant hand holding the sky. When Gallia and others heard Mukin's words, they also turned their heads. They all saw the terrifying power of the giant hand holding the sky. The pressure of the giant hand holding the sky gave them the illusion that their hearts were shaking. If the heavenly giant hand was made by an extraterrestrial demon, wouldn't it be able to crush them easily? Thinking of this, they couldn't help but feel suffocated. Ha! It's so funny. This feeling is really good. It's ridiculous that an ant like you dares to run rampant in front of me. At this moment, an unruly laughter burst out from there. Came from inside the giant hand of Qingtian. Mukin and others' pupils suddenly tightened. This voice was all too familiar to them. It was the voice of the extraterrestrial demon. Has the extraterrestrial demon finally arrived? Mukin glanced at the giant hand in the sky. Ant, your strength is indeed good, but my strength is even higher. You are just a piece of rubbish at the half-step psychic realm. Are you worthy of competing with me? Go to HL. You loser. This was a burst of cold words, like the cold wind coming from the 9 netherworld, causing the surrounding temperature to drop sharply. As these cold words resounded, the giant hand holding up the sky suddenly shot out thousands of bright golden lights. The golden light turned into a spear, piercing the sky, carrying terrifying power, and pierced toward Mukin. The spear was entwined with golden thunder, which was unparalleled in its power. At this moment, Mukin felt a huge crisis. Is this the power of the extraterrestrial demon? Mukin narrowed his eyes slightly, and a wave of fear surged in his heart. The power of the extraterrestrial demon is really powerful. You can exert this level of power simply by relying on your physical body. Mukin was shocked, but his eyes became brighter and brighter. The body of this extraterrestrial demon was so powerful, And it also had the aura of the extraterrestrial demon. If he could kill this extraterrestrial demon, then his physical body will be qualitatively sublimated. And maybe he can also use the power of the extraterrestrial devil to elevate his physical body to the peak of the holy physical body. Come on! Extraterrestrial demon! Mjuken's eyes were fixed on the giant hand holding the sky. He shouted low, and moved towards the giant hand holding the sky. As Mjuken rushed out, a terrifying dragon roar suddenly sounded from behind him. And a huge bronze dragon appeared from behind him. The bronze dragon roared with its teeth and claws, with an unparalleled, incomparable power. The power hit the giant hand holding the sky hard. Boom! Boom! The bronze dragon collided with the sky-holding giant hand, and deafening explosions were suddenly heard. The huge explosion almost enveloped the entire sky. This is... The eyes of Gallia and others widened. This voice was too familiar to them. In the previous war with China, they were defeated by Qinglong, the former guardian of China. They still remembered what happened back then. Knew. This voice is exactly the same as the green dragon from before. Thinking of this, they couldn't help but take a breath. Mjuken's power had completely exceeded their imagination. This kind of strength was simply terrifying. When these people were surprised, Mjuken's figure also shot out. Chapter 286. Possessing the power of the blue dragon. The situation at the scene developed too fast, and Mjuken was also shocked. For such a powerful Bajla to be killed in an instant. It seems that the before and after are not the same thing at all. It seems that he is really a troublesome person. Now I need to face a bigger challenge. I thought it was simple and easy. But when I looked at it today, I realized that it was not easy at all. All dangers are no longer what they were before. In order to prevent himself from falling into the inevitable abyss, Mjuken quickly mobilized the remaining spiritual power of the green dragon that had been cleansed by the dragon's blood. The green dragon is an auspicious thing, and its spiritual power is even more profound. After absorbing the essence of heaven, earth, sun and moon for many years, Mjuken was able to gain more from it. With the help of this spiritual power, the subsequent attacks were much smoother than before. Everything didn't seem so strenuous, and Mjuken even had the upper hand. Under the collision of multiple attacks, the banging sound echoed in ears. Now I can no longer care about so much. Solving the problem as soon as possible is the top priority. Gallia dealt with Mjuken many times. At the beginning, there was not much strong performance, and everything was the same as usual. But I didn't expect that it would get stronger and stronger later on. At this time, the scene of the previous battle with Qinglong gradually emerged in Gallia's mind. The power of this attack clearly had the shadow of Qinglong. The two actually merged together like this. Who is Mjuken? I read that right. It is indeed Qinglong. And there are not many other ordinary people. Gallia had no idea of giving him a way out. And now he used stronger force to attack Mjuken. Since he could no longer restrain himself, Mjuken released all his spiritual power. The attack power at this time is even stronger than before. Gallia clearly felt the Qinglong's aura again. Did Mjuken conquer the Qinglong? How could we get this aura if we didn't surrender it? There are many things behind this that we haven't noticed yet. Gallia's attack was more focused than before. The whole process was moving forward without any sign of relaxing at all. At first, he thought Mjuken was just a simple person. But what happened now completely opened his eyes. Mjuken is a very powerful person, and his evaluation of his strength is a little heavier in his heart. Nowadays, it is rare to encounter such a powerful guy. They still don't know who will lose and who will win in today's battle. Everything is still developing. Mjuken faced many guys back and forth, but he showed no intention of retreating at all. The attacks are still continuing. Go on! I'm really curious today. Who among us loses and who wins? After the words fell, there was another powerful shock wave, with ripples echoing around them. This skill affected their normal attacks, and their ears became a little ringing. Mjuken was protected by the power of the blue dragon, which was nothing at this time, and he quickly reacted to the attack. Then several more attacks were launched against them. It was quite aggressive from beginning to end, and everything was even more powerful than imagined several times. It was not a simple situation at all. Everyone around Mjuken can see how powerful he is, and now they completely understand him. Although you are at a disadvantage initially, it does not necessarily mean that you will always be at a disadvantage. The two sides fought again at close range, with Mjuken using his patrol tactics. This method just succeeded in breaking through from the side and turning everything into another situation. In such a battlefield, changes were extremely rapid, and Mjuken was observing the situation at all times. Based on the behavior of others, my own behavior has once again changed into a powerful appearance. The demon from outside the territory never thought that Mukin would be so powerful. I thought he was just a guy who could solve it easily. Now their war has lasted for almost half an hour. But there is still no winner. How could it be so powerful? The demon outside the territory said unexpectedly. Mukin's sudden power really surprised them. No one had thought that there was such a thing. There is no way now that the war has begun. And they have no way back. No matter what. We must continue to fight and solve all this. I really don't believe it. Can I solve such a boy? I'm not afraid of facing so many guys. The extraterrestrial demon then increased its strength. But this time, there was still no change in the situation. Mukin was handling the whole battle situation calmly over there. In his opinion, all this could be solved completely. The demon outside the territory took out the terrifying giant hand holding the sky. This thing is not simple at all. It can be said to be a secret magic weapon. But what he didn't expect was that Mukin was not moved at all. Choose to fight back directly with the power of the blue dragon. The demon outside the territory really came into contact with the power of the blue dragon during the attack. At that moment, he was completely shocked. The giant hand instantly became red and swollen upon contact. And a painful feeling spread along the sky-holding giant hand. The outer demon's head started to feel numb. He didn't expect the attack to be so strong. This situation still exists. Why is it so difficult to deal with? It's not as simple as I thought. It's really too difficult. Everything is dangerous. And there is almost nothing good about it. The extraterrestrial demons had to be on guard against this guy. Although I didn't take the other person seriously at first. Now I realize how stupid I was. The shocked expression remained on his face for a long time, and could not go away. Mukin looks like anyone else on the surface. But why can he possess the power of the blue dragon? Many people are not like this at all. And it may even be said that they are constantly forced. Mukin's behavior today was really unexpected. What's more, ordinary people have no chance to come into contact with Qinglong. Mukin, how did you meet Qinglong and end up in this situation? How on earth did you meet Qinglong? You have explained all these things clearly today. I am very curious about what is going on. The demon from outside the territory directly questioned him. Does he have any special identity? Or is there some secret background? All kinds of questions have been swirling in his heart. And the demon from outside the territory always finds this person difficult to deal with. Where to go next? There is no answer yet. Mukin didn't expect the question to be asked so straightforwardly. And the demon outside the territory didn't even think too much about it. So he asked it directly. Moreover, during the questioning period, the two people's attacks continued. So Mukin could only respond to the attacks first. The demon outside the territory came into contact with the spiritual power of the blue dragon again. And this time, he felt really uncomfortable. He had goosebumps all over his body, and was even accidentally punctured in many places. The extraterrestrial demon, who always showed off his power in front of others, was almost defeated by Mukin today. All kinds of emotions were mixed together. And I wanted to ask more about the situation. Why didn't you tell me? How did you subdue Qinglong? How could Qingrong, who had always been so arrogant, be used by others? Qinglong can be said to be the dominant tyrant in the West. Because of its strength, it despises everything in the world. But he didn't expect Mukin to be able to capture it. Just think about it, and you can realize how powerful it is. The extraterrestrial demon will not give up unless he asks clearly. Chapter 287, it's actually quite powerful. While the other party was questioning him, Mukin replayed all the previous encounters in his mind. It's not that easy to get this thing. It can even be said to be a torture that you don't want to do again in this life. The feeling at that time was like being in HL. With the dragon's blood washing every pore on my body. There was pain everywhere. My eyes were even torn and red from being forced many times. And I couldn't even look at any part of my body. The impact of dragon blood is too strong. Mukin. It also took a lot of effort. He even almost paid the price of his life to capture Qinglong. If they find out about this, I'm afraid it won't do any good. Mukin didn't want to make this kind of thing public. So it was better to keep a lot of information secret. I got this green dragon by chance. I may have lost a special opportunity. Mukin did not explain these things clearly, but only mentioned the circumstances accidentally. Inform the other person of the matter in general terms. This sentence can even be said to be nonsense. And it has no intelligence value at all. If you say it, it's as if you didn't say it. Mukin had had enough of that kind of mental torture. So now he naturally had to make good use of this power. You can't lose just like that if you say nothing. You must let the other party know how strong you are, and not a weak person. This is such a good opportunity for you. How can ordinary people get it? It seems that you are really not ordinary at all. After saying this, the demon outside the territory burst into laughter. Ha-ha laughter spread everywhere. Mukin heard the sound clearly. And there was actually some blood in his body with a chill. No matter what he says, he can't let this guy go. Mukin must capture him today. Let the other person see how powerful he is. It's reached this point. I won't give it at all. Mukin shouted loudly again. The demon outside the territory found that Qinglong seemed to be getting weaker and weaker. And the appearance of an arrogant master had been completely washed away. Became a human being. This Qinglong is simply a disgrace. He even follows humans. This is the guy I despise the most. The demon from outside the territory laughed loudly. They can all see this look. And they can feel clearly what they want to express. The demons from outside the territory will not surrender to others no matter what they say. Qinglong can do such a thing. But I can't. I want you all to see my power. I have never made any jokes about this matter. Another attack came lightly. And Mukin immediately resisted. He will protect his body to prevent the other party from causing problems again. The spiritual energy formed an airtight net, gently wrapping around Mukin. The attacks of the extraterrestrial demons are now more outside. So there is no need to worry too much about this. The attacks between the two men continued. And the demon outside the territory became more and more determined to capture this man to prove his strength. I want to see who of us is more powerful. I've never cared about people like you. The extraterrestrial devil once again insulted Mukin. However, these insults were only verbal after all. And Mukin didn't have too many emotions about it. No matter what the other party says, he still maintains his own rhythm and attitude. As long as everything can remain stable, there will be no problem at all. They have much more opportunities and time. Who loses and wins? I don't think it's a matter of words. Keep fighting with me. At the end you will know who is the strong one. Mukin replied with great momentum. The voice seemed to be able to shock Wuxio Yunshin. And Mukin once again showed his worth. Little Loli has already concluded a contract with Mukin. And their consciousnesses are connected. She could completely check the situation on Mu Chen's side. If two people want to send a message, there is no need for others to hear it. Everything will be revealed in their minds. The various taunts from the demons outside the territory made the little Loli feel a little uncomfortable. This is a bit too much for the Dragon Clan. In fact, they are not that vicious. Little Loli doesn't want Mukin to hear this wrong history and misunderstand it. He came forward quickly and explained the situation. It's not as you think. The demon outside the territory is completely nonsense. Little Loli said hurriedly. All the feelings in his mind were extremely obvious. And Mukin heard what the other party wanted to express to him. It turns out that this is what happened behind the scenes. Many things are not what I thought. Then if you continue talking, I'd really like to know what's going on. Mukin felt that the little Lolita was particularly easy to get along with. And she was not like what the demon outside the realm said. I'm afraid there are some misunderstandings and an unknown history. In fact, the Dragon Clan was not as wary of humans as it is now. In the beginning, their Dragon Clan life was stable. And everything was going on leisurely. In the beginning, our Dragon Clan actually had contacts with humans. And our contacts were very close. Many humans knew about our existence. I also like those kind-hearted people very much. Not all people are bad. There are still a large number of them who are kind-hearted. Many elders of the Dragon Clan once had very deep contacts with them. It can be felt before and after that they have a good relationship. And the effect presented by everything is even more special. Is your relationship really very harmonious? Now I really can't see that your relationship is very harmonious. It seems like there is a big problem. Mukin. To get back to the other person. The little Lolita is very confident about this. Because this is indeed their history. I had a really good relationship with them before. And I often bounced around here. I'm not lying to you. I played very well with humans before. And I even have a lot of human friends. I have a pretty good relationship with them. And they like me very much. The little Loli looks very cute. I really like her. Mukin. In fact, I also like little Lolita. Who doesn't love such cute ones? Are the other Qinglongs like this? Mukin asked again. Little Loli once again gave an affirmative answer. Because it was indeed such a thing. This is the history I experienced. I'm not lying to you. I just want to tell you about this past situation. I definitely don't have any ill intentions towards the human race. The dragon race is actually a pretty kind race. If the other party is not hostile to them, we'll be very willing to make friends with others. Things had been going quite well before. And it wasn't as bad as they imagined. After Mukin got along with the little Lolita, he did find that the little Lolita was not what he imagined. At first, I thought they were all very domineering. But now I don't see any of it. He even became good friends with them. I want to believe that you don't have any hostility. What you said today. I just realized that I had misunderstood the Qinglong clan. I thought they were so arrogant everywhere. There are many things that Qinglong doesn't want. And he is tortured by reality unknowingly. Slowly it became what it is now. Just don't get me wrong. We can be very good friends. Chapter 288, Surrender. The Qinglong clan has an arrogant character, and would rather die than surrender to humans. The entire dragon clan has a very bad temper, and there will never be any chance of recovery. A group of demons couldn't help but laugh at Qinglong surrendering to human hands. Ha! You actually surrendered to humans. You said how pitiful you are. If your ancestors were still here, they would definitely feel humiliated because of you. They laughed wildly. Mukin was not affected at all and continued to ask little Loli. Why do they think it's ridiculous when they see this situation? A capable person can conquer anyone he wants. Isn't it just a dragon? If you have the ability, you can conquer it. And I will conquer you in the same way. Seeing the arrogance of those demons, Mukin glanced at the people indifferently, and didn't bother to care so much. There was nothing to be arrogant about. When the fight started later, he would know who was more powerful. The little Loli slowly formed an entity, stayed in a small corner, and explained in a very weak voice. Master, the situation is exactly the same as what they said. The dragon clan will never surrender to anyone, but will only surrender to the strong ones within the same clan. It is a great shame to be able to bow down to a human being. Having said that, the little Loli looked at the figures not far away and shook her head slightly, not thinking too much about it. My master is very powerful, so I follow him with all my heart, even though it may seem a little unbearable to outsiders. As long as I feel it is worth it. Then, they say that the dragon clan has hatred and war between humans. Why do I know nothing about it? Listen to the nasty things said by some people in Gabriel. Mukin was very curious about what kind of thing it was that made them always brood over it. And when they laughed like this, they almost turned into fools. Master, the relationship between dragons and humans used to be very good. We dragons also took the initiative to help humans. However, some humans do not know what is good and want to obtain our blood, eat our flesh and blood, and obtain more powerful energy. When the little Loli said this, her eyes were a little angry. In any case, they came here wholeheartedly to help humans. But in the end, they were tricked by humans, and even fell into this situation. Everyone would feel angry. It was so ungrateful. It was clearly related to helping humans. But humans turned against them, and refused to recognize them. I even want to give them all away, and occupy everything they have. Those things they have are all hard-earned, which is particularly difficult. Dragons are born with some abilities, and can protect people, and their own kind. This is given to them by God. However, these greedy humans actually want to take away things that do not belong to them. And they are still confident. Humans are an extremely hateful race. They imprison all of our kind, and treat them like animals. They play with them at will. In a short period of time, we have lost a large number of our kind. At this point, the little Loli didn't say any more. The more she talked, the less interesting it became. It was just an unforgettable hatred. The master is also a human being. If he talks too much, he will inevitably be unhappy. Mukin paused for a moment, with a bit of disbelief in his eyes. This is the first time I heard such history. Sorry, I don't know about this either. If I had known it, I wouldn't have asked you. Don't feel bad. Mukin apologized softly. The little Loli was still young, and he didn't want her to be affected in any way. He didn't want her to be filled with hatred at such a young age. Selfish humans will never have a good life. And the current situation can be regarded as retribution. The entire dragon clan is trying every means to stop humans, and even wants to kill all humans. You don't need to worry about what Master and others say. You are a very good human being. These things have nothing to do with you. The leader of Qinglong once swore that he will be incompatible with humans in this life. The little Lolita said slowly, her eyes fixed on Gabriel not far away. Now Gabriel was getting closer and closer, and it seemed as if he was watching a joke in person. Gabriel, I advise you to give up. This matter has nothing to do with you, and you don't have to keep asking questions here. You, a foreigner, cannot interfere in the affairs of our dragon clan. Only they can know whether they will be punished if they break their oath. Gabriel can stand here and talk without pain, and he has always been here to join in the fun. She didn't want to tell this matter at first. Little Loli was afraid that there would be some estrangement between her and the director because of this matter. Gabriel's appearance forced the little Lolita to tell the story. Ha ha. Look at your master. Will he treat you as his subordinate in the future? Don't forget that you are also a member of the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan and humans are mortal enemies. Sooner or later, he will also betray Mukin. As he spoke, he looked at Mukin with evil eyes. Mu Chen, don't you still believe in this little loli? They are all following you with ill intentions and pretending to surrender. I have seen this kind of method many times. Mukin glanced at the person indifferently and chuckled. Shut your mouth. This matter has nothing to do with you. Gabriel, if you still want to be beaten, just speak up. No wonder Gabriel suddenly mentioned the Dragon Clan's oath. And even said so many words. It seemed like nothing on the surface. In fact, he wanted to use a divorce plan. The little loli was a member of the Dragon Clan and a powerful subordinate of his. If she was a little loli, she would remember her hatred and have some thoughts of rebellion against herself. When the time comes, he will also be greatly affected. And Mukin is not willing to fall into this situation. Okay. Since you said so, I can only take the first step. Little loli, don't forget your hatred. Your compatriots died so miserably back then. Skin people and draw blood. Gabriel was being mean-mouthed and wanted to say something else. But Mukin directly punched him in the air. Gabriel then left obediently, not forgetting to look at the little Lolita's face before leaving. As a dragon, the little loli also has some memories belonging to the dragon. When she hears the hatred in the past, she will naturally feel uncomfortable, coupled with the memories passed down in her mind, which were bloody and terrifying. A powerful sense of hatred emerged in her heart, making her almost unable to breathe. Master, let's leave quickly. This matter has nothing to do with you, and I don't want to involve you. Sooner or later, people from the Dragon Clan will come over to resolve these matters. Chapter 289, Kind Reminder. Little Loli's consciousness was closely connected with Mukin, and she clearly felt the loss in Mukin's words. I didn't expect that everything would end up like this. The back and forth was no longer what it was before. In fact, the little loli didn't mean to blame at all. She just told this history slowly. Many things are not what they mean. Are you sad? Actually, I don't look like that. I think you should not be too angry about this matter. Some human behaviors are indeed excessive. But this does not mean that these behaviors will continue forever. When the little Lolita came into contact with Mukin, she knew how good the other person was, and she wouldn't blame him too much. As the two of them came into contact more and more, the little loli became more loyal to Mukin. It can even be said that the image of the other party in the heart at this time has become as tall as the number. I will definitely be loyal to you, and I will never let you down when the time comes. These things will all develop in a good direction. You also said that we can protect each other. The little loli smiled sweetly after saying this, as if she was being cute on purpose. And Mukin felt the coolness from the other party. But there are indeed many stories in it. And some of the news is not what they imagined. Inadvertently, many things have changed into something else. The story is no longer what they originally imagined. And now it becomes clearer to them. Little loli was willing to believe in Mukin, thinking that he was the best among so many people. Such a director would be willing to follow him for the rest of his life. Naturally, it cannot be compared with other guys who are nothing. No matter how the world changes, I will still believe in you. I think the master is the best. You also believe me. It will be better only if we trust each other. Right. This sentence expresses the other party's feelings again. Mukin. In fact, I still feel a little guilty about these things. And I always think of the stories in them. I'm quite afraid that there will be some disadvantages when the time comes. After all, sometimes an accident can lead to a big mistake. I see. After finishing this sentence, the little loli was extremely happy and clapped her hands quickly. Master finally knows. I will always follow you from now on. No matter what you say, I will always be by your side. After he finished speaking, he even screamed for a while, which was enough to show the thoughts in his heart. The three-headed dog looked at this situation with some disgust. He didn't expect that this man had so much to say. Although the little loli looks soft and cute in normal times, she also has a lot of nonsense. I didn't expect to be able to talk so much nonsense back and forth. Mukin is still dealing with enemies now, and it is not a good thing to be distracted during the attack. The three-headed dog was a little disgusted by the little loli, who was always talking next to him. The teacher needs the master to be distracted to deal with. If you don't say anything, you'll probably keep chattering again. The little stupid dog, the three-headed dog, rushed to the line from the other side. He first barked several times in a low voice, and finally, He spoke to remind the little lowly. You won't forget the current situation. Right. And it's still in the middle of a battle. The power is constantly being used. But now you are still talking so much nonsense, causing the master to be constantly distracted. It's not good if this continues. We really can't discuss these things all the time. Mukin needs to concentrate more on dealing with the enemy until he has dealt with all those guys. You should talk less at times like this from now on. You talk so much nonsense. I really feel irritated. The owner probably felt uncomfortable too, but he never expressed it. The demon from outside the territory expressed his opinions many times during the continuous attacks. He immediately expressed his shame for what had just happened. Some people are always so disgusting and unexpectedly get away with everything, which ultimately leads to an even more uncomfortable situation. Qinglong is simply the scum of our demon clan. And he turned to a guy like you just like that. If it were me, I would never be able to bow to you in my whole life. Because I simply cannot do such a disgusting thing. The demon from outside the territory spat loudly. The ferocity shown in his eyes is even more visible. The demon outside the territory is very powerful, and has always been regarded as the superior one. He has never been able to take a fancy to these situations. The demon outside the territory reminded loudly again. This Qinglong is really forgetful. Is there anyone who still doesn't remember what humans have done? I have done so many disgusting things that I will never forget for the rest of my life. What humans have done is indeed a great harm to their demon clan. None of the things that went back and forth were good. They are unwilling to surrender to the human race throughout their lives, and the hostility they display is far beyond imagination. Mukin clearly saw the other party's gnashing of teeth. Was that process really painful? I have never experienced it myself, so I don't actually know much about this matter. Many situations are far beyond imagination. Qinglong only left behind the remaining consciousness of Yili, and many things could not be explained clearly at all. Mukin knew even less about the situation, and he didn't know what kind of changes there were. But there is actually something behind this. Anyone who has actually experienced it can understand how ugly those years were. Then a wave of consciousness continued to overlap and increase. Surprisingly, various pictures appeared in his mind. Mukin began to feel extremely painful, and no one could understand the pain he felt at this moment. How come there are so many situations? Is it true that the stock market cannot end? These memories are like playing a movie, repeating over and over again in my mind. Everything in life has changed from the beginning to now. What's going on? This situation? I really don't know what to say. The pain in consciousness makes people unable to resist it all, and the whole person seems to be severely suppressed by this consciousness. Those painful memories are like a fierce sword, constantly provoking in my mind. Some tendons in Mukin's mind were attacked again and again. Seeing those past stories is really scary. Everything was completely different from what Mukin had imagined, and the pain during the hunt was enough to shock everyone's heart. How come there are so many memories? Are all these memories what happened during that process? Which stories are shown to that extent? In fact, pain is not a good thing for war at all, and it can even be said to have a huge disadvantage. Originally needed during the attack. Concentrating on attacking, there is a painful delay, which makes it impossible to concentrate at all. Most of them rely on their body's instinct to attack. If this continues, everything will definitely be much uglier than imagined. Everything in life is really uncomfortable. There are many stories that have long been buried in my heart. I'm afraid this memory doesn't want to be buried anymore. So it happens again and again today. This is the story of the past. Everything happened before. It turns out there were so many situations that I never thought of. Chapter 290, Sneak Attack Failed. As a member of the Dragon Clan, Xiao Longnu knew very clearly the stories that had happened to the Dragon Clan. The time has come when many stories can no longer remain hidden. So she transmitted certain things that had happened to Mukin through memory. The people of the Dragon Clan are all familiar with this news, and many situations have already played out in their minds. The contract formed by two people really has a certain effect, and the current legendary memory is one of the good things about it. It turns out that so many stories really happened, and what you said is not false. Humans have indeed taken action against dragons. Thank you for telling me this memory. You know what kind of bad things humans have done, Mukin. Only when you have some insights in your mind will you not be as ignorant as before, not knowing anything about the situation at all. The demon outside the territory has been observing Mukin from the side, and the other party seems to have made some other moves now. We have reached this point, and we really can't delay it any longer. Extraterrestrial demons. He planned to take advantage of this somewhat vague process to attack Mukin directly. Mukin focused all his attention in his mind, and had no time to consolidate what was happening outside. If you seize the opportunity to make a sneak attack, you can cause great physical damage. Extraterrestrial demons. I have been waiting for this result for a long time, and even want to attack now. I want to see who is more powerful. My strength is never weak. I don't think I will lose. The demon from outside the territory then came towards this direction in a mighty force. The look at that time was so fierce that Mukin didn't notice that there was such a situation. Fortunately, both the little dragon girl and the three-headed dog noticed, and the two of them rushed forward violently at this time. As mythical beasts, they have a strong sense of autonomy, and will choose to help their masters when they are in danger. When the demon from outside the territory saw these two divine beasts approaching, he couldn't help but feel a little angry. I originally thought that no one would come up and I could successfully attack secretly, but I didn't expect that someone would notice it. You two guys, don't stop me, or I will kill you later. If you insist on stopping me, don't blame me for being cruel. The demon from outside the territory said loudly towards the two of them. As divine beasts who have already formed a contract, the two of them will naturally not back down. How to solve the problem should be solved. So they started to attack again, fighting against the extraterrestrial demon on Mukin's behalf. Waves of light passed through the air, and many of them landed on the three-headed dog. From the moment he took action to resist, he could predict the current result. But this is all my master, and everything is still within the scope of worth. Mukin's death was the most heartbreaking thing for them. They didn't want to see this happen, so they continued to attack no matter what. As a member of the Dragon Clan, Little Dragon Girl also has a very strong sense of attack. The way they behaved was arrogant every game. The sneak attack by the extraterrestrial devil was ultimately unsuccessful. Mukin. He is still alive and well, and has not suffered any injuries. It's just that the three-headed dog suffered some superficial injuries in the process of resisting the opponent's attack. This dog of his is very loyal, which is why he attacks more and more all the time. I really don't believe it. Why should I not do anything? I just have to do something today, and I will definitely protect Mukin. This sentence is addressed to the abominable demon outside the territory. Getting him to pay attention to his surroundings early was not as easy as he thought. None of them are vegetarians at all. There are many situations in Xiaolongnu's memory, and Mukin is currently escaping from the war. I went to a relatively remote place to quietly adjust to the pain in my mind. Because there were too many memories, everything in my mind suddenly became disorganized, and there was no way to solve the problem for the first time. I slowly organized these memories one by one, and I didn't expect to see a lot of useful information in them. In fact, the extraterrestrial demons were not as bad as they are now in the beginning. Even at that time, he was still a kind-hearted demon, and many of the things he did came from his heart. It turns out that Qinglong and I used to be good friends, and our friendship with each other is not shallow. Mukin unexpectedly sighed. At first, I thought this guy was inherently bad, but now it turns out that the other party is not bad at all. What it looks like today is probably a forced choice step by step with the development of the times. Since I was good at first, why have I become like this again? Mukin muttered to himself in confusion. So I continued to look at these memories to see where the problem was. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be like this. There are many situations where they should have worked hard, and some of them are even more surprising. The expression on Mukin's face changed, and he didn't know what attitude he should take to face all this. Looking back at the memory, I happened to see the relevant part, and it was this part that made me wonder what to say. The demon outside the territory was once deceived by a person, and this person was very hateful. Deceive him step by step. Those good intentions are thrown away again and again. It is precisely because of this that humans are regarded as bad. Extraterrestrial demons. I feel like all humans are completely bad. Mukin suddenly understood why the other party was like this. It turned out to be like this before. If I was betrayed by such a person, I guess I will also stereotype a race because of this. In fact, I thought the other person was bad at first, but only after many contacts did I realize that the other person was a good person. It's not as bad as imagined at all. Mukin completely understood all this, and had new thoughts and ideas in his heart. The human in question was pretending to be close to the demon from outside the territory. But in fact his idea was to seize the inner elixir of the demon from outside the territory, to see the opponent's inner strength, and then become stronger step by step. Such a purpose is really despicable. As a good person, Mukin felt humiliated by having such a companion. It is precisely because there are more people like this that these demons can profit from it. So it has gradually developed to the point where it is now. Mukin shook his head helplessly. The extraterrestrial demons still need to take more precautions in case this kind of thing happens again in the future. I acted like this driven by profit. No matter what the excuse is for this kind of thing, there was no way to successfully bury them. A lot of things have been done. The extraterrestrial demons have been completely disappointed with humans. It felt like all humans approached him because of his inner elixir, and came to him in order to seize his inner power. So from then on, no matter who approached him, they would be treated with extreme hostility. The innocent and kind face he once had has disappeared long ago. The demon outside the territory feels that only in this way can he completely protect himself. Any other method will only harm yourself. If I don't use this method, how can I protect myself? Everyone in your group deserves to die. You are not worthy of competing for the resources on the planet. Chapter 291. Warning is invalid. Mukin successfully returned to reality after all these things were sorted out. The extraterrestrial demon is not far away now. Mukin felt very pitiful about the experiences he had experienced, and even sympathized with the demon from outside the realm. I already know what happened to you, and I think you are quite pitiful. You were not defensive at that time. That's why this phenomenon occurs. You should be more careful with others in the future. But I don't think you need to be so tit for tat. In fact, not all people are bad people. Mukin is a very good person. The fact that the little dragon girl and the three-headed dog are now following Mukin is really good proof. Mukin never said that he was using them. They just made a contract with each other. And step by step, they were moved by Mukin's affectionate look and finally decided to help him. This deep-seated relationship between each other is all established based on emotion. And there are no other bonds. Mukin's compassionate heart can actually be seen from all directions. He has always been firm, and will never be driven by interests to do anything that violates morality. After hearing this, the demon outside the territory found it ridiculous, and even thought it was just a human excuse. You actually have the nerve to say such things to me. In my opinion, you are also a complete joke. Can you just say a few words that you feel sorry for me, and you can eliminate the hatred I have harbored for so many years? Those things have already become a serious thorn in the heart. Every time the extraterrestrial demons think about this matter, they become extremely angry, and they are even less willing to give them humans a chance. Do you also want to use this method to trick me? I really understand your routines very well. I think you should put down your thoughts as soon as possible. The demon from outside the territory taunted him a few times, which was enough to show the considerable grief and anger in his heart. It was an extremely ironic thing for him that both the little Lolita and the three-headed dog submitted to Mukin. The two of them didn't realize how bad Mukin really was. The demon outside the territory quickly reminded him. I'm warning you. It's best to leave this human guy, lest you be completely framed by him later. You don't know yet. Such people are thoughtful and not as innocent as we are. Such a warning is to make them leave completely. So what's the point of protecting them all the time? The demons outside the territory felt that Mukin was so kind to them and just wanted to get something from them. It's not like what you imagined. Sooner or later, there will be a crisis with people like this. Extraterrestrial demons. It seems that leaving early is the best opportunity. When you are in real danger in the future, it will be too late to regret. Now I am reminding you with all my heart and soul. If it really comes to that point, you all have to finish it. The meaning expressed was obvious enough. And the demon from outside the territory even wanted to kill Mukin directly for them. But the three of them didn't listen to a word of it at all. And they all forgot about these things. Unlike what others said, they had real contact. So I know what this person is like. I have no contact with the demons outside the territory at all. So this will not work at all. We know what kind of people we follow. Even if you repeat it to my ears thousands of times, I will still follow Mukin. Mukin didn't expect to gain such great trust from them. Those people all regarded themselves as their masters and served them. Thank you for meeting you. So I am what I am today, Mukin said to them gently. The three-headed dog knew that this stubborn old man had some very bad impressions of Mukin in his heart. So I tried to reverse these impressions, hoping that the two of them could get along well. It's not what you imagined. I think you still misunderstood Mukin. I may need to tell you why I have been following Mukin. The demon from outside the territory sneered a few times. He was already older among the demon clan, but the elders of these three-headed dogs naturally know much more than their juniors. Now I am afraid that they are just deceived by these people. And the demons outside the territory are not willing to listen. But no matter how unwilling to listen to the three-headed dog, finally, I expressed these things. All of them have been constructed. I know much more. Mukin is very good to us. even very attentive. Every detail of it touched my heart deeply, so I was willing to follow it without hesitation. The three-headed dog is the most powerful monster in China. Logically speaking, there is no need to convince anyone. But now it looks like this. He deliberately mentioned some of the things that particularly touched him. You don't know what happened between the two of us. Myukin once took me out together. The two of us traveled between the world and took risks to do many tasks. But in the process, no harm was done. He has always been by his side, and has a better understanding of what is going on. The three-headed dog was really too willing to believe Myukin. And all those expressions were not false. When in danger, he tried his best to save the three-headed dog. And it's not false to not let the other party get hurt at all. Every danger I encountered was solved with Myukin's help. If he hadn't helped me time and time again, how could I be where I am today? The three-headed dog can actually be improved. Myukin was a great help when the two of them went through various pains while camping. Once you encounter something that has a very good effect on the three-headed dog, you will give it to the three-headed dog without hesitation. As long as I wanted something, he would give it to me without hesitation. Where else can you find such friendship? I simply don't know where such camaraderie can exist. The three-headed dog said slightly sadly. There are actually not many humans that I have seen before. But there has never been anyone who has been helping Myukin as well as he is now. Once they encounter this emotion, they will be able to understand it better. At night, they even took the initiative to help us find a suitable camping spot, fearing that they would watch us outside if we were in danger. Then let's sleep. These are all stories that really happened in life. Only true stories can touch people's hearts the most. Because of encountering these stories, Three-Headed Dog Mole has more to express. He wanted to understand these situations early on. No one wanted it. All this was bad. It is most appropriate to resolve matters that need to be resolved as early as possible. Does anyone know the story behind this? Mu-Chin will arrange everything for us if we are short of food or clothing. Of course you can know how deep this relationship is. Even if it costs me my life, I may still cling to Myukin. When he said these words, he even became a little hysterical. But he still kept expressing these things. The three-headed dog actually didn't know whether what he said could completely change the mind of the demon from outside the territory. But in the end, we talked about it without any hesitation. He deeply understood how much misunderstanding the outer demons had about Myukin himself. Chapter 292, Healing. Humans and dragons have always been at odds with each other. And this is a well-known fact. After the people on the mainland learned about this, they have been careful not to meet with people from the dragon clan if possible. Myukin is an extremely strange human being. He treats little dragon girl well, and even helps her heal her injuries. The surrounding extraterrestrial demons looked at Myukin curiously, full of doubts. They have never seen human beings' attitude towards others. So it is an extremely strange thing in their eyes. It's strange. Are there really human beings so kind? Somehow I felt that he was also pretending. And I felt a little uncomfortable looking at him. Someone was complaining in a low voice. Gabriel, who was not far away, heard what the person said and nodded silently. In their hearts, human beings are shameful and hateful. And they are good at pretending. Once upon a time, humans also humbled themselves in front of them and treated them as good brothers. I thought it would be okay. But I didn't expect that these humans are really good at pretending. It directly destroyed their lair and caused huge damage. I think so. Humans are shameful and hateful. And we shouldn't have too much contact with these humans. Let's go first. It's easy to lose your mind after seeing so much. The demons couldn't stand it any longer. So they turned around and left. Gabriel stopped and couldn't help but look back several times. If this is true, we can't kill everyone with one stick. There are always some good people out there. Right. It is absolutely impossible to exclude all human beings just because of one thing. What's more, Myukin didn't make any mistakes now. He watched helplessly as Myukin carefully healed Xiaolongnu's injuries. That careful look made people feel a little sad just looking at it. But they also gave them an indescribable sense of joy. Looking back inside their own organization, there is a group of people looking for trouble, fighting desperately, fearing that others will have a better life than themselves. Demons have always been a race with a strong struggle. They will not give up fighting for anything. Even on the way to a mission, he worked hard to show his strength and specialness in order to gain the favor of the demon lord. Even if he hunts his own kind, he will not hesitate to do so. And he has paid a heavy price for this. The extraterrestrial devil on the side saw that he was still staying here. Everyone could see the envy in his eyes. So they shook their heads and said mockingly, "Don't be envious. We don't have such treatment. Let me tell you, we are just ordinary people. The extraterrestrial demons would not treat our companions like this. A group of people were talking, but they stopped and remained motionless. They were a little far away from Myukin, but they could clearly see Myukin's every move. Dragons have special abilities, and a very small number of people can detect and tell other people's inner activities. Xiao Longnu has such ability. I thought it would be of no use, but I never expected to sit here and hear a group of people talking. I had some doubts in my mind. He looked up at Myukin, taking good care of himself, and whispered, "Master, I heard them all praising you. Hee hee. They said you were very kind to me, and that you were a good master." The dragon clan and the human clan have always been estranged from each other, so Myukin was able to heal himself thoughtfully, taking out those miraculous medicines. Naturally, they are envious of them, even outside the territory. The demons were whispering beside them. Myukin heard what Xiao Longnu said. Touch the person's little head. "Okay, I have taken care of your wounds. Please don't run around for a while. It is inevitable that your wounds will be aggravated. As for what they say, you don't have to worry about it." Myukin's eyesight is excellent, and his hearing is naturally excellent. What are they talking about? They can all hear clearly, even if they are far apart. Some people are doubting themselves and feel that they are just pretending, while others are just observing. I want to see if I am true or false to others. But what does it matter if it is true or false? As long as she felt that she had a clear conscience. That was all. Unexpectedly, Xiao Longnu actually said it specifically. "Okay, let me take you back to space first. If you need anything, you can tell me. I may be a little busy recently, and I may not be able to take care of some things properly. You have to tell me in advance." Myukin looked at Xiao Longnu seriously, and was surprised to see that Xiao Longnu was still young and following him. As a petite dragon girl, it is naturally not easy to follow her. When facing similar people, he actually tried every means to speak for himself. How could he not make people feel grateful? "Master, we are all of the same kind. Some of us are injured. I can empathize with them. They can feel that the wounds on their bodies are particularly painful and need help. Can you help them regardless of past grievances?" Just when Myukin was about to leave, Xiao Longnu rubbed her hands and said a little embarrassedly, "If you don't agree, then I don't have any objection. I'm just talking casually." Haha. The relationship between dragons and humans has always been in dire straits and has never been good. If something goes wrong, all of them will be in trouble. Just now, the dragon clan and Myukin fought against each other, causing great damage to Myukin's body. Fortunately, Myukin was able to heal his injuries. He was his opponent just now. But now in the blink of an eye, he asked Myukin for help in treating his illness, and even helped his opponent heal his injuries. I'm afraid it's not good enough. As soon as she said it, Xiao Longnu felt that she was very stupid and actually said something stupid. Why force something that is simply impossible? Myukin stopped and glanced at Xiao Longnu. At this time, Xiao Longnu lowered her head and looked particularly worried. I was afraid that someone would say something unpleasant, so I never dared to lower my head and was cautious. Then he turned to look at the dragons not far away. They had wounds on their bodies, some with their skin and flesh torn. It looks very scary, and if ordinary people were let go, they would definitely feel distressed. The dragon clan has never had the concept of healing, and they have no panacea. He could only rely on his own saliva to slowly heal his wounds. It was so miserable that Myukin felt a little pitiful when he saw it. Okay, I promise you. But you have a good word with these dragons, and don't let them take action against me. I want to help them, but I'm afraid they'll fight back. They are all enemies. If they appear rashly without communication, it is very likely that someone will target you. And when the time comes that an emergency response will occur, it will be over. Chapter 293, Change. Really? Master. Then I'll go tell them now. Xiao Longnu thought that this matter was out of the question. But after hearing this, his eyes lit up instantly. He rubbed his eyes and ran over. He was talking and gesticulating to several dragons, looking particularly interested. My master said that I can give you some miraculous medicine, but you are not allowed to take action against my master. Help you heal. If you take action, then you are all bad people. Xiao Longnu pinched her waist and looked at them, and the green dragons were all confused. Unexpectedly, a little baby doll suddenly came. She is just a little girl. If she admits the wrong master, she will admit the mistake. There is nothing she can do about it, and she cannot kill him. Now that he has said these words, it makes people feel a little confused. The leader, Qinglong, shook his head when he heard what others said, and said impatiently, "Stop making trouble with me. Can I not know what these humans think? They just want to deceive us." He smiled foolishly as he spoke, and the next words were not spoken, so everyone present could understand. The reason why dragons and humans are incompatible with each other is that there is absolutely no chance of any reversal, because humans were too decisive in their previous actions, putting their lives at risk. In the past, humans treated them as trash and fools, and deceived them all with just a few words. The blood was extracted from their bodies, and all their flesh was eaten. It is used to replenish the energy in one's body. This happens so often that it naturally makes people feel chilled. What happened back then caused much harm to their entire dragon clan, but they still remember it vividly, and now they want to reconcile with others, and even want to help themselves. I'm afraid that as soon as I pass, they will pluck out my skin and try to kill me. Forget it. Forget it. You and I are not the same person. Little girl, you should be more careful. The leader of the dragon clan shook his head, his eyes full of ridicule. No matter how others view it, there is no chance for him. Human beings are all hypocritical and have nothing to say to each other. Either there will be a complete falling out, or a group of them will never interact with each other. The hatred between races does not mean that it does not exist. It is hatred engraved in the blood. They will never forget it. As a girl is young, it is natural to be deceived. Xiao Longnu was stunned for a moment, then stamped her feet and said angrily, "My master is not the hypocritical human being that you say he is. My master is really nice, and he is not hypocritical at all. If I say I want to help you, I will definitely do it. But you can't doubt my master. He is really very good." The little dragon girl wanted to make it clear to people with words and gestures, but the dragons next to her looked at them with disdain. This appearance naturally fell into the eyes of those extraterrestrial demons, who couldn't help but shake their heads. It's all a joke. There's nothing to say. It's understandable that Xiao Longnu can't understand many things. After all, he has not been raised by the dragon clan since he was a child, so it is normal for him to cause some troubles. But the hatred between races cannot be simply forgotten. Now he still looks righteous and confident. What should one say? If you believe your master and actually push your own kind into the fire pit, you are mentally ill. You're going to push us into the fire pit? When Xiao Longnu heard what her fellow tribe member said, she couldn't help but her eyes turned red, and she burst into tears. Not far away, Mukin's eyes suddenly turned red when he saw Longnu, and he became nervous instantly. He walked forward, protected the person behind him, and looked at the person very warily. "What did you do? Xiao Longnu was fine just now. Why did you cry all of a sudden? Are you not going to explain to me?" Just now, Mukin had been paying attention to what was going on with Little Dragon Girl, and thought that Little Dragon Girl would come back for no reason. As a result, without paying attention, the person started to cry loudly, as if he had been greatly wronged. But he didn't see Xiao Longnu being bullied, nor did he see them take action. So what was going on? Little Dragon Girl said you would give us some medicine, but I don't know if it's true or not. I just retorted a few words, and then got angry. What's wrong? Qilong retorted. Mukin was silent for a moment, then took out a bottle of medicine from his pocket, and threw it in front of the person. This is what Xiao Longnu asked me to help you with. She is a very important partner of mine. I will naturally agree to whatever she says. You can use it to heal your wounds. After saying that, he took Xiao Longnu and prepared to leave. Xiao Longnu cried and screamed, and Mukin whispered comfort beside him. The demon outside the territory saw this scene in his eyes. His eyes were extremely complicated. They thought Mukin was a hypocrite before, but now it seems that something is different. They have lived for such a long time, and it is natural to tell whether they truly love each other at a glance. Although Xiao Longnu was young, she felt hurt by being treated like a treasure. Just a casual sentence actually made people interested. Mukin really gave them the medicine, which was expensive. It's not something that ordinary people can take away if they want. So Mukin gave it away without hesitation. Perhaps he is really an extraordinary human being. You see what he does when he says it. It's extraordinary. How about we go over and have a good chat with the people? See if we can join them and ask them about the specific situation. A group of people were discussing in low voices. Only Gabriel stopped and his eyes were extremely complicated. He had seen this matter from beginning to end, and at first he thought Mukin was just doing something. But as things slowly developed, he realized something was wrong. Mukin kept his word and did not come to deceive others just because Xiao Longnu was too young. Instead, I communicated well with people and did everything I promised. Not far away, little dragon girl reacted, stopped crying, and whispered, "Master, I can hear their inner thoughts. They have changed their minds about you a lot." Question mark. Mukin raised his head in confusion. He did not have the ability to read minds. He didn't bother to care about those dragons and extraterrestrial demons. What they thought didn't matter to him. Although Xiaolongnu has this ability, she rarely uses it. Why did she suddenly change her appearance today and start reading minds? They used to say that humans are bad. That all humans are bad. The superficial good is just to get their heart and blood. But you gave them a positive example. Xiaolongnu raised her ears and listened carefully to the complicated inner thoughts. She could see everything in her ears. There are many people with complicated hearts, and they can think whatever they want. But when they look at Mukin, they no longer have the hostility they had before. Chapter 294, Opposites. After learning what the other party was thinking through Xiaolongnu, Mukin was very shocked. On the one hand, he couldn't believe that these monsters in front of him had experienced these things. On the other hand, it is also the history secretly in my heart. We must prevent the little dragon girl and the three-headed dog from recalling their previous experiences. It's okay, Master. We are all very happy to be able to reach a contract with you. After signing a contract, monsters and humans can have a common mentality with each other. That is to say, they can know what the other person is thinking at the first time, and they can communicate silently through their unique channel. We have already gone through those things before. It doesn't matter if you feel guilty. San Tonquin is a monster who doesn't know how to express his emotions. It has been oppressed by humans for a long time, and has become the #1 monster in China. He has long been accustomed to living alone. But he didn't expect that when he reached such a state, he could still have Mukin as his friend, and recognize Mukin as his master. At the same time, he also had Xiaolongnu as his companion. Such a beautiful life was something that the previous three-headed dog could not even imagine. That situation seemed like a luxury wish to him at the time. What you experienced before was indeed mankind's fault. In fact, if you blame mankind. When Mukin thought about this, he paused deliberately, as if he felt a severe pain in his heart. If you complain about humans, I think it is very normal. Don't wrong yourself. Mukin's remarks moved the three-headed dog and little dragon girl again. Monsters have no rights of their own, especially on the continent where they currently exist. Most people think that monsters are just accessories. It is believed that excellence does not need to have its own rights. They only need to work wholeheartedly for their masters. As for what the team members ask them to do, it is the residents' wishes, and sometimes they cannot refuse. I know that most people probably feel very strange about the connection between us. But what I hope you can understand is that in my heart, Mukin, you are just like friends. After Xiaolongnu heard such words, tears kept rolling in her eyes. It seemed like he was going to fall down in the next second. But the three-headed demon has no such emotions to express. He could only bury his head deeply into the ground, expressing his loyalty to Mukin with this gesture of absolute surrender. You must know that at the beginning, the three-headed dog only took a fancy to Mukin's strength. He was always prepared to abandon Mukin immediately if he did something that made him feel unreasonable. But the two of them gradually experienced so many things. Mukin's 3 views and his actions made the three-headed dog sincerely surrender. Galia. Actually, a few of us can stand on the same front and work together. Facing the olive branch thrown by Mukin, the other party was obviously stunned for a moment. Galia looked away awkwardly. He did not expect Mukin to know about his team. He was actually willing to express all this for him. Because in the eyes of ordinary people, if the other party is one's enemy, then he must be the one who must be killed. But Mukin was actually willing to allocate his time to himself. This matter is impossible. The two of us are still opposites after all. When the other party said this sentence, although his voice was very soft when speaking, but Mukin could hear the indifference in the other person's tone when he told this sentence. He couldn't help but feel the same, as if he had already noticed what the other person was thinking. I mean, everyone's position is different. If these things between us can be changed. Muchin did not finish all the next words, but left a suspense. But what Mukin wanted to express had been completely expressed. Now that the demon outside the territory has left, there is no need for us to stay here. The task he received was to obtain the inner elixir of the demon from outside the territory. But now that the target is no longer there is no need for him to continue wasting time here. He was about to leave. But he was a little reluctant to leave. Even when he looked at little Mukin, his eyes became a little complicated. After hesitating for a while, He finally raised his feet and walked in the direction of the person in front of him. But no matter what, it is a very fortunate thing to get to know you. As he spoke, he raised his hand as if he wanted to shake hands. Round Table seemed a little surprised by such an action. Finally, he smiled softly and raised his hand to shake hands with the other person. But at the moment when the palms of the two people touched, Myukin was slightly stunned. I hope the next time we meet again, it won't be on the battlefield. After leaving such meaningful words, the other party had already led his team out of Myukin's sight. But long after the other party had left, the three-headed dog still smelled Myukin's life. Myukin's aura existed around him. Be careful that there are still people with his aura around. I don't know what tricks this person is up to. Myukin smiled softly after hearing the three-headed dog's voice. Then he moved his right hand to where the three-headed dog and the little dragon girl were, with his palm facing towards it, and slowly opened it. What I put into the grass on my palm turned out to be a piece of warm jade pendant. What is this thing? Xiaolongnu and Myukin had been getting a long day and night for such a long time, and she had never seen anything like this in Myukin's hands. Recalling the interaction between Myukin and Gallia, I had a bold guess in my mind. He raised his head and looked at where Myukin was with a puzzled face. In the end, Myukin did not speak, but nodded slightly, which was regarded as answering the question in the other party's heart. But I don't quite understand. He has made it clear that we are opposites. Why would he still leave something like this behind? Myukin just clenched his hand into a fist again and held the jade pendant in his palm. This shows that he also yearns for the light. Chapter 295. Where is the emotion? What is the purpose of doing this? What does this mean to you? The three-headed dog looked at Myukin in front of him, and what Myukin was doing was really incomprehensible. You have to pay such a high price for what you desperately protect or want to get. Do you really think it's worth it? Myukin also felt a little confused when he saw what was about to happen. He didn't know why the three-headed dog looked so sentimental at this time. I think human emotions are actually real. I don't know how to explain them clearly to you in a sentence or two. At this time, Myukin said to the three-headed dog in front of him in a somewhat helpless tone. At this time, the three-headed dog also put away the cold murderous aura it had just now and became very docile. These guys have no benefit to you at all. But why do you have to fight so hard to protect these things? Gallia has obviously done this. But why can you still forgive him? The three-headed dog really couldn't understand what Myukin was doing in front of him. Myukin's tone also became slightly gentler. Actually, Gallia doesn't have any other bad intentions. He doesn't really want to hurt us. At this time, Myukin's eyes also looked very gentle. At this time, the three-headed dog had never felt tenderness before. Maybe Gallia also longs for the feeling of being treated well by others. We were just wrong about him before. At this time, Myukin said helplessly. He felt quite uncomfortable looking at Gallia in front of him. At this time, Gallia also didn't want to have this feeling of being pitied by others. No need to pity me. I don't need anyone to care about me. I am who I am. At this time, Gallia slowly stood up from the ground with some difficulty. Myukin now wanted to stop Gallia from leaving here, because the situation outside is still very complicated for them. But at this time Gallia still gritted his teeth and tried to stand up forcefully. The three-headed dog and Myukin looked at Gallia's stubborn eyes, and didn't know what to say for a moment. Maybe we really misunderstood him before. The three-headed dog shook his head, and said helplessly to Myukin. Myukin looked at Gallia's weak look, and didn't know what to do. I really don't understand your human emotions. Why do you still do this even though you are so weak? Why do you still try your best to do this even though you know it's an egg against a stone? At this time, the three-headed dog shook his head, and said to Myukin in front of him. Myukin looked at the three-headed dog with a helpless expression, and didn't know how to answer. Myukin looked a little helpless as he looked at Gallia's leaving figure. To Myukin, Gallia's back looks a little too vicissitudes of life. At this time, Myukin saw that in addition to the wounds on Gallia's back, there were also some bite wounds on his legs. Why do those wounds look more serious than those just now? At this time, the three-headed dog said to Myukin helplessly. Maybe it has something to do with the internal fighting within the group? At this time, Myukin said with some curiosity. But now, he was still a little worried about Gallia's state at this time. But at this time, for Myukin, their crisis has not been completely resolved. At this time, for them, the three-headed dog's spiritual stone is still the target that those guys want to fight for. Myukin and the others still cannot take it lightly at this time, and must protect the three-headed dog's spirit stone. At this time, Myukin didn't know that someone was observing what they were doing in the dark. And these people can be said to have been eyeing the three-headed dog's spirit stone for a long time. It seems that the three-headed dog's spiritual stone is really exquisite. It's just that this guy doesn't know where his power lies. The senior leaders began to feel a little happy when they looked at the image of the spirit stone in front of them. How do we get this spiritual stone? At this time, people around asked the senior leaders with some curiosity. Of course. Just kill Mukun in front of you. That's fine. He is just a waste to us. At this time, the senior leader smiled and said to the people in front of him. In the eyes of these senior leaders, Mukun was just the same as he was 2 months ago. He's just a loser. We don't have to worry about him at all. And they didn't know how big an impact their misjudgment on Mukun would have this time. But why is the three-headed dog so close to Mukun? The people around asked the senior leaders of China with some curiosity. But at this time, they still felt that Mukun's strength should not be so weak. Otherwise, he would not be favored by the three-headed dog in front of him. But China's senior leaders don't think so. It has nothing to do with Mukun's strength at all. These are just Xiaolongnu's achievements and have nothing to do with Mukun. At this time, the senior leaders of China also showed their extreme disdain for Mukun. They just relied on the little dragon girl and the three-headed dog to reach some kind of contract. But it doesn't matter to us at all. At this time, China's senior leaders were determined to obtain the three-headed dog's spiritual stone. As for the strength of Mukun and Xiaolongnu, or the strength of the three-headed dog, what is the strength? For China's senior leaders, it is simply not within the scope of their consideration. At this time, the training ground also began to be filled with many traces of dragon blood. At this time, Shanyang Luoxue, Mu Le and Tang Xian were also undergoing intense training, and they had just received the baptism of dragon blood, and their internal strength at this time was much stronger than before. It seems that these things from Mukun are indeed a great improvement for us. At this moment, Shanyang Luoxue felt that her body was filled with endless strength. Tang Xian and Mu Le also felt exactly the same as Shanyang Luoxue at this moment. Mu Chen seems to have gotten this from Xiaolongnu. When Mukun comes back, we have to thank Mukun for the improvement in our strength. At this time, Shanyang Luoxue smiled and said to Tang Xian and Mu Le. At this time, they did not realize that the backlash of the dragon's blood had not yet begun. Why do I feel like my body is starting to feel a little uncomfortable? At this time, Tang Xian said with a somewhat helpless tone. And Mu Le also had the same reaction. Chapter 296, Dragon Blood Backlash. Is this the backlash of the dragon's blood? Or are we simply unable to withstand this power? At this time, Shanyang Luoxue's expression was completely different from the happy expression just now. At this time, he began to doubt whether his strength could withstand the blessing of these abilities on his body. At this time, large beads of sweat began to roll down Shanyang Luoxue's forehead, which looked very painful. At this time, although Mukun was thousands of miles away, he still felt this matter. Do you think they can withstand this baptism of dragon blood? At this time, Mukun asked the little dragon girl in front of him curiously. Xiaolongnu also shook her head and said she didn't know. He still didn't quite understand the strength of Shanyang Luoxue and the others. But now there is no turning back for them. Even if they are in pain, they have to bear it by themselves. At this time, Xiaolongnu shook her head and seemed a little helpless at what Shanyang Luoxue and the others did. Mukun felt helpless when he saw Shanyang Luoxue, Mu Le and Tang Xian receiving the baptism of dragon's blood in pain. Can you lower the difficulty? They are not strong enough to accept this level of baptism. At this time, Mukun asked Xiaolongnu helplessly. But Xiaolongnu also shook her head at this time and said that she was somewhat powerless. If they can't bear this level, they won't be able to withstand subsequent trials. And the baptism of dragon blood itself is a very demanding trial. At this time, Xiaolongnu said to Mukun in front of her in a very serious tone. And these are the rules of our ancestors, and there is no way to change them. If you ask me to forcefully change these, you are asking me to change the rules of our ancestors. At this time, Xiaolongnu shook her head and said to Mukun in front of her. Mukun looked a little helpless when he saw Shanyang Luoxue and Mu Le looking in pain. Hopefully they can get through this on their own. At this time, Mukun felt helpless and silently prayed for Shanyang Luoxue and the others. But for Mukun, there were more important things to do now. Just want to find other monsters. They also experienced a big battle just now and are now very weak. Now we're ready to go. At this time, Mukun said with a somewhat serious tone. Where to go? At this time, the three-headed dog asked Mukun curiously. Go to the battlefield, Mukun said seriously to the three-headed dog. At this time, Mukun knew how cruel it was but he had to go through it in order for his next work to proceed smoothly. At this time, Mukin and the three-headed dog also headed to the place where the monsters and the others had fought just now. This place looks like hell on Earth. At this time, Mukin came to the battlefield and looked at the surrounding scene, feeling a little creepy. Why don't you dare to move forward? At this time, Mukin looked at the three-headed dog in front of him with a strange expression. No. I feel like this place is filled with an aura that makes me feel uncomfortable. At this time, the three-headed dog said helplessly. Mukin also noticed that the three-headed dog's spirit stone had a very strange reaction at this time. What do you mean? Mukin also felt a little strange about what the three-headed dog said. Listen to my explanation. It's really strange here. At this time, the three-headed dog said tremblingly. Because I feel like when I do something, there seems to be some dangerous atmosphere here. The three-headed dog said helplessly that he didn't know exactly what was going on. At this time, Mukin looked very speechless looking at the performance of the three-headed dog in front of him. It looks like a very fierce battle has just happened here. At this time, Mukin also shook his head and said helplessly. At this time, Mukin and the three-headed dog looked at the scenery outside the battlefield as if it was being roasted by fire. It feels so strange here. I feel like the atmosphere around me is even more dangerous than before. The three-headed dog said helplessly at this time. And Mukin felt the same as the three-headed dog at this time. Forget it. Let's find those monsters first. Their situation doesn't feel good either. Mukin also said helplessly at this time. It looked like a very powerful force had just been released here. Mukin and the three-headed dog felt their faces being burned by the heat of the battlefield. And this hot feeling is definitely the heat generated by being detonated by something. It's really hot here. It's even hotter than inside the training ground. At this time, the three-headed dog looked at the tragic scenes around him and felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. I feel like my face is about to burn. At this time, Mukin also said helplessly. At this time, the three-headed dog began to look for traces of his friends. But no clues were found. Could it be that the battle just now almost killed them? At this time, the three-headed dog really didn't want to think about it anymore. Mukin looked at the lifeless surroundings and suddenly felt a little desperate. It's just that the three-headed dog seemed a little weak under the suppression of the surrounding environment. But Mukin was still trying his best to persevere with his own perseverance. But the three-headed dog also felt that he was dragging Mukin's affairs down. Are you a little sorry about what happened just now? The three-headed dog said a little embarrassed. But Mukin on the side felt a little curious. Why are you apologizing? Mukin asked curiously. Just now I have been feeling that there are some abnormalities in the battlefield, which has delayed our affairs. The three-headed dog felt a little embarrassed when he thought that what happened just now seemed to have something to do with him. Okay, maybe your worries are not unnecessary. At this time, Mukin didn't know how to comfort the three-headed dog. Mukin didn't expect that the three-headed dog would have such a fragile side in his heart. At this time, Mukin looked at the hell-like scene around him and gradually began to believe the three-headed dog's words. And when they looked at the hell-like scene around them, they didn't know where to start. Rather than saying that this is a battlefield, it is better to say that this is a human purgatory that may break out at any time. At this time, the three-headed dog said in a very helpless tone. Mukin also thought so at this time. The three-headed dog and Mukin walked deeper into the battlefield. They could handle the first 2 steps, but the further they walked, the heavier they felt. They saw all kinds of bones and stumps scattered around them. Mukin and the three-headed dog also felt how cruel the battle here was. Chapter 297, Helpless. My body hurts so much. At this time, the three-headed dog showed a very painful expression on his face. Mukin looked at the three-headed dog's skin, and it was already showing signs of redness, swelling and purple. It seems that your body has been damaged. We must speed up our progress now. At this time, Mukin looked at the three-headed dog's gradually weakening expression and said helplessly. At this time, the three-headed dog could clearly feel that every inch of fur on his body was burning and painful. Although the current conditions are very difficult for the 2 people, but they still maintain their original belief in their hearts. Mukin was also trying his best to find those monsters. If the senior leaders of China find out, I am afraid that the lives of those monsters will be lost. Why are you helping us like this? At this time, the three-headed dog asked Mukin curiously, but Mukin didn't know how to answer for a while. Maybe because I am alone. I think I should help you. At this time, Mukin said with a somewhat helpless tone. Mukin also felt how shocking the battle between the extraterrestrial demon and Qinglong was as he went deeper. At this time, Mukin also felt the auras of the two people surrounding him. The battle between the two of them should be over. But both of them should have tried their best. At this time, the three-headed dog and Mukin had no choice but to grit their teeth and steady their pace, bite the bullet and continue to advance towards the depths of the battlefield. But the surrounding suppressive force is getting stronger and stronger. Well, what happened here? But as we go deeper, the gravity on the three-headed dog becomes stronger and stronger. The three-headed dog looked up to the sky and howled. But the heat almost didn't let her pass. At this time, the big drops of sweat on the foreheads and cheeks of the three-headed dog and Mukin fell to the ground drop by drop and evaporated instantly. And soon, I don't know whether it was absorbed by the exposed skin on the neck or dried by the surrounding environment. At this time, Mukin also felt that the aura around him was even more intense than before. This is really a huge challenge to the limits of the body. The three-headed dog feels that he cannot think about some problems at all. It seemed that the battlefield that was constantly emitting fire and heat was testing their patience like a tall monster. The atmosphere around me is really weird. Mukin, the strongest at this time, finally couldn't help complaining. We might as well transform our goals. We don't know why it gets so hot in here. The three-headed dog felt a little curious. What kind of monster is probably living underground under us? Mukin was actually just joking. But he didn't know that his joke actually turned out to be true. That's if it's really a monster. At this time, the three-headed dog also felt a little helpless inside. For the three-headed dog and Mukin, they were unable to fight back in their current state. And even just coping was extremely difficult. After seeing what is in front of me, he finally understood how fierce the battle between the extraterrestrial devil and Qinglong was. Although they said the battle had ended long ago, the air around them is still filled with their smell. This kind of suppressive power can only be achieved after thousands of years of practice. Is it really because of the scorching heat? At this time, Mukin slowly spoke. The three-headed dog felt that Mukin's tone was a little strange when he said this. What do you mean? The three-headed dog asked Mukin in front of him curiously. Mukin then pointed to the scene in front of him. It looks like there are a lot of scratches from monsters on the ground. At this time, Mukin's tone began to become a little worried. He didn't know why this kind of thing appeared. Could it be that it's here? At this time, Mukin said curiously. Then, they found many monsters lying on the ground behind the mountain. At this time, he was already in a dying state. And Mukin and the three-headed dog rushed over anxiously. And these monster beasts are not completely dead yet. These guys are really powerful. To be able to survive such a powerful battle, Mukin said in surprise at this time. But there was no time for Mukin and the three-headed dog to continue to be surprised. Now we must seize the time to rescue them. At this time, Mukin had no time to waste and began to use his own internal power to heal these monster beasts. Although Mukin was struggling, Mukin still tried his best to save the lives of these monsters. At this time, the three-headed dog stood aside and looked at Mukin working so hard. And for a moment, he didn't know what to say. Why? At this time, the three-headed dog asked Mukin curiously. Nothing. Mukin just shook his head and said nothing. The three-headed dog didn't know what to say when he saw that Mukin in front of him was so desperate to save his brothers. At this time, the three-headed dog had no idea that Mukin could be so selfless. You really? At this time, the three-headed dog didn't know what to say to express his admiration. And these monster beasts gradually woke up under Mukin's treatment. They opened their eyes and looked helpless at Mukin's weak appearance. Thank you, Mukin. The monsters and the three-headed dog were also very grateful for what Mukin had done. We are willing to follow you, Mukin. At this time, the monsters also expressed their desire to repay Mukin's kindness. For Mukin, Mukin's goal was achieved. But Mukin shook his head at this time. Although you have decided to follow me now, you should just follow your wishes. At this time, Mukin also smiled and said to the monsters in front of him. What Mukin said at this time also shocked the surrounding monsters, because they didn't expect Mukin's heart to be so broad-minded. We have been treated as masters by humans for so long. Humans use us to fight and fight, but they never care about our life or death. Mu Chen, you are really the first human being who cares about our feelings. At this time, the monster beasts also felt very grateful for Mukin's life-saving grace and what he said now. We really don't know what to say to express my respect for you. At this time, the monster beasts also expressed their gratitude to Mukin. And Mukin also waved his hands. You don't have to do this. We are all comrades fighting side by side. At this time, Mukin smiled and said to the monsters. Chapter 298, Human Nature. You can act according to your own ideas. At this time, Mukin smiled and looked at the monsters around him, and said. And the monster beasts were also very moved by Mukin's profound understanding and righteousness towards them at this time. At this time, Mukin was also worried that the monsters in front of him might have second thoughts about him. I hope we can be very good friends in the future. Because there are more powerful enemies that we need to fight side by side. Everyone for one. And one for all. At this time, Mukin smiled and said to the three-headed dog and monster beasts in front of him. Mukin kept looking at the eyes of the monsters in front of him. He wanted to see if the monsters in front of him were sincere. And the monsters in front of them all expressed their willingness to fight with Mukin. Mukin didn't see any other thoughts from their eyes. Your wounds are no longer serious. Mukin also let out a long sigh of relief at this time. At least, he was sure that the monsters in front of him were indeed sincere to him. Mukin was finally able to safely absorb all the monsters in front of him into his system. These monsters were relatively obedient to Mukin after what they had experienced before. At this time, Mukin wanted to show his compassion even more. Do we need to make a pact? At this time, the monster beasts asked Mukin in front of them curiously. No need. You may not belong to me in the end. So it's entirely up to you whether you want to go or stay. At this time, Mukin smiled and said to the monsters in front of him. And the monsters were also very moved by what Mukin said. But compared to these things, what Mukin is most worried about at this time is what kind of challenges he will face in the future. These monsters are just a little too weak now. And the three-headed dog spirit stone is also something that people want to get. Mukin still has many challenges to face at this time. And Mukin must ensure his own safety at this time. It is also a huge challenge for him to take all these monsters back into his own system. Now he will definitely attract the attention of more cultivators in the world. At this time, Mukin's situation will become very embarrassing. Of course you said you have entered my system. If you have a better place to go later, you can still leave at any time. At this time, Mukin smiled and said to the monsters in front of him. The monsters looked at each other and didn't quite understand what Mukin said. We will never leave you. Mukin. No matter what. What you did was like giving us another life. The monster beast said to Mukin in front of them very sincerely at this time. Neither the three-headed dog nor Mukin expected that the monsters in front of them were so devoted to Mukin. At this time, the energy around the battlefield was still surging. The surrounding air gradually became hotter and hotter. And Mukin and the monsters also felt a little bit uncomfortable. Let's get out of here quickly. There may be more powerful enemies who may be aware of the existence of this power in a while. At this time, Mukin said with a somewhat helpless tone. The three-headed dog spirit stone also felt that there seemed to be more powerful power surging around it. This power seems to be felt by my spirit stone. The three-headed dog said to Mukin helplessly. Mukin also felt a strange force slowly forming around him. It's not a good place to stay for a long time, Mukin said seriously. Mukin also opened his own system. And all the monsters entered Mukin's system. It feels really good here. When the monsters came into Mukin's system at this time, they also felt an inexplicable sense of comfort. It feels like there is still some improvement in strength here. At this time, the monsters felt that the scars on their bodies had recovered so quickly. The spiritual power of these monster beasts gradually recovered after coming to Mukin's system. It seems that our physical strength can't be fully restored after a few days. At this time, these monsters felt that they were very energetic. And there are many monsters that have improved their levels in Mukin's system. At this time, the monsters were even more grateful to Mukin. We monsters are willing to do anything for Mukin in this life. But the group of dragons was leaderless. At this time, Mukin felt a little moved when he looked at the monsters in front of him. After traveling around the world for many years, this was the first time that Mukin was so grateful to these monster beasts that he burst into tears. In order to be able to carry out the next training and planning reasonably, although there is no contract between us, I think we still need a leader. The three-headed dog is here to protect you. Mukin, as the leader of our monsters, we can fight side by side in the future, and no one can hurt you. At this time, the monster beast smiled and said to Mukin in front of them. Mukin also seemed a little touched by the behavior of the monsters. Mukin also didn't expect that the monster would be so devoted to him. At this time, Mukin and the three-headed dog outside the system were thinking about the next thing. Now their cultivation has begun, and there will definitely be more actions on the Chinese side. So our situation is still very dangerous. At this time, Mukin said to the three-headed dog in a helpless tone. The three-headed dog also feels increasingly strongly about some recent events. His spirit stones always have some strange reactions. Although he felt a little uncomfortable, the three-headed dog felt that he was a little too nervous. Your sense of crisis is still good. It's just that I don't know what those people's next move will be. We must do our cultivation well now. At this time, Mukin said helplessly that he didn't care too much about Shengyang Luoshua's cultivation. The baptism of dragon blood is still a bit too much for Shengyang Luoshua and the others. At this time, Mukin felt that cultivating these monster beasts was the most critical thing. You must practice now to improve your spiritual power level. If you don't cultivate your spiritual power as soon as possible, the result will be the same next time. When the time comes when you encounter a more powerful opponent, your lives may be at risk. Mukin said seriously to the three-headed dog and other monsters. The monsters also looked very nervous at this time. Then how can we practice now to improve our strength? At this time, the monster beasts asked Mukin in front of them curiously. Chapter 299, Cultivation Among Monsters. Mukin was also having a headache at this time, because he is still very clear about the things practiced by Jianghu people. It's just that the cultivation of these monster beasts is really not a simple matter for Mukin. At this time, Mukin must consider everything before he can do this well. The three-headed dog felt the determination of the monsters very strongly at this time. For the first time, he felt that kind of human emotion permeating his body. At this time, the three-headed dog was also determined to practice hard and improve himself to become stronger. So how we practice and improve ourselves now is the most critical thing for us. At this time, Mukin said seriously to the monsters in the system. But what the little dragon girl told her about the dragon blood baptism seemed to have no effect on these monsters. It seems that we need to enter our training ground to improve your strength. But you don't have to worry, because I will protect you when the time comes. At this time, Mukin smiled and said to the monsters in front of him. The monsters also felt a little strange about the training plan that Mukin had prepared for them. At this time, Mukin triggered the system, and the surrounding environment gradually began to undergo subtle changes. Where is this place? At this time, the monsters felt that there seemed to be some inexplicable sense of oppression gradually forming around them. This is the first step of your cultivation, but I will protect you. At this time, Mukin said seriously to the monsters in the system. The monsters felt that there seemed to be many forces slowly forming around them, and the monster beasts can also see that everything around them is just some illusions of cultivation. But the monster beasts must break through the cultivation proposed in Mukin's system at this time. It's just that it may still be a little difficult for you. Mukin's tone began to become a little cold. The strange aura around him began to gradually spread out in the training place. At this time, Mukin and the three-headed dog also entered the training ground. Now we are about to face possible enemies together. At this time, Mukin was also ready to adjust his internal strength. Maybe it was because he had spent too much of his internal energy on treating these monsters just now. So Mukin looked a little struggling at this time. The three-headed dog looked at Mukin's nervous look and began to worry about Mukin's state at this time. What's wrong with you? At this time, the three-headed dog asked Mukin in front of him curiously. I'm okay. It's harmless. Mukin acted very calmly at this time. It's just that Mukin didn't plan to take action himself. Now you need to take good care of your own brothers later on. At this time, Mukin said seriously to the three-headed dog in front of him. It was also the first time that the three-headed dog realized what he needed to do as a leader. Just when the three-headed dog felt something strange, an attack suddenly hit him. The three-headed dog turned around to avoid the attack, and the feeling of pressure just now suddenly disappeared around the three-headed dog. How is this going? The three-headed dog felt something strange. Does it mean that this is the victory? It's not that simple. At this time Mukin also disappeared into the training ground. The monsters and the three-headed dog all felt very nervous at this time. The three-headed dog didn't know what was going on. Suddenly the three-headed dog looked at the spirit stone in his hand, and it disappeared into his hand. The monster beast shouted at the three-headed dog and then rushed towards the three-headed dog. It seems that the little trial beast in front of me is not that easy to deal with. At this time, Mukin began to feel a little happy when he saw the reactions of the monsters in front of him. Although it is just an illusion, the sense of oppression around me is still a bit too strong. At this time, the monsters all felt that the pressure of the surrounding power was too strong. Although they say that their spiritual power has been greatly improved, it still doesn't have much effect in this environment. At this time, the three-headed dog also wanted to quickly deal with the trial beast in front of him. But other monsters are not so easy. These attacks gradually made other monsters unbearable. You must take it seriously. Only in this way can your spiritual power be improved. At this time, Mukin's voice echoed in the system, and the monsters also fought back. Many monsters also received a substantial increase in spiritual power after defeating their opponents. At this time, The three-headed dog is facing a more powerful trial challenge. Mukin also wanted to take this opportunity to test the three-headed dog's leadership ability. If the three-headed dog wants to be the leader of these monsters, he must be stronger than the other monsters. At this time, Mukin's eyes were also staring closely at the monster beasts and the three-headed dog in front of him. Then the three-headed dog began to figure out his next counterattack in Mukin's testing ground. At this time, the three-headed dog suddenly felt as if his strength had suddenly increased. This power is... At this time, the three-headed dog turned around and saw Mukin protecting himself. Is this power yours, Mukin? The three-headed dog asked Mukin in front of him curiously. At this time, Mukin poured his power into the three-headed dog in front of him. Mukin at this time wants to help the three-headed dog, make it easier for the three-headed dog to break through itself. Now you have to give it a go and defeat them so you can get the biggest boost. At this time, the three-headed dog also found the life gate for his breakthrough in cultivation, and the surrounding trial beasts' restraints on themselves have become stronger. After breaking free from the restraints given to him by the trial beasts, he also wiped out all the trial beast gates. At this time, Mukin felt a little happy when he saw the three-headed dog's confident look. At this time, the trial beast never expected that such a thing would happen. After dealing with the trial beast, the three-headed dog was temporarily relieved. I saw many traces of practice on the surrounding walls. It seems that Mukin has been practicing here for a long time before. But now the trial beasts have immediately surrounded them. Now for the three-headed dog and other monsters. They have to make a choice. The three-headed dog and the surrounding monsters said they were ready to fight. Now the two of us are here to hold back the trial beasts in front of us. It's just really difficult. The three-headed dog turned around and said seriously to the helpless monsters in front of him. Chapter 300, Dragged Down. Now is the best time for us monsters to break through our spiritual power. Only by defeating these enemies can we improve our spiritual power. But the three-headed dog obviously thought that the test Mukin gave them was a little too simple. Do you really think so? It's not quite over yet. At this time, Mukin's tone still seemed a little cold. Just when the three-headed dog didn't react, the surrounding monsters suddenly launched their most violent attack on the three-headed dog. Ah! The three-headed dog's body hit the ground hard. At this time, the three-headed dog looked much weaker than before. At this time, Mukin also began to frown. Is it really over? Can't you break through your own trials? At this time, Mukin felt that these monster beasts still had no way to truly break through themselves. The three-headed dog was directly knocked to the ground by an attack from the trial beast. The three-headed dog slowly stood up from the ground with some difficulty. The trial beasts began to gather more powerful trial power for them. A very strong force began to spread in the surrounding trial area. The situation of the three-headed dog looking at the monsters in front of him was really too dangerous. Get out of there! But at this time, the three-headed dog didn't even react at all. The monster beasts have basically lost their basic ability to resist at this time. It's over. I guess I'll leave it here. At this time, the monster beasts closed their eyes tightly and prepared to receive the final blow from the trial beast. But after a long time, the attacks from the trial beasts never came down. These monster beasts feel that their souls and bodies seem to have no feeling at all. At this time, the monsters also felt that their abilities could only end here. But Mukin frowned at this time. He felt that the strength of these monsters was more than that. Bang! A violent explosion was released at the trial site. At this time, the monster beasts noticed that all the trial beasts around them had fallen to the ground. This is... At this time, the three-headed dog appeared in front of the monster and the others. It's over, we all broke through our trials. At this time, the three-headed dog felt that the spiritual power in his body was expanding extremely. The other monsters slowly stood up from the ground. The trial just now was really difficult for us, the three-headed dog said helplessly. The attack from the trial beast just now made the three-headed dog unable to react. The trial beasts saw the weak appearance of the monster beasts and the three-headed dogs. At this time, they were preparing to give the fragile-looking monster in front of them the final blow. After a sudden violent explosion, monsters and three-headed dogs were standing around. Break through the trial. At this time, Mukin saw that the three-headed dog and other monsters in front of him had received a significant increase in spiritual power. The monsters and the three-headed dog also felt that their power was stronger than before. The trial of the monster beasts was also over, and Mukin also took a long breath at this time. Mukin took the monsters back into his own system and returned to Xiaolongnu. It seems that you have gained quite a lot this time. Brothers of monster beasts, you have gained so much. Xiao Longnu looked at Mukin's triumphant return and said to Mukin with a smile. Forget it. It's still too difficult for me. I also gave them the okay test. My internal energy is now being consumed a bit too much. Mukin looked very tired at this time. And Xiao Longnu also felt helpless. It doesn't look like you are that happy. Xiao Longnu was a little curious as to why Mukin didn't seem to have any sense of accomplishment. I didn't make a contract with them because in my opinion, their strength is still a little bit inferior. At this time, Mukin said helplessly, if we don't make a contract, aren't you afraid that what happened between the farmer and the snake will happen? At this time, Xiao Longnu asked Mukin in front of her curiously. I'm not worried about that. I'm just worried about whether they are strong enough to become our reliable partners. At this time, Mukin said to Xiao Longnu helplessly. Why don't you observe them? If you can sign a contract with someone who is powerful, it will be a great improvement for you. Xiao Longnu said to Mukin in front of her. Mukin was also thinking about these things, but didn't know how to improve their strength. How was Shangyang Luoshua's trial? Mukin was still a little concerned about how their dragon blood baptism was going. Shangyang Luoshua is the first to accept the test of dragon blood baptism. At this time, Xiao Longnu slowly spoke. Wouldn't that be great? At this time Mukin seemed very happy. But their trial is not completely over yet. This is just the beginning for them. Xiao Longnu said to Mukin in front of her seriously. Just starting? Mukin asked Xiao Longnu curiously. At this time, Shangyang Luoshua came to the next step of his trial. After receiving the dragon's blood baptism, the little dragon girls still looked a little weak. Just to improve their strength, Shangyang Luoshua didn't have any time to rest at all. Shangyang Luoshua came to a forest at this time, where there was only Shangyang Luoshua himself. And the surrounding area looks a bit too dark and very eerie. Where is the entrance? At this time, Shangyang Luoshua began to look for the entrance to the second level. But the surroundings were a bit too spooky and terrifying. But it seemed like I was lost in it. Suddenly Shangyang Luoshua heard something in the distance. This sounds like a roaring beast. Shangyang Luoshua felt a little curious. But the surrounding environment really made him feel a little scared. But in order to improve his spiritual power, Shangyang Luoshua still followed the voice and walked over cautiously. Monster. At this time, Shangyang Luoshua came to the place where the sound came from and saw an injured monster. This monster looks like it has been seriously injured. Shangyang Luoshua didn't know what to do at this time. For Shangyang Luoshua, there are more important things to do. But Shangyang Luoshua looked at the pitiful eyes of the monster and couldn't give up. Moreover, the surroundings were so gloomy, and Yang Luoshua felt that the monster himself would eventually become the beast's meal here. Shangyang Luoshua couldn't bear to bring this monster to the cave halfway up the mountain. Let's rest here for the time being. I also need to relax my own strength. Chapter 301, Very Dangerous. There are vague dangers in the surrounding forest. At this moment, Shangyang Luoshua shuddered in her heart. If you continue to stay here, you may encounter danger. Moreover, there are many wild beasts around here. And if you are not careful, you will become a meal on your plate. Because she couldn't bear it, Shangyang Luoshua could only take the monster halfway up the mountain. Fortunately, they found a cave halfway up the mountain where they could hide. After arriving in the cave, Shangyang Luoshua first lit a fire. How many people are almost soaked? Everyone was shivering with cold. The most amazing thing is that the injured monster actually followed Shangyang Luoshua into the cave. Seeing this little monster, Shangyang Luoshua did not launch an active attack. She always felt that this monster had no ill intentions towards her. After observing carefully, Shangyang Luoshua waved to the monster. You must have been frozen. Right. Do you want to come over and warm yourself by the fire? From the moment he saw this monster, Shangyang Luoshua felt that he might become his own monster. Sure enough, the monster in front of him slowly approached the fire. In order to make this monster beast warmer, Shangyang Luoshua added another handful of firewood. Fortunately, the two of us are relatively lucky. At least we found a small cave here. If it weren't for this cave, the two of them would be exhausted sooner or later. This place is also their best refuge, and the wild beast from outside cannot attack. At this moment, Shangyang Luoshua touched the fur of the monster beast in front of him again. The monster's right leg was injured, and it was bloody. Seeing the monster's right leg, Shangyang Luoshua touched it with some distress. Why are you so careless? Do you know that this will cause a lot of harm? Even if the injury is really healed, it is estimated that he will not be able to move as well as before. As Shangyang Luoshua thought about it, she pulled off a piece of cloth with some distress. The sound of pulling clothes startled the monster, and she took a step back with a bang. Seeing the panicked look of this monster, Shangyang Luoxue could only smile. Don't worry. I will never hurt you. The reason why I tore off my clothes was because I wanted to bandage this monster. Come here immediately. I have to bandage your wound first. Shangyang Luoxue's voice was particularly gentle, and his expression was also very kind. After watching Shangyang Luoxue tear off a piece of cloth in front of him, the monster slowly came to his side. At that moment, Li Shangyang Luoxue took out a small medicine bottle from her arms. This small medicine bottle was some plaster he bought outside, and it just came in handy. You met a good person today. I bought this plaster specially. You were so careless. How could you hurt yourself like this? Although Shangyang Luoxue was exhausted, she was still a little worried about this little monster. The body of this little monster is not very large, but its wounds are shocking. In order to treat this little monster, Shangyang Luoxue spent a lot of energy. When he finally bandaged the wound, there was a loud noise outside. The little monster had already calmed down, but the loud noise made him jump up again. Seeing the little monster jumping around, Shangyang Luoxue shouted at him worriedly. It took a lot of effort to finally bandage your wound. Can't you be more careful? The sound outside was particularly loud, and Shangyang Luoxue also wanted to know what was going on. When he secretly arrived at the entrance of the cave, he was immediately stunned by the sight in front of him. When he came over, there were no beasts following him at all. Shangyang Luoxue was worried about the beast following him, so he was very careful all the way. But he forgot one thing. That is, the monster behind him also followed him. There was a big wound on the monster beast's body, and blood dripped all the way. The beasts in the forest are very sensitive to blood. Now, after seeing the blood, they all came to the cave door looking for the blood. Seeing these ferocious beasts at the door, Shangyang Luoxue suddenly tightened her hands. Oh my god! How come there are so many monsters in this world? The monsters outside were almost lining up in a row, which made Nyukin very worried. If you don't help, what if Shangyang Luoxue is really injured? At this moment, Shangyang Luoxue was also looking at the monsters in front of her in a daze. There are simply too many of these monsters, and there are still many more to follow. She was really too careless. Why did she forget about the wound? These monsters are inherently sensitive to wounds, and they are probably thinking about their next delicious meal. Looking back at the little monster next to her, Shangyang Luoxue couldn't help but babble. Tell me about you. Why don't you know how to cover up your wounds? After saying this, even Shangyang Luoxue felt a little dazed. If he really knew how to hide his hard work, how could he be hurt like this? Although the situation is indeed special, we must persevere now. After looking at the monsters in front of him, Shangyang Luoxue frowned. No matter what, he must protect the safety of this monster today. If those monsters really broke in, neither of them would be able to escape. At this moment, Shangyang Luoxue had unconsciously picked up his weapon. If you really dare to break in, then I will cut you into pieces. When saying these words, the expression on Shangyang Luoxue's face was very firm. Anyway, she and the little monster behind her were already grasshoppers on the same rope. As long as he can help this little monster properly, the two of them will be able to get out. The monsters outside were getting closer and closer to the cave, each of them showing their sharp fangs. Holding the weapon in his hand tightly, Shangyang Luoxue felt extremely nervous. Just when he was about to fight to the death with these monsters, another voice suddenly came from outside. This voice appeared from behind the group of monsters, and it was particularly conspicuous. After hearing this voice, Shangyang Luoxue could not help but be stunned for a moment. Before he could react, some animals distracted the monster. In this forest, the law of the jungle best reflects the laws of nature. Originally, Shangyang Luoxue had already decided to fight to the death, but all those monsters were lured away. Chapter 302, Recognize the Lord. After seeing that the monsters just now disappeared, Shangyang Luoxue sighed. He really wanted to thank the unknown monster just now. If it weren't for that monster, he might have already fought with the beast. It wasn't that Shangyang Luoxue felt that she had no chance of winning. She was just afraid that there were too many of these monsters. Too many will always affect your performance. Moreover, the little monster's physical injuries have not healed yet, so it cannot fight at all. After finally waiting for the beast to leave, Shangyang Luoxue came to the cave. She carelessly threw the weapon in her hand aside. Let me just say you are extremely lucky. The two of us haven't been discovered by the wild beast yet. The beasts had already come to the two of them, but they were led away by a monster. His body was extremely cold, and Shangyang Luoxue could only do his best to warm himself by the fire in front of him. Just when he felt cold all over, the monster climbed to Shangyang Luoxue's feet. Looking at this furry little thing, Shangyang Luoxue unconsciously touched her head. I knew that the two of us must be very destined. It seems that my feeling was right. The first time he saw this little monster, Shangyang Luoxue felt that they were destined. Now seeing the little monster beside him, Shangyang Luoxue felt extremely happy. On the other side, the little monster was sitting quietly next to Shangyang Luoxue. One person and one animal comfort each other in this way, and the two people warm each other. It was windy outside, but it seemed so cozy inside the cave. After closing his eyes and feeling it for a while, Shangyang Luoxue suddenly became happy. Have I been upgraded? I feel like I have been upgraded. It was a great honor that I had leveled up without even realizing it. After hearing these words, the little monster in front of him seemed to be able to understand them. Seeing this little monster rubbing its head against his shoes, Shangyang Luoxue picked her up and said, You are indeed my lucky star. I've actually been upgraded now. Ever since I met this little monster, I have often encountered lucky things. Thinking of this, Shangyang Luoxue happily hugged the little monster in front of her. Fortunately, you are by my side. Otherwise, wouldn't I be alone now? Don't worry. I will take good care of you and heal your leg injury. On the other side, Myukin has been worried about Shangyang Luoxue. If it weren't for some special reasons, he would have already run to Shangyang Luoxue. But Xiaolongnu saw all this, and she happily said to Myukin, What are you worried about? Shangyang Luoxue has already been upgraded. Has Shangyang Luoxue already upgraded? What happened to him? For a moment, Myukin didn't even know what to say. He thought that Shangyang Luoxue must be in danger now. But it seemed that he was worrying too much. The little dragon girl next to her also took this opportunity to start teasing. You really don't think your worries are justified? Do you? Everyone has upgraded. Didn't I tell you a long time ago? I just want Shangyang Luoxue to experience it alone. If Myukin had been around, Shangyang Luoxue would definitely not have upgraded so quickly. After hearing this, Myukin couldn't help but burst out laughing. You're right. It seems that I really shouldn't worry so much. Shangyang Luoxue not only upgraded, but there was also a monster beside him. After feeling all this, Xiaolongnu was even more happy. Shangyang Luoxue is really capable. He subdued a little monster. All of this was a surprise. And even Myukin liked it. He had never thought that Shangyang Luoxue would have such an opportunity. At this moment, Myukin was relieved. He might not meddle in other matters in the future. While Xiaolongnu here was happy, Mula next to her suddenly frowned. Although Shangyang Luoxue had indeed subdued a little monster, the danger on Mu Li's side had not yet been eliminated. No! Why do I feel like there are many wild beasts over there? Just after saying this, Mula saw a group of animals not far away. This group of animals is covered with thick fur, and all of them are gray. After seeing this group of animals, Mula felt almost ill. What he was most afraid of was meeting a wild wolf. He didn't expect that he would be afraid of something. Wild wolves are animals that live in groups, and these animals are particularly ferocious. Especially that wolf king. His bite might be stronger than that of a bear. At this moment, Mulu was almost forced to a dead end. He clutched the weapon in his hand tightly. His grandma! You don't really think I'm afraid of you, do you? As he spoke, Mula waved his dagger vigorously at the wild wolves in front of him. But this dagger was too small, and the wild wolf didn't take it seriously at all. What can we do? These wild wolves are all social animals. Seeing one wild wolf means seeing countless wild wolves. Facing this group of wild wolves, Mula suddenly became worried at this moment. In order to gain a glimmer of hope of survival, he was forced to fight against the wolves. If there was only one wolf, maybe we could escape the danger. But now Mulu is surrounded by a whole pack of wolves. After fighting for more than 10 minutes, Muli's leg had been torn several times. Just when the Wolf King was about to bite Mulu, he jumped directly. Seeing that the Wolf King didn't react, Mula climbed directly to a tree. The strips of cloth on her legs had been torn to pieces, and were now dripping with blood. After taking a breath of cold air, Mula looked at the wild wolves under him. What a misfortune! I didn't expect to encounter monsters like you this time. If I were to die here today, it would probably be God's will. Mula persisted for almost 2 hours. And finally the wild wolf left. Seeing the shadow of the wild wolf leaving, Mula could finally breathe a sigh of relief. But before he could make him happy, he saw another shadow that frightened him. Under the setting sun not far away, a heavy and large shadow appeared in Mu Li's field of vision. After squinting his eyes, Mu Li's face became even more ugly. I just met a group of wild wolves, but I didn't expect to meet a bear now. Fight alone. Chapter 303, Two Foxes. The moment he saw these bears, Mu Li felt that there was no hope for his entire life. It's okay to meet a wild wolf. At least the wild wolf can't run into a tree like me. But the grizzly bear is different. The explosive power of this thing is unknown. After watching the black bear come to him, Mu Li's eyes became dizzy. The wound on her leg had stopped bleeding, but there was still blood dripping at the base of the tree. Myukin on the other side also discovered the big bear, and he quickly said worriedly, "No! No! How can we let this big bear harm Mu Li?" After taking a deep breath, Myukin anxiously wanted to help. But before he had time to go out, the little dragon girl next to him had already stopped him. "No! We absolutely can't go out to help now." Shangyang Luoxue and Mu Li were in the same situation. The reason why Shangyang Luoxue was able to upgrade was because its potential exploded at a critical moment. Now Mu Li is in the same situation. If you want to upgrade, you must put yourself in danger. If they help now, a good opportunity will be wasted. The expression on Xiao Longnu's face was very serious. He stared at Myukin beside him. "If you really want your sister to level up, then you have to hold back. I know you must be worried. But where in the world is there anything easy to get?" The voice sounded particularly uneasy, and Myukin calmed down after hearing these words. "Have you forgotten how Shangyang Luoxue was able to level up just now?" Xiao Longnu reminded him from the side. And this sentence finally made Myukin no longer so vigilant. This sentence is correct. Shangyang Luoxue bursts out of his body's energy because he is in a critical moment. If you want your sister to explode with energy, you have to put yourself in danger. Time went on like this minute by minute. At this moment, Xiao Longnu shook her head. "Let's watch from here first. We must not take action until it is critical." The states of Shangyang Luoxue and Mu Li were in sharp contrast. Since the group of beasts left, Shangyang Luoxue has been staying in the cave. There was a strong wind outside, and my body had not fully recovered. If she does not recover well, her body will be damaged to some extent. Anyway, there is nothing else to do now, so it is better to stay in the cave for a while. Looking at the little monster under his feet, Shangyang Luoxue moved his ears happily. "You are really my little lucky star. I will treat you well in the future." Shangyang Luoxue didn't look embarrassed at all, and he wasn't worried about the situation outside at all. But things are completely different here with Mu Li. He is extremely nervous now. Just now, we finally managed to get rid of a group of wild wolves. But unexpectedly, another bear came. Seeing the shadow of the bear not far away slowly approaching, Mu Li clenched his fists at this moment. Since God has arranged it for me, of course I can't just sit back and watch. The weapon in his hand was shining brightly, and Mu Li was ready to fight this bear. On the other side, Shangyang Luoxue had been staying in the cave with the little monster beast. Just when he felt drowsy, he suddenly heard a voice in his ear. Suddenly raising his head, Shangyang Luoxue finally found out at this moment. I don't know when two little foxes appeared in the cave. These two little foxes are very well behaved, with lively eyes. It is said that the fox is a symbol of fox charm. But in fact Shangyang Luoxue likes foxes. Foxes are intelligent animals and very agile animals. However, these two foxes had their fangs exposed all the time, and it seemed that they did not like Shangyang Luoxue. After being stunned for a moment, Shangyang Luoxue finally looked at the cave behind him. No wonder he saw two feathers here just now. This cave probably belongs to two foxes. It's really a sin to break into someone's home for no reason. I'm so sorry. I don't have any ill intentions towards you. Shangyang Luoxue symbolically waved his hands at the two little foxes. He didn't want to fight. After finally getting out of danger, what if the fight attracts other monsters? When Yang Luoxue was about to wave her hands, the little monster beast at her feet suddenly stood up. The injury on this little monster's foot was dripping with blood, and it hadn't recovered yet, because the movement she just made was too large. She accidentally caused a wound. Didn't I tell you already? Let you have a good rest over there. Shangyang Luoxue quickly took a look at the little monster's wounds, and then finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although a little blood was exposed, it shouldn't be a big hindrance. But before he had time to react, the fox in front of him suddenly attacked. Shangyang Luoxue was completely unprepared, so he was almost attacked. If it hadn't been for that little monster helping him, he might really have been attacked. I have already said that I have no intention of going against you. Shangyang Luoxue clenched the weapon tightly in her hand. It looked like she was going to have a fight with this little fox. You guys are really interesting. Do you really want to force me to take action? As Shangyang Luoxue spoke, she protected the little monster behind her. Now that you have become its owner, of course you must protect it well. At that moment, Shangyang Luoxue was directly fighting with these two foxes. To be honest, Shangyang Luoxue didn't take these two foxes seriously at first. In his eyes, these two foxes were just two little monsters at most. Since they are already two little monsters, isn't it easy to deal with them by yourself? And there is a little monster beside him, so the two of them can cooperate. But what he didn't expect was that the little fox actually bit the little monster. Originally, Shangyang Luoxue was entangled with these two foxes. But when he turned around, the little monster behind him had already started foaming at the mouth. In that moment, Shangyang Luoxue suddenly reacted. No wonder these two foxes are so confident. Their fangs must be poisonous. He hurriedly took a step back with the little monster in his arms. But the little monster had already fainted. Shangyang Luoxue gently shook the little demonic beast, his eyes still watching the two foxes warily. Grandma, I didn't expect that the fangs of you two little monsters are actually poisonous. Since the little monster beast had fainted, Shangyang Luoxue could only fight alone without any help. Chapter 304, Meeting. Shangwan Luoxue fell to the ground, and in front of him were two foxes walking toward Shangwan Luoxue with their claws and teeth bared. By this time, Shangwan Luoxue had been poisoned, and her legs and feet were numb. He would definitely be unable to stand up if he wanted to. Shangwan Luoxue also knew that he had to find the antidote quickly at this time. Otherwise, something might happen to the monster around him. But Shangwan Luoxue took another look at her surroundings, and found that it was really not easy to deal with. There are some woods around here. If Shangwan Luoxue wants to escape, he will definitely not be able to run as fast as these two foxes. And most importantly, Shangwan Luoxue has been poisoned now. If you want to escape at this time, you will definitely not be able to outrun these two foxes. Moreover, if Shangwan Luoxue moves, it is very likely that these two foxes will be disturbed, and the situation will be even worse. Now it can be said that Shangwan Luoxue is isolated and helpless, and it is impossible for anyone to come to rescue Shangwan Luoxue. The monster nearby fainted, and it was even more impossible to ask for help. Seeing that these two foxes were about to pounce on Shangwan Luoxue, Shangwan Luoxue had no choice but to close her eyes. I originally thought that it was very possible that I would die because of this incident, but the pain I expected did not come. Shangwan Luoxue only heard the sounds of the two foxes struggling and screaming. When Shangwan Luoxue opened her eyes again, she found that Tang Xian was beside her. I don't know when Tang Xian came here, and it seems that Tang Xian is injured now. Otherwise, according to Tang Xian's normal ability, it would not be easy to deal with these two foxes. No matter what, at least there is a helper around now. Why are you here? Shangwan Luoxue asked quickly. Stop talking about this now. Think about how to deal with these two things, Tang Xian said. Both of them were injured, but the two foxes had just been teased by the two of them, and now they were even more irritable. The physical strength of the two people was already very high. In a place like this, they couldn't even retreat. If they were caught by this kind of thing at this time, they would probably be dead. You know, the toxins carried by these two foxes are something that neither of them expected. After all, these two foxes look like just ordinary foxes. But if they want to find the antidote, they may have to kill the foxes. Only then can I find it. Think of a way to kill them, Shangwan Luoxue said. Only the courage of this fox can be used as an antidote. Moreover, this fox can only be found in such deep mountains and old forests. After they go out, it may be difficult to find this fox. The physical strength of the two of them was limited. At this moment, Tang Xian picked up a cane on the side. He was directly rolled up on one of the foxes and slammed into a tree. And the fox became silent. Another fox was killed in the same way. It seemed very easy to handle, but in fact the two people's physical strength was almost exhausted. Not to mention that the monster next to them was almost unable to hold on. After defeating the two foxes, Tang Xian immediately fell to the ground. Shangwan Luoxue quickly crawled over and took a look, making sure that Tang Xian was still breathing. So she felt relieved. Don't worry. I'm fine. Think of a solution quickly. What should we do next? Tang Xian said. Just now Tang Xian just closed her eyes to wake up. After all, this day was really exhausting her energy. After dealing with these two foxes, both of them were exhausted. Let's think of a way quickly. Let's hide on the edge first. Otherwise, this place will smell of blood and will attract other beasts, Shangguan Luoxue said. Shangguan Luoxue also knew that such a beast was really difficult to deal with, and the smell of animals in the forest was quite obvious. When they stay here, it's easy for them to talk about other things. Okay, get out of here quickly, Tang Xian said. After leaving here, they quickly found a cave around here. The cave was very dark. Shangguan Luoxue had recovered some strength at this time. After settling the other two people here, Shangguan Luoxue burned firewood around it. The animals here are afraid of fire. Once they see some fire, they will definitely not move forward rashly, so that they can be safer. After everything was settled, Shangguan Luoxue said, "Why are you here?" Shangguan Luoxue and Tang Xian originally took two completely different routes, but they met here. Something must have happened. After Tang Xian's physical strength was almost restored, she said, "I was somewhere else before, but then I encountered a little danger, so I was injured, and then I broke into this forest." We all know what happened after that. The two met Tang Xian and happened to meet Shangguan Luoxue. It was such a thrilling scene. If Tang Xian hadn't happened to come over at this time, it was very likely that Shangguan Luoxue would have been bitten to death by these two foxes. Now that the gall bladders of these two foxes have been taken out, Shangguan Luoxue feels much better after taking some by herself or with water. Tang Xian on the other side was not seriously injured, and she was not poisoned by the fox. "How are you feeling now? Is everything okay?" Shangguan Luoxue asked. Just now, Tang Xian had exhausted a lot of energy to save Shangguan Luoxue, and was about to faint. Although she rested for a while, it didn't mean that Tang Xian's body was intact. Tang Xian was still a little weak, but shook her head. "Don't worry. I probably just have some skin trauma. Nothing serious. After we go out, it should be fine in a while," Tang Xian said. Tang Xian is still aware of her physical condition and knows that there is nothing serious about her body. "What about that thing? How about this little thing? He won't die just because these two foxes got him." Tang Xian looked at Shangguan Luoxue and asked. When fighting these two foxes just now, the little monster was also injured. But Shangguan Luoxue has already given him something that can detoxify him. Even though he is throwing it away, he is still in a fainted state. But it should be okay. "Don't worry. Nothing will happen. Let's take a good rest and find a way to leave here tomorrow," Shangguan Luoxue said. This place is really too dangerous. In addition, the two of them have limited abilities and physical strength. It is definitely impossible to live in this place forever. They have to find a way to leave this place. The most important thing is that they are all fine now, which is relatively lucky. Chapter 305, Test. Mukit on the other side asked Xiao Longnu, "What test will be next?" Their test is very strict, and there must be no problems in the middle. Now it's time for the next test. Xiao Longnu kept looking ahead. On the other side, Mulu appeared alone in the forest, but he was fainted. At this time, Mulu had lost consciousness and seemed to have been in a coma for a long time. Lying in the cave, it seems that the location where Mulu is now is relatively safe. There are no other wild beasts around. Otherwise, Mulu may be even more dangerous in the future. This is their next test. On the other side, Shangguan Luoxue and Tang Xian were still in the cave. Shangguan Luoxue immediately felt Mulu. Shangguan Luoxue and Mulu had always had telepathy before. Once there was a problem between the two of them, the other one would feel it. But it might have been because of some problems between Mulu and Shangguan Luoxue. So it had been a long time since Shangguan Luoxue had felt Mulu. Now I suddenly felt that Mulu had fainted in a very dangerous place. Although there would be no danger in a short period of time, it did not mean that there would not be any danger as time went on. "Oops! We have to get out quickly. Something may have happened to Mulu," Shangguan Luoxue said quickly. Shangguan Luoxue didn't know why, but she suddenly felt Mulu. But she definitely couldn't let Mulu continue like this. Otherwise, Mulu might be in danger. Tang Xian on the other side also stood up quickly. "What do you mean? Why can't I understand? I feel it. Something must have happened to Mulu. Maybe she fainted somewhere. We have to get there quickly," Shangguan Luoxue said. For such a long time, Shangguan Luoxue has been very worried about Mulu. It's just that there was nothing that could be done before. But now that he suddenly felt Mulu and found Mulu in such a place, how could Shangguan Luoxue not be worried? Originally, Shangwan Luoxue planned to wait until dawn tomorrow before leaving this place. It might be safer. But now it seems there isn't that much time. Mula must have fallen into a fever and coma. If they didn't get there quickly, even if Mula didn't die, he would probably be seriously injured. Is what you said true? If that's the case, let's leave quickly, Tang Xian said. Now that both of them have almost recovered their physical strength, it is just right to leave from this place. Shangwan Luoxue nodded. It was already dark in the forest outside. Shangwan Luoxue made 2 torches in the fire in front. If we walk in the forest with this, there should be no wild animals coming, Shangwan Luoxue said. Shangwan Luoxue is very familiar with the habits of these beasts in the forest, and knows that once these animals see the light of fire, they will definitely not move forward rashly. The 2 of them hold these torches in their hands, so when they go out, it will be smoother. So the 2 people walked out after getting ready. Only after walking for a while did they realize that this forest was extremely big. They had completely forgotten the path they took just now, not to mention that they had never been out before. After walking for a while, the 2 found that they were completely lost in the forest. Although they had a psychological connection with Mulu and knew where Mulu was, they couldn't get out of the forest no matter what. It seems that there must be something wrong with this forest. Otherwise, it would be impossible to get out after walking for so long. What should we do? We can't get out of this forest at all. Can we still fly in the sky? Tang Xian was a little anxious. We don't know what's going on with Mulu now. If they arrive a minute late, Mulu will be in more danger. Shangwan Luoxue had no time to think. Now every minute, every second, Mu Li's appearance flashes in Shangwan Luoxue's mind. Shangwan Luoxue also knew that he couldn't let anything happen to Mu Li like this. But it was impossible for them to get out in their current state. Because in this situation, the 2 of them had no time to think. We have to think of a way quickly. We can't just keep searching blindly. If we do it so early, we probably won't be able to find Mu Li until next year, Shangwan Luoxue said. Shangwan Luoxue is still very aware of his current situation. They are walking aimlessly now. It is impossible to find the exit of this forest. Let's not talk about whether this forest has been tampered with by others. Let's just talk about the size of this forest. It's just unexpected. Even if they can waste time here looking for it, it doesn't mean that Mu Li's body can last until that time. Yeah, we have to think of other ways quickly, Tang Xian also said anxiously. At this time, they really wished they could have a pair of wings, so that they could fly away from this place. At this moment, the monster from before climbed up to Shangwan Luoxue. He seemed to be saying something to Guan Luoxue. At this time, Shangwan Luoxue realized that she had a contract with that monster before. Mulu is very dangerous now, and Shangwan Luoxue really can't think about that much. The most important thing is to go to Mu Li's place quickly and rescue Mulu. So Shangwan Luoxue asked, "You have a way to take me out, right? Can you think of a way quickly? Now that Mulu has a problem, I have to save him quickly. No matter what you want from me, I can do it, promise you." Since there was a contract between the monster and Shangwan Luoxue before. After listening to Shangwan Luoxue's words, the monster immediately started to cast its own spells. Only then did Shangwan Luoxue realize that he had to suffer serious injuries in exchange for them leaving the forest. Looking back, I saw that the monster at this time had been seriously injured and looked indeed much weaker. "How are you? Are you okay?" Shangwan Luoxue felt a little guilty. In order to get out of the forest just now, Shangwan Luoxue didn't have time to think so much. But now that she sees this monster looking so weak, it's impossible for Shangwan Luoxue not to feel guilty. After all, if you want to get out of there is no other way, Tang Xian said. "Let's talk about these things later. Don't we have to rush to save Mulu? Now Mulu may be in danger of life." They can still tell clearly whether something is important or not. After Tang Xian and Shangwan Luoxue left the forest, they hurried to find the forest where Mulu was. Everywhere they were before was different, so they still had to find Mu Li's location. It's just that this place is not easy to find. Chapter 306, Help. Mukin on the other side was also very worried. Although this was just a test, if something really happened, it didn't mean that he wouldn't be sad. We can only try our best to help them find someone as soon as possible at this time. But just looking at them outside, they have been walking back and forth for a long time, and they have not found their location at all. If this continues, something will happen to Mulu. When encountering this situation, Mukin became even more anxious. Xiaolongnu was also anxious, but she had no choice. Who told them that this test must be conducted fairly and justly. If anything goes wrong in the process, they won't be able to bear it. So now they can only hope that Mu Li's life will be longer. Only in this way can we leave here smoothly. Otherwise, it is very likely that we will fail the test here, and people will die here directly. Just when Mukin was very anxious, the three-headed dog discovered Mukin's movements. How about this? I'll help them, and I will definitely help them find Mu Li's location, the three-headed dog said. The three-headed dog also knew that Mukin was very anxious at this time, but he had no choice. So I volunteered to help at this time. As long as she goes over to help, they will have more leftovers. And by then, Mulu will be less in danger. Now Mulu is still unconscious alone in the forest. It can be done for a short time, but as time goes by and the fever becomes excessive, no one knows what will happen next. After Mukin heard what he said, he was about to nod. But the little dragon girl on the other side immediately retorted. This will never work. This is a test for them, and no one else can interfere in any way, Xiao Longnu said in a businesslike tone. Xiao Longnu must let her court handle these matters. So no matter who it is, they cannot impulsively interfere. Although he knew that it was very likely that Mu Li's life would be in danger because of this incident, he still did not relax. He had already said this when he saw Xiao Longnu. So the three-headed dog definitely couldn't say anything. After all, this test was not his decision. Mukin stood up at this time. That's not what you said. What if something happens to Mu Lu in this matter? They can't find Mu Lu for such a long time. It must be. No way. I think you are a little too emotional. If they pass this test, they are using outside help, which cannot be counted, Xiao Longnu said. Xiao Longnu is always business-oriented, and it is impossible for him to desert anything, especially in such a dangerous situation. How could they be allowed to act recklessly? This test is originally a test for human beings. Why can't he enter? Mukin couldn't understand. Although Mukin also knew the fairness of this test, Mukin knew even more that if Mula failed to pass the test this time, his life would most likely be at risk. This is really too unclear. After all, no matter how much the relationship between Mukin and Mu Lu is shown here, it is impossible for Mukin to really get into trouble. You know what I mean? And you also know the fairness of this competition. You can't let me violate the rules this time. Xiao Longnu frowned. All along, Xiao Longnu's fairness and impartiality did not need to be tested. No matter what Xiao Longnu was dealing with, she could handle things in a matter-of-fact manner. Although Xiao Longnu also realized that this matter was very important. If Mukin failed to pass this test, the impact would not be just that simple. Dog King. For Xiao Longnu, this test was what Mukin should have experienced. If he failed, there was nothing he could do. We really can't do this. So where is this test work now, and what's the point? Xiao Longnu asked again. Now Mu Chen's intention was very clear that he wanted to give Mu Lu a break. But as the fairer of this test, Xiao Longnu couldn't let such a thing happen. The three-headed dog nearby was also very anxious. He also knew the seriousness of the problem this time, and knew that if something happened to Mu Lu this time, it might have a greater impact on them. But do you know that even though we are here, and they haven't found this place yet, something will happen to Mu Lu? The three-headed dog said quickly. Time is very precious to them now. If they delay for 1 minute, Mu Lu will be in more danger. Xiao Longnu really gritted her teeth and refused to let go, as if it was impossible to let such a thing happen no matter what. You don't have to tell me. I will never agree. I am the leader of the annoying fairness this time. So no matter what you say, I will not agree. It still depends on his own destiny, Xiao Longnu explained. Although Xiao Longnu was also very worried about Mu Lu, Xiao Longnu knew that if they intervened in this matter, subsequent matters would not be solved. Since this matter is something Mu Lu should encounter, whether it passes or not depends on his fate. Why are you so cold-blooded? The three-headed dog said angrily. Now I see that Mu Lu can hardly hold on anymore. I'm afraid that after a while, even if all of them come together to help, they probably won't be able to save the day. But now they are really wasting all their time on defending Xiao Longnu, which is really too bad. You don't need to say it anymore. Since this test is a human test, as long as no one suffers it, it will be considered as passing the test. You, the three-headed dog, can pass it by yourself. You cannot bring others with you anyway, Mukin explained. Mukin was also the manager of this test. Since Mukin said this, Xiao Longnu naturally couldn't say anything else. And on another level, Mukin did not violate their rules this time. Since this is originally a human test, as long as the three-headed dog goes to help them and does not bring other people, Doesn't it count as not violating the rules? Xiaolongnu was so speechless by Mukin's words that she had no choice but to do it. For Xiaolongnu, as long as nothing happened to them, it would be fine. If they wanted to desert, it would be better to simply turn a blind eye. Don't worry. I won't bring anyone else here. Don't worry. I will bring Mulu out no matter what, the three-headed dog said. The three-headed dog also knows that this matter is of great importance. So what he needs to do now is to help those people find Mulu. Most of the tests still need to be carried out by Mulu alone. Although the three-headed dog helped here, it could only play a helpful role. Chapter 307, Treatment. After finally finding the entrance to the forest, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. If the forest intersection can no longer be found, Mulu may really be doomed. Shangyang Luoxue and others immediately rushed to the entrance, thinking that Mulu was still in danger. Several people couldn't sit still. At this moment, Muli's body was already burning hot. When Shangyang Luoxue went through all the trouble to find him, she realized that Mulu had fainted. Oh my god! How could this forehead be burned like this? After reaching out and touching his forehead, Shangyang Luoxue screamed. He had never seen Mulu so weak before, and of course he was worried. After finally calming down, Shangyang Luoxue began to observe Muli's body. There didn't appear to be any wounds on the outside, which was a good thing. But now Mulu has a high fever all over his body and must find a way. If you continue like this, what if your brain is burned out? After much deliberation, Shangyang Luoxue really had no good way to reduce the fever. If we were in the forest now, we might be able to step on some herbs that could reduce fever. But now Mulu is almost burned to the ground, and it is too late to collect herbs. After sighing uncontrollably, Shangyang Luoxue clenched her fists heavily. Since it's too late to use herbal medicine, just infuse your own spiritual power into it. Maybe instilling spiritual power will damage your body, but you don't care about that much now. After helping Mulu up, Shangyang Luoxue gently said in his ear, "Don't worry. I won't let anyone hurt you." Mulu is Mukin's sister and the most important person in Shangyang Luoxue. Now that I'm here, I have to help. His hands were shaking all the time, but his expression didn't change at all, because Shangyang Luoxue knew in her heart that she had no way out now. If spiritual power was not instilled, Mulu might have a fever and die. Having a fever is not a big deal, but it is a very important matter. If he is not careful, it is very likely that his whole brain will be burned to death. Time passed by minute by second, and at the same time, Shangyang Luoxue felt anxious. He didn't know whether he could successfully instill spiritual power this time. Now they are in the forest, and there are all kinds of wild things in this place. Before the other beasts noticed them, Shangyang Luoxue had to move quickly. Since transporting spiritual power involves a certain amount of consumption, there were large drops of sweat on Shangyang Luoxue's forehead. After the sweat rolled down, it hit the soil next to it hard. I don't know how long it took, but Shangyang Luoxue felt dizzy in her head. When he finally raised his head, the face of Mulu in front of him looked much better. In order to completely rescue Mulu from danger, Shangyang Luoxue exhausted all the spiritual power in his body. When he finished transmitting his spiritual power, Shangyang Luoxue fell down directly at this moment. Everyone around him also started to panic. But Mu Li's life was saved. It may also be because the injury was too serious, so Mu Li still didn't wake up. Shangyang Luoxue's face turned pale, and her lips also turned extremely pale. He just looked at the person in front of him quietly. His voice became haggard. "Go outside and see if there is any water source. Let him drink some water first." Mu Li's health is the most important thing now, and it is very likely that he will relapse again. Shangyang Luoxue also rested there for a while, and her body also suffered a lot. Spiritual energy itself cannot be transmitted, but Shangyang Luoxue forced it to be transmitted. If it weren't for taking care of Mu Li's body, Shangyang Luoxue might not have sacrificed to this point. Just when Shangyang Luoxue here was just getting up, it suddenly found something not far away looking at it. Suddenly, I looked over there and realized that it was a gray wild wolf. Shangyang Luoxue has already dealt with such wolves. He knows that wolves are social animals. Since there is already a wolf, there must be a pack of wolves around here. Judging from the state of that wolf, he probably wasn't the wolf king of the wolf clan at all. If it was the wolf king, there should be many wolf cubs surrounding him. Thinking of these things, Shangyang Luoxue clenched her fists tightly. It's not a good time to stay here for a long time. We must leave this place quickly. It is easiest for them to escape before the wolves have discovered them. If by any chance they were attacked by wolves, they would be dead. Time passed minute by second. And at this moment, Shangyang Luoxue clenched her fists tightly. He knew he couldn't take it lightly. But now, he didn't dare to continue walking around. Time passed in an instant. And Mu had already woken up at this moment. Mukin and others are worried about Mu Li's body. And everyone is also worried about Shangyang Luoxue's body. We have to leave quickly. I think the wolves will be here soon. Shangyang Luoxue looked around him in fear. He was almost worried to death. After hearing these words, Mukin on the other side was also stunned for a moment. He also saw the wolf just now. But he didn't think about it anymore. When she looked at the wolf now, she felt her heart was in her throat. How many people originally wanted to move their positions? But Mu Li's body was simply not suitable for transfer. If it was forcibly transferred, it would most likely make Mu Li's body even more uncomfortable. As soon as Mu Li moved, Mu Li couldn't help but hum. With no choice, Shangyang Luoxue could only discuss with Mukin to fight against the wolves. Mukin is still taking chances now, thinking that those wolves may not dare to come over. Those wild wolves are just a bunch of beasts. They should not dare to come here. But after hearing these words, Shangyang Luoxue immediately refuted him righteously. Can you stop being so naive? How could they be afraid to come? When saying these words, Shangyang Luoxue's voice sounded particularly cold. Wolves are originally gregarious animals, and it is simply inconvenient for us to move around now. If those wolves really attack, we will probably have to suffer. Shangyang Luoxue glanced at Mu Li next to him worriedly. He had no choice now. Everyone is very worried. But now they can only choose to fight. Chapter 308. Find a way quickly. Now Shangyang Luoxue must quickly find a way to deal with these wolves. Otherwise, based on what these evil wolves did, they might just be torn apart. Let's make bows and arrows to deal with these things. Otherwise, these things are really difficult to deal with, Shangyang Luoxue said. Because Shangyang Luoxue also knows how difficult these things are to deal with. So now their only way is to quickly produce these tools, so that they can still have a chance of winning. Just trying to make these things is not that easy. Shangyang Luoxue must collect everything for this week. And there is probably not enough material for these things around here. But even so, Shangyang Luoxue must do it quickly. Otherwise, they don't know what kind of danger they will face next. And these wolves are very aggressive. If they don't get rid of these things quickly, I will definitely cause real harm to them by then. What's more, Mu Li can't move at all now. If Mu Li was injured by these things, Shangyang Luoxue would not even have time to regret it. At this time, Mu Li was still in the process of unconsciousness. Shangyang Luoxue had already injured her hands trying to collect the things around her. But even so, Shangyang Luoxue just pretended that it didn't happen. Now Shangyang Luoxue can no longer care about the pain. For Shangyang Luoxue, she still has to solve all these things quickly. Otherwise, it would definitely be too late. And they don't know when these wolves will attack them. At this time, Shangyang Luoxue had no choice but to do anything. Therefore, these things must be produced quickly. Only in this way can they have more methods. You said you fainted a lot. But actually if you fainted later, you can help me at this time. But now that you've fainted, I don't have to deal with these wolves, but I still have to take care of you. Shangyang Luoxue said it herself. Originally there were these wolves. So if Shangyang Luoxue wanted to leave alone, it might be possible. But because there is an injured Mu Li beside him, it is not so easy to bring Mu Li back. Because Shangyang Luoxue also knows that Mu Li's current injury must be very serious if he moves Mu Li now. At that time, not only will it not be able to have any substantial curative effect on Mu Li, but it may also cause scars involving Mu Li. At this time, Mu Li woke up and seemed to have listened to Shangyang Luoxue's words. It's just that Mu Li didn't react at first. After a while, when she realized what happened, she sat up apologetically. I'm really sorry. I didn't expect to cause you such trouble. If I had known this earlier, I would definitely not have done this. I will find a way to take you out in a while, Mu Li said. At this time, Mu Li had just woken up when she heard Shangyang Luoxue complaining here. Of course, I feel very sorry for Shangyang Luoxue. These Mu Li woke up all because of Shangyang Luoxue. If it weren't for Shangyang Luoxue's desperate efforts, it is very likely that Mu Li would have died by this time. The test they now pass is severe. It's not easy to just pass it. So they wanted to leave this place smoothly. Didn't it take a lot of effort? When Shangyang Luoxue saw Mu Li wake up, he didn't have the heart to care about the complaints. For Shangyang Luoxue, as long as Mu Li wakes up, it is better than anything else. Originally, Shangyang Luoxue was still thinking about whether something would happen to Mu Li. But now it seems that Mula is woken up and is very conscious. So he should not appear again. That's all nonsense. There was no one around me just now. So I said that. Actually, I don't think that much about you. Just wake up. Let's quickly find a way to get out of here, Shangwan Luoxue said. At this time, Mula had just woken up. For Mula, the best way was to lie down and recuperate. But Shangwan Luoxue also knew it was impossible. Even if you always want to give Mula a good environment, there is simply not such a good environment around him. After all, the wolves around here don't know when they will come. When these things come over, they really won't be able to run away. So now they still try to go as far as they can. But there are so many wolves around. Even if we run, where can we run? Otherwise, if you light the surrounding area on fire, I guess these wolves will not dare to come over when they see the fire, Mula said. There are so many animals around here that even if they want to avoid them, they can't avoid them at all. So they might as well prepare all these things in advance. Only by arranging the flames can the animals be afraid of the danger of these flames. So I dare not come here. For them, this is still the most important thing. So the main thing now is to drive away these wolves. These wolves have escaped. And then they can leave from here. Otherwise, leaving here would be even harder than climbing to heaven. Shangwan Luoxue also knew how difficult this matter was. So he lit all the flames around. But even so, those things around him don't dare to move forward for the time being. But that doesn't mean that as time goes by, they still don't dare to come. You know what's going on now. The things around here have been hungry for a long time. Now that I have finally seen the two of them alive, I will definitely not let them go. Even if there were fire around here, it probably wouldn't be able to withstand them for long. Shangwan Luoxue and Mula also saw through this. Two people can only gather together and hope that if so, the time will come. They can balance it out a little bit. Although they are just some wolves. If they come one by one, the two of them can still deal with them. But if these things are all gathered together, it will be difficult to deal with. Mula said to Shangwan Luoxue. Be careful. These things won't be here for long. I don't know if their claws are poisonous. It is also said that Mula does not understand any of them. So it is very difficult to know these things. The most important thing now is to find a way to get out of here. Although it is harder than reaching the sky. But they had to give it a try. If they can't get through from here, then they may really have to leave their lives here. Chapter 309, Injured. At this time, Muli's injuries have not completely healed. So it is harder to leave this place than to reach the sky. The injuries on Muli's body made it impossible for Mulu to move. Therefore, all the main combat power here is placed on Shangwan Luoxue. Shangwan Luoxue had already rested for a while. So he could still deal with these wolves at this time. But the quantity of these things is but too much. Even Shangwan Luoxue doesn't know how to deal with these things recently. So now they can only try to fight against the odds. If you really lose, there may really be no other way. Be careful if you get hurt by these things. So now there is no chance that anything will happen to the two things we have. Mulu was a little worried. But now no matter how worried Mulu is, he can only sit alone on the top of the mountain. The injuries on Muli's body now are not enough for Mulu to support him. The same goes for Shangwan Luoxue on the other side. These wolves are about to attack. So Shangwan Luoxue faced these wolves alone. Shangwan Luoxue was originally injured from a snake bite before. It has not recovered yet. And now she has to face these wolves alone. You don't need to think about it to know how difficult this is for Shangwan Luoxue. But even so, Shangwan Luoxue could not give up. Because now Shangwan Luoxue is not only burdened with his own safety, but also Muli's. Shangwan Luoxue also knew that if something went wrong with Mulu at this time, that not only means that their test failed, but it may also have a huge impact on their next step. Therefore, no matter what, Shangwan Luoxue would not let the problem arise at this stage. How are you? Are you okay? Shangwan Luoxue asked quickly. Just now. The wolf pounced towards Mulu. But Muli's reaction was faster. The wolf was killed quickly. But Shangwan Luoxue on the other side was also unable to do anything at all. It is simply impossible for Shangwan Luoxue to deal with these wolves by herself. Although it was difficult, Shangwan Luoxue still persisted there. Mulu inside quickly shouted, Shangwan Luoxue, be careful behind you. These wolves move quickly and cover a large area. Basically, more than a dozen groups of wolves have been gathering together. Shangwan Luoxue was able to scare all these wolves just now. It was already very difficult. But now Shangwan Luoxue's physical strength was almost exhausted. It was even more difficult to deal with these wolves now. And soon Shangguan Luoxue was injured by these wolves. And it's in an important part. Although it looks miserable, there is really no other way. Because Mulu also knew that Shangguan Luoxue was no longer able to deal with all these wolves at this time. No matter how anxious Mulu was, he couldn't think of a way to do it. Because Mulu also knows that it is useless to be anxious. Moreover, Mulu's current physical condition does not support what Mulu is doing. So Mulu could only worry on this side. Although Shangguan Luoxue was injured, Shangguan Luoxue still persisted there. Do not let these wolves approach the cave under any circumstances. Mulu and Tang Xian were very anxious when they saw Shangguan Luoxue being so seriously injured in the cave. If something bad happens, Shangguan Luoxue will definitely not be able to deal with it alone. We have to find a way quickly. Otherwise, think of a way to help Shangguan Luoxue deal with this problem. Mulu said. If Mulu was not injured, he would definitely be able to fight to the death with these things. Although the quantity of these things is relatively large. If you put them in before you are injured. In Mulu, we don't take these things seriously. But it's different now. Mulu is now so seriously injured. It was already difficult to wake up just now. And it would be even more difficult to ask Mulu to do these things at this time. Let's quickly think of other solutions. It would definitely not be possible for Shangguan Luoxue to deal with these wolves head-on. There should be other ways, Mulu said. Now they are in an extremely dangerous situation. If you want to deal with these things just by relying on your own fighting power, I'm afraid it will be difficult. So they still have to think of other ways to deal with it. At this time, Mulu and Tang Xian were thinking quickly on the side. I hope that at this time, I can find a way to help Shangguan Luoxue share some of the burden. Now Mulu and Tang Xian are already at the bottom of their martial arts levels. If the two of them went irrationally, they would not be able to help Shangguan Luoxue. It may also become a burden to Shangguan Luoxue. Now Shangguan Luoxue can't stand this thrilling situation. It was entirely because there were two of them behind him. Shangguan Luoxue has been worried about the two of them. That's why it's so thrilling. It is precisely because of this that they cannot rush over and have to think of some better ways. But what other good solution is there now? I can't think of it. Otherwise, think about it and see if there is any good way. And give it a try, Mulu said. If it were normal, Mulu's brain would still be very easy to use. But in such a dangerous situation now, no matter how good his brain was, Mulu couldn't move. Especially since Mulu had just woken up. It took a lot of energy to talk to them now, let alone think of such a difficult solution. At this moment, the two people saw a fight going on in front of them. And Shangguan Luoxue fainted, probably because of excessive blood loss. They were even more worried at this time. Shangguan Luoxue's health was not good at first. But now something like this happened again. If he didn't receive urgent treatment, it was very likely that Shangguan Luoxue would die from excessive blood loss. I know. I've thought of a way, Tang Xian said anxiously and wisely. After finishing speaking, Tang Xian hurriedly threw the torches around her towards the wolves. A circle was drawn in front of them. The grass in front of them can be ignited. After Tang Xian's action, the torches were instantly ignited. Now the wolves are naturally afraid of fire. And they were all frightened away when they saw me. After a while, the wolves showed no intention of extinguishing the fire. He also knew that these two people would definitely not be caught. So the wolves disappeared. It was precisely because of this that they were able to successfully rescue Shangguan Luoxue. After Shangguan Luoxue came out, the two of them quickly placed Shangguan Luoxue in the cave and lit some other torches around them. They all knew that Shangguan Luoxue was seriously injured now. Chapter 310, Awakening. So they didn't dare to treat Shangguan Luoxue easily. They were all cautious when they met Shangguan Luoxue. I was just afraid that something would go wrong with Shangguan Luoxue. How's it going? Shangguan Luoxue should be fine, Mulu asked anxiously. Now Mulu doesn't know what happened to Shangguan Luoxue. So I am naturally very worried now. But looking at Shangguan Luoxue's condition, it seems that nothing serious is happening. Don't worry. Shangguan Luoxue probably fainted due to excessive blood loss. Under the current circumstances, this is inevitable. Shangguan Luoxue should wake up after a while, Tang Xian said. Of course, Tang Xian was not sure whether what he said could be fulfilled. But now there seems to be no better way. We can only wait for Shangguan Luoxue to wake up on her own, hoping that Shangguan Luoxue's life will be better. Fortunately, after a few minutes, Shangguan Luoxue finally woke up. It seems that Shangguan Luoxue's life is indeed not bad. You finally woke up. Have you realized how dangerous your situation was just now? If you don't wake up soon, we really don't know what to do. Mula sighed. Mula felt frightened when he saw the situation just now. If Shangwan Luoxue couldn't wake up, then Mula said he wouldn't forgive himself. Because Mula knew that Shangwan Luoxue was also doing it for himself. That's why he took such a big risk. Mula felt a little guilty in his heart. Originally Mula should have protected Shangwan Luoxue. But Shangwan Luoxue almost couldn't wake up because she was so seriously injured. But Shangwan Luoxue didn't think so much. For Shangwan Luoxue, his most important thing is to protect Mula from passing this experiment. Even if he really sacrificed his life for the cause, Shangwan Luoxue wouldn't think it was a big deal. After all, this is what she was supposed to do. Don't worry. My body, I know it's just some superficial injuries. I guess I'll be able to walk in a while. It won't be a big deal, Shangwan Luoxue said. Shangwan Luoxue only felt that her wound hurt terribly. But Shangwan Luoxue also knew it. He just suffered some superficial injuries. It shouldn't be a problem. Mula nodded. That's good. But I don't think it's appropriate to stay here for a long time. Let's see if there's anything else. Anyway, get out of this place. Mula also knew that this place was extremely dangerous and something could easily happen. But there is no better way to solve this problem now. This place is like a maze to make money. They didn't know how long they had been wandering around this place. But they couldn't leave it all. Now Mula also wants to know how they can leave this ghost place. They were safe for a short time. But as time went on, no one could guarantee whether the wolves would come again. When he comes again, I'm afraid he will be stronger and won't be scared away by these fires. Mula and Shangwan Luoxue also knew how difficult this matter was. It's really not easy to leave from this place. It seems like you have to go through the forest to get out, Shangwan Luoxue said. They have already understood it before, and they will find another way out from this place. But without the help of Mula, it is impossible for them to succeed. They had to wait until Mula recovered before they could leave. Really? Why is this happening? Mula was a little surprised. Maybe it's because this experiment was done specifically for Mula. Therefore, except for Mula, no one can use this method to get out. It's just that they don't know. No matter what. If you know how to get out, it's good that Mula gave it a try. He wanted to try to leave here, but in the end, he was disappointed. Mula wanted to leave. But when he tried it, he found that his spiritual power was gone. If there is no spiritual power, then Mula is equivalent to an ordinary person here. You can't do anything you want. But this place is extremely dangerous. How could this happen? This shouldn't be the case. I remember I tried it before. This shouldn't happen. Why can't all my spiritual powers work? Mula said with a frown. Even Mula himself didn't know what happened to him. If Mula didn't have spiritual power, the three of them would probably be trapped here. The dangers encountered until then are unknown. The things they encountered now were nothing more than child's play. None of them could tell what they would encounter as time went on. Don't worry. It may be because you consumed too much spiritual power before. Or maybe it's because you have a fever. So your spiritual power is temporarily gone. It should recover after a while, Shangwan Luoxue said comfortingly. Shangwan Luoxue has known about this matter for a long time. It may not be that simple. But I didn't say it easily. Now I see that Mu Li's spiritual power is gone. So Shangwan Luoxue became more determined in her inner thoughts. Shangwan Luoxue said to Mula, Don't worry. Don't worry. The most important thing is to take good care of your body. After you take good care of your body, everything will be easy. After Mu Li's body recovers, it will be a matter of time before his spiritual power recovers. It's just that they may have to stay here for a while longer. Mula seemed to know this, so he seemed a little lost. But if my spiritual power is gone, it means we have no choice but to leave this place. It is possible that I will be trapped in this place for several days, and no one can tell what danger I will encounter, Mula said. Of course Mula knew that this was not an easy matter. So for Mula, the most important thing is to leave this place as soon as possible. If you can't leave, it will be bad. Shangwan Luoxue looked at Mula with some worry. Mu Li's emotional state was not very good now. If a person's emotional state is not good, it will be difficult to recover. Don't worry. This is just a way for us to understand him before. Maybe we can think of other ways to solve this problem, Shangwan Luoxue said. Shangwan Luoxue knew that at this time, Shangwan Luoxue could not put pressure on Mu Li. If Mu Li's body does not recover soon, it will definitely be difficult for Mu Li's spiritual power to recover. By that time, it will be even harder for them to get out. So the most important thing now is to let Mula take good care of his body. By that time all remaining difficulties will be solved. There is no need to worry about these inexplicable problems. Shangguan Luoshua's body recovered relatively quickly. Hopefully the next danger will come later. Chapter 311. The Fire That Won't Be Extinguished. Shangguan Luoshua and Mukin analyzed it for a long time. In the end, they understood the reason why they were able to successfully escape the forest in the first place. The reason why I was able to successfully enter the forest in the first place was entirely because of Mulu. Now they need to let Mulu try again. Only in this way can they ensure their next step. I know you are very cold now, but if we succeed this time, then we will definitely. Mula naturally knew what they meant. It was also because I could find commonalities with nature. That's why I can bring everyone out this time. If I can use my ability properly. Don't worry. This matter will be taken care of by me. Since I was able to take you out in the first place, then it can definitely be done this time. But this matter was not as simple as they imagined. No matter what methods Mula tried, there was no way to do this well. I'm sorry. I never thought this would turn into what it is now. Mula felt very guilty. But Mukin and Shangguan Luoshua had no intention of blaming her. After all, this kind of thing is just a coincidence. He has never learned this ability. Naturally, I didn't know how to control it. And it was just good luck at first. You don't have to worry about these things. You are still young now. Don't worry. We will definitely be able to take everyone out next. Mula looked apologetic. But after hearing what Mukin and Shangguan Luoshua said, she had no choice but to do so. After all, I don't have that much ability now. Shangguan Luoshua just sighed silently, knowing that she couldn't force the next things. But this group of people no longer have so much energy. Next they tried various methods, but to no avail. If we keep wasting time like this, we will freeze to death here. Although Mula muttered in a low voice, these words still reached Shangguan Luoshua's ears. Watching the people on the side gradually fall into coma, Shangguan Luoshua also fell into self-doubt. She tried again and again, but failed every time. The weather is getting colder now, and even trying to keep each other warm is in vain. In order to have a chance of success, Shangguan Luoshua never gave up. Mu Li's physical strength could no longer sustain her any longer. She just hoped that she could be saved when she was on the verge of death. I don't know what will happen next. Mula fainted and fell to the ground before he finished saying this. This made Shangguan Luoshua feel very worried. After all, the people around him fell one after another, once or twice until the last time. Shangguan Luoshua also gradually lost hope of living. She ran over and hugged Mula tightly, hoping that she could give her some warmth. But all this is of no use. Instead of wasting it like this, Shangguan Luoshua wants to fight to the death. But there was no way she could hold on in such a cold weather. Mukin felt very uncomfortable when he saw what Shangguan Luoshua did. Among their team, the only one with some physical strength is Shangguan Luoshua. If the wear and tear continues like this, there will be no way for them to be saved. I think you should maintain your strength now. Every word that Mukin said was trembling. The cold wind whistled past their faces. There is no mercy for them, and they must not be swallowed directly in this mountain forest. Mukin couldn't hold on anymore. Seeing that even Mukin fell down, Shangguan Luoshua didn't know what the meaning of her efforts was. The one thing she wants to do most is to escape from here with everyone. Why am I so incompetent now? I remember that we succeeded in the first try. Shangguan Luoshua attributed all this failure to herself. She felt that she had made a mistake in a certain aspect, which led to this ending. She felt that there was no need to persist like this anymore. Maybe death was their final destination. After gradually giving up hope of life, Shangguan Luoshua finally fell next to Mukin. He felt that he had no support now. Before she fell into coma, she thought she heard someone calling softly next to her ear, and her body gradually began to recover. And she even felt that she might have died. Because how could she have such an illusion in real life? It seems that I am really dead. I can actually feel this illusion. Tang Xian slowly helped her up. If you die, then I will be with you in the underworld. Don't think so much here. Shangguan Luoshua was a little caught off guard when she heard the familiar voice. She never thought that Tang Xian would find her at this time. How did you find me? They have all fainted now. Can you think of a way? Tang Xian did not directly answer Shangguan Luoshua's question. Now I'll take you to a special place. After saying that, Tang Xian helped Shangguan Luoshua to the cave he had been looking for before. The things in this cave must be what she wants. When Shangguan Luoshua followed Tang Xian in, she found this place to be a paradise. Actually, I think the most important reason is because I discovered a rare kind of fire in it. When he heard these words, Shangguan Luoxua's eyes suddenly lit up. When she followed Tang Xian to the fire, she was careful for fear that a shiver would extinguish the fire. But Tang Xian stepped forward and directly pressed her hand on the tinder. I'm telling you, this fire will never be extinguished no matter what methods you try. I have never seen such a magical place. I just need you next. The two of us will work together to defeat them. Bring them here. You know I can't do it on my own. Shangguan Luoxua was very excited when she heard this. At least she could think of a way to save everyone in this matter. Regardless of whether I can leave here next. At least heating will not be a problem. Then let's bring them here quickly. I'm afraid they are on the verge of death in their current state. Shangguan Luoxua knew that there was no way to delay such a matter. After all, they don't know what kind of things they will face next. Without any further delay, we need to set off immediately. The two of them returned to the place where Mukin and the others fainted. Now is the real test of physical strength. Chapter 312, Escape from the Exit. The only thing they can do is bring everyone back. Because only in this way can we figure out a solution together. When facing these things, Shangguan Luoxua felt that it was really difficult for them. After so many things, with Tang Xian's help, Shangguan Luoxua finally brought all these people to the cave. It was precisely because of the help of Tinder that their subsequent recovery was not as difficult as imagined. Mu Li's injuries gradually recovered. After all, they had to find the commonality between Mu Li and nature. Because only in this way can they have a chance to leave here. At this time, Shangguan Luoxua felt that the situation was getting better. As long as they persisted, they would be able to go back one day. Shangguan Luoxua gradually felt relieved as she watched Mukin gradually wake up and Mu Li gradually recover. He knew it was just a matter of timing. As long as they can find the best time, they can succeed in this matter. But God always likes to play tricks on them. When everything is absolutely smooth sailing for them, a few things happen to make them fall into the abyss. While Mu Li's body was gradually recovering, a wild boar that came out of nowhere suddenly broke into their cave. Or maybe it was because it was too cold outside, and the animal instinct made her choose to survive. Seeing these prey in front of them, the wild boar will naturally not give up easily. After all, there is a huge disparity in strength between the two sides. Even if they try their best, they may not be able to compete with the wild boar. Shangguan Luoxua had already exhausted all her strength. Although there was fire to keep warm, the road ahead was definitely not that easy. We must use roundabout tactics now. Only in this way can we consume the wild boar's physical strength. Compared to us, it would be better for us to spend it like this. When I heard Shangguan Luoxua say this, the people on the side all agreed. After all, they didn't have that much energy. However, Mu Li felt that there was no need for them to worry so much. If they can really defeat the wild boar, then they can have a feast. I think the most important thing for us now is to improve our own physical strength. Of course Shangguan Luoxua understood what she meant. But so many things happened next. I absolutely cannot allow any of these people to be threatened in any way. With so much going on, you should figure out what our top priority is right now. Mu Li was still obviously unconvinced. So she said it was Shangguan Luoxua who saved her life from the edge of the cliff. But no matter how hard he faced the wild boar, he would never admit defeat. The wild boar would never give them that much time. No matter what. Regardless of winning or losing, the wild boar always rushes into a collision. Shangguan Luoxua was unable to confront the wild boar head-on due to lack of physical strength. When the wild boar ran in front of Mu Li only used a small move to seriously injure it. The people on the side were full of praise for him. When so many things are happening, I think we should still stay sensible. But now I have driven this pig away, so he won't have any chance to cause harm to us. Shangguan Luoxua felt that this matter was not as simple as imagined. Not everything is like this. So why would they come here to explore? I know what's going on in your mind, but it's enough to do this once. At this time, Shangguan Luoxua suddenly heard a different sound outside the cave. She felt that this matter was not as simple as she thought. If it was just a few wild boars, then forget it. But her voice didn't sound like her at all. What happens next will definitely not be as easy as we imagined. I just hope everyone can calm down their mentality. Mukin's body was so badly damaged that he was unable to fight against the enemy with Shangguan Luoxua and the others. The only thing I can do is cheer them on from behind. Now we must divide our forces into two groups. The most important thing is to protect Mukin, because we cannot let animals outside cause any attack on us. We have to protect this fire now. When he heard this, Mu Li felt that this matter was not as simple as imagined. In that case, she must try her best to obey Shengwan Luoxua's arrangements, no matter what happens next. Well, we'd better send someone to protect him, because Mukin's injuries were too serious. So they must try their best to run out of this hole. Only in this way can we find the exit. So Shengwan Luoxua temporarily decided that she and Tang Xian would take the responsibility to stay away from here. Only in this way can we attract the animals outside. If they went out like this, they might be torn apart by those animals within a few minutes. So the only thing they can do now is to find some escape exits. You should know that this matter is not as simple as you think. But instead of sitting here and waiting for death, I still think we should take the initiative to search for it. When I heard Shengwan Luoxua say these words, Tang Xian was a little shaken, because he knew that if they faced such a head-on confrontation, they would not get any benefit. But do you think we can do something like this well next? If they have no way to ensure their own safety, this means that they have no way to protect Mukin. Then it means that the deployment they are making now has no meaning at all. Believe me, we will definitely be able to find it. Now we just need to delay it for time. Sure enough, Huan Tian paid off. Shengwan Luoxua and Tang Xian finally found the exit from here, because only in this way can they escape from the capture of this group of animals in a short period of time. It seems that I should still admire your intelligence. At least your brain is more useful to us now. Regardless of whether this person is harming himself or not, he has found the exit anyway, no matter what happens next. At least I have a plan in my heart and will not be hurt again. Shengwan Luoxua's actions were also respected by Mukin and Mu Le. They never thought that a girl could really provoke a lot of this team at critical moments. Thank you very much. If it weren't for you, I would have died here long ago. But none of this is as important to Shengwan Luoxua as imagined. Chapter 313, Danger. Mu Le asked, are there any other dangers around here? Just now. They had already encountered a lot of dangers. Now basically everyone on them is injured. Although it is not particularly serious, it may be difficult to continue walking in the deep mountains and forests. Now they can only drag their tired bodies and continue to move forward. Otherwise, the final result can only be worse than this. Tang Xian shook his head, feeling helpless. I don't know either. The dangers we will encounter next are all unknown. Tang Xian said, it would be better if they knew now what dangers there would be later. The problem now is that they have no idea what they will experience next. Fortunately, they had dealt with all the dangers they had encountered before. But I have been in this forest for so many years, and I don't know what else may be hidden outside. So when I think about the path they will take next, I feel chilling behind the scenes. But even so, they have no other choice. Now they can only take one step at a time. No matter how serious the danger is next, they can only continue to move forward. If they retreat at this time, there is really not much they can do, and everything will be in vain. It's not that Mu Le didn't know about this, so he can only continue to persist. It doesn't matter. Let's keep walking. I can't tell you. After a while, the situation here will improve, Mu Le said. Mu Le himself was not sure, but now he had to at least give them some confidence. Mu Le is thinking about how difficult the things he has experienced up to now are. Although it has been so long since Mu Le, his abilities have improved to some extent. But this test still caught them all off guard. One reason is that this test came so suddenly that they were unprepared. Even after arriving at this place, many of them still didn't react. It is also because this test is extremely dangerous. If you are not careful, you may get yourself into a test. This test could lead to death at any time. So they had to put all their energy together. In this case, we can barely get to this point. But we still don't know what kind of danger we will encounter in the next step. Let's take it one step at a time. After all, this is the test left by our ancestors, Tang Xian said. Tang Xian is quite open-minded about this matter, because Tang Xian also knew that this matter was difficult to deal with. So Tang Xian has calmed down her mentality now. Now they seem to have no other choice but to move on. So they might as well calm down quickly. In this case, he might be able to save his life and pass the test next. Their ancestors were like this. If they wanted to get something from this place, they would definitely have to pay for it. It is impossible for you to get nothing without giving anything. This is simply impossible. It's the same no matter where you are. They walked to a pool of water before they knew it. There are some dead branches everywhere, and it's impossible to tell who has what inside. The two of them didn't pay attention. At this moment, they suddenly saw a big figure walking from the front. Just as he was about to swallow Mu Le into his mouth, it seemed that Mu Le's reaction was faster, and he dodged immediately. Looking back, I realized it was a crocodile. This is a crocodile of huge size, something they have never seen before. Now when they suddenly saw this crocodile, they only felt a little scared. No, there are crocodiles here. Let's take cover quickly, Shangyang Luoxue said quickly. They didn't expect this place to be so dangerous. While they were talking, something like this was sneaking up around them. Fortunately, they reacted faster just now. Otherwise, Mula would have been eaten by the crocodile by this time. When these people see this huge crocodile, they will definitely be scared. So I was always on tenterhooks. Even though I was already a little sleepy, I suddenly felt energetic at this time. You know, even if you are not eaten by this crocodile, if you are bitten by this thing, it is not a joke. Looking at the appearance of this crocodile, you can tell how powerful this thing is. If you are really bitten by this thing, your life will probably be in danger, Shangyang Luoxue said. Yes, we must avoid it. Otherwise, we will be bitten by this thing, which will be serious. This place is a primeval forest, and the things inside must be carrying microorganisms. Most of these things are poisonous. If you really bite them, you won't be able to find an antidote at this time. The only thing they can do is wait for death. So they must now focus all their energy on avoiding this crocodile. Other people don't have the heart to care so much. This is the current situation. But fortunately, the animals here have one characteristic. That is, they are not very patient. It may be because there is no shortage of food here. So this is the reason. After dealing with this crocodile again, not long after, the crocodile's physical strength was gradually exhausted, and it finally hid in the water. They finally breathed a sigh of relief and came together again after they were sure that the crocodile would not come back. This is really too dangerous. I can't believe that there are such species in this primeval forest, Mula said. Such a large crocodile is extremely rare even outside. But now they encountered it in the virgin forest. It was really scary just now. After passing this level, Mula and the others discovered that there were some birds around. There are not many of these birds, and they look like sparrows. Originally, these birds kept landing on Mula's shoulders, and Mula thought it was because these birds had a crush on him. It was later discovered that these birds were drinking blood from Mula's shoulders and scratched Mula's skin. Only then did Mula notice and quickly set people to guard against these birds. The things that have survived in this place for so long are not kind species. Fortunately, these birds were much easier to deal with than the crocodile just now, and they were driven away by just using some means. However, there were so many of these birds that everyone inevitably suffered some serious injuries. Chapter 314, Method. No, this is too dangerous. Let's see if there is any way I can get in. Mukin finally couldn't stand it anymore. Originally Mukin wanted to see Mula pass this place alone. After all, Mukin also came to Mula, and his abilities were not that easy to deal with. But he didn't expect that this primitive deep forest would be much more dangerous than Mukin imagined. There are many things here that Mukin has never seen before. It is really too difficult for Mukin to deal with them alone now. In addition, Mula was already injured. If you want to pass through this forest at this time, it may be more difficult than before. Now for them. One more person is one more helper. One more helper will give you more motivation to go out. Mukin couldn't wait to get in. But according to Mukin's current ability, there was no way to get in. Xiao Longnu was also very anxious when she saw their situation. But she still comforted them and said, "Don't be too anxious. There must be other ways to solve it. They are not that easy to deal with. What's the use of going over there at this time?" Although Mukin was able to help them in the past. For Mukin, his cultivation level would be greatly reduced. I can't just sit here and watch. If something happens to them, what will he do? Is there any way I can get in? Mukin still asked. Now he has realized that if they are allowed to go in by themselves, the danger is too great. So Mukin didn't want them to be in danger. If Mukin could go in and help now, their chances of winning would definitely be greater. Don't get too excited. You must not go in at this time. Otherwise, although you can help them, it will do too much harm to you, Xiao Longnu said with concern. Xiao Longnu was also worried about Mu Le. But she also knew that she must persuade Mukin at this time. Now that Mukin has passed by, the impact on him is really too great. Even if he helps him by then, Mu Le will be hurt even more. I can't care about so much now. You should quickly think of a way. How can I get in? Mukin asked. It's not that Mukin doesn't believe in Mu Le, but the danger here has exceeded his imagination. If they were allowed to explore on their own, they might not even be able to save their lives. So no matter what, He couldn't take the risk. If he could go in and help them at this time, it would definitely be the best. If you go in, it will have a great impact on your own cultivation, Xiao Longdi said. Not only that, there will be a series of other troubles. But this is all after coming out of that place, which is also a benefit. You'd better take another look. The impact at that moment is really too great. Maybe they can come out on their own, but not necessarily, Xiao Longdi said. After all, there are so many dangers ahead, and they have already overcome them. It makes no sense that they cannot even overcome this danger. Mukin frowned and kept staring at them. Mu Qing can still learn more or less about the situation here. He knew how dangerous the situation here was, and the unknown things were also unexpected to them. On the other side, Yan Luoxue said from the front, "Let me lead the way." No one knew what danger I would encounter below, so at this time Shangyan Luoxue jumped out to lead the way. After all, Shangyan Luoxue knew this place before, and now Shangyan Luoxue was the least injured among them. Apart from Shangyan Luoxue, it seems that no one else can lead the way. Mula himself had little physical strength, but he was still holding on. If Mula didn't just support him, he might have fainted by this time. The things they encountered before have made their spirits a little fragile. But there is nothing we can do about it. After all, there are still many unknown dangers here. If they get discouraged at this time, it will definitely be difficult to handle. Don't worry. Although I'm shooting from the front, I have to be careful inside, Shangyan Luoxue said, judging from the situation here. Although Shangyan Luoxue is walking in front, it is still dangerous and might come from behind. They had just walked for such a long time, and they still understood some rules about the situation here. The rule is that there will be danger here anytime and anywhere. Not only the front, the back, the left, the right, but also the top and bottom are possible. Who knows if a caterpillar might accidentally pop out and kill them all. Now their injuries are very serious. 3 seriously injured people are walking in such a dangerous forest. Ordinary people would definitely not be able to leave. But who made the 3 of them face such a powerful test now? If you don't leave this place, you will really have to die here. So Shangyan Luoxue led the way, and the other 2 people followed closely behind. At this moment, Shangyan Luoxue suddenly stopped. Look at the river in front of you. No! This place is blocked. We can't get through it all, Shangyan Luoxue said. Now the road in front of them is blocked by a river. The river looks dangerous. Moreover, the bottom of the water inside cannot be seen, and no one knows what beasts will be underneath. If another crocodile appeared, they might be killed in the water. What should we do? Are we going to fall here? Tang Xian asked. There was no way ahead of them now. Let's think of a way to make a boat, Shangyan Luoxue said. When they came here just now, they didn't pass any forks in the road. Only the road in front of them. If they go back, they have no idea where they are going. So now they can only move forward. The best way now is to quickly build a boat here so that we can survive this disaster. But it's not that easy to find the boat. They have been here several times just now. There's not even a log here, let alone a boat. At this moment, Mula suddenly shouted, "Be careful. These ants around are not right," Mula said quickly. Mula hadn't paid much attention just now. After all, this was a forest, and there was nothing wrong with the presence of ants. But by the time Mula paid attention, these ants had already bitten Mula. Moreover, the movements of these ants' mouths are not light. When Mula was bitten by these things, he felt uncomfortable and a little cold all over. Only then did I notice that I didn't expect that the ants here were also poisonous. This made Mulu a little annoyed. Chapter 315, Poisoning. It was already very difficult for them to walk. But now Mulu was bitten by these things. Muli's consciousness was already a little dissociated, and he fell down directly. Now Shangyan Luoxue and Tang Xian couldn't find a boat, so they quickly found a place to sit down. This place is relatively safe, and there are no weeds or bugs around. How are you, Mula? Shangyan Luoxue asked. Mula shook his head. Just as he squatted down, Muli's expression improved a lot. However, it is still certain that Muli's current condition is average. It seems that these things are poisonous. You must be careful not to be bitten by this thing, Mula said. Mula also didn't expect that this thing was so toxic. He was just bitten by a small ant just now. Now Mula can no longer stand up. Shangyan Luoxue tried to treat Mula. As expected, it didn't work. The ants here are so toxic that the medical equipment I have here doesn't work, Shangyan Luoxue said helplessly. The things in this forest were beyond Shangyan Luoxue's expectations. There are many things that Shangyang Luoxue cannot do, especially when it comes to something like this. Even Shangyang Luoxue himself didn't know what he should do. Mulu asked, "Can I still leave now? I think it should be fine." Mulu also knew that if something unexpected happened again at this time, it would probably be difficult for them to leave. So Mulu didn't want to be a stumbling block for them. But Mulu tried to stand up. But it didn't work at all. "Don't try. The toxins in your legs are quite serious now. If you move rashly, it is very likely that your legs will not be cured," Shangyang Luoxue said. "The things in this forest are too toxic. Something could happen if you're not careful. Even a professional like Shangyang Luoxue couldn't do anything about it." "Then what should we do now? Otherwise, you can find a way to get out. I'm thinking of a way myself. I'll find you when I get better," Mulu said. This forest is too dangerous. If it weren't for themselves, they wouldn't be able to enter. Mulu was a little annoyed. Now that Mulu was injured again, he became even more of a drag on them. So Mulu wanted them to find a safe place first. And Mulu would figure out the rest. It wasn't because Mulu gave up on his own affairs. Mulu knew that this matter was really useless. So the key now is to keep them safe. "What are you talking about? Don't worry. We won't leave. Let's rest for a day. Maybe we will feel better tomorrow," Shangyang Luoxue said. Shangyang Luoxue knew that she would definitely not leave. But she also knew that Mu Li's foot would probably not get better tomorrow. The toxins in the things here are really serious. If they can't find the antidote and just do it here and wait, it won't work. "Yeah. Let's rest here for a day. It's getting dark outside now. And it's been a tiring day today," Tang Xian also said. "The environment here is like this. Once there is any disturbance, it will be very dangerous here." And at night, they had no torches in their hands and couldn't even see the road clearly. It would be very dangerous to continue moving forward at that time. It happened that something happened to Mulu at this time. They settled Mulu here. "Tomorrow, we will wait until Mu Li's foot injury heals a little before we can find a way to leave." So they pitched a tent in this place and barely survived the night. The next day, I found that Mu Li's injury seemed to be more serious than yesterday. It wasn't so scary yesterday. But by today, Mu Li's feet were already extremely swollen. You don't need to think about it to know that if this is the case, you will definitely not be able to move. Several of them were already injured and could barely continue to move forward. Now that Mula can't even walk, they will definitely not be able to move forward. "What a good thing. This place is so dangerous. If we continue to stay here, we will probably attract all the beasts around us," Tang Xian said. Tang Xian knew how dangerous the situation here was. They also know that if the beasts around here come over, they won't even be able to escape. So Tang Xian didn't want this to happen. "Now I still have to think of another way," Shangyang Luoxue said resolutely. "We still have to find a way to find an antidote." Shangyang Luoxue felt that this place should be the same as snake venom. If you are bitten by a poisonous snake, there must be an antidote within 5 steps. Since Mulu was bitten by these ants, it means that there must be an antidote to this poison around. It may be easier for them to leave after they get their things, Shangyang Luoxue said. "You take care of Mulu here. I'll ask the 3-headed dog to see if there are any herbs around here." The herbs around here should be able to cure Mu Li's current poison. Because Shangyang Luoxue also knew that Mu Lu was seriously injured now. If he didn't receive treatment quickly, Mu Li's foot would probably become useless. If Mu Lu doesn't get out from here, then they won't be able to get out. So Shangyang Luoxue let the 3-headed dog out. Shangyang Luoxue said to it, "You must think of a way to help me find this herb. This thing is very important to me. Without this thing, there would be no way to save Mu Lu." After receiving Shangyang Luoxue's order, the 3-headed dog immediately ran out. "It was not until noon that I came back with bruises all over my body." Shangyang Luoxue was shocked when she saw him and quickly helped him treat him. "Why did you become like this after you came back? What happened? Did something happen?" Shangyang Luoxue asked quickly. Shangyang Luoxue really couldn't imagine what kind of thing happened to the 3-headed dog outside to cause him to be so seriously injured. But fortunately, they were just skin injuries. Nothing serious. Shangyang Luoxue could heal them by herself. After Shangyang Luoxue had cured the 3-headed dog, she followed him there. After arriving, Shangyang Luoxue discovered that there was a large group of thorny wild boars in the grass in the distance. There are some medicinal herbs surrounding these boars. Shangyang Luoxue took a look at the herb and found that it was likely to be able to treat Mu Lu. But these are really difficult to deal with. It may be because they were bullied by these wild boars, just now, that the 3-headed dog has received such serious injuries now. Shangyang Luoxue felt a little guilty, but she was still very interested when she saw those herbs. It is estimated that with that thing, Mu Li's current injuries can be cured. Chapter 316, Attracting Firepower. Looking at the scene in front of him, Shangyang Luoxue also felt a little fear in his heart. It can be seen that the attackability of this group of wild boars is not high, but they all move in groups. What should we do? Shangyang Luoxue began to run around anxiously. What herbs does she really need? After all, there was no way to delay Mu Li's injury on his foot. So Shangyang Luoxue secretly made up her mind that for the sake of Mu Li, she must drive away this group of wild boars. There is simply no way she can do it on her own. Tang Xian, what should we do? If we don't drive away these wild boars, there is no way we can get the herb. Shangyang Luoxue, who had always been protected by everyone, looked at Tang Xian helplessly at this time. There will be a way. We will definitely find a way. The two people sat down and began to discuss the situation on this side. The three-headed dog was originally protecting Shangyang Luoxue, but Shangyang Luoxue ordered him to protect Mu Li by his side. So he didn't know the situation here at all. Mu Li's situation became more and more serious, and there was nothing Shangyang Luoxue could do. Now that she saw the herbs, she seemed to see hope. With these herbs and your own healing, nothing will be a problem. Thinking of this, Shangyang Luoxue's determination became more obvious. But the group of wild boars in front of her really stumped her. There seems to be no way at all. There are too many wild boars, and their strength is not bad. These wild boars are not very aggressive, but have strong defensive capabilities, coupled with group activities. They also have no way to start. Shangyang Luoxue felt even more guilty after listening to Tang Xian's words. No, we can't wait any longer like this. Tang Xian and Mu Li can't wait any longer. Thinking of Mu Li's injuries, Shangyang Luoxue gritted her teeth and decided to take the risk. Luoxue, don't be stupid. The wild boars on the opposite side are not something we can easily deal with. Tang Xian thought that Shangyang Luoxue was planning to act on her own, so she tried to persuade her from the sidelines. I know, but Tang Xian will definitely find a way. We are not going to kill them. Shangyang Luoxue felt that the most important thing to do now was to collect herbs. So as long as the wild boar is driven away, the herbs can be easily picked. Tang Xian thought about it carefully and realized that this method was indeed simple, but it was very difficult to implement. Wild boars can't gather together for no reason. There must be some special herbs here that attract wild boars. If this is really the case, then it is not that easy to drive away this wild boar. The two people were entangled. Shangyang Luoxue felt a little guilty at first, regretting why she didn't know more about the situation here. It would be great if we could find the weak points of these wild boars. Tang Xian suddenly started muttering. This sentence quickly stopped in Shangyang Luoxue's ears. Yeah, why didn't I think of it? We can look for the wild boar's weaknesses. Not to mention how excited Shangyang Luoxue was. As long as you look for the weakness of the wild boar, you can easily drive it away. It's just that it's freezing and snowy here, and I really can't think of any solution. By the way, fire. We can use fire. It's freezing and snowy here, and we haven't seen fire for a long time. Shangyang Luoxue thought of something, and then spoke excitedly to the people around him. But we have lost the fire. Tang Xian lowered his head and looked at Shangyang Luoxue helplessly. The previous pack of wild boars and wolves made them even more embarrassed. Shangyang Luoxue was determined to find fire. However, things didn't turn out so smoothly. Shangyang Luoxue spent a long time, but still couldn't find the fire. There is no other way. Now we can only use brute force. Only in this way can the herbal medicine be obtained. Otherwise, there is really nothing that can be done about Mu Li's injury. Tang Xian looked at Shangyang Luoxue in front of her in surprise. This is a herd of wild boars. Very dangerous. Tang Xian couldn't help but said, still a little worried in her heart. There is no other way now. It goes without saying that if you want to leave here, only Mu Li can help. But now that Mu Li's spiritual power has disappeared, he is completely unable to open the forest door. So the most important thing is to let Mu Li recover. This is the last resort. Tang Xian, let's do this. I will use brute force to lure these bastards away later. And then you. Shangyang Luoxue said a lot, hoping that Tang Xian could cooperate well. Why don't you go pick herbs? Tang Xian felt that she could still handle it. Unexpectedly, Shangyang Luoxue was shaking her head. You are not as strong as me, so I will take care of this matter. Just remember, you must collect the herbs. Shangyang Luoxue looked at Tang Xian in front of her very seriously. After Tang Xian heard this, she finally had no choice but to agree, because he knew that once Shangyang Luoxue made a decision, it would not change. Oh well, Tang Xian said and hid in a place. She didn't know what Shangyang Luoxue would do next, but she had only one goal, and that was herbal medicine. The herd of wild boars stayed where they were, and had no intention of leaving. Shangyang Luoxue had no choice but to appear directly in front of the wild boars, and then launched an attack on the wild boars. The seemingly innocuous moves are full of provocation. After a while, the wild boars began to become riotous. Follow me if you can. I want to see what you are capable of. With that said, Shangyang Luoxue started running in one direction. The provoked wild boars also began to become restless. The leading wild boar rushed out quickly, and so did the other wild boars. Tang Xian, who was in the dark, did not expect that Shangyang Luoxue would put herself in such danger. Seeing these leading herds of wild boars, she couldn't help but feel worried. Luoxue, you must hold on. Gritting his teeth, Tang Xian quickly ran to where the wild boars were before. Shangyang Luoxue was not so relaxed when she was chased by a wild boar. A lot of spiritual energy has been consumed before, and in this place of ice and snow, there is no place to hide. Because the target was huge, Shangyang Luoxue was immediately targeted by the wild boars. The leading wild boar seemed to be the leader of the wild boar group, and he rushed to the front. Shangyang Luoxue quickly launched an attack, and the wild boar group behind them was directly dispersed. But the wild boar leader attacked Shangyang Luoxue and directly injured Shangyang Luoxue and fell to the ground. Tang Xian on the other side also successfully picked herbs. After hiding the herbs, Tang Xian couldn't be more happy. Chapter 317, Breaking In. Luoxue, I picked it! Tang Xian turned around happily, only to find Shangyang Luoxue lying on the ground. Faced with this situation, Tang Xian began to feel worried. Luoxue! Just when Tang Xian wanted to get closer, the wild boars came back again. Be careful! Because Shangyang Luoxue had lured the wild boar away before, and after the wild boar dispersed, it realized something was wrong, and now it came back with the intention of taking revenge. Seeing the wild boar heading toward Shangyang Luoxue, Tang Xian felt extremely worried. Shangyang Luoxue also saw the situation here, but now she couldn't stand up at all. The place where I was injured before was really painful. Tang Xian, hurry up and go back with the herbs. I'll be fine. Shangyang Luoxue looked at Tang Xian in the distance, with a hint of patience on her lips. She knew that if she showed a hint of fear, Tang Xian would come over desperately. No matter what, she couldn't put others in danger anymore. Tang Xian gritted his teeth and planned to attack from the front. At this moment, a shadow quickly passed through, and then took away Shangyang Luoxue, who fell to the ground. It's a three-headed dog. It sensed that Shangyang Luoxue was in danger, so it rushed over. Now, looking at the scene in front of him, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Probably because of the telepathy, Mukin also sensed the situation on Shangyang Luoxue's side. Little dragon girl, let me in! At this time, Mukin really couldn't bear it anymore, so he spoke a little excitedly. I can let you in, but you have to know that there is a huge price to pay for entering. Mukin's entry also violated the principles, so it was not allowed by law. But if you really have to go in, it's not impossible. It means that the body will be greatly traumatized. Mukin also understood, but now he had no choice but to wait any longer. I want to go in, no matter how much it costs. I want to go in. He couldn't put anyone in danger. After Xiao Longnu heard this, she was very helpless and finally had no choice but to let Mukin in. The three-headed dog who successfully rescued Shangyang Luoxue felt very guilty. Mukin asked himself to protect Shangyang Luoxue, but he allowed Shangyang Luoxue to put himself in danger. He was really to blame for his death. Luoxue, are you okay? Tang Xian hurried over and looked at Shangyang Luoxue nervously. Don't worry. I'm fine. It was the three-headed dog who saved me. Shangyang Luoxue's mouth was filled with a little happiness. If the three-headed dog hadn't appeared in time, he might have really died. Thinking about it now, it really feels like surviving a disaster. Let's go. The wild boars will come soon. Let's go back first. Without the three-headed dog guarding Mulu, both of them were a little worried. So the two men repaired their problems and walked back quickly. He was already injured, and Shangyang Luoxue never showed it. Tang Xian was still worried at first, but seeing Shangyang Luoxue's persistence, She had no choice but to go along with him in the end. The three-headed dog reared behind in case of any special circumstances. Since the owner has no way to get in, he should be more vigilant. However, he never expected that the owner of his family was also preparing to come in. Back inside the bamboo house from before, Shengyang Luoxue couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Tang Xian, give me your herbal medicine. I think I have a way to cure Mu Lu. Shengyang Luoxue endured the physical discomfort, and then spoke to Tang Xian excitedly. Although Tang Xian was worried, she had no choice. After all, Shengyang Luoxue's persistence was something she couldn't refuse. Okay, then don't be brave. With the herbs, Mu Lu will definitely get better, Tang Xian said with a worried look. Shengyang Luoxue nodded. No matter what, she would heal Mu Lu. After all, Mu Lu is Mukin's sister, and she promised Mukin that she would take good care of Mu Lu. After getting the herbs, Shengyang Luoxue came to Mu Li's side with difficulty. Sister Luoxue, you are back. Mu Lu looked at Shengyang Luoxue with a weak look on his face, with a little expectation in his eyes. Well, I'm back. Don't worry. I will heal you. Shengyang Luoxue's eyes were filled with determination. She then wrapped these herbs with spiritual power, and began to fuse them. After a while, these herbs turned into spiritual liquid. Looking at the crystal-clear spiritual liquid, a smile appeared on Shengyang Luoxue's lips. Great! It worked! With that said, Shengyang Luoxue poured the spiritual liquid on Mu Li's feet. A cool feeling continued to cover the burning wound, and Mu Li felt unprecedented relief. Seeing Mu Li like this, Shengyang Luoxue smiled, and then used his spiritual power to assist. It's just that she was already seriously injured, and couldn't hold on for long. After Mu Li's injury recovered, Shengyang Luoxue fainted. This scene happened to be seen by Mukin, who was rushing over. Master, why did you come in? The three-headed dog looked at Mukin like you with a surprised expression, and was worried in his heart, because the three-headed dog also knows the price of coming in. Otherwise, it would not come in voluntarily. Go find something to eat first. I'll take care of you here, Mukin said with a worried look on his face, and then came to Shengyang Luoxue's side. Knowing that Shengyang Luoxue was injured, Mukin directly sent spiritual power to Shengyang Luoxue to help her heal. Seeing this scene, Tang Xian couldn't help but be shocked. I will take care of Mu Li's side. Luoxue has healed her just now. I think she will recover soon. Tang Xian spoke to Mukin seriously. Okay, thank you. Mukin smiled, and then rested while holding the unconscious Shengyang Luoxue. Tang Xian also took good care of Mu Lu seriously. Mu Lu also returned to normal at this time, but his spiritual power has not yet been restored. Don't be anxious. You have just recovered from your injury. Be careful in everything. There is no need to be impatient. Knowing that Mu Lu was impatient, Tang Xian was at the side and gave guidance carefully. I know. I will slowly recover my spiritual power. Mu Lu actually blamed himself a little. If he hadn't been careless, maybe everyone would have gone out long ago. The three-headed dog went out for a while, and came back quickly. When I came back, I had 2 more rabbits and some fruits, because he hadn't eaten for a long time. Mu Lu also felt hungry. Hurry up and eat some fruit, so that you can recover faster, Tang Xian persuaded seriously. Mu Lu did not hesitate. She looked at Mukin in the distance, and she had her own considerations in her heart. Only by restoring spiritual power can we take everyone out. After having this idea, Mu Lu also started to eat the fruit. Later, he also tried to recover his spiritual power through practice. Mukin was still taking care of Shengyang Luoxue, with a lot of worries in his heart. Everything seems to be on track, but there is an indescribable feeling. Chapter 318, Recuperation. Mu Li asked everyone to go out, and wanted to recover on his own. Can you do it? Mu Chen said with a worried look in his eyes. Shengyang Luoxue stood weakly. Her legs had no strength. Seeing Mu Li like this, she was still a little worried. This was her sister. What if something happened to her? Don't worry. I'm fine. Mu Li glanced at her brother, feeling suddenly sour in her heart. My brother is already so weak, and still cares about him. Okay. Then be careful. I'll take care of Luoxue first. Before Mu Chen finished speaking, Shengyang Luoxue could no longer hold on. The whole person fell backwards. Fortunately, the person standing behind her was Mu Chen. Mu Chen hugged Shengyang Luoxue with quick eyes and quick hands. He couldn't describe the feeling in his heart, and his heart ached a little when he looked at Shengyang Luoxue's snow-white face. It was an indescribable feeling. And I couldn't do anything about it. So I could only hold her gently. Mula watched Shangwan Luoxue fall. Her brows furrowed. Muyukin thought he was concerned about Shangwan Luoxue. So he comforted him. Don't worry. I will take good care of you. Just have a good rest. Okay. You go out and look after her carefully. After hearing this, Mu Chen nodded and took Shangwan Luoxue out. Mulu also began to heal. And Mu Chen took Shangwan Luoxue to find a flat place. He gently put Shangwan Luoxue down. Then took off his coat to cover her. Another fire was lit. The cave was a bit cold. Even though there was already a fire. But it still felt far away from the fire. So I moved some flames over. Shangwan Luoxue's face was slightly colored by the light of fire. She seemed very happy in the dream. Maybe because of the warmth. So she leaned a little closer to that side. Mu Chen was a little happy to see the scene. This person was quite cute when he fell asleep. Bah. 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 What the HL? Mu Chen just stayed with Shangwan Luoxue, closing her eyes for a while and resting. The cave was quiet. There was no sound. And Mu Chen was not asleep yet. At this time, there was a sound over there. And Mula spit out a mouthful of donated blood, which looked shockingly tight. Blood vomited all over the ground and slowly flowed around. Mule's face turned pale. It was as white as a piece of paper. And there was a trace of blood on the lips, which were sickly tight. Several people noticed the movement here. Just now, Mu Chen had gently hugged Shangwan Luoxue, and everyone was resting comfortably by the fire. Mula coughed a few times and quickly attracted attention. He put his hands on the ground and looked at the blood he had spit out. Feeling a little irritated, Mule's situation was not optimistic, and he vomited so much blood. So he had to find a way. Tang Xian knew what he was thinking and stood in front of him whenever he disagreed. Is this kid desperate for his life? Even though I am in this state, I am still thinking about others. You can't go there. Mu Chen looked at Tang Xian, who was standing in front of him, and pulled his lips. This was another mind reading. Ahem. Look at what Mu Lu is like. Just let me go. He will die. Mu Chen was a little helpless. He couldn't let Mu Lu die like this. Right? It hasn't even gone out yet. If Shangwan Luoxue found out about this, wouldn't he still be able to hack himself to death with a knife? Tang Xian frowned. You don't know your situation. Do you? Do you know that you will die if you continue like this? You must have a certain level of love. We haven't even gone out yet. And you are like this. What's wrong? Are you thinking about it? Mu Chen was stunned. He didn't expect Tang Xian to know so clearly. Who told her to know her body clearly? But what she said was absolutely right. He didn't have much spiritual power now. And the others were also seriously injured. They can no longer treat Mu Lu. Otherwise they will die. But they cannot just ignore him. The idea, this time, was brought up by him. Since it was him who said it, all the people who came must be sent out safely. Otherwise, he would feel sorry for them. And the outcome could not be like this. Muyukin! Can you stop doing this? You are also a human being with flesh and blood. Don't always care about others. I'm worried about you. You and I have a contract. What will I do if you die? Are you so selfish? Mu Chen was a little stunned when he heard Tang Xian's words. It turned out that Tang Xian also cared about him. Thank you, thank you. I don't want any thanks. I don't want this from you. Let me tell you plainly. If you want to go back to that world, you won't be able to do it with your current level of weakness. Do you want to go back? If you don't recover your energy, it will have some impact on your return. If you recover well, of course, it won't have much impact if you go back. But it's just as you are now. Going back will definitely affect your life. Do you know how dangerous this is? Mu Chen lowered his head and sighed. Tang Xian, thank you. But this time it's all about me. I can't just give up on them. I can't. Really can't. They are so good to me. This time it is because of me. Mu Chen looked at his friends around him and felt even more heartbroken. I couldn't just abandon them. But what should I do with Mu Lu? Tang Xian was stunned for a moment when she heard this. Although she was Mu Chen's sister, she was related by blood. But he is only Mu Chen's contractor, not Mu Li's. Although the relationship with Mu Lu is very good, no one can take risks now. Otherwise they may not survive. How could I know? After Tang Xian finished speaking, she turned away, angry with Mu Chen. Mu Lu was a little annoyed when he heard the voice here. He was very grateful to his brother, but he also felt heartbroken by what Tang Xian said. So, everyone can't get out. Shangwan Luoxue's sleep was not peaceful. and she woke up leisurely when she heard the noise here. She also listened to some details of their conversation. She looked at the coat she was wearing, feeling a little shy. Unexpectedly, Mu-chin actually took off the covering for herself. She stood up and saw the fire beside her again. In addition, after hearing what Mu-chin said, I was completely moved. She took her coat and approached Mu-chin. He gently covered him with his coat. Mu-chin was stunned for a moment, then looked back at Shangwan Luoxue. She must have known. The two looked at each other for a few times. Shangwan Luoxue was the first to fail. He lowered his head, and the tips of his ears turned red. Mu-chin coughed twice and turned his head. Shangwan Luoxue also recovered a bit and spoke to him and Tang Xian. Don't worry. I'll take care of Mule. Don't worry. Just recover slowly. After that, he walked towards Mulu. Mulu lowered his head and couldn't tell his expression. But he heard their voices. He raised his head slightly, but thought that Shangwan Luoxue and his brother could not see him like this. So he lowered his head again. Shangwan Luoxue frowned and felt Mu Li's pulse directly, and soon understood her condition. I gave him medicine directly to help him recover. Chapter 319, Open the Door. Shangwan Luoxue checked her pulse and directly prescribed a medicine list. You take these medicines and rest for a while. Then you'll be fine. We can also restore your spiritual power while you're resting. Mula took it and took a look at it, a little suspicious of Shangwan Luoxue, fearing that she would drug him. Thank you. But how am I going to get medicine in this deserted mountain? The nearest market is quite far away from here. I look like this. Mula tugged his lips. Although he had the prescription, how to get it? Shangwan Luoxue was also stunned. Yes. Where can I get the medicine? In a place like this, it would be extremely difficult for Xiang to find medicine. Mukin was also stunned. How could he go out in this situation? A group of people were seriously injured. If they went out, would they be able to come back? How about I think of a way? Mukin lowered his body and said to his sister. He should get out. Right? I can't come back. I won't even arrive. Tang Xian was furious after hearing this. This is simply life-threatening. It's so dangerous outside. If you go out, you're looking for death. Thinking like this, she immediately opened her mouth to scold Mukin again. What are you doing? Mukin, do you not want to live anymore? There are so many wild beasts outside, and you still want to go out. But how can you recuperate without taking medicine? Mukin frowned. This was his sister. How could she be injured like this? The corners of Mu Li's eyes were red. She knew that Tang Xian was good to her brother, and she agreed with what Tang Xian said. But she didn't expect her brother to be so stubborn. Forget it. Brother, it's better not to go. I'm injured and it'll be okay to recover slowly. How can that be done? Don't be afraid. Brother will get the medicine for you. Mukin said and was about to go out. Tang Xian became anxious and pulled the person back directly. Why are we walking? Didn't I tell you that I couldn't help it? Mukin's eyes lit up. Is there still a way? Tang Xian blew on his non-existent beard and took out a few herbs from his bag. That's all. This medicine is my treasure. Don't say I'm being petty. I remember not taking him out. Maybe I forgot. I have the medicine now. So don't go. This herb is specially designed to treat this kind of disease. Just take it for a few days and continue to nurse it back to health. It will heal quickly. As soon as several people heard these words, they suddenly had hope. Mukin was even more happy, took the medicinal herbs, and gave them to Shangwan Luoxue, asking her to help make medicine. Then he thanked Tang Xian, who thought there was nothing he could do. The worst case scenario is to rush out, but it's either impossible to defeat or it's just a bit difficult. Thank you, Tang Xian. I don't know how to say it, but thank you very much. That's all. Who asked you to sign a contract with me? Tang Xian said, turning her head arrogantly and sitting back next to the fire. Shangwan Luoxue boiled the medicine and gave it to Mu Lu. Just like this for a few days, Mu Li's injury recovered better and better. Everyone's spiritual power has also recovered to some extent. Several people discussed that they would take a shower tomorrow and leave this ghost place directly. Now that I've got my things, I don't have to sit here to avoid encountering any weird things again. Early in the morning, a few people took advantage of the dawn and rushed to the door. Mukin let out a breath and opened the door. He thought he could go back right away, but there were waves of vibrations coming from behind. Tang Xian turned around and saw that she was horrified to see a group of wild beasts running over. There was no time to speak, so Mukin directly blocked him. Mu-chun! Go! We can't let them come! You go quickly! After Mukin heard this, he no longer hesitated, stepped forward with a sword step, and started fighting with the wild beasts. Mukin did not dare to delay, so he turned to his sister and told her to close the door. Lele! Hurry up and close the door! Don't let them break out! After saying that, he stopped the beast without looking back, intending to communicate with them first. After hearing this, Mula wanted to close the door, but when he reached the door, the hand he just stretched out retracted. She didn't know why. She didn't want to close the door. Maybe she felt sorry for these beasts. Shangwan Chu was confused. He was helping Mukin stop the beast, but the door behind him was not closed for a long time. She thought Mula couldn't close the door, so she wanted to go back and close the door directly. But when I turned around just now, I discovered that Mula seemed to want to open the door wider. How is this going? The beast in front suddenly became excited when he saw the door open wide, and didn't want to worry about the negotiation anymore. I just want to rush over and enter that door, so that I can leave this world and go to another world. Mukin was a little confused when he saw the wild beasts suddenly going berserk. He couldn't bear it, and could only continue to comfort them, and not listen to him. He just waved his hand, and chopped off its head. Obviously, this trick was very effective, and other beasts didn't dare to get close. Shangwan Luoxua used a light skill, and landed directly next to Mulu. He scolded loudly. What are you doing? Why don't you turn it off? Mulu was frightened by the sound. When he turned around and saw that it was Shangwan, he felt extremely aggrieved. What are you doing again? You scared me to death. Shangwan Luoxua didn't want to quarrel with her. It was an emergency now. What on earth was this young lady doing? Without listening to Muli's words, he directly raised his hand and closed the door forcefully. When Mula saw this, he wanted to stop him, but Shangwan Luoxua's speed was too fast, and there was no time to stop him. Mula suddenly became angry and asked Shangwan Luoxua why he closed the door. Why did you close the door? Aren't we going out? Look at the current situation. Are you still thinking about leaving? I'll lock you up if I ask you to. Why is there all this nonsense? You don't have to listen to me and Tang Xian, but you don't even want to listen to your brother? Of course I have a motive for closing your door. So what are you doing? Shangwan Luoxua was extremely angry. How could this Mula be so stupid? The moment the door was opened, those beasts would stare at him eagerly. How can they get out? Besides, no one is guarding here. It is estimated that as soon as they stepped out, the beasts behind them teleported over. What will their world look like then? Mula must not know. Right? Mukin and Tang Xian also heard the noise here, but they were a bit far away, and they only heard the loud sound of the door closing. These beasts seemed to be even more crazy. I wonder if it was because the door was closed. But no matter what, they cannot be allowed to go out, which violates the rules of time and space. Mukin looked back again, and what he saw was not a friendly scene. Instead, Mula gathered his spiritual power and hit Shangwan Luoxua. He frowned and wanted to stop it, but he couldn't get out at all. Fortunately, Shangwan Luoxua dodged the attack, but she seemed a little angry. But it was still under control very well. Chapter 320, Close at Hand. After a period of cultivation, Muli's health has indeed improved a lot. Although it still hasn't recovered. It's almost there. Great! We can finally open this door now. Do you know how long I have been waiting for this day? Shangyang Luoxua was a little excited looking at the door that was so close. He had been waiting for this day for so long. Mula smiled softly after hearing this. Yes, I have been waiting for this day for a long time. And now we can finally make some progress. They spent a lot of time and finally got to this situation today. Mula, I don't want to stay here anymore. Mukin couldn't help but frown. A bad premonition arose in his heart. He couldn't tell what was going on. I always feel that these things are not as simple as I thought. Will there be any accidents? Hearing Mukin say this, everyone retorted. How long has it been now that Mukin still said such a thing? Mu Chen, please don't say such things. Isn't it making us anxious? Just believe that everything will be fine with us. Seeing how superstitious everyone was, Mukin sighed helplessly. Okay, you can think whatever you want. I don't care. But these things are very complicated. I'll open the door first and then talk about it after giving birth. Anyway, this door is right in front of you. If you don't open it, it will be too late. Mukin opened the door without thinking. At this time, Mukin suddenly heard some sounds. When I looked back, I realized that the animals were chasing me. The footsteps of animals were very loud. And there must have been a lot of them. When these animals arrived, everyone's expressions immediately changed. Good guys. Are these guys waiting for them to open this door? This makes me a little anxious. If this doesn't work, if those things are really allowed to escape, is there anything else the world can do? He hadn't forgotten how much hardship they had gone through while here. If these animals really escaped, wouldn't the outside world become like this? No. We have to find a way to keep these animals inside the door. No matter how much danger they encounter, they cannot selfishly let these animals out. Not only will they not be able to escape by then, they may also injure people outside. But even though that is said, this matter, especially if it can be solved so easily, is not that simple. Right? Mukin sighed. He knew that what Shangyang Luoxue said was right. And the door must be closed now, even if the opportunity is close. Mule, go and help close this door. I can't do it on my own. Mula hesitated after hearing Mukin's words. He didn't want to go over and close the door now, but looked at Mukin warily. Everyone waited for a long time and saw that Mula didn't move at all, so they couldn't help but become more anxious. Especially Shangyang Luoxue, seeing that the animals were about to come over. If they didn't close the door at this time, it would really be okay. Mula, what are you doing? Didn't you hear what we said? Hurry up and close that door. What are you waiting for? Mula shook his head without saying anything or expressing anything. He just stood quietly by the door without any reaction. Shangyang Luoxue was a little anxious. Mula shouldn't want to leave at this time. Don't want to close the door. Are you kidding me? If we leave, no one will be able to close the door. Mukin frowned tightly, and he subconsciously refuted Shangyang Luoxue's statement in his heart. Mulu is not such a person. If Mulu was really afraid of this, they wouldn't do such a thing. But why does Mulu do this? Are you sure what you want to do? Do you want to give us an explanation? It's too dangerous for you to do this now, and we can't let you go on like this. Even though Mukin had already said this, Mulu still made no move. He opened his mouth with hesitation on his face, wanting to say something. At this moment, Shangyang Luoxue interrupted Muli's thoughts. Mulu, I don't know what you are thinking, but you should know the consequences of these animals getting out. These animals were approaching soon, and they had to find a way to get away as soon as possible. If they really fought with these animals, they would definitely suffer a lot of damage. So Shangyang Luoxue didn't dare to hide at all. But Mula didn't seem to care at all. He seemed to have completely given up on closing the door. He walked directly to the side. Seeing this, Mukin and Yang Luoxue's expressions changed, and the two of them wanted to step forward and close the door. He also felt that he couldn't help scolding Mula several times. Mula seemed to be quite normal before. Not like this kind of person. I didn't expect that someone's heart can be revealed only in times of crisis. Mula turned out to be such a person. Mule, just wait for me. I will never let you go. Just when the animals were about to arrive, it finally closed the door at the last moment. The moment the door closed, Shangyang Luoxue finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was great. As long as this door is closed, those things can't get out. Even if they stay here, they are likely to be in danger. Shangyang Luoxue couldn't care less. But Mu Li's expression changed. Seeing Mu Li's expression like this further confirmed what Shangyang Luoxue was thinking. Shangyang Luoxue felt that Mu Li was simply too timid to do this. Mu Li, are you crazy? Have you never thought about the consequences of those animals leaving here? Mu Li shook his head. He looked at Shangyang Luoxue quietly. His eyes were very flat, without any fluctuation. I have never thought about it this way. I know that after those monsters get out, the outside world will be dangerous. Then why didn't you just close the door? Do you know how dangerous it was just now? If my reaction had been a little slower, they might have all gone out by now. Fortunately, the key is to close the door with them. Every time Shangyang Luoxue asked this question, Mula stopped talking, just sitting there in silence by myself. The more Mula looked like this, the angrier he became. What was going on with him? He just shut up when something happened. Right? You have to give us an explanation for this matter. Otherwise I won't let you go. Mula suddenly smiled. What else do I need to explain? What do you want me to say?